window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you. Well, I'm human just like you, like you. Look into the night, every shadow hides a spark inside. As to wrap disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. Well, I'm human just like you. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Welcome to the last day of groups here at the Six Invitational. My name is Anne, I'm your host, and I'm joined by Fresh and Alpha. And it's the last day of groups, but I feel like everything can still happen.
There's so much to play for today, let's be honest. And there are so many storylines, so many upsets, so many things. I cannot wait, Leo.
After the upset yesterday of G2, I have to
We
say
do
that that's one big problem for me. Is that G2 might be gone after this day. You know, it's unbelievable.
We can't not talk
Out of group stage.
No, I mean, hey, you'll get to talk about it in just a bit. But first, we jump into the panorama. We look at yesterday's day by talking about the monster, the scariest player that we saw in action yesterday. And how else could we have not picked Joom? Almost a 2 KD.
Yeah, he was incredible yesterday. Now, there was a big cluster of players that had huge performances yesterday. So first they're going to quantify why we picked Joom. And the reason was, it was the quality of the opponent. Fluxo W7M, the quality of the game that them and Secret put out yesterday. Obviously, Fluxo W7M previously a major winning core for the roster. And the fact that Joom, through that full best of 3, has had such incredible stats over a long amount of time, a long amount of rounds, is the reason that we picked him as the monster.
And there are many factors. I think there is how outstanding the clips are. I think the impact of the kills as well. Most of the time when they're at a man disadvantage or in a clutch situation. On top of that, if you just think about it, he dropped 42 kills across 3 maps. I mean, Joom used to tell us, I'm always good, I'm always consistent. But he also has live games.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually incredible. For the moment, we picked an ace, and not just any ace, an ace in 35 seconds.
Fantasy is back, and what can I say? The Brazilian rookie, the Brazilian star, has waited 3 years to come back to his full level. Look at this. It is the most beautiful ace I have seen at an SI so far. The triple kill already would have been a clip. That's insane, but look at the rest, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. And Fantasy has been so good. He manages to find the 4th one here, and then he flicks the 5th one realistically after he sees the hit markers. Boom, 5th, all of them done. And I will say, NiP have not had the best tournament so far. They are still scrambling down at the bottom end of their group table, but Fantasy, across multiple games now, has shown and actually realized that talent and potential that we know has been there for years, and we've wanted to see on an international stage.
And now for the must-see, we'll transition into today, and you two finally get to talk about it. I mean, FaZe could play the devil's advocate here because G2 might get grouped.
That is insane. That's absolutely insane to think that G2 has to beat FaZe to stay in the race. Like, they could get grouped here, and it's unbelievable. If you think all the way back, when Stompen was picked up, they won EML. After that, they won in Grand Final of CWC. You expect more from that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that the schedule lines up as well is Black Dragon and Shopify will play each other.
Yep.
The winner will confirm themselves up into the upper bracket. The loser will be sweating on the result of FaZe and G2 because it is still in G2's hands. But for them to stay in this tournament, they need to beat our current world champions of FaZe. So that Group C later on the A stream, games 3 and 4, are going to be incredible. Obviously, there's a lot on the line today across all of the groups, and I think we'll keep you updated with everything as the games go on.
I'm glad it stays exciting until the very end, right? We've seen Six Invitational groups where everything's decided by day 5, but that certainly is not the case here. In fact, we've only had one team lock in first with Secret, one team eliminated from the tournament so far in Elevate, so there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, and because of that is that we have seen upsets all and everywhere in every single group. I mean, if we look at Group A, WEIBO is topping the charts right now. Everyone was saying that M80 should win that one. I mean, Jack, we've seen upsets everywhere. It's all to play for. It's the final of group stage. I'm super excited.
There is a very real possibility, a very, very real possibility that either WEIBO or Team Heretics, the EU Tier 2 team, will top Group A that consists of our current major champions, M80.
Yeah.
That's how phenomenal this SI has been so far. That's how many upsets have happened. Obviously, we've got the Group C things where G2 or Shopify could get eliminated today.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's been great.
And that is our first game of the day, right? So a straight shootout, potentially for the top position inside that group. Currently being held by WEIBO, who are taking this group by storm. So we sat down 2 of the big characters on this team, and the biggest cinema fair is to have a chat with them.
Hello, brother.
Hello.
Nice to see you. I remember, bro, this game, my team was, we lose 5-0, I think, or 5-1, first map. Yeah. And again, losing 1-0. Like, bro, the team was not a good day.
That Bears can run, but Gohan gets one. He goes for one, but he can't get it. Astro takes it instead, and now Panari comes in. He doesn't see Gohan. He goes for the kill, can't do it. Font wins their first round, and that crowd goes wild. But they will.
Yeah, bro, that is the worst 1v5 you see there. But yeah, I still win, you know.
Gohan at the back hallway. Will they be able to get there in time? They don't see him. He's just gonna hold on. They don't have the diffuser. EG should not lose this round, but they will.
Yeah, there's no one in the crowd cheering for you.
No, bro, no.
Not one person.
They were cheering for EG.
What's worse, the WEIBO green jersey or this blue FaZe one?
I think this FaZe one it's worse, huh? The WEIBO green is, at least in person, it looks nice, huh?
Oh, yeah. So I started playing this game in the beta when I was 10 years old. I remember in the beta, it was like, I kept playing the canal map, and it was the terrorist hunt mode. And I thought that was the main game mode of the game, like every day. And I don't think I learned like what the real game was until the actual game came out. I thought the whole game was just the terrorist hunt mode. So I remember I asked my dad to buy me the game, and I started playing the multiplayer. I started playing the game, and I clicked on the multiplayer mode by accident. And when I loaded in, it was like a completely different game, and I fell in love with it. And yeah, I played every day since I was 10 years old. And on the first season, I sucked. I was like copper, like actual copper 4. So it took ages to like even understand what's going on in the game. But I love playing it, even at copper. It was probably more fun playing in copper than Pro League. No, I watched a lot of the like G2 and Penta games. but like because you never win, so
Yeah.
how am I gonna remember you?
Yeah, but it was closer. If you watch the semi-finals at least.
But no one remembers the loser, so
Yeah, that's true,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
yeah. I remember looking at the like social vote for this game. I think we had like an under 10% chance of people voting us to win.
Can the young gunner win in the 1v1? A final twist of the knife as North America bleed until nothing remains. One of the biggest upsets we've seen at the tournament.
Oh, this is SI against Liquid.
You win?
Yeah.
You still need to get on the diffuser, and he won't be able to do it. Excellently done by Turdsta. A masterclass from Turdsta in how to play safe, waste time, and take a favorable engagement and avoid the ones that don't work for you. Yeah.
Bro, I full shaved my head like 3
Bro,
months before this. This
I
is the
think you
worst
need to go
decision I
back.
ever
I
made.
think you need to go back to this, to this
Horrible.
harbor. It's nice.
I think the biggest thing that Gohan's taught me in his time coaching us is just to give your best every day, because if you give your best every day and you improve even just a little bit, then, adds up, every day adds up, and you're going to be better. At the end of the year, you have 365 days of improvement, so you can't go wrong. Yeah, I think a coach that has playing experience, and especially playing experience at a high level, from Brazil, is always a bonus. I think there's like a level of understanding that you can get from a coach that's played versus a coach that hasn't played.
That is a big thing that Turt is saying at the end there about improvement every single day, and they have been putting in that ground. We talk about their boot camp. Turt talked about it in the interview, boot camping in the Netherlands. They wanted to play against the best of the best teams, and it's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at Turt and what he was saying about Gohan, I think that we have a proof that Gohan has had a tremendous impact on this roster. And in fact, he even went ahead and gave us a quote about what he thinks of Gohan. He's not just a coach, he's a system. He focuses on improving us inside and outside the game. Nobody works harder than Gohan, and he inspires us to do the same. It's a beautiful one, and I think it goes to show we always knew APL had potential. We always knew that WEIBO was the best team of APL, but we're just waiting for that consistency at top international level.
Yeah.
Gohan brought that consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just said it, the best APAC team. I think that's irrevocable. I think it's undeniable that WEIBO are the best team. And it's not just subjective. We've just seen that in terms of the player and coach talking to each other, and Ted's quote. It's also objective. So these are the WEIBO stats from this tournament so far. They are the second best attacking team, the fifth best defending team, the fifth best team in terms of team KD, and the third best team at trading each other out. So that's such a high level. They are competing in the upper echelons of this tournament as a team from APAC, which we don't normally see on the statistics front. It's normally the odd upset here and there. Then you go down and drill down deeper, and these are the maps on the left-hand side of your screen. Cafe, Clubhouse, Chalet, Nighthaven, and Border as well. All of them, incredible attack win rates. In fact, the only map where they've struggled attacking on has been Consulate, where they played one map and they got one attack. That was it. Every other map, they are an incredible attacking team, and attacking depth for me is what shows that a team has really developed.
It's a testament of how good the cohesion is there, because we know they have incredible individuals, but maybe the team play aspect, the strategy aspect was what they were missing to be consistent at the top level. We've seen that improved. It's impressive, right? And the map variety as well. The fact that they have depth in the pool, that they can go further.
Maps,
exactly.
just in groups.
They can be good in BO3s now. They used to be able to upset in BO1s. Now we're in the BO3, and they have the map pool to do it.
It's a good sign. They're fighting for the top, and so is their opponent, because when we talk about HERETICS, I spoke to them a little bit yesterday, and I said, well, you guys must be happy, making it out of groups, and they said, no, we lost. So this team was upset that they lost against the major winners.
They have high expectations of themselves, and I can praise them for that, because I was talking to you for today at breakfast, and I was like, you know what, like, you could be topping your group right now if you win.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I know, I expect that. And I was like, no one would have said that at the beginning of this tournament. And he was like, he gave me a shrug, and he was like, you know what, like, I actually believe we can do this. Like, we've proved this.
Yeah, it's crazy that they went toe-to-toe yesterday with a mate team.
Yeah.
They went toe-to-toe, and they feel like they came away from that game thinking that they should have won. And let's just remind you that these guys that are attending their first ever S-tier event, 3 of them, Flexi, you, Paw, and Flexi, Upor, and Skeptic that are attending the first S-tier event, they've got such a lack of experience generally as well. Tier 1 matches, low. It's only really Grubby that's actually bringing relevant experience to this team.
Yeah.
Lots of these guys have been playing this game recreationally rather than professionally or in amateur tournaments across a lot of the year. So the fact that they're here, the fact that they could top out their group, especially considering it's a group that considers our current major champions, is incredible.
What's even more incredible is where they come from. If you think about it, no one wanted Grubby after he was left from Secret. At the same time, you look at Upor, you look at Skeptic, you look at Flexi, barely got any trials, barely got any shot at tier 1. Oscar was dropped from Wolves in the end. You know, you look at these guys and you think they never gave up. They built a real team and they worked hard and they made it here. For me, it's the perfect story of zero to hero. If you've got passion and hard work, you can make it to the biggest stages.
It's a beautiful story. I mean, and there's so much information on what WEIBO have played so far, so I'm curious to see the map veto, see what kind of pixel he brought out for this series. Another best of 3 to show the depth between these two teams and who can pick that first spot inside of the group. Heretics with the first pick, and it seems like we'll be heading to Shelly.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about this. It's a map that they absolutely love. They've already showed it this event. In fact, WEIBO have showed it as well, both demolishing FEARX, if I remember correctly. One thing though, WEIBO looked amazing on it. They've destroyed many APL teams throughout the season on that map. So for once, yes, it is a strong pick for Heretics, but WEIBO are strong on it as well.
Yeah, Heretics got Nip on it, actually, I think it was.
Yeah.
It was WEIBO who got FEARX, yeah, but as you say, WEIBO generally bring it out against lesser opposition.
Yeah.
We've not seen them tried and tested against top opposition on it yet. In turn, WEIBO are going to pick into Cafe. And the big thing for that is, I think they've played it a lot at this event. They've absolutely loved it. They, again, absolutely destroyed FEARX on it. And it's a map just yesterday that Heretics played against M80 and felt, even though they lost, that they should have won on.
I'm a bit scared about Clubhouse as a decider. I'm scared for Heretics. The reason for this is they lost it to FEARX here in this tournament. It's not a good map for them. 7th out of 9th preference. And at the same time, it's an amazing map for WEIBO. They like it. They play it a lot. They've beaten great teams on it. It's a tough one, because if it goes to decider, the advantage is to WEIBO.
Well, that's difficult. They have to clear it in 2-0, and that shows us our stakes as well for this matchup and what it takes for both these teams to take that top position inside the group. Heretics will secure it, but they need to win this series and drop a maximum of 4 rounds. So not even just the 2 maps we were talking about, but 4 maps. And WEIBO, with just a win, if they win a map, first place is theirs.
And I mean, history is kind of on their side, because Heretics, just as a quick fact, have lost every single first map of every fixture they've played at the Six Invitational so far. Heretics tend to lose a map and then warm up into it. So maybe there's a world for WEIBO where they get it done in the first map.
I mean, realistically, the biggest thing that we can hope here is that WEIBO takes the crown. They're first of the group. It's history being made. And at the same time, Heretics, they just confirm upper bracket and we're happy.
And I'd just like to reaffirm this, actually, is that WEIBO topping out the group with M80 in it is testament to just how far, if they get there, just how far this team has come.
And given that it's such a big chance for WEIBO, I feel like it's only fitting we have some of our APAC voices on this game. We're joined by Dev, Marta, and Pengu for this one. Maybe head on tennis as well, you know, the best of both worlds. A bit of Europe, a bit of APAC in this game.
Yeah, well, sure, exactly what we're talking about in the match. We've got that reflected here in the casters. But, Nick, what we're really here for is a funeral. It's death to groups and death to some of the teams. So we've dressed in black for the occasion.
Right.
Dressed to the occasion, I see it. But I guess the funeral is ready to start. Which team will take the first in the group? Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Metaphorically, of course.
Yeah, well, hopefully everyone's
just going to say that.
So, this is the game that I've been probably most excited for out of all the matches we've casted so far.
Just because WEIBO's here, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's 2 underdogs. Team Heretics, literally tier 2 team. 3 SI first-timers, 4 SI first-timers. WEIBO Gaming, with their storied history throughout the APAC region, are always having upsets at these international events, and they are looking like the best they have ever been. It's the battle for first in Group A, and it starts right now.
Crazy to think that a team that is not officially in Tier 1 level of competition would qualify for SI through LCQs without an orc. Heretics, before going here, were known as Project Zero. And they're beating Pro League teams in LCQs after Pro League team. And then they get an orc. They get a big name onto their belt to support them. They go here and they're actually beating everybody's expectations. I was thinking to myself, you know, they'll go here, they'll win a map, maybe 2, maybe win 1 series. And, you know, that's probably gonna be that. But they have a good shot right now at going even further beyond. But on the other side, who also has the fan prediction, WEIBO, a team that is the dark horse, the underdog, but right now, they have a very realistic chance at locking in #1 in groups, which could be the first time ever for APAC.
So I've just gone back through the history books. The last time APAC were a first-place team in a group stage was way back in Sweden. Six Invitational 2022 with Damwon Gaming, D+ Kia, now
that run.
they are known as. And that was, of course, Woogieman, Coded, and Rin's team. They did get first place in their group. But it has been 4 years since APAC have topped a group stage at the Six Invitational, and it will be the second time for it ever to have happened in SI history.
So there you go. That is just how impressive WEIBO's performance has been so far. Over the bends, of course, nothing too out of norm here in Chalet. Otherwise, I would have stopped myself and gone, oh my god, look at that! It's been Asami and Castle for the attacking side to really target that kind of fortifying position. So early spawn, he gets sent by Turret, he goes down. Robbie, one of the more experienced players in this server here, having some tier 1 experience himself, says, I own you! As he gets a phenomenal shot on the Turret. No more Tuberau, and that's paired, of course, with the Kite for this one, meaning strategically, WEIBO gonna lose a very big element to this opening, and Ape also down a half health off a secondary spawn pick attempt.
It's always hard starting it around one player down. Now WEIBO, they have been so good at their opening kills, but more so than that, they've actually been really good at converting them. They're the best team at the tournament at converting when they do find the opening kill at 86%. So Team Heretics starting things off, taking down a WEIBO player early. You really couldn't ask for a better start here on such an aggressive map as Chalet. What's more, Skeptic has just hacked so much util with that Brava as well.
Oh, that's a great C4. I'm not sure that was pre-placed on the window, a toss start at a perfect moment, but either way, it gets a kill back to a trade. Heretics, of course, the Team Heretics being, you know, lesser experienced, coming from tier 2, they're gonna play more default maps, more default attacking and defensive round strats. So I can definitely see them playing that older style Siege, have better conversions, and not take as many risks in the server. They're obviously playing pretty heavily here in the first round for an execute, right? Step 1, get a bit of map control. Step 2, get Solarium, perhaps an go for a plant, or hit a flank. U4, top mezzanine library side, has a backstep angle, gets the pick. But can they get the wall beast open? Again, Tuberau died early. There is still those kite claws on the walls.
And how are they going to clear it realistically? What util is there to speak of? They might just have to go for peaks. And yeah, unfortunately for Oscar, he's caught a bullet to the face thanks to Speakeasy. WEIBO lashing out when they need to. And now Heretics are at a bit of a standstill. 1 minute to go, and that wall still remains solid.
Side is downstairs, so the wall upstairs is only one part of the problem. There's a wall as well downstairs from dining into fireplace. They gotta start getting going here. Small Maverick lineup up, applying a bit of pressure, but no way in towards this office room. The worst case here is inside a piano, there is a deployable shield. One nade from Grubby, can clear it, but I don't think they know about this position just yet. No nades now.
Well, here he goes, straight inside, but Speakeasy is watching, and Upor is the last man standing for the European roster. 1v3, they'll have to really mess this up with WEIBO in order to give him a chance, and look at how disciplined they remain. Holding their crossfires, a player in piano behind the shields, a few taps out from Upor, but it's really going to be a done deal. Ape does overpeak a little bit, 1 HP, and the round will surely be over. WEIBO starting things very strong on Chalet.
Oh boy. It started off again so disciplined from WEIBO. I mean, the thing is, they're an APAC team, and when you say that, there's some old kind of things you hold against them. They're going to have less discipline, less strategy, etc. But WEIBO have really been a team from APAC, sure, but they have that discipline. They have strategical depth. When they're up against M80 earlier this tournament on Nighthaven Labs, they're using Capital in the highest level I've seen in a long time, with the smokes and the fires and just having good coordination and good timings. And I really think a lot of this praise can go to Gohan, the new support staff, the coach of WEIBO standing behind them, and Turtsa said it in that interview, the Generations content piece, having a coach who has been a player himself before makes a huge difference. By Turt's own words, he said, it's kind of the only way to have a coach if you want to have it at the highest level, because they know what it's like. And if there's one person you can look towards, it's got to be Gohan. There's been a very big shift positively since he joined the roster as the head coach.
Yeah, he's had a huge impact. And WEIBO for the longest time had their old bleed support staff. Of course, Mentalist was coaching for these guys for a very long time. He kind of stepped aside. Meepy did a lot of the heavy lifting. Now it's really all about Gohan. And look, the meta has been for quite some time. You pick up a Brazilian coach. It's always sad to see old guards depart from a roster. I think particularly Mentalist, you know, he was a teammate of Speakeasy for a very long time. But all good things come to a close, and you cannot deny Gohan, look, let's be real, he had a bit of a reputation back in the day.
We've all been young.
We have, and he is like, not only does he have such an overbearing presence, he is one of the loveliest guys I've met at the Six Invitational. You see him walking in the hallway and you're like, oh, he's a bit scary, but then he opens his mouth and you're like, wow, he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
And I think it's the perfect balance that WEIBO needs, strength, but also maturity.
Speaking of maturity, of course, Speakeasy, you said he played a long time with Mentalist, and Speakeasy, he's not your typical kind of IGL support player. He gets in the action very frequently, and also often MVP in domestic matches, dropping, you know, double-digit kills, games, etc. Very much leading from the front, playing the Clash, playing the Blitz. Right now, he's just lurking down bottom blue. WEIBO have been really good already in the first round. You're fighting for map control in highly contested areas. Right, last round, they're holding heavy piano control, not surrendering the verticality. Right now, they're trying to deny this basement staircase angle to not allow Ufer on the ace to get that stock wall. That's due to Speakeasy being bottom blue with the Clash shield. He needs help now to take control of basement because you cannot 1v1 a Clash.
Heretics are presented with a lot of obstacles. And so they're doing their best to, step by step, clear out some of this util. And the bulletproof camera was giving them a lot of grief in lobby. You mentioned the Clash as well. Thankfully for Heretics, they've started to seep their tendrils into the building. A lot of drone work going down. I like the Brava Twitch combo.
Yeah.
The thing that will make Heretics suffer is the time, right? It's the 6th player on the board for WEIBO. They spend all this time droning. They will run out of time to actually get their boots in the building.
Yeah, exactly. And Plant Denial, there's Toxic Babes, a lot of map control. They got the stock wall now, bit of pressure on there. Clash has also left the area, come back to top floor. That's why Ufer retook this exact position. So they breach the stair, but they couldn't use it. Hoban strikes first.
Oh, Grubby's gone down. I didn't even see where he went. Oh, here we go. This is very deadly for Speakeasy.
He's not
Takes
injured.
a hell of a lot of damage, but he does get the shield back out again. He'll try and keep Oscar at bay, but he needs some support because Oscar will win if he can close the distance on Speakeasy. Thankfully, there's a crossfire. He's baiting into Uppe for 2 big kills. Up inside of the dark corner of library. Uppe makes it his home. He silences Heretics and leaves Flexi and Upor in such a rough position. With Reaps and Speakeasy both lit up, there might be a way into it. Putting the shield down on the ground. Reaps is now going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting as Speakeasy's finished off. Flexi 1v1 as Upbe's finally finished off, but Reaps holds the line for WEIBO.
He holds the angle. It's a 4K for Flexi looking for the final one. There's 6 seconds left and still WEIBO keep on fighting and bringing that aggression back towards Team Heretic, shutting them out off the bomb site. Speakeasy on the Clash. Ridiculous sequence, right? Shot to 1 point of health very early on before the execute started. And he's top mezzanine, he's baiting, he's pushing, he's all over the place. Ape gets 2 kills off of that. Then he's bottom fireplace getting, oh, 1 guy here, 1 guy there. And yes, Speakeasy does go down, but he actually finds out where 4 different attackers were before he goes down.
Speakeasy is such an impact player without it really showing up on the scoreboard a lot of the time. Yeah, and look, he's also one of those players that just brings so many vibes to the team, and you really, really need that. I mean, when you look at this roster for WEIBO, right? You got players like Hoven, Reaps, and Ape, who this tournament have just been performing out of their minds statistically. Ape had 144 EPS in their second game, Reaps 149, Hoven 127 in their first game. Speakeasy doesn't really show up on the scoreboard a lot, but his impact is insane, and it's why he actually has, let me double check the exact number.
He does have pop-off games, to be fair.
He has the 3rd best KOST rating at the tournament. 73% of rounds, Speakeasy is having a big impact.
Remember when we were in Melbourne for domestic finals, right? And it was like going to like 2 a.m., like, you know, really late. And you go,
3 in the morning.
Who's having fun, guys? He's like, me, I'm having fun. Like, he just loves the game, genuinely.
Yeah, without a doubt, the most cooked day of Siege I have ever been a part of was that PAX qualifier in Melbourne, the qualifier for the Munich Major for APAC. And you're right, like, Speakeasy, he didn't let it get to him at all. The mental for WEIBO is incredible, which is saying a lot. When you come to a Six Invitational, you're playing against really top echelon competition, you need to be able to bounce back. You need to be able to have some fun with it.
It's funny because there's been a bit of a contrast, right? Speakeasy, untiltable. But then Turdstar, if you go back a year ago at least, had a bit of a he can tilt quite easily reputation.
Yeah.
So you have two different halves there. Smoke goes out to protect the glass. Flexi in the building. Good bit of map control. But this is WEIBO giving them Solarium, not choosing to fight back. They're playing deeper back in the bomb side.
Wow, he's extremely deep already. Speakeasy might be able to swing him, but Flexi is very aware of that. A bit too much of a premature pre-fire from Speakeasy. And now Heretics, they have a chance at locking this round in. They've got half of the site control they need. But going for a plant's going to be very challenging. Flexi has the diffuser, but he's pretty much the only one actually covering himself.
He's waiting for it.
Oh, that's the play, isn't it? Turdstar,
they're waiting for him.
Impact as well. He's being watched from below by Oscar, and Heretics dot all their I's. They cross all their T's, and they get themselves on the scoreboard here on Chalet.
This is exactly what I mean when I say Team Heretics play older school style Siege. I think you need to hit them with a little bit of a curveball or that explosive kind of newer style aggression like we saw in round number 1 and round number 2. When you give Team Heretics a default round, they have it figured out. They took Solarium because they recognized this is completely for free. Then they recognize as well, no one's playing close in bathroom and aggressive in master bedroom by the chassis or really that much in the closet. So Flexi just walks on in. Then they're thinking, okay, we got the injuries, we killed the closet player. What do we need to do now? Well, we gotta go for a default plant location and get a guy below.
Because I actually want
Heretics,
to fucking tell
tag
you guys to
timeout.
wake the fuck up in there right now, right? We seem dead slow, we seem dead fucking out of it right now. It's time we get actually into the fucking game. We're playing the game in a minute, right? The communication's off, the 3-2-1's, the coordination's off. We're having Flexi fucking repel in when nobody's even next to him. Like, we have to fucking wake up. This game can be fucking easy for us if we want to fucking actually win it.
David, let me say,
right?
we're droning shit. Like, let's say it, like, with more fucking panache, bro. Harvey, you're droning solo, guys. Solo is good.
We need mid up, we need to play with mid
Let's fucking go.
Right,
people keep saying we don't need to win this game, bro. Of course we need to win. We want to win.
guys,
We
we
always
need to
want
play
to
with
win.
fucking some desperation, right? Come on.
Yeah, guys.
Let's play with a bit of urgency, guys. Okay, let's go.
That does not sound like a team that just won a round.
I was gonna say, sometimes, I was just praising how good that looked. From the outside looking in, I was like, that's a great round. You should be happy with that one. Obviously not the case at all. And it goes to show Flexi was not getting supported apparently. People are droning but not communicating. So he rebels in a huge risk, which to us looked like they droned and they called it was clear to calculate it. But apparently it was a last-ditch effort out of like desperation, almost saying, okay, I guess I'll just go then. But it was good on paper. But obviously not happy with that one. Team Heretics, like we spoke of earlier, they have started slow every single game so far. They've lost their first opening map in every BO3 they've played so far. Then they've gone on to win some and gone off to lose one as well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they have been punching above their weight class this entire event as the only Tier 2 team. All of their games have been hard fought. Like you said, they've had to come back after losing the first map. And they are tied second place with M80, so they're doing phenomenal.
But should they have the pressure upon them?
Not
They're
at
up against
all.
M80, up against WEIBO. They're a Tier 2 team.
And exactly what we just heard in the tactical timeout. I didn't catch who said it, but I think someone said, guys, it's okay. Pressure's off. We don't have to win this game. And someone said, what do you mean? Of course we have to win this game. Like, man, these guys are not fully on the same page.
No, I mean, I get it though, right? You go into... The thing is, there's different mentals to a game. Back when I was a player, I had the mental that we're always going to lose the game that we're playing because then in my head, I'm not afraid of losing because that's the reality. Now I'm going to play to win. But then you have my former teammate Fabian going, if I ever said that out loud, dude, I would be told to never say that again because don't ever say that we're not going to win. Of course we're going to win. We're the best team in the world. It's the mental side.
Yeah.
Some players need that alleviation of pressure going, it's okay, we don't have to win. They don't actually mean it that they're going to want to lose, but...
It's interesting how like different people respond to different kinds of pressure. For some, the assumption is that you lose so that you have to work hard to win. For others, the assumption is that you win so that you gas yourself up, tell you that there is no such thing as losing this game. Heretics, though, they found their first attack. They finally broken that trend from WEIBO.
Oh, we missed it.
Yeah, he did miss that one, and unfortunately, Upor has missed his chance. An aggressive peek from Hoven. He's dueling two players, one on the window and one downstairs outside the lobby door as well. He's being droned from Library. And now from the bottom of main stairs as well, it's a Twitch drone from Oscar just to check for any extra util. They are hunting Hovland, but they're going to need some kind of util, or perhaps a Blackbeard to clear him. Out comes the nade, and he's being covered from the other side. Well done. Grubby and Flexi put pieces together and finally do away with that Indonesian player hanging out at the top of Pillar.
Thank God the nade got the kill because Grubby was a bit mistimed on the library. Rappel not kind of getting the catch off. That could have gone the wrong way. But then Tursta takes down Flex and the Blackbeard right after anyway. So Heretics, you know, they're very much in the right. Communication not quite there, right? Playing very far apart. They're playing 3 drone operators. It takes a lot of time to get in the building, but now that they're in, they gotta play closer together. Get to step 1, get into step 2, and then step 3.
Grubby's the most experienced player on this roster. Him and Oscar both know what it's like to play at International event, know what it's like to play at Tier 1. They see the gap, they have to go for it, but Turs has come around from behind. Grubby takes him down. Good. It's up to Speakeasy, and Speakeasy alone for WEIBO. 1v2, both players very low HP.
So winnable. Has no C4, but again, it's all about controlling the hatch control here, right? He knows they can go down Solarium stairs, down the kitchen hatch, and of course into Fireplace or Dining Hall. So for Team Heretics, information, where is Speakeasy at? For Speakeasy, control the hatch for as long as humanly possible. It's going to be hard to cover everything with only one person covering and one person planting.
Anyone who drops down that hatch is guaranteed to die. The shotgun actually will be perfect. He barely needs to touch them, and Skeptic will fall. Grubby drops down the hatch, needs to get up close. Speakeasy's watching with the shotgun. Surely Speakeasy can win this. But amongst the calamity, the extinguisher detonates and both players get concussed. It buys enough time for Speakeasy to clutch the round on time.
You can't fault Team Heretics too much in that one. I know it can look very easy, but that is actually an incredibly difficult 2v1. Most importantly because both attackers so low on health, they'll die to any bullets, basically.
But they needed to stack, ideally, right?
So that's the thing, right? Stacking is often a very good idea. When you're both 1 point of health, the shotgun will take you out both. There isn't told the same story. I genuinely believe the lack of utility and the fact they were so low on health gave them almost no option to get into that one.
Also had no info, right? They had to drive a drone all the way from blue just to try and find where Speakeasy was, and there was less than 20 seconds remaining by the time they started droning.
Let's go! The clutch man!
Look, all I can say is I'm glad that Speakeasy is better at Rainbow Six than he is at table tennis, but he looks the same as when he's getting thrashed at table tennis as when he's 1v2ing casually, just 1v2ing.
He's happy to be there, that's it. When he's losing table tennis and winning this thing, he's just happy to be there, James.
And look, to flip the script here a little bit, WEIBO are really good at attacking this map. They got 4 out of their 6 attack attempts against FEARX when they played this just the other day. Team Heretics also typically very good at attack. They got 4 out of 6 of their attacks when they played NIP. And also did win all 3 of their defenses, but both teams I think should expect to be having a lot of luck on their attack based on that previous result. So I think Heretics, for them, the pressure is kind of mounting because they're saying, guys, why is this harder than when we played NIP? And I think there's a very good answer. WEIBO are just on another level.
I mean, in that previous round, Grubby, such good entry, but that was once the round was already kind of lost strategically. So we want to see that kind of confidence earlier on before Team Heretics lose a player or 2. This could be a potential side rush though, right? They got Glass that can cut off Library perfectly, and Blitz with the case outside the bomb site window can jump on in, and a Thatcher to deny any throwables, or the Echo Drone in this case to deny the plant. And they get opening pick. This is the best round so far for Team Heretics. At first, you could also EMP a bunch of those ADSs and try and clear out the play on the corner. The issue is, Flex good like a smoke grenade to help the Glass, no frag grenades. So that corner position is practically unclearable, and if you toss a smoke on air jab and just go for kill.
Wow, there's a lot of options here, but Heretics keep stunning those ADSs, perhaps to try and bait out some rotation, bait out some plays from WEIBO. They can catch them off guard.
I think if they had nades on Flex, they could just EMP nade, and then they get a freebie again, hopefully. So instead, they switch the take. They go into library, piano, etc. Or sorry, piano, not the bedroom. They take it all for free. And they flip the attack because they have man advantage. Yeah. This is great.
No, and I do like the fact that they're still baiting and pretending that they're going to go for that nade-based execute, even though they don't have the grenades.
Mind you, all the ADSs are in the library corner. So these smokes on top mess and top blue, they can just really enable you for on the glass.
And a lot of this is being enabled by the fact that Reaps uncharacteristically exposed himself very early to the windows and died. Hoven also was taken low. Now, there is that Echo Drone, which is going to stun the Yoko. Wait a second! Tursta snuck all the way from up behind, taking down the Blitz. Upor will find one, looking for a second on blue stairs. If WEIBO just play passively here and fall back, then they might actually be able to persist with an advantage.
Turret up the hatch as well, so the flank is off. Back to a 4v3. They got full top floor control, 40 seconds. But the issue is now they've lost the blitz. Planting, much more difficult. All they have to work with is a single smoke from Flexi to try and get down that diffuser. They're creeping right below the hatch.
All 3 Yokai's gone for WEIBO, so no plan denial. It's all about the plays. Ape is aggressive underneath that hatch. He's also vulnerable in the default plant spot. He might be able to take down Grubby, and that pick flips the script again for WEIBO. They look to try and finish him off, but they don't know where he's gone. Upor underneath the hatch finally gets Ape. A 2v3 now for Speakeasy and Turdstar. As Turdstar gets caught out, he finds one. It's all up to Turd. 1v2 into the post plan, and it's all up to the Vigil. Does he have info on where Upor and Oscar will reside? No util for Upor, no smokes. It's all up to Turdstar and his gun skill, and he sees the first, but Oscar will get him dead to rights with the L85. A second round on the board for Team Heretics.
And they finally fight back. That was Team Heretics in control the entire round, despite what I do believe was missing utility for that library corner player, the Jaeger. They said, guys, don't worry about it. Let's take 2 seconds. What are we going to do instead? And there was, again, no real hesitation. Yes, they get flanked by Turdstar and the Vigil because they had to skip a step to speed up the round, but Turdstar only gets one kill on the flank, then falls back, drops down Kitchen, and they have full top bar control again. And once this first player died of Skeptic, I do believe that's a pretty good flank drone because they are not worried about that flank any longer for the rest of the round. So they had the drone, just didn't watch it.
Put under pressure the whole round through by Turdstar on that flank. Oh, he's a little bit tilted at losing that fight, though. He feels like he did his job that round. He went for his flank, he got his one, guys. Gets back to site, he's still putting on pressure. He even managed to fight back on site and take down the player in lobby as well. And then he still had to 1v2. We talked about mental. Turdstar is that one player on WEIBO that we would sometimes think maybe if anyone's going to tilt, it might be him. But he has really matured a lot. And I think under the guidance of Gohan, it might be able to bring WEIBO into that next level for players like Turdstar who, you know, once upon a time were young up-and-coming gunners. And now pretty much every single player on this roster for WEIBO is very experienced.
Also a good example last round of defenders investing a lot into one area of the map. Right? I believe it was all 3 ADSs in library, and then there are runic gates on the windows with top missing and top blue stairs. Where it's like, well, the ADSs, they will regenerate and they'll do a lot more long-term. Runic gates, they kind of burn one thing and it's 35 seconds worth of recharge. So it did feel a bit like they were really trying to deny and hold library control. But Team Heretics, with a simple smoke grenade and a glass, and like, rip right through it, right? They all fell back and died.
And the Thatcher pick as well.
That means
Heretics have done a great job of adopting the new meta. Thatcher really is just so perfect for that these days.
But look at the lineup. So this is so old school Siege. Like Thatcher's back in the meta for them. They're playing Twitch all the time. IQ on the board. It's very simple in the best way here for Team Heretics. All they need, genuinely, is that confidence on the entry to get the first gunfight on the board. When they get opening pick, they're on fire. But when they get locked out because WEIBO aren't swinging first, they aren't giving them anything for free, that's where they're stuck on the roof for over half the round. And then they gotta be forced into a desperate act of entry.
That's exactly right.
That's a nade.
Ooh, good one as well. Hoven has no choice but to take a bit of damage so that he doesn't expose himself to the library windows. I like this from WEIBO. A slower start to the round. Force Heretics to make the first move. And they do. A jump into library for Upor. Grubby is just waiting out on the Jigsaw balcony, hoping that someone will expose themselves to his position. But again, it's very slow from Heretics. If WEIBO don't give them a chance, they might not find they're in.
They could grenade him and lion charge and force him to make the move on the top mezzanine, just to give Upor the advantage in the gunfight. That repping is all he needs for confidence.
Oh, big kill though. Reeds over-peaking. Turdstar elsewhere will find Flexi though. Hoven is under the pump like crazy right now, but he actually manages to stray. It's the player on site with the extended hold, and the crossfires work perfectly. Ape and Hoven together. They team up for WEIBO, and they've locked Heretics out of this round. An impact to finish off. Poor Upor at the top of blue stairs. It's all up to Skeptic and Grubby now. There's so much crossfire here for WEIBO. A player down inside a dining. It's Turd. He's got info from red pings as well. Doesn't get much worse than this for Heretics.
such a strong setup here from WEIBO. Crossfires everywhere, people playing together, nobody's isolated. You thought the player was listening, oh, he's gonna be so done for. No, everybody's watching his cross. Skeptic, Grubby, 1 HP apiece. They're waiting, they're watching, they're shooting back, and they are locking out Team Heretics. Grubby will find one. They'll jump out to look for him. They want that final kill. Turns the swings wide. WEIBO secure another dominant round.
A big round for Ape at his first Six Invitational. And WEIBO 4-2 split on their defense. They are putting Heretics under the pump on Chalet as we move into the second half. Heretics have to be so proficient on this defensive side to make up for the fact that they got 2 less rounds against WEIBO than they did against NIP on that attack.
And it's just missing energy. Grubby's been screaming every single kill cam I've seen in the previous games, and I know we say they start slow, they've always lost the first map in the BO3, but I'm not seeing that energy that we have seen before, that fire to just keep pushing through. So it seems a bit more frustrating for them, definitely. Even when they got that first round victory on the top floor attack and they call attack timeout, and everybody's like on a different page.
And that's the problem. Heretics took their tactical timeout when they were down 1-2.
Yeah, after a round victory.
After winning a round. Now they don't have the tactical timeout to call when they're down 4-2. If this goes 5-2 here, that's when you want your tactical. But they've blundered it. They wasted it 3 rounds into the game.
Well, so this is the thing, right? There are teams that will call attack timeout the second they hit match point against them. So like, let's say they're 4-6 down. Oh, tag timeout, guys. Let's make a comeback happen now. But now you're forced into OT as a best-case scenario or losing regulation. I'm a huge fan of calling a tag timeout and getting ahead of the problem before you go down 3, 4, 5 rounds, whatever. But I just haven't seen that
too early.
I don't think it's too early necessarily, but I don't think they've gotten the right result from it because it's the same issues they had for the remainder of the attacking rounds.
Look, to be blunt, that didn't feel like a tactical timeout. It felt like mental, an extra 60 seconds to argue, which just didn't feel productive.
We're trying to get on the same page, talk about the problems. And this is the thing, when you have lesser experienced teams, because while Team Heretics have some individually experienced players, as a roster, they are pretty damn new.
And here's a question for you. What do you do when you're mid-game and you have conflict that you need to resolve? Like, do you just have to be like, guys, pause on this, just pause, reset? We'll talk about that after the game. Right now, we just have to talk about what is relevant for the game right now.
You know how every team needs like an entry, a support, a coach? Well, every team needs a daddy. Somebody who has the final say when the kids are fighting.
Yeah.
We had Fabian. He would say, you shut up, you're being silly, listen to me, talk about it after.
Yeah.
Cut it.
And the thing about having a daddy is, look, if you do what daddy says and... sorry.
Yeah?
If you do what daddy says and it fails, then that's daddy's fault. Right?
Exactly. You take... that's the thing. If I say, hey, you go push this guy, it's a free kill. If you go in and there was like a C4 pre-play so it wasn't free, then that person...
That's not on you. That's not on the entry.
I told you to do it.
It's on the IGL.
Yeah. So if you get told to do something, you follow that plan, then it is on the person calling the plan. So do not get upset or angry or tilted. You are following orders, so to speak. WEIBO, things have now flipped. They're on the attacking side. And the thing about WEIBO is that they can play your structured 1, 2, 3 kind of rounds. They can also just send it in the building out of nowhere. And when there's a lion and a sense on the board, that opens things up for aggression and for out of nowhere kind of plays.
Oh, a quick rappel in for Speakeasy. Got players on 2 windows, but Flexi wins his first fight. Good trade from Thursday. It's a 3-2-1 and straight into the building for WEIBO. The fire as well, the cutoff. So Thursday has support. Every single piece of this WEIBO attack is working together.
It's so good.
They isolate him downstairs as well. He does manage to get one, does Upor, before we move into the 3v2, but WEIBO still have the advantage and they're still droning it up.
So smart how to catch the player, shoot the drone hill and swing down the staircase, but look at this, Grubby's fighting back. He needs to deny one player. Instead, Oscar finds Reaps. Grubby in a lot of fire, but good established.
This is perfect from Oscar. Now Hoven's the last man standing as the 2 most experienced players on Heretics look to try and clutch up the 2v3. And you're right, there must be a Valkyrie camera somewhere on Hoven. They're hard to spot. No,
it is a Valcam, my friend. Don't doubt it.
Where is it, he says?
There is no Mossy. Even I don't know where it is, but I see they're watching it. And they know now, due to those pre-fires, that it's somewhere in this room. They see the staircase. Look at the discipline between Heretics. They're playing close together, doubling up on the same angle, using Grubby as bait.
Yeah, that's right. Doubling for the same angle. He could have collided them. He gets the down on the first one. The trade comes through, and Heretics weather the storm. They close the gap. One more round, and they will be tied with WEIBO.
Very good problem solving from Team Heretics, saying we cannot let them go for an execute. They are up in numbers. They fight bathroom, they fight master bedroom closet. They need to go, not even in numbers, they need to get more kills. Then they have people falling apart. So they lost 3, now they gotta get 3 or 4 kills in response, and they actually get it. Somehow, somebody, Oscar swings the bathroom door and saves Grubby. But this right here was a great play.
Swapping back!
The player outside was shooting the drone hole on Trophy to force the Valkyrie flying and to be like, what's going on? To enable his teammate to then walk down Solarium stairs and get a 1-for-1 trade. This is essentially WEIBO playing a 2v1, but they're so far apart but still helping each other to get that gunfight victory. We sometimes see people go, okay, we know there's a guy flanking, nobody shoot. Let him flank, I'm watching the passive angle. But then if you miss that 50-50 gunfight, he sprints past your angle, now the flank is wide open. So instead, they start pre-firing, knowing the guy's flanking, and it becomes a, we know you're here, make a decision or you will die regardless. Team Heretics, they needed that round victory.
Yeah, they really did. Especially when WEIBO started so strong for Team Heretics to be able to come back and then win that round so well, so skillfully. That gives you a little bit of confidence, knowing that next time WEIBO find an opening kill, next time WEIBO find an early advantage, it's not all over. Oh, another opening kill. Wow, there's a wallbang as well. Great drone work from both of these teams so far in this match.
Yeah.
Oh, there's also a drone deep into sight in stock as well. Great catch from our observing team.
When you get those drones in there, they're never gonna get found because you're gonna be like, oh no, the bomb site's ours, guys, right? No one's gonna have information here. But you'd be wrong. No, the thing is, with Team Heretics, when you lose a player early here in Chalet, it's gonna feel like the only option for you as a player in the server is to go aggressive and lash out for another kill, get back to a 4v4, because you need more bodies than your opponent to cover all the angles, right? You got staircase, you got the office push, you got the office wall, the window, the drone is good. Can they catch him though? That's great.
Look, if he wasn't Azami, he's dead right there.
Yeah.
Oscar played that well, but so did WEIBO, to be fair. I mean, that drone came out in the perfect timing.
Well, it saved, arguably saved the round.
Yeah.
He was deep in there. But you see the issue now, Team Heretics, they're gonna get attacked from every single side all at once. The odds of winning that round when the pressure's against you is very slim. And also, mind you, they need to have one player on side at all times in case of a side rush. So it's effectively 3v5 top 4.
Yeah. WEIBO know exactly where these players are as well because of the drone work that has been so good. Going for the aggressive peek, it's speakeasy, but
they drop.
Yeah, and the FNAT mine is really making this a lot slower. Skeptic is able to find a good nitro as Reaps jumped into library, but still, as we reposition for WEIBO, they are winning this round.
The issue is going to be plant denial. Again, if they just drop the hatch with the Blackbeard and they smoke off or flash off one single angle, a plant should be able to go down. So again, Team Heretics...
Oh, Turd's watching.
Gotta get a flank.
It's a flank on West Main.
They know.
Grubby's been watching, but both players seemingly aware of each other. And Grubby will look to fall back towards Blue.
Hit the side.
He can help you, Paul, but of course that does mean that WEIBO have the numbers advantage on site. Now the gap's been found by Ape and Speakeasy together. Grubby, they knew he was in the basement, and he's had to make his way back up into Fireplace, but Speakeasy spotted him with the Blackbeard. Big 2K for the IGL, and WEIBO find their 5th.
I think the end of that round really shows the maturity levels for WEIBO. And again, I want to praise Gohan, who's behind them, because I feel like that is going to be the Gohan effect. I have seen so many times in the past, WEIBO would spot a person roaming in that 5v3 and go, guys, only 2 people by the bomb site, let's rush it right now. And they are sprinting in and they will die because they quite literally can't shoot back while they're sprinting. Instead, they go, guys, there's a person West Main, he's gonna go back to the bomb site, either blue stairs or Fireplace stairs. That's gonna take about 10 to 12 seconds. That means they can spend that first 10 seconds carefully walking down the staircases, guns up ADS, utilize the Blackbeard and the Fire Spring and the smoke, and then get deep in the bomb site. So instead of rushing and getting there in 4 seconds and maybe dying, they take 10 seconds, but they're successful. By the time Grubby is back on those staircases by the bomb site, it's too late, they're planting, they're deep, they have the full control, and more importantly, nobody died in the city lane. because that has been WEIBO's issue so many times before. They will die in really silly ways when they get significant numbers advantage. Maturity.
Discipline and refinement have been the name of the game since Gohan joined this roster as their coach. Now this is WEIBO's map pick, Chalet. Next, we will go to Cafe, regardless of the result here. The second map in our BO3. I saw Heretics already had their Cafe booklets on the table, ready to go for map 2.
That's good.
So look, even if WEIBO do win here, I wouldn't put it past Heretics to fight back. We've seen them lose the first map already in 3 different series at SI, and they've won 2 of those games. You certainly can't afford to just give up here on this map. There's still plenty of legs in it for Heretics.
Definitely. I mean, you get 1 round, you're only 1 round behind, and it's 4 or 5, so 1 round at a time is all you need. But right now, focus on Oscar playing top mess with the Asami. One of the most difficult spots, maybe the most difficult spot here on Chalet. So much against you, no support, and there's also no Jaeger or Amai. The Green Bees are coming out, the Black gets watching from him, drops on down, they're watching from Fabi's door. Can he get out? He has a keeper.
He could protect himself with that last keeper barrier. That one might actually just be enough, and indeed he does fall back. So Heretics get their pick and they get away with their life, but not for long enough. Oscar was caught. Speakeasy managed to get into mud, but somehow Uport gets an angle around the shield and trades back to Blackbeard, so Heretics do indeed get the last laugh.
Huge pick. So they got 2 kills, they got rid of Blackbeard and the Capitao, 2 Grim Beats are gone, and half or a third of the flashes. This means a ton of utility wasted to gain very little map ground, and this is why playing Mezzanine is so difficult. Finding that perfect balance of overstaying or falling back too early can be very tricky, but I think Oscar really found the middle line really nicely, and his teammates also supporting him on the fallback. Toxic Babe tossed out to stop the aggression, but look at this, they found a way in elsewhere.
Loading new magazine!
In office.
SMG-11 does land true, though, for Flexi. I thought they might have been aware, and he finds another one! Up8 deleted. Reaps 1v4, the most decisive round yet for Heretics, and it's all thanks to this man. Flexi fires up, and only 1 round behind are Heretics again.
Exactly, 1 round at a time. You get 1 more, now you're tied up 5-5. That's the mentality right now. Just focus on what's happening in the following 3 minutes and talk very briefly about, guys, what are their habits? How do they attack library? Was it 2 people double window? Was the guy single window? Did they go in downstairs in pool table and games? It's those small conversations you need to be having constantly to keep up. Okay, what are your opponent's habits? What do they do? How can we punish it? So you gotta share the knowledge across the map.
Grubby doesn't care what the score is. Heretics have really built a solid foundation here on Chalet. It took them a little bit of time to find their mojo, but they are very competitive in this game. And I think this was a telling moment as well. Both of these teams keep on fighting for those refrags, for those trades. Heretics find the first kill. WEIBO makes sure to hunt down Oscar, but then Flexi is there to trade him back again. He's Scottish, isn't he?
There's an accent on
I
that
didn't
one.
know that Heretics' coach was Scottish, and then I just heard that in their tag timeout before. I was like, ooh, there's an accent we don't get to hear very often. I love it.
I feel like when I hear an accent that I'm not commonly hearing, I gotta like dial it in for a few seconds when it first gets heard, you know?
Yeah.
When that tag time started, I was like, what language is this? Oh, it's English. Okay. Which? Oh, it's Scottish. Okay.
Well, we're so used to listening to different languages. It is funny when you hear a language that you know, but an accent that you don't, and you're like, oh, no, they are speaking. Or is someone speaking with like a second language?
I mean, we got very used to hearing the like Brazilian, Spanish, Portuguese accent when they speak English, because all the supporting staff, like half the teams in the world are from Brazil. Like Dark from FEARX, I feel like his accent is so easy to understand now for me, but when he first started with FEARX, I was like, what is this guy saying? Just because I'm unfamiliar with the way that they speak. So welcome addition, different iterations and ways to think about things and talk about things. And it does seem like Team Heretics supports that to run a firm hand when it comes to the expectations of the boys and how we're performing. But I think when you have a younger roster, so to speak, Firm could be very good. And Team Heretics, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but they're very disciplined in the server, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I've just looked back, because originally when I did my nose for Heretics, they didn't have a coach. But now they're working with DMC, who's the Scotsman standing behind them right now. Previously from Space Station. Hold that thought for a sec. Speakeasy is going to get very aggressive. Wow, Upor's really feeling the pressure.
He's dead.
This nade should surely finish him off.
He's
no.
alive?
Somehow, but not for much longer, because Turtsa does continue pushing for that refrag. However, without the Blackbeard, this round will be a little bit more difficult. Thankfully, both of the AKs come to life for Turd and Uppe and bring the numbers back to WEIBO's advantage.
Honestly, it feels like a bit of a lack of verticality there in Solarium. They're not really pressuring anybody from above looking down. So it's a very horizontal attack and defense, which obviously going to favor WEIBO because they have significant numbers advantage. You know, they can take 5 attackers on Solarium and just take down that one player. So Team Heretics maybe not expecting a Solarium push at all. But it did indeed happen. Deimos checker downstairs. You've seen this one before. So tricky. Tubarão counters it though. Actually can use Jammer.
Yeah, but of course the Tubarão using that freeze does mean that it basically says exactly where he is. You're right though. No player on big window means there's so much mobility here for Heretics. And yeah, they have just died. So
couldn't find the target.
Comms from our ops team. Apparently, yeah, the player on big window died. I'm not sure if that was a Nitro cell. I didn't manage to catch that while it was happening.
Great timing.
But yes, this has been really well played by Heretics. They continue to just run away from WEIBO. And the Tubarão has been a perfect counter to that Deimos. One more track comes through. He still has one more freeze. And down it goes. Oh. He's still trying to hunt him. But there's just no time left. There's no chance for WEIBO here this round. Flexi is going to take down Hoven. And another one as well. MVP of the round, back-to-back for Flexi.
There's the fire from Grobby. I was telling you, it was missing this entire time, but slowly and surely, he is getting fired up. An awkward change that happened actually to the EMPs recently because the Tubarão freeze actually first, look, WEIBO tag time
out. We have one problem. We have the advantage, we have the strong positions, but instead of play together, just hold for aggression. We are trying to do something crazy. Like this time, Tubarão, bro, you can track the Tubarão, bro. We're gonna still freezing. Just play together, bro. Everyone. In time you track, we're gonna throw the ice and you just fight for, you know, for refrag. So next round, guys, pay attention on this, okay? This is the only problem we have. So in time, the time is getting to 1 minute, 50 seconds. You guys already know the information. We just go for refrag, you know? We don't need crazy stuff. We don't need a perfect play. We just need to still making progress in the round, okay? Very easy, guys. Very easy.
Energy,
We're the best, guys. Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Let's win the shit, guys.
There is that maturity, that knowledge, that leadership from Gohan.
This is just, it's so polar opposite to the Gohan that played at Six Invitational 7 years ago in 2019. And all of the drama that happened surrounding him. And now he is just so zen. And that advice was so good as well. I really like how he said we don't have to play perfect. We just have to make progress.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, if you're standing in a queue in real life in a grocery store and you're not moving at all, that, to me at least, feels infinitely worse than just slow and steady, like micro steps every now and again, right? And I think the same philosophy can be taken into a siege round where when the round is completely stagnant and you're not making any progress at all, you'll learn to go, this isn't working, got time for plan B. Let's just do this crazy thing. If you're making teeny tiny improvements or steps across the board, that's completely fine. And I think in that one, it felt like if you Deimos strike the Tubarão, you feel like you might be making progress if you're the Deimos, because you feel like the dopamine, oh, I can track him. But the other 3 people are like, bro, we're not getting anything done. Like, come on, let's do something. And he's right. Striker and Tubarão, they're going to trade 1 for 1. Deimos striker, Tubarão freeze, nothing actually happens. You're not progressing at all. And the funny thing I was going to say is, they changed how EMPs affect scopes recently. Yeah. So it used to be only the 1x holographic scopes could be EMP'd, but now the ACOG, every scope, gets equally nullified.
And that, of course, gets affected by the freeze effect.
So when you're Tubarão, you can't see anything with the scope.
It's very awkward because you kind of have to guess where your bullets are going in the middle of the screen.
There's a little fun thing that happened a few weeks ago. Still very present, very new to the game.
We're seeing the Ying for what feels like the first time here for WEIBO, but Upor has the Warden, and it looks like it was actually a bait because the execute was happening down on site. Speakeasy does get taken down. Turtsa finds his opening though with the Glaz. Now with more than 2 minutes to go, Yes, WEIBO haven't got plant, and they haven't got side control, but they've got a 4v2. They can full reset the round.
They have everything but that. They have the 4v2, they still got the power operators. Up they go to another. Now they can set it, right? 4v1, let's just go, boys.
They know exactly where he is, and, well, Grubby is able to take one down. He's hit 10 kills. Don't underestimate this player. It's very winnable. Flashbang goes out. There is info here. The Heretics fed to Grubby. But the plan is now confirmed. Hoven's low HP, but Uppe and Reaps have both gotten outside. They don't need to overcommit to this. They could send a drone in if they wanted to. There's even a Claymore under this window. All they have to do is deny the plant and not get baited into it. 30 seconds, and Grubby's going to have to keep on going. There's also a vertical angle here for Hoven in Library. He could just shoot through the floor. Grubby has to go and take that fight because he cannot defuse while Hoven is alive, and Hoven knows that he was going upstairs, so he just goes back outside again. Now there's a player on the window watching for him. WEIBO are toying with their food, and they lock the heck in after the tactical timeout. Gohan, very happy with his boys.
I love myself a good pocket strat. What I really like about that one is how we're starting to see more and more use of the Thatcher rework. So often we see it being you're planting and you're covering the C4s purely for the plant denial. But in this case, Blackbeard and Glass both go in, and instead of the Thatcher watching for the plant cover, he's just simply expecting a C4 to be tossed into the smoke of the glass and take him out. So Thatcher is actually covering the glass once Blackbeard goes down, expecting a second C4. Just sitting there, gadget out, knowing I can't see through the smoke, I can't get a kill, but I can try and enable my glass even further by denying any gadget tossed his way. Super, super smart.
And look at how calm they are after winning that round. Saw it coming a mile away. The round was won in the first minute with that play, that immediately strat. And then one thing that we talked a lot about, I can't remember who it was that originally said it a few days ago, but APAC, something that has historically this region has struggled with, isn't necessarily aggression, isn't necessarily creativity. Actually, one of the most aggressive and creative regions definitely in the world. But it's throwing those advantages. You know, Kagging back in the day when the Japanese would come here, it's those 4v2s that you really should never be losing. Always seem to slip through their fingers because of a lack of discipline. And that is the most disciplined WEIBO I've ever seen.
I mean, it goes back to Gohan's tactical timeout, saying, guys, we got the advantage. Let's not do anything crazy. Just play smart together. It is, again, utilizing your advantage of manpower as a tool. Because you can 2v1, you can 3v2, you can just literally increase your odds of winning so drastically by having more guns in the same direction than your opponent.
Doesn't matter if you win with a massive ace or a clutch play or a crazy strat, or if you just win because you locked in your 4v2.
That's it.
A round win is a round win.
We ace together, we get ace together, we lose together, we win together. That's the mentality. It's not my ace, it is our ace.
And look, to be honest, for a team that has kind of faced some roster question marks in the past, you know, Turdstill was benched back in the Bleed days before being brought, and then picked up again. And, you know, there was obviously everything that happened with Mentalists. WEIBO are looking like a real solid roster, a real team. They are looking in sync. They are looking like they want to be playing together. And they look like they can refrag like crazy. Reaps for a double. As Heretics try and consolidate their advantage after the opening pick, they fall back to side, and both of them will fall. Oscar's now isolated. He's been sold by his team. And the rug is being pulled out from underneath Heretics' feet on the bomb side, leaving Oscar all alone on the mezzanine. Skeptic low HP as Oscar gets targeted. Reaps will find the third. Skeptic 1v4 as WEIBO continue to exert their dominance here at the Six Invitational.
Just one more bullet. Demo shot coming out. You are absolutely screwed, Skeptic. What are you going to do? You got no side, you got no friends. It's only a matter of time before you will go into the grave.
1 HP, but no dream for Skeptic. The underdogs are brawling in the pits, but WEIBO will land the first blow on Chalet.
Clinical final round. Reaps catching both people rotating back, and then what I really liked was Oscar on the Fenrir. He snuck back into that start position of mezzanine, and I'm thinking that's a sneaky play. They're not gonna see it coming, but they naded, they flashed, and they were very ready. This thing is, right, Team HERETICS, they always lose the first map. What can happen? We'll find out after the break.
We're here with WEIBO. Turd is joining us on here, and you guys just locked in #1 in your group. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling great. Kind of in the middle of a game right now, so hoping to go back and do some prep for the next map, but it feels good and just give us more confidence going to the next map.
What's trajectory like from then on? Now, of course, the game is not over. You still have that second map. What's the focus in for it?
Yeah, so the focus is to win the next map, hopefully. And after that, I think we have a break day tomorrow, and then straight into, I think we have a game the next day, right? Yep. Upper bracket quarterfinals or something. So hopefully win that, qualify for main stage. That's like the big goal. The biggest goal is like winning the event, but the smaller goals like qualifying for main stage. So yeah, just one game at a time, and hopefully we can play on main stage.
Back to you.
One game at a time, but so far with this one map, they lock in first position. Absolutely amazing stuff.
He did not realize that they made it first of the group, no? I don't think they know. They're just walking past us, and I'm not sure they know. But they're top of their group.
So just to clarify, WEIBO will be top of their group regardless of what happens from here on out.
Say it louder, Jack.
I hope they now know it, Instead, they're memeing, they're chilling. What that also means is WEIBO are now one win away from main stage, which is absolutely sensational from them. They still have a map to play, but I thought they were really, really good on Chalet. I loved their defensive setup. We saw so much Aruni, Malusi, we saw Clash, we saw Fenrir, we saw Denari, we saw Traps, and realistically, it was so good against Heretics' attack style.
Yeah, and comes to the attack, we see a completely different playstyle. We're not poking around, we're not setting up traps, but if you look at this, you see Speakeasy on the Blackbird almost every round, 5 rounds out of 6, and if you think about it, they bring the hard breacher, and on the side, they have utility usage. Whether it's a Capitao, whether it's a Sense, everything is made to have an easier execute. Where on the side of Heretics, they were focusing on poking around and playing cheesy operators. We, on the side of WEIBO, are looking at team play, cohesion, a lot of utility. Completely different setup, but it worked well for them. Take the upper end, and that's it. That's a first map for them. But at the same time, I would say Heretics kind of a diesel. They need a little time to warm up.
Yeah, they tend to, well, again, they've lost the first map of the series. Just on the side of Heretics, just a quick shout out to Flexi. I think we were quite impressed by how flexible he was.
Yes.
Playing multiple different operators, what do you call it, Leo? 11?
11 operators, 11 different operators
in
out of
12 rounds. That's on an individual basis, I thought he had a particularly good series for the side of Heretics. And I think for them, actually, it's going to be another game where they look back at it and think, we could have won that. We were competitive in that map, in that fixture. Like they've been in a lot of the maps that they've lost, but ultimately didn't go over the line.
So far, the script is working out, right? I mean, Heretics lost the first map, as we see often in these best of threes. WEIBO being good on their attacks, which you've seen so far in this event as well. Now, what does the script say for the next map? We're going to Cafe, which is WEIBO's pick.
I'm very interested in that pick. WEIBO picking it makes sense, right? But I'm just focusing on the Heretics now because they're on the back foot. We've seen them played against NIP. Incredible display of force, 7-1 against NIP. That was a really good one.
Yep.
After that, we saw them play it against M80, and they struggled, Jack, 7-3 loss. But I think they learned a lot from it. They were excited to go back on that map today. And if you look at the side of WEIBO, they 7-0'd FEARX on it, obviously, and 6 rounds were in attack,
on the attack as well. That was incredible.
So we're looking at two teams that love the map, and I think that Heretics can learn from the defeat yesterday and improve a lot from that.
So for WEIBO, there's now no pressure. Like whether they know it or not, we still don't know if that's confirmed, but there's no pressure on them, doesn't matter what they do. For Heretics, the pressure does still exist, because realistically, they're now in a direct fight with M80 for the top 2 positions. So they still need to be looking to win this fixture out to try and secure top 2. Obviously, it's then dependent on what M80 do later on, but that is the fight that they've got. Because realistically, Heretics being the tier 2 team coming in from EU, if they're in their third positions with the fact that the top place second team picks their opponent, they are very likely going to get picked by a very, very good second place team. So, for them, getting second place themselves is massive.
It's massive. It's
maybe more than most other teams in this tournament.
Exactly. Because as a reminder, if they are third place, they cannot pick their opponent, but if they're second, they can. And like you said, they will most likely be picked if they're third.
Exactly. That's how it's looking with these groups so far. But as we can see, the final words are being said between the players and the coach ahead of this second map here. The second map is ready as well, so we'll send you back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne, and everybody on the analyst team. Guess what, Nick? It is time to figure out if we're going to have another comeback for Heretics or if WEIBO will rocket through undefeated into the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Yep, and the fan vote says WEIBO Gaming a month. I understand why. They're the dark horse, they're doing really, really well. And as the players now for sure knows, they are locked in first. So, yeah.
It's a big opportunity now for WEIBO. They are top of their group, but will they be undefeated? It's Heretics who look to stop them. Let's find out here on Cafe.
So let's see the operators if things will change around, because Chalet and Cafe are not all that similar. You can't just play the trap operators and take the fighting. We're talking much more window repels, a lot more utility where you gotta clear out your very specific corner, especially around piano, freezer, top wide, etc. Operator bans because of these things. Information is very important, right? Monty and Solus in the first rotation, that is very Cafe tailored.
Very much so, and you see the Aruni go through as well from WEIBO. They're really targeting, for one, the retake ability. I mean, Solus is all about plant denials and retakes.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it also sees like the claim off of jump outs, the nomad traps, etc.
Which is, there's a lot of aggro on Cafe, a lot of windows to jump out on such a repel-centric map.
Yeah. It's one of those things where if you know what's outside the window, you could go for it, but without the Solus, it's like, do we even dare want to try for that?
And the Aruni is an operator we very rarely see banned, but her pick rate's gone through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, Fraser's praising it, Anshule saying, I love how we're seeing operators like XYZ, but he mentioned Aruni as one of them, and it's true. I do think Aruni falls into a category of underrated, because it's kind of like you get denial if they toss anything into it, but you also get information, almost like a Valcam that has a singular life, because they can't walk through that door without you knowing if the laser gates are up.
And speaking of underrated, you know who I want to talk about for a second, Nick?
Is it going to be Flexi?
It's going to be Flexi.
Okay.
This guy was an absolute gamer on map 1. Unbelievable stats from him. He's actually the 8th best player in Paris with an average EPS of 115. He's even outdone that by 1, despite losing the first map reasonably convincingly. What was it in the end? 7-5? 7-4?
7-5.
I mean, Flexi, he has been really living up to the name and flexing his muscles when it comes to those individual hero plays. The analysts said it well. Heretics have had some big individual moments, like from Flexi, but when it comes to team play, WEIBO are the kings.
I mean, the thing is, for a long time, WEIBO, they were the Reaps team. He was having 20 kills every game, and there was a lot of dependency on just him. Then I feel like we saw the Turtster era, not that long ago, actually. He was popping off every single game. They made the Speakeasy era. He was popping off every single game. WEIBO right now, a much more well-oiled machine where everyone gets into the action. You'll see it here. Speakeasy versus Grobby, the two very vocal players, also pretty evenly matched up against each other. But, I mean, Chalet was a close map.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Team Heretics and you had a slow start, as you always seem to have at this event, having a close loss is phenomenal. I mean, it should set you up really well for the second map, and we spoke briefly between maps that Cafe should be a very strong choice here for Team Heretics.
Very much. And look, just shouting out names of players here who are performing really well. I want to give a shout out to Ape, the guy on your screen right now. He plays, oh, he was on your screen for a second. He plays a lot more of a passive role typically, and he has a lot of support responsibilities on the team, but he's actually the second highest rated player on WEIBO at this tournament so far, and it is his first Six Invitational. He played formerly for that Elevate roster with Speakeasy when the old WEIBO team was known as Team Joel or Bleed. And so this is actually his debut opportunity. He did play at one of the majors with Elevate, and very, very long time ago he played at the Berlin major with Gaming Gladiators, if you cast your mind all the way back. So he's still been around the block a few times, but an SI debutant nonetheless. Now, we've just gotten into the game. We are about to get back into it. Thanks for your patience, guys, while we just worked out how to get the game started again, but we're into it now. And yeah, here are some stats from Up. 103, this is for this game, so not quite crazy, but you know, you
pretty good.
Compare it to Skeptic on the other side, who has struggled a lot so far in this match.
Again, some people start slow and some people they do not. I feel like that could just be the story here.
I actually have a little stat, sorry if I can interrupt, for Ape. He's actually got the tied second most 3Ks at the tournament. 7 3Ks so far.
That's one of those obscure stats that people have.
Actually, dude, I scrolled through some obscure stats last night. I got well and deep into the spreadsheets.
I like it. What do you say, 7 3Ks?
7 3Ks in the tournament.
That's pretty good.
In 3 maps?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, 3 matches?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, very good, especially considering he's more of a backline player typically. I mean, look at him on the Nomad right now.
Again, I feel like Nomad is really excellent, especially when you ban out the Solus, because now you can get a little bit more value out of it. Of course, you can still rip down a door or barricade in a window and you hear the air jab like ringing, but when you're walking into the unknown, air jabs just have a much higher chance of working out, whereas against Solus, you always know where they are. You can share that with your team. Team HERETICS, they will start off with a duo of an operator pool that we haven't seen much of until recent history. Mozzie and Mute combined together. Now, Mute did go through a couple of changes. Of course, you got arguably nerfs against wall denial. Selma charge from Ace don't get Mute jammed. The secondary heartbeats can openers also no longer gets affected by the Mute jammers. So Mute is more of a drone denial, info denial operator than a heartbeat denial operator. And with Mozzie getting a secondary shotgun back like he had with the Super Shorty way back in the day, you can pair these together to really deny the drone information from the attackers. Twitch drone got the mirror window to start all things off. Great start for WEIBO.
Yeah, it's funny because despite the Mozzie and the Mute, we're still seeing so much good drone work here from WEIBO. You mentioned the Twitch. We also just saw a default drone, a normal drone, I should say, catching some of these positions. HERETICS are trying to obfuscate the information so they can go for plays, and it works for Grubby, who does take down Turdster, the main hard breach, and in fact only hard breach ability for WEIBO with the Nitro Cell. I didn't see where that went from. I think it was just in washrooms, maybe onto the white window repel.
Somewhere around red, I believe, or down. Yeah, I'm not sure either
way. He's in washroom, so it would make most sense if that C4 was on. Oh, no, wow, that was a big nuke. That was all the way into Cigar.
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be rough now for Turdster. There's far fewer counters to these mirror windows, and still the mirror in washrooms is up and alive.
Yeah, it's going to make the entries a bit more difficult as well. And no more Twitch drones from Hobbin, so yeah, what do you do? Jump out elsewhere. Oh, get to goes down. C4 misses, actually.
Another C4 though, and a jump out at the same time. So HERETICS are looking to get aggressive despite having been in the advantage. Upor, a nice shot from him though, on the white stairs. He was being flanked from below, I believe. But WEIBO have struggled to even take control of the top floor. Oh my. Grubby has had a huge impact upstairs. It's going to be a first round in the books for HERETICS. Speakeasy has a lot to do, and WEIBO didn't even successfully take control of the top floor. So a very decisive round to kick things off on Cafe.
I mean, you lose the hard breach early, only clear out one mirror window, and mind you, the bomb site is below, as you said, so it's like, even getting top floor control is half the battle. The Asamis are there as well, nothing to be dealt with, boosted up in the places. Grubby, good for 4 kills in the first round. There is that energy. That took about 5 or 6 rounds of Chalet to come into action. Here it took 1 on Cafe. Again, another sign that Team HERETICS, they just simply start slow on the first map.
Yeah, great start for HERETICS. A very solid defensive setup around those mirror windows. Likely to be a fall-off strat on the top floor, but they never needed to fall off. Nope. They had the opening kill for a very aggressive C4 into Cigar, and they just kept following on piece by piece after that. Big round for Grubby certainly helps out as well. 4 kills on the mirror.
We haven't seen a lot of fall back with, like, you know, majority of defenders alive at either Chalet either. We see them either lose the roam game top floor or win the game top floor, or it's like a 4v1, last guy stuck on the bomb side. So it's really been about just holding the extended area for both teams. Like we saw, Team HERETICS, they still had the Asami barriers, they had the mirror window. Why would they fall back? Well, if the timer is low enough or you get enough kills, you could just say, you know what, we don't want to risk dying upstairs because it's not where the bomb is. We could just fall back regardless, but the stylistic choices here is we fight and we hold our ground for as long as possible. We will even go there until the end. Whereas some teams will fall back the second they get the first pick, thinking 5v4 will take it.
And Fresh on the analyst segment highlighted that HERETICS actually still are battling to try and get 2nd seed in their group instead of 3rd seed, because of course M80 still sits in this group in 2nd place. And between M80 and HERETICS, both will start in the upper bracket, but only one will be 2nd seed, which means you get to choose a 3rd seed team. HERETICS really want a gun for that. I mean, Grubby, he's played 2 Six Invitationals before with Team Secret. Both times he got first rounded.
Yeah, they hit the one single game, that was it.
Exactly. He wants to go as deep as possible, and HERETICS have certainly shown that they're capable.
See the early fighting again. Window opened up, Grubby C4 tossed on out. Speakeasy pushing a blitz rush, but not quite gonna go for it. We also see Maestro making his appearance here on Skill Cafe, and of course in response, Hobbin on the Brava, the best counter pick against the Maestro cameras, really. But I love this, how much drone and plant denial you get here with the Mute, Mozzie, Maestro combination, but it does go back to that old saying, all your eggs in one basket. You don't have a ton of trap operators. You don't have necessarily a ton of good guns. Very few bullets here, right? SMG-11, Brony, 16, 17 bullets. Maestro stuck on cameras half the round. It can be tough to deal with a Dokkaebi Blitz push later on.
I think WEIBO is struggling at the moment. They still have a lot of map control to deal with. Oscar upstairs. Oh, timing, but Grubby is going to fall elsewhere. I like the tech from Speakeasy, putting the shield on his back so he won't get shield guard broken by the impact grenade. Speaking of grenades, WEIBO on site. Need to find a way of dealing with these Evil Eyes, and Reeks will throw one out, but he doesn't have a second one for the second Evil Eye, and Skeptic has done plenty of work with the Elder. 3v1 now for WEIBO, as Upor is locked out of sight by the fire from the Vulcan canister. He will have to bide his time. He's got a little bit of info from that one Evil Eye, but WEIBO, all three of their players are completely separated. They need to regroup. Tursford just around the corner from him with the shotgun, and he'll get a face full of buckshot. A nice conversion there from WEIBO. An explosive and confusing round, just as much for me as it was for Heretics.
And again, we got to see WEIBO recognizing, guys, they're pretty weak everywhere else but the bouncer, right? Like 3 of the 4 Goyo canisters were just inside the mining room. 2 of the Evil Eyes were as well. The Mute Jammer, the Mossy Pest, they didn't have, again, a lot of different ways to stop the Blitz and Togepi combination. And while there was a rat play happening in Cigar Box, hoping right here to get a kill or 2, the Togepi phone call goes off like half a second when the Blitz is right around the corner, giving away that spot that should have been just a rat play that worked. So small things, of course, but again, I do think Team Heretics, they invested a lot into one way of playing the game. WEIBO, they had the adaptation to recognize that strength, and then they played into their weakness instead.
Yeah, that's right. WEIBO have been so good at adapting. It's the current era of Siege. You can't just have a great strat. You have to be able to play off the fly. And WEIBO are going to be challenged similarly this round because Heretics have brought the Clash on Oscar, and he's going to hide that for the entire of this prep phase, forcing WEIBO to, well, as a result, they won't repick any obvious counters, right? So they're going to have to think, once they finally see the Clash, oh crap, what are we going to do about it? Now, thankfully for WEIBO, no shield, so they're not going to just have a shield immediately guard broken by the Clash, but they are going to have to, well, they're not going to have anything like a Zafir or a Nomad or a Kali that would otherwise directly counter that Clash.
And Capital's banned as well, so can't even pick that. And I think for this specific attack, I think they would have picked Capital if they could, because they're looking to go for a top 4 roam clear, do the verticality, and set things up for a default execute, at least for now. And this is actually a great counter pick to they have the pre-placed drones, right? Because Heretics, they're stuck in the very bottom floor, especially when you're hiding the Clash. Only 4 people doing side setup. That means less time to hunt the drones upstairs and whatnot. So quick in the building, but this vertical take, it counters the Clash entirely. Unless Clash walks up a staircase and supports the roamers early on, the verticality will be a huge problem for Oscar later on.
Lion Dokkaebi, what a combo here for WEIBO. They've so quickly taken control of the top floor in just a minute.
They drop.
And they've already forced Grubby down the hatch as well. This is so good from WEIBO in terms of time management, but what matters is gradual progress for the next 2 minutes to make sure they're actually setting up for that execute on the site.
And you see, because they're ahead of the curve right now, they're actually double, triple droning everything that you often skip, like inside the trains themselves, because they know the only way we can really lose this round is if we make a mistake somewhere and they punish us. Not droning every kind of nook and cranny on the map will be a mistake, because if they're hiding there, well, that's bad. You're not going to use your last Dokkaebi call until bombs are executed, so you can't use it for roam clearing. They already split the first one for that.
And they're going to continue being really fast. I mean, Ram is by far the fastest vertical
and
operator.
Loudest, right?
And loudest as well. So look, they're not being shy this round at all. However, Uppe is going to suffer. I didn't see where that kill came out. I saw him drop, I think, towards, yeah, it's just outside reception. So a very nice shot from Grubby. 5-1, by the way.
It's a good shot from Grubby, but a bad death from Uppe. He had that final Dokkaebi call in pocket, so crucial for execute. And now, that's one of those small mistakes. A person exposed themselves in a 1v1 and in a 50-50 gunfight. When you got the advantage, you don't want to take those. But look at this. They flip the attack, red stairs into coke.
Surely they might be able to refrag that. No, Speakeasy is supporting from bottom of red stairs. Grubby is cheeky in a spot. Might actually spot the angle, but no. Reeves from upstairs on the vertical does find him, and the smoke goes out as well. A nade inside of the smoke may put Skeptic under a bit of pressure, and indeed, Upor will go down. Skeptic finds one, but the trade will come through so quickly from WEIBO, so it doesn't matter. And now Flexi has to get very aggressive. He's abandoned his position inside of VIP, but he's about to get targeted by the Deimos. WEIBO have an answer for everything.
He's going to be stuck in there. Issue is Case is so far away. They have to go for kills. They cannot get the diffuser. They have to go and find the smoke.
It's going to come down to Oscar now in the 1 versus 2 on the Clash. He's put his shield down, and now he sits there. But you said it, they don't have the diffuser, but they do have the shield to play off of. Can they take him down? Turns that goes for the kill. And it's a second round rather, on the board for WEIBO here on Cafe as they take the lead over HERETICS.
Oscar's shaken in the 1v2. Maybe not sure exactly what was happening there. The case was upstairs either by Red Window or outside Baker. I'm not entirely sure, but it was very far away. They had 17 seconds. We know that, of course, the top-down perspective, but the players in the server, no one saw the case drop on the ground because that's not possible. So Oscar probably worried about, hey, if I give up too much space, if I just run away, they can take the bomb site, go for a plant, and then I will definitely lose. So he's sticking around, trying to fight it out, but they were just running at it because they were desperate because time was running out.
Who did drop the diffuser that round?
I think it's just somebody dropped it in the midst of like doing verticality and rotating.
So it was upstairs.
If I were to assume, it's before Speakeasy walked down the red stairs.
Okay, I had to call Ram had the diffuser.
That's Speakeasy, yeah. Because he was making an aggressive play walking down the red staircase, right?
So he has it here, and then he still got it.
Was actually
he dies.
Oh, okay. I thought it was all the way above.
There you go.
Okay, I thought it was the floor above, but he actually died with it. I thought they dropped it himself.
That maybe explains at the end why WEIBO started pathing towards small bake and then decided to go for the kill once they found you, Poor.
My assumption there was that if you go for a really aggressive play, you drop it yourself so that if you die, it's not stuck in a really bad location.
Funnily enough, it was stuck in a really bad location.
It was stuck in
because he didn't drop it. It's funny, he didn't drop it, which is why it ended up being stuck in that.
But it's one of those things where if the play works, now you have Case and Bakery right by the bomb set. That's excellent.
Yeah.
If you die, you don't. And I think that goes back to Abe dying early. It shows the depth that WEIBO have these days where Plan A became Plan B because this small thing changed. Because I'm very certain that they could have gone for a default Hats drop had they had all those 5 players alive. Would that Dokkaebi call for backstab late round?
I'm sure that the intention for WEIBO was to go for a default back take and ignore Bakery because that's where the clash is the strongest. But HERETICS fought too hard and died too many players on that rear side before WEIBO got to that point, and in the end it was just focusing up and executing on site. So great stuff, phenomenal round from WEIBO. They've taken the lead, attacking on Cafe. HERETICS' map pick, and things start to look very awkward for the Europeans. How do they come back now? They've struggled to find their footing. On the first map, they took their tactical timeout 2-1 down. They have saved it in the pocket for now. They'll try and keep it, but if they lose another round, I think they're going to have to hit that stop button and talk with their coach.
On your Deimos and Asami banned away as well after that third round. That was going to change things a little bit for the defenders. Holding on to piano control, much more tricky about the Asami. Fighting those pesky roamers, much more difficult, of course, without the Deimos. So verticality, a bit more hard to come by. Box pick rate on Cafe, not the greatest these days. You know, going below and blocking up. You just pick the Deimos, you track someone, and that gets the job done for you, typically.
Yeah. No Deimos this round, though.
Well, it's banned away, so not possible at all.
Oscar.
Highlight drop.
Oh, wow, this is very aggressive. Oscar will fly one with the Orb, but traded back. That's worthwhile for WEIBO. That gives them the map control they were wanting. There's another player in washrooms, and that's Grubby. He finds one. He's taken very low HP. WEIBO tried to hit the go button, maybe a little bit too early, but they have equalized the numbers, and Ape will quickly trade Grubby back again. It feels pretty early on in the round. Still over a minute to go. Only half the players left remaining in the server. And nice, critically, Turdster is looking for those Valkyrie cameras. This is perfect. I mean, WEIBO know they have an advantage. They're just making sure not to make any mistakes.
Put a drone on red stairs and white stairs and start doing a little bit of verticality. Make sure you drone out pillar for none of those rat positions. And then a default plan attempt here with 2 people covering, 1 on vert, maybe 1 by the door, or just 2 people upstairs is completely doable. It's very important, though, in my mind, that WEIBO don't surrender top 1 control and allow HERETICS to retake. But right before that happens, Flexi finds a kill out of nowhere. Abe, again, he dies before they execute, before the team is ready, before the vertical soft destruction from the DMR of Reaps has happened. This is going to change the round. You can't really plant it in 2v2 anymore. They have to find a kill.
It was a very, very risky play to make from Ape, and WEIBO are going to suffer for it. That could determine the result of the round. Last nade comes out for Reaps. Turdster and him have to go in together. Turdster looks to try and find the plant while Reaps will cover. He gets a bit of damage on the Flexi, but he can't duel both of them. Turd gets up and finds the first one. He has to go deep on Flexi, and he finds both kills! Up against the shotgun, Turdster is ice cold!
Thank God he came off the plant, because if he just sticks it there hoping the cover is good enough, that's going to be a round loss. Instead, instantly switch off. Also, such a good nade spent on the rotate of Laundry. Nade the left, hold the right. Reeves did the best he possibly could. Turdster supported him in the end. Ape has to be a little bit careful here. This is twice in a row where he falls right before the execute. He's an important member. They need him for those executes.
I hate to lay blame at anyone's feet, but you can't deny it's Ape's responsibility that round got so dicey. Thankfully, Turdster, such an easy clutch for him. He barely broke a sweat. Flexi really frustrated by that. The tilt starting to set in. And I have to wonder, when is his tactical timeout coming out? Defense Cafe, you expect to go 4-2. Remember, Heretics won 7-1 against NIP on this map. WEIBO beat FEARX 7-0. Both teams like Cafe a lot.
Mind you, when you get into the third operator ban, the coach does have that, like, what, 15 seconds of talking. So maybe he thought, you know what, I'm going to just say, ban this operator and then talk for 10 seconds about what you want to talk about. If they lose one more round here for Team Heretics, that's got to be surely when tag timeout comes into action, try and make that comeback a possibility. Because as I say, you called it too late. You're facing match point. It feels over already. It doesn't seem doable. You got to keep faith. Again, on Chalet, it was one round at a time for Team Heretics. They almost brought it back into OT. They were so close. Turtspest is on the red car, holding all the angles of the glass. But when we see this Arbiter pick lineup, we're thinking, WEIBO, it's not going to be any ordinary attack, right? Lid, glass, Dokkaebi, the Ram for... What was that? Sound cover? Yeah? So wild, man. It's the matter of all they need for WEIBO. Need a tiny opening somewhere on the map, and they're going to take the whole damn round with that tiny opening.
They haven't even set any foot in the building, but they've already cleared and created a lot of vert on bar using that Ram. Just preparing for the late round. Nitro Cell, very risky. I mean, Grubby had no info except a little bit of audio on where that blitz roughly was. And yet that utility was wasted so early in the round.
It's expensive, right? Because both Flexi and Grubby C4s are gone. And when you have the Valkyrie, you're thinking, well, when you have Valkyrie cameras in the building, a vertical C4 should be pretty good to land. But you toss them outside the building, away from the information. But again, if that C4 lands and kills somebody, you're playing 5v4, that is phenomenal stuff. And we also have to respect here, WEIBO are bringing IQ for like the second round now. So they're very much countering the Valkyrie pick here.
Yeah. Not just the Valkyrie, but I mean, every single operator here could technically be detected by the IQ. Here comes the first Doki call from Ape. Grubby is looking to get aggressive. Will he find a player? Turnster hears him and gets him. It's Reaps with the IQ. But Heretics weather the storm for now. They find a few kills and bring things back into the realm of possibility. Turdster on the bomb site inside of a smoke, but the diffuser has been dropped by WEIBO.
Defenders very close together. They have a crossfire established, just waiting for that smoke to expire, not peeking the glass because they know that Turdster is on that particular operator. Again, WEIBO in a spot where they can't go for a default planet because there are three enemies against the two people. They have to go fishing for one. They gotta find... I mean, they can plant and bait him into a swing because they're actually playing really far back. They give him so much space.
Ooh.
But Turd dies.
Speaking about too much space,
maybe clutchable.
Needed to play pretty far back there. Reaps 1v3. Caesar first takes him down. Out goes the nade. That gives him some space. It gives him some options. And he's got some info as well. Red Pig's coming out as his teammate sits on the cameras. Reaps still holds the line as Oscar and Flexi try and peek him, but they do so one by one. A 3K for Reaps, and a big clutch lies in wait for the Chinese player. Oscar must step up with his years of experience, but Reaps, he's one of the best players in the region for a very good reason. Oscar clutches it up, retaking the 1v1, denies the clutch, and breathes a sigh of relief for Team Heretics.
So many small things can change the outcome of these rounds. What happens if Turdster doesn't go deep, doesn't die? What happens if Turdster gets the kill instead of him going down first instead, bring it to a 2v2? What happens if 1 second of that timing is different from Reap swinging double door on the museum door? So many things can change. That is how close these rounds have become. Team Heretics playing it so well together. But then there was that, again, small opening. You give WEIBO just a little bit of space, and they will take everything with that. Look at this. We're talking half a second, 1 second timing difference. Reaps gets both players. So close.
Oh my god, look at his facial expression when he won that clutch. That wasn't celebration. That was a sigh of relief.
You heard DMC, the coach behind Team Heretics, right? Saying, "Come on, guys!" It was very much like that should have been cleaner. Like, good that we won the round, but that's not how we should have won it.
Irritation in the air.
Yeah, that's a bit of frustration for sure. And I think again, rightfully so. I think if you're just kind of go, let's go, we won the round, and you never address the thing that you should have won it a lot cleaner, then you're just kind of accepting that you're not going to play perfect. You gotta strive for perfection in some areas. In a 3v2, you should strive to have that in a much cleaner way.
Sure, but just looking at the result so far, 2 rounds to 3, Heretics also struggled on defense yesterday against M80 on this map. They only won 1 out of their 4 defensive attempts, but they also struggled on attacks. They only won 2 attacks in the half, so I don't think it's going to get any easier for Heretics as we move into the second half. They need the 3-3 here. I think if this is 2-4, I think it's GG 2-0 for WEIBO, which leaves Heretics in a very awkward position of probably ending up being the lowest seeded team heading into the upper bracket.
Drone going out.
Reeves is stuck at spawn. Gotta keep your head down. So he spends a lion charge very early to try and save himself. But I mean, look how much time it's buying. It's been almost a full minute. He's droning garage, looking for the spawn peak, right about the dining window. He feels so stuck. Finally making some progress, getting to that building. He might just stick around bottom garage, but look at this.
Oh, Hoven wants to go for it.
He hears him, but it's a risky play again. If you jump in,
don't do it solo.
You could shoot the ADS for starters, but yeah.
He knows exactly where he is. Don't do it solo, though. Lexi's finally finished off Reeves. That was the VIP player. Reeves is not having a good round, stuck in spawn, and then finally taken down. Heretics were very much in control here, and they've just had Grubby also rotate upstairs and re-roam all the way into Pillar. Don't think anyone from WEIBO is going to be able to catch him because all of them are positioned either outside the building or just Hoven in reception. So it's not going to be a vertical take at all. And I think Grubby's starting to clue in on that. Maybe it's a bait from WEIBO because they're watching, waiting for someone to move in.
I mean, I think this is the most pressured WEIBO has felt strategically because how are you going to pull this one back? They're stuck in a hotspot. Let's the last look at the call spin again very early. And the code player is still there and they can't clear him. He has an ADS. There's no flashbangs nearby to help him. Just smoke grenades. That doesn't do anything.
They're going to have to take the fight onto the rear side towards VIP, but there's a player in an off angle. It's a cheeky position for Oscar. He finds 1 kill. And the numbers start to slip away even further for WEIBO. Turdster desperate inside a bakery. It's him and Speakeasy that try and put pieces together. Update from the other side of the map on the 2nd floor is nowhere to be seen. And he'll be finished off by Grubby. Good opening for Turdster, but it'll need to be a 2v5 if WEIBO are to win this round.
Really gotta praise Team Heretics right now. They've been so eager to fight every single defensive round, but right now they're standing back, holding crossfires, not swinging anybody besides Uber, who went down just a second ago. Again, they give up the plant position. They got the crosses. There it is. Oscar for 2 kills.
So disciplined and so flexible. Perfect for Heretics and the best round that we've seen from them yet on Cafe as they tie up the half and we move now onto the attack for Team Heretics.
3 attacks is pretty good. 3 defenses, given how it started, also technically pretty good. Anybody's map here.
And now a chance to talk to their coaches as well as we move into the operator ban phase. And look, I was definitely feeling like Heretics needed a tactical timeout. They've proven me wrong. Now they get essentially a tactical timeout for free. And they can save it in the back pocket in case WEIBO starts to build momentum on their defense.
Sure, there's gonna be a Castle Mirror or Castle Sami because I feel like if you only ban one at the other, you're only like half doing it, right? It's one of those like, okay, there's no Castle, but they'll just Sami off the stuff instead. Though could be always excellent, of course, to ban away. Local operator.
I was just thinking in terms of defense, like in terms of those architect operators that make it really hard to play around piano, washrooms, fortify a lot of the map. I mean, WEIBO, they banned out the Azami, but they didn't touch Mirror, and Castle never even got played by Heretics. So it's interesting to see that Heretics prioritize Castle as their first ban, despite not playing it themselves.
Now, I was going to say Clash, Mirror, Sami, Castle, those 4 people go together, right? It's a matter of do you want the moving object of the Clash or the immovable one by the mirror window. It's a matter of choice.
The dynamism of an Azami, the dynamic ability to move around and play loosely. But of course, I think in the DMR meta, Azami...
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, yeah. The new DMR is introduced to various operators.
Run 3 DMRs and you're no longer really scared of Azami.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you reckon they need to nerf the... do you reckon they need to nerf DMRs in any way whatsoever?
I don't think DMRs in itself is a problem that they're strong. I think it's an issue that so many attackers have to demand that they're strong. If you had to pick, like, I don't know, Sophia and
Pick low pick rate
Like,
operators.
let's say Ram Sophia, right?
It's kind of like what used to be the case with grenades, right? You would have to pick only a select few operators just to get the grenades.
It feels like you can pick almost any really high meta lineup.
Defense.
Yeah, that too. You can pick like any high meta lineup and get like 2 or 3 DMRs by choice if you wanted to. So
I feel like the choice between a DMR and an AR should be like a stylistic choice rather than an obvious choice.
I like the fact that DMRs do more destruction for Asami, so the obvious choice there, right? But also mind you, DMRs are particularly good on land, because 0 ping, perfect bullet hit rate, etc. You die in literally 2 bullets. And people are much more skilled at the highest level of play versus, like, let's say your average ranked player. So I do think like there's a rank in the game where you probably see almost no DMRs due to quote-unquote skill issue. And it's more fun, in my opinion, to play an automatic weapon as well.
What if you could only, and so the last question about DMRs, what if you could only pick the 3x scope and not the 2.5x scope?
Like really make it a student stories.
Yeah.
I'll take that. That's how it used to be, actually.
Yeah.
At one point. DMR scope.
Well, we will see 2 DMRs this round on Upor and Oscar, but no Azami to deal with. Instead, it's going to be downstairs on the ground floor, and we're really leaning into this fortress in Bakery for WEIBO. But with Skeptic on the Monty, Heretics do have some good ingredients to deal with it.
And when you play the Monty, it's more important ever that small, gradual progression, step by step, burning away the toxic bait in the smoke, that is progression. Because eventually he's gonna run out and then the round opens up. But right now, they're jiggling, they're baiting, they're bringing utility, they're breaching as well. This means there's more angles against them, but also more ways to enable the Monty in. But there is that final toxic bait, and of course the Yoka drones have to eye up a backslide again. Reed finds the kill to Flexi. This is exactly what happened in reverse last time where WEIBO lost Ape early. This might change the entire attack.
Speaking of DMRs, by the way, there's one for Reaps. He still has a Nitro cell in pocket. He's also got 2 of his Tuberale canisters yet to be used. Unfortunately, he wasn't in position to delay the breach onto prep wall, but now Ape is really feeling the pressure. A flash, a nade, and a push in from the attack as Bakery is theirs. 2 Yokai drones taken down and 2 kills for Oscar as well. Heretics have lapped up this map control and turned the tide of the round.
This is where the Monty is going to be so important. The plan should be easy. You for another one. DMR's long range, right? They win those gunfights. There is no C4. Turtstaff stalked by the red stairs. Hoven stalked by the double door to kitchen. They can smoke and plant.
I mean, it's just such an impossible task here for WEIBO, completely locked out of the bomb site. And Turtstaff, even though he has an angle deep from red stairs, there's just no way that he can deny this plant. He'll try and get active amongst the smoke and the cover from the Sens wall, but it doesn't matter because Oscar has found his 3rd of the round. 1v4 for poor Hoven, and Heretics are on the verge of taking the lead on Cafe.
Speaking of DMRs, huh? Oscar is a turret inside our prep, just getting kill after kill after kill. And again, the Monty came into great effect. The most difficult part about that round is honestly just clearing out Bakery itself. Once you do that, you can just keep walking forward. Nothing can stop you. And this is the thing. Echo got that slight buff, right? 3 Yokai drones. And when you have 2 of them in Bakery getting shot at the exact same second, you're down to just 1, probably in the opposite end of the map, on the back portion probably. So no information, no denial. And very shortly after that, nobody left in the server to use them.
I gotta commend Heretics though. That's a bit of momentum built now.
Oh, absolutely.
3 rounds in a row, 2 to close out their defensive half, and then a really good attack. Despite being 1 player down, they committed to Bakery, and yes, it was essentially an all 4 remaining players pushing the same direction, but it worked, right?
Yeah. And I think when you lose that backstabber, on one side, it's like kind of best case outcome because you still have your frontal push. On the other side, it's the worst case because now you have literally no other pressure in the map.
The funny thing is, it just puts all your eggs in one basket, which is a phrase you said earlier. But the problem is, it's 4 eggs against just Ape. That's all holding it. He burned all of his gas, and he could have maybe just given up on Bakery.
It's hard because like, if he wants to try and run away and gets clipped in his back, you know, then it's like, okay, you try to run away, you die for nothing.
Especially DMRs. Like,
if you stick around, maybe you get a kill, maybe you get something going.
Also, like, Ape literally could not have played that better.
Disagree.
Oh, okay, here we go.
He could have stayed crouched and crossed right to left-hand side. Only Monty could see him, but he stood up sprinting away from the grenade. The nade wouldn't have killed him.
You don't think the nade was red and he was flat?
The nade is red as a laser. He held A in his keyboard and walked left in. I mean, the thing is, he would have still died, 100%. But he could have played it better. The outcome probably would have changed. Very small things here.
Look, I want to commend Heretics. The way that they played that, they burnt all the smokes, Nade and Flash and Monty. Like, Uppe was a dead man no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, the only question there is maybe he could have made a crazy kill somehow.
Yeah, true. Unfortunately, no one else from WEIBO could support, but never mind. Like, I'm sure WEIBO would love to be talking about what they could have done better that round, but there's no point now because we're on a different bomb site, we're in a different round. Upor has actually just bested Speakeasy, despite Speakeasy getting the first damage onto him, and Flexy's found his onto Hoven. It's been a few quiet rounds from some of these WEIBO players. Look at how much Uppe wants to get aggressive. He's going to get burned by the fire. He'll try and use his C4, but it won't find anything. Heretics are very much in control right now.
Yeah, it's actually a very smart use of the fire there. Skeptic was afraid if he goes on the rappel, they can jump out and kill him on a bad timing, or when he goes upside down, if they're prone below the window, they got his number. So he spends a fire to ensure he gets that white window rappel pressure to cut off that rotation, cut off that flank, and they know maybe not. There's a player stuck top floor in Freezer, but they have no clue actually.
They do know about this player in Cocktail, and now they've taken him down. That's Reeves.
Turd is hiding.
Yeah, it's Turds. He's now stuck into bar, and Uppe is looking to try and get aggressive. It's all up to Turds now, 1v5. No universe where this happens, especially not while the Lion rings out. Grubby will take him down. It's a flawless round for Team Heretics. They've built back momentum. They've clawed their way back into this game, and they've taken a 2-round lead.
It's a classic slow start for them, but they are here to play tag timeout from
It's very simple,
WEIBO.
the situation, okay? The problem is, you guys are forgetting who you are facing. Bro, they are fucking slow. You don't need to jump the window with pulse, bro. Okay. In Bakery, bro, you have 2 ice on the hand. They use sense, bro. Freeze the shit. Just, you know, go for fair gunfights, guys. We're only missing that, fair gunfights. On these 2 rounds, like, we will not find these fair gunfights. Like, you try to fight Monty, you try to fight a lot of stuff. You up it. Bro, I said you, bring traps, not shitty smoke on the Bakery, bro. We don't need this. We need traps. Next time you bring Denard, you know? We need to delay them. They don't have a lot of utility tools. So yeah, guys, keep going, yeah? We are the best, but you guys are forgetting who you are facing, yeah? They are fucking slow, guys. Let's go. Just cross angle and win the shit, guys.
Yeah. I think I have a new favorite tactical timeout coach.
I was about to say the same. I'm a big fan of going right in here. I mean, again, a lot of value to be said. Kind of just says, this is the problem, that's the only thing you gotta worry about, and this is the reason why that's the case. And it starts off with, you're forgetting who you're playing up against. It's as simple as that. Their play style does not match up the same as other enemies you've played in the past. So very good few words there, and that should change the conversation very quickly, because with such big changes for the side of WEIBO, I mean, Heretics, if they do the exact same attacks into that, that should be a counterplay. So now we gotta watch Team Heretics. Can they adapt on the fly? Are they ready for this switch up?
Well, it's not going to be Bakery. I think that's a good move, because even though Gohan did have some advice, and maybe play traps, maybe play Denari, I still think it'd be really hard to defend Bakery against the way Heretics were attacking it. So I like that WEIBO aren't going straight back to the top or to the bottom floor. Instead, we're going to one of these split bomb sites. Now, the good thing about this is you can just play the layers of the game. You can peel it back, start on the top floor, continue peeling back the layers, and exactly what Gohan said. Remember who you're playing as. Heretics are one of the slowest teams in the tournament. They're so good, but they are slow. Play something where you can have a bit of resistance and then peel back the layers, waste their time.
I do want to say, though, yes, the bomb side plays into falling back step by step, but this defended lineup doesn't say that at all. You're playing Sentry, the recruit on defense, doesn't bring a primary gadget, just BP and C4. Then you have Smoke, which, okay, yes, you stall up, but we spoke about how Denari could be better, granted some Bakery. Then you have Reeves, good gun. I don't see the layers of falling back. You know, we could have seen a Mirror, we could have seen a reinforced wall, Kai Two-Brow, a Bandit, tricking the walls.
Yeah, no Azami, no Mirror is a strange thing to me, unless if WEIBO want to go one more round before they bring it out so it doesn't get banned for the last
That is true. There's the long game as well.
But yes, I mean, the other big question mark here is Mute. Like, look, I haven't been a Mute main for the longest time, but he has kind of been nuked into oblivion. I think if you just replace the Mute with the Mirror, this round looks a lot stronger.
Also, mind you, Dokkaebi and Deimos are both banned. That's the 2 big Mute counters, except for droning. So, again, yeah, not to be too critical, but it does feel a bit low impact value right now. But let's see what can happen. Heretics, I want to price them right now. They're good at spending utility early to ensure they get into the late stage of the round. Early Grimbees, early Capital Fire when need to ensure that they don't die early to silly things.
The Grim's going to be good. This execute is going to be deadly here for Heretics. Indeed, he is going to go inside. Oscar tries to burn from his angle as well, pushing in. But, of course, Turnster at the top of pallets. He's got a good hold, and the fire will miss. He finds a safe haven to hold on to for WEIBO, and Reaps has supported him as well. This is a fortress of a defense on the top floor, but Heretics start to break through. They start to mount their attack, and as Grubby finds a 2K, WEIBO have lost control of that top floor.
No fallback, no layers, just holding top floor like we've seen before, fighting and holding their ground for as long as humanly possible. But Team Heretics, again, slow start in this round, early death here from you for trying to get the entry, but then they lock it down, holding the rotations and suffocating WEIBO slowly throughout it. Now it's Speakeasy and Hoenn, they have a little bit of plant denial on the Toxic Babes, but SMG11, long range fights, maybe a retake possible. Not the best weapon for this.
Well, he's in an awkward spot. Both of these players, I believe, have been droned. I'm not sure if they know where Hoenn is. They certainly know where Speakeasy is. Plant's about to go down. No Nitro Cell on Hoenn. And this gas is not going to land in time. Is going to completely miss. And now it'll be a retake. Flexi knows exactly where Speakeasy is. Easy kill. Hoenn 1v3. And they know where he's coming from. On the ground, well, Skeptic will fall. But the vertical play, if there was a Nitro, maybe this would be possible for Hoenn, but not to be. Grubby locks in a 5th round straight for Team Heretics, and map point is theirs.
3 kills worldwide. He's on the white with the rappel, gets 2 picks very quickly. But if you want to go back to the Gohan conversation, that did not feel like what he was trying to say in the tactical timeout.
Not at all. But Gohan can talk again, because now we have a chance to ban another operator, so he has a really quick chance to talk.
You ban the Monty here.
Yeah, good idea. Warden ban. Okay. They're going to lean into Glazing. I think we have to play Mirror here if you're WEIBO. Like, we need to lean into the
utility.
Exactly what Heretics did on defense, to be honest. Like, honestly, bring Jaeger, bring Wamai. Like, hard hold washrooms. Heretics are running over WEIBO.
Mind you, nowadays, very recent change as well. So Ash breaches used to be stopped by electrification, so Bandit. Then they made it so that when Sophia came out that neither Ash or Sophia were stopped by electrification. That then changed again last patch. You can now Bandit trick a mirror window and Ash cannot shatter it. That means the most common mirror counter of Ash is actually counterable without playing Jaeger or Wamai.
So, but that doesn't counter you getting ginged and
no.
destroyed.
Of course not, it doesn't. But if you want to play into utility, I feel like there's actually a bigger way to enable mirror than ever. Yet the pick rate hasn't seen any increase at all. And when we do see the mirror, we don't see any electrification.
They're not getting picked here, and it's hard because, like, you know, the question mark here for WEIBO is: do they lean into hard holding positions, or do they play the peel back strats? And look, to their credit, this looks a little bit more peel back to me. I like the idea of having Denari supported by the Echo inside a bakery. But Heretics were really good at finding the Yokai drones last time.
I actually like a lot of things here, but there is a question mark left remaining, just like before. The Tubra is a little bit of an odd one out, especially because you're roaming top floor with the DMRs. Are you just a good gun? I like this though, right? If they're gonna go for roam clear, you have 2 people roaming, supported by the Echo drone. That's pretty damn good. What happens if they go bakery is completely
They abandon bakery.
And Tubra is roaming, so if they take bakery instantly... Oh, there's actually an issue here. There is no hard destruction for the attack. None.
No!
There is 0.
Oh my god!
They
Heretics!
They have no way
They didn't drone bakery!
They will drone it now and go, guys, they they reinforce the rotate.
Look, if you have no hard bridge, how on earth do you attack bakery?
Dude, had they had a thermite here, this round is actually over. And they have nothing.
And if WEIBO had pre-opened the wall, then Heretics would be able to take it and have the breach, but no.
And the worst part is, it was pre-opened, then they reinforced it after. So, okay, so what they need now, ideally, they cannot really do a direct attack because they can't get the breach. What they really want to look for here is try and get a little bit of pressure upstairs, because the verticality will be a problem for mining and train in towards prep, in towards the plant breaches. Unless they want to full send it and just risk it all, but that seems really difficult for me.
They could try and smoke.
Yeah, but
the vert.
They can try.
The Glaz might be able to make it work. Glaz and Blackbeard together. 1 Nitro Cell goes out. There's still 1 more in pocket. Ape finds the opening kill. That's the Blackbeard. That's probably the best operator you could possibly take down. But now they know about the Glaz, and they have to go deep. This is the last smoke for that Glaz. Skeptic tries to force that plant down, but the retake might be on. He's planting inside the smoke itself, and WEIBO have no idea. The Echo is too late. But now it's going to have to be a retake for WEIBO. They have the numbers for it. 4 versus 2. And they've got the info. Thank you, Speakeasy. It enables Turtster to find the kill. Flexi in a 1 versus 4. He's got the Grim, but he is so far removed from where he could potentially go for a plant denial. It's up to Hoven now to just distract him while Speakeasy gets the defuse, and WEIBO have a beautiful retake onto Bakery.
Exactly the problem I feared happened. They don't get the verticality, they get in and they can, you know, invest everything into a plant, but the post plant is so weak because of lack of hard destruction. If they breach that wall and prep, they can play all the way outside and spawn, but they are stuck in a very less superior position. You can't play far away, can't play the vert, you're stuck in the bomb site effectively. They had one smoke left on glass, that disappeared at the same time the plant went down. Yeah. You're in a triple crossfire, my guy.
I have to admit, though, credit to Heretics that they even got that close.
I guess, yeah.
With the wall fully reoed, like, there's no way that you get that plant down.
But missing, again, this is the thing about Siege, right? The devil is in the details so often. If they had a hard breach operator, everything would be different. Because they're not forced into a single doorway and a window vault prompt up against, like, really strong operators here. C4, the Echo, right? 2 C4s, actually.
Look, it was a great round for WEIBO, and yes, it was just on the back of one critical mistake for Heretics that forced that desperation. But the thing is, WEIBO are going to have to do that. Not just back-to-back, but back-to-back-to-back. 3 rounds in a row on 3 different bomb sites in order to push us into overtime.
You know what we're seeing? We're seeing a mirror being brought to the table. It happened.
Do my eyes deceive me?
They have found the purple icon operator, and they will play the purple icon operator.
I mean, look, let's be honest. It's not like they play mirror and then it's GG. Like,
oh, you'll see the power of mirror.
Okay.
Look, there is not a single counter operator. No Twitch, no Ashe, no Kali, no ranged heart destruction. Right?
You do have Grim.
How's that gonna do with the mirror window? Oh, I know there's a guy there.
Have flashbangs.
Now I can see him kill me.
Nades. They have smokes.
Yeah, okay. They have throwable utility. All I'm saying here is I think the mirror is such a strong operator, and Team Heretics are not respecting it. But with that being said, they don't have to deal with the mirror if they go around it. Kind of like a clash, right? You see the mirror set up heavily top floor. You could go for a horizontal take and just have a guy window repel holding the hatch. So they don't have to deal with it.
I admit, Hoven on the mirror is kind of overloaded on the top floor. He's having to solo the entire of Piano by himself with 1 mirror window. It's not even in washrooms. He's also going to be vulnerable to the new balcony drop.
Yeah.
And Ape doesn't
angle as well.
So like Ape doesn't really have an angle to support Hoven that well against a Cigar or a new balc drop.
But this gives you fallback options, right? You start there very much in the front lines for Hoven. If they deal with his position with the mirror window or they clear with nades or whatever, he will fall back. Then you have Cocktail, you have the other mirror window, you have Freezer, and then when you don't want to fight anymore, you fall back towards the bomb site downstairs, and now you got that step-by-step that Go and talked about.
Big Nitro. Timing is off though. Oscar dodges the Nitro cell. Hoven now being detected by the Grimsbees. You're right, it is a peel back strat. They continue to forfeit layer by layer, and Ape will find his. Hoven's actually tempted to get re-aggressive. Sees one player. Grubber doesn't peek him as of yet. He's worried about being vulnerable to the window behind him, but I think that player has now been taken care of, which is why Reaps is allowed to get aggressive here on the white stairs. And Speakeasy and Turd have joined the fray. Heretics are falling apart. WEIBO have found the antidote.
This is why the fallback is so important, right? Team Heretics, they know that WEIBO like to stick around for too long, so instead they flip the attack, they rush downstairs towards 90 reading hallway, but then because of the fallback, they had 3 guns waiting for them. They were all by the bomb site. The layer strat is very much working. 9 on 5 at 2, you can hiding pillar, get the crosses, or just ego challenge swing Turtle. Let's go again.
Really doesn't need to peek this.
Do it again.
Heretics have to make the first move. They have to get close to him. They're going to walk into a crossfire. Hoven is lying in wait. The mirror comes to life. U-Ball 1 versus 4. WEIBO have weathered the storm. Oh, Impact to finish it. Who's that Pokemon? Reaps and WEIBO rocket their ship forward. 1 more round and overtime will be on the docket.
Very impressive. And again, if you want to get very critical, right? Team Heretics, if they pick 1 of 4 operators, that mirror window, it's gone in 5 seconds, right? Ashe, Twitch, Kali, either Ace or Hibana, it doesn't matter. 0.
People forget that 0 count as mirror.
That's true. And I just feel like, you know, they spent so much struggle top floor, the Grimbees, the Rapples, and they couldn't go into Piano because that mirror window, they didn't know it was clear enough for the longest time. So I feel like 2 rounds in a row, Team Heretics are actually doing something really solid, but missing just 1 piece of the puzzle, and then they're getting punished heavily. And it's honestly just WEIBO playing it really well, Team Heretics trying to play it really well, but not having the right tools for the job. But you said it, 3 rounds in a row, WEIBO have to do the unthinkable and just win these rounds every single time. And they're doing it in different ways.
Yeah, that's what's impressive to me, because Heretics, look, they won 5 in a row, and they were pretty convincing, especially by the end of it. I mean, we had one 4v0 round, we had a flawless 5v0 round, and it looked, for the most part, like Heretics really had WEIBO's number. The comeback started because they didn't bring Hard Breach, and now WEIBO are really leaning into it.
So you see what they did, right? In the prep phase, Piggies is hiding the entire time, not showing the Kaid pick. Then they're going to open up the line of sight into Piano, saying, we're going to hold this one far. When the round starts, then they reinforce all the walls, and they'll double Kaid it. So now again, there's a very good chance in their mind they're not going to have the right operators. What do they need? They need EMPs or they need a Maverick. Look on the attacking lineup. They don't have any EMPs and they have no Mavericks. So now this Ace, on paper, should have a really hard time dealing with the Kaid reinforced walls. Again, strategically WEIBO, or you can call it cheesing, but they're outsmarting Heretics.
It's great. I mean, look, they're kind of baiting them.
They are.
The prep phase, right? You pretend you're doing one type of setup, and then you immediately change your setup to something else.
The same in basement, or not basement, bottom floor. They open up a rotor to bakery, round starts, let's reinforce it. They pick no Hard Breach.
So cheeky, so clever. Something we don't often see, faking out one setup in the prep phase and then changing it in action phase. Now, Heretics, they do have nades. I was wondering, is it possible to nade that Kaid Claw?
Well, the explosive radius has been reduced a while ago, and you can't cook the grenades any longer, so you can't bounce them off and get them. So honestly, I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah. If it lands on the ground just below the Kaid Claw, you don't think?
I don't believe no, because it's the very top of the ceiling on the soft portion. It had been like further down, then yes, but I think it's too far up.
Both nades are gone anyway, so it's not an issue. Grubby had to use those nades to clear some of the evil eyes, but there are still at least 2 remaining for Upe. Control taken by Oscar. He's deep inside a piano, but still cannot reach the wall. And actually, Hoven is fully reinforced into here, so Washrooms is just an absolute kill box.
But the mute jammer doesn't stop the Green Beast any longer either, but Speakeasy gets a kill to Groppy. 5v4 with Team Heretic.
Oscar might be able to flash an entry. The flash goes through, and he will eventually get the kill. They're going to have to brute force through every single one of these hallways, but Upor finds his opening. Heretics find every single opening, and they close Cafe. It took him a few goes, but a 7-5 is a win nonetheless. The Europeans Tier 2 roster continue their trend. They'll always lose the first map, but that is never the story over. We're going to a third map here between Heretics and WEIBO.
I mean, if you close everything off and give them a single hallway, I guess they're gonna push the hallway, James. That did not look winnable, but small mistimings and great just confidence and prowess saying, let's just go for it. So now the big question is, what happens on the third map? Before we get there, let's go to a quick break.
a great comeback from HERETICS, puts the map score in 1-1. Both teams winning their opponent's map pick, and again, it seems like the attack star is what making the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to start with the match scoreboard, and as you can see here, it was an attacker-sided Cafe realistically, which I think previously, historically, not that common, but in certainly in recent times, it's getting a lot more attacker-sided, attacker-favored. WEIBO managed to get a 3-3 attack half, which I thought was great, and then HERETICS managed to get 4-2 on their attack half. And realistically for me, there was a big turning point, and it was in round 5. That was when Oscar, when actually it was a failed 1 versus 3 by Roops, but realistically, it was a 1 versus 1 clutch by Oscar that got HERETICS rolling.
It's the final side of the defense, and then HERETICS will start an attack. And I thought, like you said, it was an impressive attacker-sided Cafe. And I think it's about the way that HERETICS have been playing that. They almost ignored completely the hard bridge. They used the Grim here, they used the Rappel in, and the Lion combo to isolate Fix here, in the bathroom, then in White Stairs. You know, it's been actually impressive. Yeah. If you look at this, I think if we look back at the last round especially, right? The combo of the utility usage to clear out strong positions, abuse that utility so you can take them apart, abuse the fact that WEIBO is spread out, ignore completely hard reachers in a historically different sided map. It was a fresh take on this. Like, I think if you look at Hoven here, he's completely stuck in a kill box, right? You see how Uper is actually targeting him with the Grim. Then the Ace comes in, full flashes the player, which technically has 0 chance of winning that gunfight. Flexi rappels in a Cocktail at the same time. Everyone commits. 3-2-1. We take Cocktail, we cover each other, we trade each other, and on the back of the utility, a clean round without any use of the hard reach.
I'm still not used to seeing Ace flashes, by the way. It's such a weird phenomenon. But yeah,
it's not weird, Jack. It's perfect.
It's perfect. Okay, but it was great, and that was the way that HERETICS have been attacking. We saw it in map 1 with Chalet. We saw it in map 2 with Cafe. It's very much poke. It's kind of ignoring the fundamentals. We saw them attack a bakery site, a basement kitchen bomb site with no hard reach whatsoever, which is probably the most fundamentally hard reach site that is on this map, right? So they're focusing on their Grims, their Lions, their Capitals, all of these kind of cheesy operators to move the defenders around and punish them. That's really good, and it worked really, really well on Cafe. A little bit worried about how that's going to play out on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Clubhouse, yeah, it's not really going to happen because you can't physically fit that into your lineup on Clubhouse because you need minimum 2 breaches. You very often need a shield, then you're going to need some kind of soft breach. That really only ever leaves 1 spot for those types of operators. Often that's a Capital as well. So I do worry for them attacking on Clubhouse a little bit.
You already said that if HERETICS want to win this, they need to clear it in a 2-0. So can they pull this final map over the line, or will we come out victorious? The final map is ready.
Thank you very much, and yes, it's time for the final map. You think HERETICS can get this?
I think they can. Honestly, when I first saw the map video, I thought Clubhouse, that's going to be a WEIBO W. But after Cafe, there is some hope from Team HERETICS.
Look, I can see where you're coming from. Cafe was good for HERETICS, but cast your minds back to just yesterday. WEIBO Gaming, it was 2 days ago. WEIBO Gaming took down M80. The best team out of North America on Clubhouse 7-4. If you go back a couple of days, HERETICS lost the very same map to the Koreans of FEARX. Who takes the cake here on Clubhouse? We're about to find out.
We're seeing crazy entering, backstabbing, strategical depth, counter-striding, especially on Cafe. How about the map that tests your fundamentals the most, and of course those bombs that execute? And hard destruction, wall denial, that is often the name of the game on Clubhouse, so it's no surprise really that Thermite and Bandit goes in the first rotation. Kite will follow through, the Electro Bros are gone. But Sense? That's a target ban.
Very unusual that you'll see them get banned. What is the play here for HERETICS? They really expect to hit my Sense. Speakeasy is not happy about it. Look, so very rarely do you see Sense get banned.
Obviously, you have a DMR, which is great against the assignment, catwalk rafters, and long range, etc. So weapon-wise, phenomenal ban. But secondly, the Sense is so great on Clubhouse, exactly for the reason that we often get to bomb site execute. You can cut the bombs in half, obscure the crossfires, the vision. Let's say CCTV, right? You can do a roly-poly to block off the catwalk angle or the top angle and isolate either side and choose where the attack is coming from. And pushing through a Sense wall, no one's gonna want to do that. It's like a smoke grenade. You don't see a damn thing till you're well past the wall, and if the person is holding you, they'll see your arm clipping through in the beginning.
You know what happens when you ban out the Sens? You don't ban out the Deimos or the Capital or any of the shield operators or a second Heart Breacher.
True.
Yes, that's a very niche, specific, and powerful operator in the right circumstance that you've banned out, but it does leave the floor open for WEIBO to play things like the Blitz, the Deimos, and of course the Capital. The Capital in its current state is so good, especially on Clubhouse. Top floor Raft is so good. You can use him as well down on the basement very well. For Heretics, it's actually going to be a castle strat.
Yeah. The castle will play in bar, blocking off various angles towards pool table, main lobby door, etc. We're just playing the center of the map, hatch open for a fallback. That way you can always get to the bomb site because like the kitchen hallway can cut off by the door. Gone 6 here in pool table, you could just run at the castle. He's often very alone. Isolate for a 1v1. Speakeasy if he wants to. Yeah, he goes straight in.
In goes the Blitz, but the castle has fallen back very quickly. Heretics a little bit wary of what might happen as soon as that castle barricade got taken down. There's still a roamer on the top floor. In fact, there are two. It's Upor and Grubby together over on Cash and Red Stairs.
Playing together.
And they're supported by Flexi down below in Secret as well.
And they have, very important here, they have verticality on towards the blue hatch and stock. So even though they're playing top floor, if WEIBO don't clear them out, they're going to be dealing with them vertically instead. So that's it. Okay, guys, there's still robots on the loose. Let's get the Blitz in the action, look for them, take them down, and try and get a kill or two here. Because the fallback should be covered. Team Heretics should be stocked inside of Cash in top red.
That means it's up to the Blitz to do the heavy lifting here. Nitro goes out and absolutely nukes Speakeasy. That's a killer start here for Heretics. Still they have that crossfire, and Flexi will also find Reaps as well. Worth his weight in gold here, but Toadster quickly takes both of them down. And now WEIBO can stop worrying about the roam and focus up on the last 3 players on site.
And look at this, the can openers. We saw, you know, lack of heart destruction on Cafe. They brought the Hibana and then 2 more secondary heart breach operators in both the Capital and the Deimos. So even though Hibana goes down as an entry operator, it's all okay. We can still play for execute. Capital is alive. The fire and the smoke, they have to do the heavy lifting, but be careful where you put the smoke because Flexi is on the Warden. Both can see through it, and they got a C4. To double down on plant denial, Skeptic has 3 toxic babes, and you can actually start using them before the plant goes down to just make sure that one area is safe. So if you smoke below the kitchen hatch, if you smoke the motor door, you know that if they push through, they're going to be coughing from the gas and taking damage. It's not pure plant denial, it's area denial. Mags.
No nades or any util to speak of to clear out that piece of barbed wire at the bottom of the hatch. It's going to be very hard to execute here for WEIBO. Dropping the hatch is going to be a depth which Oscar is taking a lot of damage from the fire. They do commit. Huffin goes straight down, takes a hell of a lot of damage. But he does find a safe plant spot. Turd has found a 3rd kill. No more Warden, which means they won't be able to look through the smoke. And up base covered from up above. Oscar is way out of position. Turdster makes it a 4K. And WEIBO fly out of the gates on club.
Fundamentals, strategy, counter-stratting, and adaptation is what Clubhouse often bring. We just saw WEIBO do 3 different adaptations on the fly. First, they're looking for the castle and bar, expecting the solo roamer, but Oscar plays it perfectly, right? He falls back before the Blitz comes rushing, so that attack doesn't really work. The second, they want to clear top floor, but a great C4 from Grubby takes down the Blitz, and Hibana falls right after to his teammate, but then Turnstep with the backstab gets 2 kills. That's the second adaptation. The third one is how do you get into a plant in the 3v3? Well, they're smoking you before you drop. Very smart from the defenders again, but you smoke, you fire, you full commit, you stick the landing, and everybody does their job and they cover it beautifully. Look at this. Skeptic knows exactly where the plant is going down, at least the rough area, but has to make a sprint through the hallway to try and get to that location and get shot down. WEIBO's communication was on point that round from the very beginning to the very end.
3v5 to a 3v0, by the way. Yeah. Tells you plenty. I mean, WEIBO, they played it well as a team, but also Turd individually stepped up. He got his Ash license straight away and filled those shoes very nicely. Now, WEIBO, we know that this match has been a momentum-based game for both teams, and Heretics really squarely had that momentum before WEIBO started to break it. I like for them that they've already got an attack win under their belt.
Oh, it bodes well. I will say with Team Heretics, one thing that I actually really have enjoyed since Chalet is that there seems to be a much more clear defined strategy. the later half of Cafe was around counter-stratting and catching them by surprise, hiding the Kaid, reinforcing walls, playing very far back and tunneling. Chalet was a bloodbath from both teams. The Clubhouse kind of gets a mixture of both. So I love that we're seeing stuff already here, like the mirror windows, the Valkyrie cameras, the 1 mile to help fortify positions. On the other side, we're seeing WEIBO recognize that they're gonna get to the bomb site. So Capital, 2 rounds in a row. They got the Grim now and the Ying. These are all very bomb site heavy operators, so they gotta get to site and not get caught on the roam clear too much.
Yeah. One thing I really love out of WEIBO right now is not a single one of these operators is just a support operator.
No,
like,
they're power ops.
Yeah, they're all 5 power ops. No dedicated hard bridge because you've got plenty from Cap and Grim. And here comes the Candelas. What the hell is happening? Grubby's got no idea where is safe. And Hoven finds an opening with the Bailiff no less. Ape might be on the floor, but Heretics do not have a safe haven. And Speakeasy has now stolen the mirror window. He's going to get a free kill because of it, but he does get traded back by Skeptic, who now retakes that mirror window position. Grubby has done good work as well. Oh, big shot from Reese before he's traded back. It's a bloodbath. And Turdster now has a 1v2 set before him. He can jump inside, get that diffuser. He's spotted for a brief moment by Skeptic.
That's a call.
That mirror window position is still awkward because Skeptic can continue playing there and basically control the map. The flashbang is good, but Skeptic peeks straight into it. Well played, taking down Turd and winning the round for Heretics.
The only thing missing for WEIBO there was actually just pressure in more different areas. There were Jacuzzi Breach, there were Office Hatch, and there were main stairs. Hoven did get inside a gym like very early in that attack, but all the floor was open on the bottom of the wall, so he couldn't really have any safe haven for a plant attempt. He got pushed by the guy in master bedroom and things fell apart. Turdster last alive outside the windows. Worst spot to be. And you see right here, he was actually on the roof, not even on the windows. So odds are he was probably playing on that office hatch and then eventually halfway through the chaos rotated to the windows. And while that happened, his teammates died. He's left in a really awful spot for a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, he still had an idea there with the flashbang on the mirror window.
And he managed to stay swing first.
Yeah. Good round from Heretics. Again, that was a really chaotic one. It reminded me of a lot of those rounds that we had on Cafe.
Like, it was low-key giving Wolves vibes because they were like the
You mean the old Wolves, the French Wolves.
French Wolves. They would thermal charge the Kuzi wall and blitz rush in, drop the office hatch with the Ying, and they would make that work, I swear to God, every single time. Yeah. Until people were like, yeah, that's the Wolves attack, let's be ready for it. But it gave me French Wolves vibes.
Yeah. Okay.
Maestro, 2 rounds in a BO3, I'm a happy man.
Yes.
Brava brought out both times, makes me a sad Maestro player, but you know, well done for Reeps.
No, look, I like this. Immediately,
we're very sad
first
now.
one hacked. I mean, that is just so much info already in Garage.
You know what I like to do?
Hello.
But that's, you know, you're burning your own impacts, but not your own camera.
And it would have been nice to have that impact for Speakeasy later in the round.
What I really like when you play the Maestro is actually that Maestro himself, he has the drone projector that kind of obscures the vision for drones, and that works against Brava as well. So you can play the Maestro themselves, have those sensors, put them in front of the Evil Eye, and the Brava has to go all the way in. But he's playing barbed wire, so there are 4 barbed wires instead.
Obs Blocker is by far the least played piece of utility in this game.
Oh, by far. Now, it wouldn't work in bottom garage because they can just get shot, but if you put the Evil Eye in a spot where the Ops Blocker is covered, like Catwalk Rafters, it can actually work really well.
All right, quick thought. What if the Ops Blockers were indestructible or bulletproof, like you had to nade them?
They would definitely get... I think it's just frustrating at that point, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Might make him good.
I mean, true.
All right, Speakeasy's making a play here.
But he's not taking damage.
That was... He survived. Newport somehow is weaving himself between 2 different fires.
What?
But Reeps will eventually finish him off. Thank you, Speakeasy, for lapping up that control. Thank you, Hoven, for the fire. Oh, this is a good shout from Ape. I didn't know you could shoot the mirror from there so easily.
He is just in there. I mean, they're making such quick progress here. I mean, that's all the Evil Eyes dealt with.
Wow.
They got the mirror window, they got Calgraphus, they have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They got the breaching, they got the Monty. Like, on paper, this is like the most unlosable round ever. But there's still a C4, there are still 3 toxic babes, but we gotta see Speakeasy work his magic as the IGL. Figure, guys, how can I burn out the smoke? Do I walk in first, dance a bit by the bomb side? There's a flank.
Oh,
C4 down
the
the
flanker, and it's gonna be an easy kill for Ape. He's actually just gonna lie in wait. Prone on the ground. Oh, he's going to get spotted. There was a bit of a bot moment. C4 is going to be now available, and Grubby down below as well. So So WEIBO do have to deal with that, but they do have kind of the perfect case of reach here where they won't be exposed to CCTV as they move inside. I don't know where Turdster's faced his mug and got it shot by Heretics, but does bring it back into a 3v3.
Yeah, they can just burn the last toxic bait, then go for a plant. I think Speakeasy is aware of this, so he has to like just again keep playing aggressive, force out the smoke, then go for a plant. It's that, or you block one of the doors of Monty and then plant in a safe spot. He's gonna go for a plant on the default actually. He can stick it. Yeah, 100%.
Did he can. Now one player does go down below. That's on Grubby, but it's going to be too late for him, and he's caught by Hoven regardless. Perfect cover from Reaps on the bomb site, and the plant is confirmed. Very solid round, textbook from WEIBO, perfectly countering the Heretics defense.
There's a back and forth there, right? The Monty wants to burn the last toxic bait from the smoke, and Smoke knows this, so he's trying to hold onto it for as long as possible. But then Speakeasy goes, what if I just start planting and he's not ready for it, right? If I get halfway through that plant timer, I can stick it even if he does hit the smoke. And then my teammates are 2v2 or 2v3 in a phenomenal post plant from the rappel outside, catwalk rafters. Good trade-off.
And the Deimos and Mira bands come on through. I like both of these. I am surprised, though, to see Deimos over something like a Monty, because we've had 2 rounds of shields now. The only round that the Deimos was picked was actually when Heretics won on Jim, and a large part of that round was the Mira windows. So I like that WEIBO's gotten rid of that. I think maybe Heretics might regret that ban later down the track if they still struggle against a lot of these other power operators.
I think it comes down to preference of pace, right? The Deimos is so good for roam clear and faster pace entry because it gives you intel, where Monty is more like slow and steady execute kind of vibe.
They actually did play Deimos in the first round as well, I missed that.
Oh, okay.
They did play it for the whole map roam clear, but I mean, Dokkaebi is still in, right? So still have other roam clearing potential.
But I feel like it just shows the cards here that they want to go for a more roam heavy style, and that's why they're going to go back to basement and that same similar roam game. But if you make a small note here, there are more utility operators, right? We got stuff that can fall back towards the bomb site and still be very viable. Asami can fall back, Fenrir can fall back, the Castle is he's always Castle, he exists in the server, right? But this feels like they're gonna do a big heavy roam in the beginning, but probably fall back a little bit earlier this time and play their numbers.
Perhaps they will. Very similar story to what we saw last time. It's actually might indeed be a rush, but Ape has been C4'd out.
The thing is,
I didn't realize Grubby's actually in kitchen.
The hatch is closed.
Oh my god! Grubby, my friend, you're gonna have to be thinking about that for quite some time. Speakeasy's found even a kill with the pistol, aiming down sights with the blitz, and Heretics have been completely picked to pieces. WEIBO planting inside a third. It is as free as it gets. Oscar lands a nice shot, but quickly traded on back again. Into the 2v1. Upor does have a decent shot here. Turd's hungry for it, but he's the last one with a gun up. It's a 1v1. I'm not sure Upor knows it.
Has no
but
flash.
Speakeasy against Upor. Has to get up close. He's going to keep surrounding him. And Speakeasy clutches up big for WEIBO with the blitz.
On paper, again, Team Heretics had the superior strategy. They pretty much sold the fact that they're roaming, we're falling back. But Asami stayed in kitchen, hatch was closed. Before we talk about it, Team Heretics tag timeout.
They're playing the strength of the defense here. The one round we won was the one round we actually wanted to play for trades. Right, they're not ready for the late half of the round. So fucking utilize that. VP when we get the pick, play fucking close game, and fucking utilize the trades. Right, we've seen it in the one round we won. We've seen it in the majority of rounds. When they get to the fucking late half of the round, we're not trading properly. Get any fucking crossfire positions. Play up team play. Simple team play scenarios will win you this game. If you have the willingness to fucking get close and actually communicate a crossfire, it will win you this game. We fucking seen it multiple times. Multiple times. So fucking
are fighting.
Fucking get in the late half of the round and utilize the util, utilize the team play scenarios. So the late half of the round will win this.
It's such a tough one, right? Because while he's speaking truth, if you look at that last round, I think if Asami wins the gunfight against Reaps and Ibana, which you absolutely should have on paper, he got flicked like crazy, you're playing 5v3 and you have kitchen control.
Probably the round win.
In my book, it is.
But also, you can flank the hatch on Moto.
Well, so, yeah, exactly. You can flank upstairs, you can flank mains, etc. So I think one gunfight literally defined the entire round outcome, more or less. And it's thanks to a phenomenal shot from Reaps more than anything. And WEIBO played into Team Heretics attack, right?
Yeah.
They were faking the roam, they fell back, Asami stayed, and that should have just been that.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know, DMC is saying, guys, let's play for the late round because that's when WEIBO is not trading themselves, right? Can't force a late round when they're rushing here.
But so that's the thing, right? On the flip side, let's say Asami fell back the main stairs with the castle and didn't try to hide inside a kitchen for the freebie. Then you're playing for the late round technically, because you can only control what you do, not what they're gonna do. But then if you're the Asami, dude, they misdrone you. They have no clue you're there. You're gonna stick around.
Stay in that.
No, not at all. It's one of those things where only the person in the server who's feeling the flow of the match can really make the right call there, because he knows exactly what's going on, and we're all just sitting here going, well, I think actually that should have been the case. So hard to blame him for it. But this goes with the rounds are so close that these teeny tiny details will often be the one to decide who wins. Team Heretics don't have to change that much to start winning.
Yesterday, after losing to M80, DMC, the coach of Heretics, tweeted, "Composure effed us today." Controlled the game, but couldn't get it done in crucial moments like that. That's exactly what we had come to expect out of WEIBO. A critical mistake for Upor and no one to support him. Flexi is caught on his retreat as well. A 5v3. It doesn't get much better than this for WEIBO Gaming.
It hurts my player soul. It hurts so much. C4 toss is perfect. Robbie, the hero made before his team. That's just the Monty, though. He's still down a player. Don't have much left in the tank in terms of utility. A singular C4 to Skepticus on by the bomb site in construction.
Oh, good swing.
We're swinging back. We're swinging back.
It's a good play. In a moment like this, I think you need to be swinging. E1D goes out, but a nice shot from Hoven. He finds one. So much info for WEIBO on the back of these drones, on the back of the Grimsbees. Continuing to force Heretics back. Uppe goes inside and peeks for one. I don't know why Uppe keeps making solo plays here for WEIBO. It is giving Heretics chances here in this best of 3.
They must have seen an opening and just took the risk, and honestly, knowing the outcome, not worth it at all. But had he gotten the kill, that also would be the round. So high risk, high reward.
But you play the 4v2, you're going to win the round.
Joanne would have said, guys, play the numbers. You don't got to do anything crazy, just slow and steady progress, right? C4 toss, the last one of that doesn't get the kill. They know a player's below now, they can 3v1.
Reeks is inside, but he's one with the diffuser, and he is being covered. There could be a rotate here, though. Skeptic gets a wallbang. It's Oscar. He does wallbang, and Reeves has gotten off that plant. There's information for the defense here. A bulletproof camera, I think, that's seemingly detecting them. Reeves needs to get aggressive. Pistol in hand. The fire continues from that Vulcan canister. Terse is low. Reeves is low. The bulletproof still seeing everything happening in the bomb site, and Oscar has just fallen back. He doesn't get flashed. He finds one, looks for another, and Oscar saves the round for Heretics.
The pillar in the middle of the bomb site, stuck in bathroom for the longest time. The flashbang, he doesn't care. He stays, he stands tall, he gets kill after kill, and now we can go back and say, Ape, the jump in on Jim Winto might have lost you the round. Gohan said this before on Cafe. He said it on Chalet. We don't need to make these crazy plays. We have to play together and just slowly progress the round. They got too eager. They wanted it too badly. You can almost argue so Speakeasy here also went way too far forward, putting himself in a risky C4 crossfire position and went down early. Of course, the guns, I mean, they're hitting their shots. That's what damage sure between Heretics, but Siege will always be an FPS at the end of the day.
A 4v2 thrown by WEIBO.
Yeah, 5v3. With Monty.
With Monty up. Yeah, that is where the cracks start to appear for a team that should realistically be 4-1 up on their attack of Clubhouse right now. We knew going into it that Heretics had struggled against M80 yesterday on this same very map, and WEIBO, well, the only result we've seen from them this SI was a 7-0 over FEARX on this map. What I was trying to get at before WEIBO rudely interrupted me by having such an incredible round is DMC very much knew it came down to crucial moments against WEIBO, but he was overall happy with their performance, despite losing 2-1. I don't think they'll say the same if they lose this game to WEIBO.
Against the Navy, yeah.
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 Is that not what I said?
You said WEIBO twice.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you did.
When they lost to M80,
yeah,
they were still happy with their performance. If they lose to WEIBO, I don't think they'll be satisfied.
it's crazy because if I'm Team Heretics, right, completely unbiased, if I make it out of groups, I'm satisfied. Because, like, let's be honest, right? But of course, you're always gonna aim for the sky, aim for more. You are in trouble. 3v1, 1 below, 2 above, white swings, doesn't win the trade, turn low XP though, but again, the Munty will be up for this one. Flexy's injured as well.
How's Flexy keep making mistakes? He was so good on the first map.
Oh, no!
He's done for.
On the run back, trying to get to the side. I feel like this is Heretics is being a little bit too panic in the serve, because if you get the Asami barrier from Grubby, who had a spare in pocket when he died, who had a toss on the window, you fall back together. So instead of saying, guys, help me, I need a Asami barricade, please, it's just, I'm gonna run back and just 50-50 it.
Yeah. And this, of course, forces Heretics into desperation. A minute 30. You remember what their coach said during the tactical timeout? Force late rounds. Guess what?
Yeah, well...
3v5 because they overstayed their welcome in the early round. They could be forcing late rounds, but they haven't been executing the game plan as intended.
So Oscar is roaming top floor in office with 2 Goyo canisters in pocket. So the bomb site...
Oh, he's still up there.
He's still up there, and he hasn't put down 2 of his Goyo fires. So this bomb site is not going to have too much time to stall with, since that's missing. And in his mind, he's so scared of falling back because surely they're watching the rotations, right?
He doesn't want to fall back, although they've now seen him. But it's a 5v2 on site right now, and WEIBO know it. They've just droned him multiple times, and that is not a very impactful impact grenade either.
He has to make the play here. He knows it, because the bomb site is doomed.
Yeah, and the drone has spotted him again. He now rotates. Good cover, though, from Reaps. That's a smart move. Now, WEIBO, what would Gohan say? He would say, simplify it. Don't overextend here. No need to try and hunt this guy in 1v1s. You've got a 4v1 on site with 1 player to watch the flank from Oscar. And Ape is now watching him. Ape gets spotted. And Grubby's holding the line on site. No. Oscar wins his fight. And WEIBO start to form some cracks in this attack. But Reaps will find his opening on the bomb site. And with Speakeasy going deep, he's going to look for a plan on Church. 15 seconds remain. This plan should be able to be confirmed. Heretics need to get around it. They need to keep retaking, putting the pressure on. But Reaps is there for another one. Grubby's out of it. Oscar cannot stand up. Reaps has his DMR. It comes to life again. Bit of damage. No ammunition. Turd is low, but so is Oscar. And Reaps will finally get the job done. It's a dominant half for WEIBO. 4 rounds on the attack.
A little bit shaky, a little bit nerve-wracking at the end when both Grubby and Oscar found a kill, tying it back to a 3-on-3, but the attackers of WEIBO had the superior position, right? Oscar, stalking kitchen, dropping down the hatch, can't do much. Another defender, stalking down a dirt tunnel, can't do much either. In Speakeasy, he said, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. That means Church has to be free. I'm gonna sprint in, and even if we lose the gunfights, we will get the objective successfully.
Oh, wow. All right. It's all about the hard breach today. It's
very much so.
Second half. All hard breach bans.
Electro Bros and Thumares.
I'm just thinking about the mental game. Remember 5 rounds in a row on Cafe for Heretic? They were scary. From their defense into their attacks, they kept that momentum. They're looking a little bit tilted now.
In the way that both Flexi and Uber died here in this round is heartbreaking, because it's Church does survive with 1 bullet of health. So if you get the kill as Ufer, you're super happy. Flexi runs back from bottom blue and he dies and gets shot in the back. He dies as well. Another heartbreaker. It's these, again, very small things. But there are things that could have been done, like the Asami keep a barrier to protect your teammate, to fall back together, to not overstay on the top red stairs maybe. But if your game plan is to fight back and fight for map control, you can't play too scared in the server either, because if you give the entire map to the enemy attackers, they're gonna execute in a 5v5, and that favors attacks more often than not.
And you can see it on the Heretics players' faces. There's a lot of emotion, but not a lot of energy left. Even just a little frustrated sigh from Oscar as they lose that round, as he loses that clutch. I mean, WEIBO also aren't that energetic either, but they do look a lot more chilled out. I mean, game is pretty intense, though.
Of course, WEIBO's gonna want to win here and just be the undisputed goats of their group.
I mean, that's the thing. Like,
but they're qualified.
Technically, WEIBO don't need this win.
Exactly.
No matter how badly they play from here on out, they could have lost 7-0, 7-0 on the last 2 maps.
Yeah.
And it really wouldn't have mattered. They still would have been first place in their group. There's no seeding advantage. They've already got that advantage. This is just about playing well for the sake of the game.
Exactly. It's consistency, discipline, practice. Because mind you, especially when you're from APAC, how many really high stakes, high quality tier 1 games do you get? Domestically, they're gonna just run over 90% of other teams because they're just that much better.
A lot of people say it's one thing to practice in scrims, but it's another thing, you learn so much more from actually playing a real comp game.
That's it. So that's how you can treat it. Try your best, learn the most, and get as good as you can for the rest of the games of this tournament if you're WEIBO. For Team Heretics, of course, a lot more on the line. But also, you're coming from Tier 2 LCQs in Europe, taking on pro teams to get here. You are the real deal, but this is a bomb site, Robbie.
Yeah, this is a play. He's looking for an opening, misses his chance.
There's a gap.
And immediately spraying back, and of course, the Goyo to be popped. Flexi snuck in through the church wall breach itself. Doesn't get the kill, though. Now they know where he is. There's a little bit of cover, though. And Flexi will finish up that kill onto Ape with the nade. Turts actually might fall back and go for a flank, but Oscar's in garage storage, now going down blue stairs, but the attack has fallen flat on its face. WEIBO maintain their control, they look for a 5th round, and the crossfire is too much for Oscar to handle. 5-2 for WEIBO.
They were deep inside, but the cage was on the blue portion of the map on the Hibana. It goes down too early. I think there was a spur of the moment, hey guys, the roam is heavy, there's a gap on the bomb site, let's just full send it. But again, the wallbang, the Goyo fire pop, and Case being in the wrong location, they can't force anything. WEIBO very much successful here on Clubhouse, kind of to the expectations of the desk of us, but that cafe gave me so much hope for Team Heretics. And again, they're so close in these rounds, yet it feels like they're still so far. Johan is just like the biggest fan of his boys. I love it. I love it too.
I love the energy. I do feel like WEIBO picking up Gohan has got to be one of the best things that this team has done since forming.
I'll do one better. The most surprising pickup almost ever from a support staff perspective, because mind you, before Gohan came back onto this roster as a support staff member, he was gone from the Siege scene for years.
That's 6 or 7.
Like a long amount of time. No, 7 or 6 years, mind you.
And keep in mind, like, there has not been a player roster change on WEIBO ever, right? After Boston, right, the old Bleed or Team Joel roster, which had their worst tournament ever, all of those players were dead sick. Remember that import roster? We had Noodle and Leader on the team from the UK. WEIBO Gaming forms. Also, the old Bleed team had to deal with so much drama to do with their org. They weren't getting paid. Now they've got WEIBO. They pick up the best players from the old Asian Elevate roster, Speakeasy and Upbeat. Now they have a new leadership figure in the team in Speakeasy. And we've now got this, finally, a move to bring in a really competent coach. It's exactly what this team needs.
They also had a boot camp in Europe ahead of the tournament. I think they were, if I believe to be correct here, at the Team Liquid facility, which is funny because Gohan used to be for Team Liquid, so they have a contact there for sure. So they've been in Europe for, I think, a week prior, getting ready, getting, you know, jet lag coordinated, whatnot, so they're not going to go sleepy tired. They really set themselves up for the biggest chance of success at this event. That is no understatement. They've proven themselves very worthy. Got the clash for this one. Speakeasy, he showed what he could do earlier with this operator on Chalet. It is so annoying to deal with, but they got good counters. Fire, Nomad, grenades.
A lot of damage done to Speakeasy. He's going to be very vulnerable for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I mean,
one fire in pocket. I mean, if you pull
one big injury,
be done. Wow, this is a double jump out. Turster finds one, but he will be traded back. Grubby did well. I like the idea from WEIBO. An impact onto the Kiba barrier and 2 players to jump out at the same time. It's cheeky, it's risky, it doesn't pay off.
It's one of those plays where, you know, your opponent's not going to see it come because you got the clash, you got locked on the bumps, you got trap operators. So sometimes, oh, let's just throw a span in the works, jump out the window, re-aggress, get 2 kills, jump back in, but they get punished. This gives Team Heretics a great shot at this round. Nate spent for the mute jammer, I believe, to open up that single wall. There's still 1 nade left in the pocket of Flexi. That can take down Speakeasy's clash very easily. And of course, a Deimos tracker as well for information.
Grimbees go out, 50 seconds to play.
Could just be
they start tracking some of these players. They are going to have to get aggressive, but Speakeasy's still got a position, and he slips through the cracks to find Skeptic. A Nitro from Ape causes all kinds of hurt now for poor Heretics. But Speakeasy is in an awkward spot because Flexi is just around the corner from him. Now he knows Grubby is outside. He's going to reactivate. Just so awkward. This shield, the taser continues, and yeah, Grubby doesn't know what to do. They know that Flexi's in the middle of the bomb site, but they're not going to do anything about it. He's instead going to make his way forward and clean house. The final 2 kills come through, and Heretics stave off defeat for another round.
Again, a big sigh of relief there. So close and so tricky. When you have players stuck outside Jacuzzi with Deimos deep in the bomb site, you literally cannot help each other in the clash. There was no counterplay left, no grenades, no nothing. A kiss of the camera.
Look, he's in high spirits if he's doing that.
He's feeling good. Grubby's been quite the character in this event. With the cameras, with the content, with the energy in the server. I think when you go from tier 1 and you have it all, and you then go down to tier 2, gotta fight your way back, I think you get a whole new level of appreciation for the grind, for the job, for making it to a tier 1 LAN event. When you've been in tier 1 for a long time, you make every event and whatever, you know, things are just flowing, they're rolling, you probably take it very for granted.
Yeah, like if you're a player, you know, on one of those teams that makes every single event, like, you know, for example, Space Station has made every single event since Yonshipping. It's kind of just become normal to come along to these things, and all the benefits, all the advantages of coming to an event just becomes a privilege. But no, Grubby, he knows what it's like to struggle at an SI. A year ago in Boston, Team Secret, which he played for at the time, first rounded. Immediately afterwards, him and Virtue get dropped. And now Team Secret are arguably looking like the best team at Six Invitational. Them and WEIBO and FAZE are the only teams remaining undefeated off the top of my head. Am I missing any? I'm going to say that's just those 3.
Let's just say it and hope it's true.
Furia, maybe Furia. I think, yeah.
Yeah, they're all snapping that series. Either way.
I mean, Secret is looking like one of the most dominant teams at the event. That's for damn sure.
And that's why once you get out of groups, start seeing the 4 different group teams play each other and mix and match it a little bit in the bracket. That's going to be super exciting.
And yes, I have confirmed there's one team from each of the 4 groups that is top of their group. It's WEIBO in Group A, Furia Group B, FAZE Group C, and Secret Group D. All of those teams still remain undefeated.
There it is.
And yes, Oscar looking at his former teammates and their success, obviously champions in EWC, and now looking so good at SI. It's nice to see that he's still got a little bit of character, and it's not all too serious at these events.
So they pop the cancel barricade. Abe sprints away from middle of lounge as his cover fades away. Goes back upstairs to reposition. Cancel UMP buff plus the extended barrel means you do like, I don't know, 46 damage per shot for the UMP. Packs a punch. Reaps finds Oscar elsewhere though.
Doesn't matter how much damage your gun does if it hits the head. Reaps has now just found 2 of them. Flexi is struggling. Reaps goes for 3. Skeptic 1v4 on the glass outside a garage. Needs to make a move, but they know exactly where he is. And Turnstile will continue to contest. Another round for WEIBO and match point in their hands.
This is where the pressure is going to be its biggest if you're Team Heritage. Of course, it's not the end of the world if you lose, but you are so close, right? So close. And you have more that you want to show. Also, a very smart thing they did last round. They actually had a deployable shield on catwalk rafters right above the staircase. One, it makes the shield have to vault over. That sucks as a shield player. But also, you can avoid the cancel fire. Because now you can play by the window, by 90, by catwalk rafters 1, 2, and the shield. So you can sprint across and avoid the cancel fire in case they brought it. So great counterplay by WEIBO, being ready for the shield, for the capital, for whatever happens.
And for a long time, I will say, Turdster has been one of the best players I've seen at playing the rafters position as Azami. He's always been really good at it. And even though that wasn't necessarily the focal point of the round, just having Turdster alive in that position is what enables Reaps to get aggressive elsewhere, because Heretics are spending so much time trying to deal with this fickle little player up on the rafters. Now, 3 match points for WEIBO. And they may continue what has been their best run ever at a tournament. In fact, one of the best runs that we've seen for APAC in a very long time. You know, the very first time that an APAC team topped groups at Six Invitational was in 2019 with the Australian Fnatic roster. Dam1 did it again in 2022 in Sweden for the Six Invitational. And WEIBO could indeed be the 3rd team from APAC to win a group stage at SI.
So basement heavy on the util, right? The Nari lasers, smokes, fire, and the lasers from the Maestro. Team Heretics, they don't have the Brava. It's the first time in this BO3 we've seen a Maestro getting picked and no Brava in response. but it usually has been Team Heretics playing on defense with the Maestro, and then Reap specifically counter-picking the Brava. So only Dokkaebi is a real counter operator, and I would not be surprised actually if this became one of those like 5v5 or 4v4 heavy bombs that executes. And if that would be the case, Team Heretics don't have the easy answers, right? There is no Grim, there's no Shield, there's no Ying. The only real thing they have is Dokkaebi Deimos. It's great for roam clear, gets a little bit of information, but it's not gonna make your bombs that execute all that much easier. There's the first call for the roam clear. The second one we save, of course, for execute later. Now they see the Maestros on the board as well. Again, it feels like WEIBO have just simply got themselves in such a strong position from the operator pick phase alone. Hats gets popped. Again, we're just setting things up. It's going to be that 5v5. There are no roamers from defensors. Reap's 14 kills, by the way. He's been popping off. Everybody from Team Heretics very much even. 3 on Upor as the lowest, and 7 on Oscar as the highest fragger. So everyone kind of struggling together, if you will.
It's just classic Heretics.
And
What
team effort.
Gohan said about Heretics during the cafe timeouts, we know how they play. They're slow, they're methodical. We just want to peel back the layers and waste their time. Now, Heretics didn't manage to catch that WEIBO player who managed to get away into dirt. I believe it was Speakeasy.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that missed opportunity. WEIBO just wants this timer to keep on ticking down. They're happy to give up all this map control.
They found 2 of the Evil Eyes so far. They use this one can shoot the Kairos on the wall just like this, unless you walk in and shoot at the exact same time. Does get 4 of the pellets. Thankfully, they have some spare in pockets, so they're applying pressure everywhere, right? They got all the hatches, they got the triple wall open up a little bit as well. They're trying to apply so much pressure onto WEIBO that they don't know where the attack is coming from.
Oh, good shot though from Grubby. Durster gets aggressive and he's exposed. Take it down. A good nade as well. Forces Ape back. Now he's in a pickle. Trying to play on the vending machine. He's spotted out by Skeptic. But elsewhere, Upor has fallen on the Deimos as Ape does his best to hold on. And now amidst the fire and the smoke, Reeves will get re-aggressive. The Chinese player today has done just about everything required for WEIBO. It's desperate times for Heretics as they make their way down to the site. Skeptic to find one, and Fluxy joins the fray. It's Hoven in the 1v2 as the plant goes down. He finds the first one to cover. He doesn't know where Skeptic is, and he's faked it. He's baited him out of it, and Hoven has clutched it. Years since the region has had a team brush with greatness, but APAC has a new hope. WEIBO remain undefeated at the Six Invitational in Paris.
A dominant showing, not just today, but every day of groups. If you're watching them, if you've seen their performance, if you know about their history and what they want to achieve, this could just be the event where they go the distance. So much potential. In Team Heretics, we gotta say it. You came in from LCQs, you're still in the tournament, it's not over. I know you wanted more, but you've done great. And this is, more than anything, insane experience from them.
There is no doubt at all that Heretics have exceeded expectations, even going this deep, but this loss is gonna sting. WEIBO up and done after this.
And Speakeasy joining us from WEIBO Gaming, #1 in their group. That's incredible. Were you ever #1 in any group, in any major SI? Because you played a lot of them at this point.
Personally, no. I think this is the first for me. It feels good. Feels good. Feels new. No, I guess. I hope there's more.
What do you owe that result to? What changed from time in the past to today that got you to #1 in your group?
I think we just own it to ourselves. Like we at this event before this boot camping and stuff, we just have the belief, have the confidence in each other as well, and also to my teammates. I'm really thankful that they trust in me, and also to the coach staff, Mipi, Gohan, and also our manager Chu, and also WEIBO for helping us. Going overseas for boot camp and stuff. It really helps.
That boot camp and the ability for WEIBO as an organization to give you that extra space budget-wise and all, do you feel that helped you a lot to perform this year?
It definitely does. It just puts like another thing that we can just forget about it. Everything's settled. Like, we can just focus on practicing scrimmings against the top teams here. And I guess it shows. Here, yeah?
It absolutely does. And look, I'll leave you with one final thing. For all of the APL and APAC fans out there, especially all over the world, there's a lot of copium in there. Is there anything you'd like to tell them as a thank you?
To the fans out there, round by round is our mentality, stage by stage, every single second by second, whatever. Just one game at a time, okay? And I love you guys. Thank you for the support. And my mom at home, I think she's watching. Hello, mom. And my girlfriend as well, and everyone at home. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Speakeasy, a legend in APL Esports and Siege. WEIBO, #1 out of groups.
That was such a cute message at the end of the interview there. Speakeasy being so thankful, but I feel like his teammates should also be thankful for the way Speakeasy was playing those shields on the final map, which really set them up for success.
He really is the glue to that teamwork, I feel like. As the IGL has the one guy that plays the shield all the time. I have multiple examples here on that round 4. He's the one on the blitz charging down the roamers, creating the movement. Then downstairs, he's the one creating pressure, getting a kill. And in the end, all the way here after the plant, he's the one that wins that critical 1v1. To put WEIBO up there on 3-1. And it continues, by the way. Like, when he wins that 1v1, after that, he's not on Blitz anymore. He goes in on Monty. And he will continue creating that pressure. He gets the kill on that Catwalk player here on the Jim Bomb side. And I just felt like we've seen incredible fundamentals from WEIBO so far. That's the one thing that we were praising from the other maps that really showed on Clubhouse. But there was not only the shield check. There was everything.
It was not only the shields. There was a lot more strategic depth as well. I think we talked about the attack at the start of the pre-show. And WEIBO's attack is so goddamn good. They've got everything considered. They see a Maestro, insta-Brava pick, control the Maestro cam on site. That is now under control of WEIBO. Monty, Speakeasy, we just spoken about him on the shields, gets that breach open. And even though the player dies here, they know that the mirror has flanked. Oscar manages to find the kill onto the player that's holding him in a little bit of a rat spot. Of course, Oscar would know about that. But they managed to refrag Oscar out. That allows Speakeasy's plan. And look at the coverage. You've got Reaps downstairs. Yeah, so Reaps upstairs. You've got Hoban downstairs, and then that's literally it. It's just bang, 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 completely covered.
It's just a masterpiece. You've got the right players at the right time, at the right positions, and the right intel as well. Those flank drones were perfect. No one noticed them. And it goes to show there was one specific individual, especially on that last map. It is Reaps, that got multiple multi-kills, that covered the plant multi-times. And when it's not him, look at third. And that's the beauty of WEIBO. You've got a great shields player, a great IGL, and everyone surrounding him can frag.
That's what I mean. The spine of the team is just fundamentally sound. Then when you need it, you've got them shields. You've got the plants that comes off the back of Speakeasy on the IGL. You've got Turd, you've got Reaps. It all just fits together so nicely. Like, I have absolutely no qualms calling this the best team in APAC right now. They are one game away from main stage at Six Invitational, and dare I say further than that.
It's incredible, absolutely amazing for them. We can have a look at the group standings as well, because this has concluded a part for them too, right? They've now played all of their games inside of the group stage. It still means that we have M80, we have FEARX playing up in that same group after this, but looking at this, WEIBO has certainly made history here at the Six Invitational. It's the third time that a team from APAC managed to get first in the groups at SI. The last time being 4 years ago with Demon in 2022.
Yeah, I think we keep telling everyone that WEIBO is the best APL team, and I think that's true. But I think that what they've been looking forward for the longest of times has been being one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. And they're clearly on that path. They've proven it again and again. All the way back in Atlanta Major. Do you remember that core roster on Bleed that created the first upset against M80? Well, that team now has grown so much. They're dominating with plus 27 round difference.
And I think when the group first came out, everybody thought, okay, this is a free group for M80. And obviously you can see M80 currently down there in third place. They will play. You know, you would assume that they would beat FEARX on the balance of probability. Should they do that, then they will finish up in second. So that cannot underestimate WEIBO's achievement to have gone flawless in this group with full victories, 14 points, considering the opponent is, you know, one of their major rival for that position is the current major champions.
It's incredible. I mean, even FEARX, of course, with this power, this willpower to hopefully make it out of groups, anything could still happen inside that. Heretics are still battling for that second spot as well. So much to go on inside of this Group A, but even on the B stream, right? There's so much going on there as well. There is a fight going on for the first position between Furia and Wildcard, and Wildcard have actually managed to secure the first map as well.
Furia is back against the Wolf. Team.
Yeah. Actually incredible. So crazy to see that. We'll go take a peek at what's going on in that game in the break though. But whilst we go there, we also have Wildcard as they're playing a game for the first position in their group. We've also put them in the extraction point escape room. See how fast they could get out.
Left, Shark. Left. Yeah, what are we doing?
I don't know, bro. I think I understand. This is the F2. F4C. So, 418. You see, I'm not that dumb.
Hey.
2.
Alright, so that's the first number.
So 2.
So we gotta go to the next one.
Oh, bro, I'm the worst guy for the math.
Alright. Each proxy is 2, each claymore is 17, each flashbang is 8.
So 2, 17.
Minus 8, multiplied by 2, so 18.
So what was the number?
I'll remember. I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember. 9. Okay, it was 18.
Oh, we have to find the nationality, no?
This guy's French. Cav's Brazilian.
Canadian.
US. Okay, hold on. Put in 7, and then 6, and then 9, and 1.
There is no way, bro. I didn't understand anything, bro.
6.
Okay.
So
6, and that one is the last one.
Yeah, that's the last one. We have to look really hard at the pictures. That's what he said.
Oh, I found, bro, on the hammer. There is a 9, 0. No, that's never mind. That's just the pants.
That's the pants, bro. The last one's a 4.
9, 8, 3.
4. Nice, bro. Bro, open the thing, bro.
My bad. 7. 6, 7. My bad.
Bro.
2, 6, 7. What was the code of that one?
I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember.
Bro, at least try all the 9 codes, no? That we're gonna cheat, but I mean.
Oh,
2.
I understand what you mean
So
now.
2, 6, 7 on the last one,
We're
and you try
corny.
all the others.
I'm down to be corny. Oh wow.
Yo.
We did it.
I told you we were gonna leave the hammer.
Go. Good job, Shark. We did it.
Got it, bro.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it for you.
Bro, do you realize how many people's hands have been on that?
Yeah,
bro?
I know. My bad.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
The final matchup of Group A is upon us, FEARX versus M80, and we can have a look at the stakes for this matchup. Of course, all calculated by Sparbuni, helping us set up the stakes for this matchup. FEARX, if they want to survive, they need the 4 points, 2-0 win. No room for mistakes, and M80 actually have a really good chance of being the best placed second team if they win here.
Which would mean then they get to pick their opponent, obviously, going into playoffs. And I will say this, they are the heavy favorite of this matchup. Looking at FEARX, I mean, we're not surprised. They've been grouped that many times. They're always in a dire situation. And it is the case here. Once again, they've only won 2 maps this event so far. It's been rough for these guys.
Yeah.
They need this final match to go their way to salvage themselves.
It would be an absolute David versus Goliath feat if FEARX were to pull it off. And I think, you know, realistically, it's hard not to speak out of a place of frustration in my mind for FEARX, because FEARX are now taking the best Korean players all together with, obviously, with D plus Kia going in a different direction.
Yep.
Putting them all on the same team. They've got a Brazilian coach, and we was expecting the level up. And we've seen level ups from, you know, different APL teams. We've literally just seen WEIBO top this group.
We've seen the impact of a Brazilian coach on an APL team.
There we go. And FEARX have never really materialized that. They've never really got there. And unfortunately, I feel like I'm in this constant state of deja vu with FEARX, where they get to the event, and yes, they are great inside of the APL, but then they get grouped at an international event, and that is what they're facing. So now is literally do or die time for them.
And just before this matchup, we had Milos check in with Fabian for a few words ahead of this game.
Yo, it's Fabian, Bro, okay, we got a chat. What the hell was that? What's been going on the past few days? You had a close game against, what, HERETICS? NIP? You lost to WEIBO? Bro, you're supposed to be major champions. This is the man that held 2 invitational hammers on his own as a player, and then look at him now. What's going on? This is going downhill real quick. We can't play the Falcons, we always lose the first game and we're going to bring it back type shit. So what the hell's been going on? Tell me.
You probably heard us saying it sucks to suck. Yeah, that's been us this week. Sometimes, you know, they have nothing to lose. If you look at the group on paper, we're the clear favorites, so they will never go in with any pressure. They can play completely free of that because they're not supposed to beat us. Also, let's be real, WEIBO has been the best team in APAC for probably the last, 5 years, 4 years, something like that.
CAC fans are fuming right now.
CAG is a one-trick pony, but it's just they have been the most consistent team that they keep on going, and they can beat better teams, and then they've been struggling later in that event. For us, the pressure isn't really ever going to come the same way that it will for them. When we go further into the tournament, I think that they will shake more, and we'll be more fine with it. Also, I don't know why, but we struggle against what we consider worst team, and we do really well against what we consider good teams. Look at Munich. We only played what I would consider top, 8 teams in the world. Give us those teams.
And now you practically got a freebie group in comparison, and yet things are still going rough. The last game, rough, relatively. Expectation, though, you're playing against FEARX. It's a team in Korea. You played against them. You prepped against them over the years. What do you expect to see there?
I mean, I've been watching them play. If there's been any team that's been terrible in this group, it's been them. Okay. And I'd honestly, in the end, we're already through as number 2 or number 3. I don't care how the game goes. We're playing it because we have to, and that's the only reason.
All right. Good luck, Fabian. Hopefully you don't scream too much today, because it's not good for your blood pressure now.
I'm old as hell.
So am I, bro. So am I.
I'm glad we can always expect Fabian to be honest.
They punched Katie, by the way. I witnessed that live. They punched Katie once they were shaking hands. They did apologize profusely.
Nah, that's really sad. But no, we can expect them to be honest. And I feel like it's the team culture for that team as well, right? They keep it real with each other. But let's be honest, so far this tournament, it's not paid off so far.
Yeah, and I think that they can use this matchup, you know, to rebuild that confidence a little bit. They've dropped maps everywhere in that group. It's not been an entirely confident M80, I will say this, but also it's been the story of that roster forever. I mean, Manchester run with Biscos was never clean by whatsoever. Munich was the same thing. They need to drop a couple of maps. That's how they warm up into a tournament.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, the warm up into the tournament. When do you want to be playing your best siege? Not right now. You want to be playing it in a week's time later when you're on the main stage and when you're in the big games. Get all of the mistakes out of the way now. I think for M80, the reality is they will either be, probably with the way this game will go, they will either be the best second place team and be choosing their opponent, or be in the third place team group pool and nobody's going to pick them. So whichever happens, they're still going to be playing a good game either way. And I think that's why Fabian's alluded to it in the interview. The performance maybe matters more necessarily than the result. I know they're both linked, but he's looking for a big performance here.
See, let's look at the standings again, just to really reiterate the point you're making right now, because if you do get second, that means you get to pick an opponent from another group. And the way it's currently looking right now, should M80 get or win this game quite convincingly, they will probably be the best second place team. And then Heretics, they'll go down maybe as the worst third place team. So they're looking to get picked first by a strong opponent.
Yeah, I can tell you they're watching this game and praying that FEARX is doing well, but I will say...
well, yeah. Nipper praying for the opposite.
Yeah, Nipper praying for the opposite because they want to stay in this tournament, of course. But if I just think about it, I think it would be a rough one for M80 to just let Heretics on top of them. You know what I mean? Imagine they lose this and you have Heretics, a bunch of dudes that were in tier 2 in Europe when you were winning the November major. Take over you, like in SI, it just makes no sense, right? So they want that confidence back. They want to win. They want to appear stronger than they are.
That is valid, and the pressure is on FEARX to at least get a map to start themselves off well in the series. So let's take a look at that map, Vito, then, and see where exactly we'll be headed to in regards of our 2 or 3 maps for this series. We're going to show them to you all at the same time. FEARX pick us up first with Clubhouse.
Yeah, not a big surprise here. It's one of the only maps actually they won at the event, and M80 lost it twice. I think SHOPIFY Rebellion, WEIBO. It was always close though against good opponents. Consulate and Bank. If I look at this, I noticed something. It's only maps that M80 have displayed almost twice. I think they've displayed 4 times in total, Consulate and Bank, and Clubhouse once. So it's only maps that they've showed already. It looks like Fabian is trying, just maybe, to preserve some strategies for playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of endgaming this a little bit, protecting your map pool that you've not necessarily exposed so far, but also righting some wrongs of the maps that you have played so far. We've seen M80 have a bit of an indifferent group so far, so for them it ties into that it's about the performance, it's about the big result, it's about building up the confidence in some of the players and righting wrongs on the maps that they've lost so far in the groups to feel good going forward.
It's time we speak to our casters. We're joined by Gaza and Zenix, the guys from APAC, potentially watching another APAC downfall.
We just watched actually APAC top the group end, so it's a good day here for us. I've got one question though. It's directed to you, Leo. You want to try cast?
No. I'm not doing that with any of you guys because the last time I offered, you guys denied. So
I feel like I've just witnessed like a marriage proposal go wrong and the person just ran off or something. But I hope you two won't be doing that during this game because it is ready, so take it away.
Yeah, and an important game for FEARX. They must win 2-0 if they are to remain at Six Invitational. Otherwise, they do indeed face elimination. For M80, it should be smooth sailing. The Munich Major champions have got themselves a good warm-up heading into playoffs.
Should be a one-sided match, and it is on paper. Look at that social prediction, but can FEARX dig deep here and find the result they need?
Well, let's head into it. It is now lifeline time for FEARX. They must win and do so 2-0. So we head to Clubhouse for the opening map of this series. M80 only needing the 1 map to secure second place. They then get to choose their opponents going into playoffs. For FEARX, of course, as mentioned, they must win both Clubhouse and Consulate. Now, if there is a map in which I think that they've got any kind of chance against for M80, it probably is a map like Clubhouse, let's be honest. They actually played it only twice in the last 6 months, but more importantly, beat Team Heretics on it the other day, 7-3. That must give them some confidence, a little bit, but then ultimately you got to go to Consulate and do it all again, and that will prove to be an even more difficult task because M80 will begin on the defense. We've got the bands.
The bands follow the first half as follows: Bandit, Mirror, Monty, and Blitz. A double shield off the board, and that will potentially throw a spanner in the works for FEARX, who at times do love playing shields, and that follows on nicely to my next point. The biggest red flag for FEARX. They are number 20 for attack at this event. There's only 20 teams, so they find themselves in last position. They kick off their campaign here on Clubhouse on the attacking side. As mentioned, arguably a decent opportunity for them to build some momentum, but they have to show something here in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, just going to rattle off a couple of statistics just to give those at home watching a bit more of an idea as to how things have been transpiring for FEARX. Their dead last for attack win percentage, 20%. The worst team at the event. Their opening kills, 16th. 46%, but conversions second last, 50%. Multi-kills means being able to get 3Ks or more, 17th. Plant percentage, 23% is 11th, and defense, 53%, 15th, and an opening kill already for Hot and Cold against Rin. 30 seconds into the round, that's the start that you want to see from M80. They are the best team at the event when it comes to opening kills, M80. 59%, ranking first, and what a way to start off here in Clubhouse.
We have seen, though, on a couple of occasions, and the number reflects that their conversion hasn't been incredible at this event, and that's certainly something that they'll be conscious of as this tournament progresses. For this match in isolation, it's not massively impactful, as the desk alluded to. Second is great, they can pick their opponent. If not, no one's going to probably want to play against M80 either way. Good Boy responds in the meantime, Gunner falls, Gav as well gets caught.
Yeah, he got pinched there. Good little push over towards the balcony from Good Boy, helps out with Coded, so playing off his Blackbeard was able to put the pressure onto Gavin. Not much you can really do in that situation. Deathmark activated from Mephi onto Diffuser. Despite the opening kill for M80 here on basement, now advantage for FEARX. The decision for M80 as to how they want to play it. 3 towards the basement, and Kino, Hot and Cold, and Diffuser. And the 2 top players for M80 so far at this event in the grave. Gunner 7th for EPS. Gavin in the top 20 as well. Need to see a bit out of Kino, I think. Going into playoffs, this is a really good opportunity. Unfortunately, it's been a rough tournament for him so far. 80th for EPS, an 87 EPS metric. He's minus 16 KD, minus 2 on the opening kills. I looked at this kind of series, this kind of matchup to maybe get the best out of Kino, get him back into form heading into playoffs. Able to put some denial into the X-Cars, but there are plenty in the chamber for Woogie. 60 seconds left, 1 minute advantage for FEARX. And 2 players available for the death marks of Mephi.
Info gathering time here for Mephi. He'll send that drone down below into basement, preset it over towards Mem. In the meantime, Woogie getting to work on that kitchen hatch. Currently the only player for FEARX above
Dirt push.
100 EPS.
Dirt push on the Blackbeard with the kit, and Coded's now very low. Going to get flamed out as well. Vulcan Canister pop does net the kill for Kino against Coded. Mephi has been able to acquire the kit, but now pushing out of dirt without the Blackbeard becomes far more difficult.
Flank diffuser, oil pit.
Yeah, they got good space here towards the site for M80. They got church control. They've been able to get Arsenal control, and as you said, over towards blue now goes diffuser from oil pit, 15 seconds. Got to play the drop now if you're Good Boy. Flash dump, then drop to follow. Doesn't survive it. Pushing through now from dirt is Mephi. He's only got 6 seconds, and he's the one with the kit. Woogie does get the kill onto Kino, but Diffuser's just stayed over towards blue, so he'll just get the quick, easy kill. Nicely done from M80 to 4v3. They don't panic, they play sight. And getting that pick onto the Blackbeard changed the direction of that round.
Yeah, Diffuser doing a good job there positionally. FEARX potentially expecting him to have already rotated into the likes of Church or playing a little bit more of an advanced position, and we saw them eventually go deep off the back of the hatch drop and try and find him. Diffuser retains his life and then can sweep forward and deny plant. And so a pretty good recovery effort there from M80 in the opening round.
And it should be a stress-free match for M80, all things considered. They only need 1 map. Fabian himself saying that FEARX, he thinks they're the worst team of the event. Well, it's hard to say considering what happened to Elevate. Eliminated at the end of day 3. And actually still the only team eliminated. So at the end of day 3, Elevate said goodbye, but we now, halfway through day 5, still don't have any other teams eliminated yet. FEARX, though, well, if they give a map over to M80, they will join Elevate on the plane home. Although they'll go separate ways. Elevate will go to Brazil, and
5 seconds left before insertion.
FEARX will go back to Korea.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And we head over to bedroom for round number 2. Likely to be a map sweep across here from FEARX. Double primary hard breach, Thermite and Mav, so plenty of utility to deal with what's outlined here by M80, who have elected to bring Kaid in the absence of the Bandit in this round, and so critical that Woogieman is effective with his use of the blowtorch to counteract that. Coded able to, of course, trick the exterior con wall. Trouble really will likely start to be encountered here by FEARX if they, again, go map across. You have Gav top red. some hold over towards Cash. I mean, currently their focus, though, is certainly emphasized more so here, Jacuzzi side. Perhaps an indication as to what's to come here for M80. Oh, for FEARX rather, and M80 will need to then pivot in response.
Clubhouse, the third best map at the tournament in terms of defense win rate. Your bedroom around that 55% mark. It's actually Cash and CCTV at 72%, guys, which has been the toughest site for teams to attack into. 90 seconds remaining as they continue to just prepare for this execute. Bit of a mess over towards Jacuzzi wall. Still no presence over towards Gym bedroom balcony. Good boy is able to get the kill onto Hot and Cold after a little bit of time. Spraying and praying does get the answer. Diffuser falls as well quickly to Woogieman. I've got a fun little stat about him, which I'll mention after this round. Mephi to clear out main stairs. Now with Jacuzzi, you can push up main stairs, put a lot of pressure around that 90 hallway.
Kino to anchor side with a Nitro in pocket. 60 seconds on the clock for FEARX to formulate this push, likely the endpoint Gym.
Kino's now the main man here for M80. If they're to win this round, it's just blocking off this push out of Jacuzzi, staying strong inside of Gym. He's got the keeper barrier. There's no one actually on that balcony. So Kino's in a really good position. Not a lot of presence on the other side of it. Nice swing from Gavin. Gonna want his battle against Rin as well. Now Coded might be forced to push in through Jacuzzi. Good boy though. Able to win against Gunner. Keeps the advantage for FEARX. But again, Kino's still in a big position. Good kill onto Good Boy. Kino's the one that is hard to push through. Holding inside a Gym, but now must take on Woogieman in the 1v1 with 20 seconds remaining. Does still have a Nitro, can play the time.
Yeah, just needs to stall out as much time as possible. Force this push forward.
He's almost just trying to hear Woogieman. Woogieman inside of bedroom. And it goes back. It's a nice push back from Woogie. Rather than opting to stay inside, think about the plan. He went for the hero play. And it's the Boogeyman in the night that wins the 1v1 against Kino, giving FEARX their first attacking round here on Clubhouse. And the point that I was going to bring up regarding Woogieman, guys, is he's the 6th highest rated player at the event so far.
Yeah, again, I knew he was the only one on the team above 100. Did not know he was that high in the context of the event, though.
116 EPS.
Impressive.
For a team that has clearly not been able to do a lot of winning, he's been the standout. Now, I thought it was at this moment. Kino got a nice kill over towards bedroom, denies the Jacuzzi push, but they lost Gavin to Woogie. So Woogie wins the 1v2 clutch. You see what it means to him and his team as they get an early attacking round on Club. That's a good start for FEARX.
Yeah, rough one for Kino. Just
well, he did a lot right in that round. Kino got a 3K. Held Gym, so he denies the Jacuzzi push. Fortunately, the rest on site just kind of fell to Woogie. Woogie with a 4K.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So I take that back. Woogie with a 3K.
5 seconds to go.
4-0-1 for Woogieman.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Savannah, you want to say it, or should I? I've got this one.
Cash CC, round 3.
And this is the top side, as per the statistics.
Correct.
For whatever reason, funnily, you go back, what, maybe 20 months ago, it would have been the tertiary side.
Sure, yeah, it was definitely trending away from that.
I don't have the Monty, so you don't have the Monty or the Blitz, in fact, in which means a Rafters push is a lot more difficult.
Not playing Kappa Tower, not playing Grim. This is con side 100%. And M80 are anticipating that. We see the extension out of Jacuzzi, the Kaid in play, triangle defense. There are 3 defenders on this half of the map.
Need to be mindful though, if M80 are this horizontally extended across over towards Gym bedroom, it means positions like Lounge up to top red could be a gap in the defense for FEARX to exploit later in the round. Hot and Cold, of course, will stay Rafters. You need some kind of presence over towards Garage. Kino in sight, and the other 3 have moved over to Gym bedroom. Coda taking a big chunk of damage on the wallbang fight. He comes off for the worst. Woogie now entry in towards Gym. Spots one up close. That's the Fuser. He gets taken low. Woogie gun up. Trying to take the shots against Gunner. Good boy up close. But Gunner with the shotgun able to win that fight. Flash. Well, it doesn't really help out the teammate of Woogie. And then off the back of that flash, Diffuser gets the kill. Blackbeard down. Gavin also getting involved against Rin, helping out from Con. Diffuser pushing into Jim, will drop the hatch and can rotate out. It's a 3v2, but Diffuser Gavin very low. So is Coded. It's been a messy mid-round in this fight. Big tap, Mephi pushing into Cash. Gavin, though, sits top red. Hides and holds his position. Flash. Mephi now full white. And continues to just rotate around this bomb chassis. Now slips into CCTV. Free beyond Takino. Load him back! Just walked into the site, no response, and it's a double stack top red for Gavin and Diffuser. Low on health for both of them. Very winnable right now for FEARX as Mephi confirms the kill onto Diffuser. It's only Gavin that's left. Can't beat Coded. 2 in a row for FEARX on the attack of Clubhouse.
This has been a chaotic Clubhouse on the first rotation.
They're fighting for their survival.
They are grinding away, FEARX. Doing a good job there to slip into sight, and with M80 low on HP and Kino losing his life without impact there in the late round, made things very tricky. Certainly not a...
I mean, the black pit at this point makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? 2 out of 3 rounds played. You know, we know FEARX like to play their shields. All 3 have been eliminated. The clash, though, in response as well is nice, just so that M80 don't have the extra power of being able to play basically the only shield off. I know there's Fuse, but at the end of the day, this round was essentially just straight gunfights because M80 set up for the horizontal defense over towards Gym Bedroom, and FEARX pushed into that.
Certainly not a read problem from the side of M80. It was essentially purely execution-based. But some nice blows from FEARX. Again, they are, again, to reiterate, they are the weakest attacking team by quite some margin.
20% attack win rate. Dead last. And the teams above them are actually Enterprise and Daystar, so it's kind of highlighting the APAC teams have been struggling to attack.
Well, outside of WEIBO, who are #1.
Activating camera.
That's true. Well, yeah, WEIBO are actually the best team at the tournament when it comes to attacking, above even FaZe Clan.
Remarkable. Don't give us hope. Do not give us false hope. So basement round 4, Scopos in play. Gunner given the license to run around. We know how massively influential Gunner can be when given the license to frag, but he's dead. The caster curse is true. Cope finds the entry. Nook, big impact in the 4th round.
And again, a lot of this is so far now going against the script that we've seen so far at the event. M80, the best opening kill team, they've only got 2 from 4, so that's a 50% strike rate rather than their usual 60%, so that's not trending nicely against a team that struggles in that area. To be fair, the weakness for this M80 roster is their defense. 53% defensive win rate puts them 14th. Actually, funnily enough, tied with FEARX. They're both on the same defensive win rate.
Interesting.
Good boy into Kitchen. With this extra player advantage now, what do M80 look for? Is it re-aggression? Gavin over towards Secret, Diffuser towards Stock, so they're kind of just trying to deny this area of the map. They can play the hatch drop, even push back down Secret.
Yeah, Diffuser there, you gotta find one and drop here.
Wookie up close, the Grismont mine a nuisance, but unfortunately Diffuser was unable to play off it.
A decent flush from FEARX, good flush to force him out. Hot and Cold still lurking main though, the only player outside of this basement floor.
Load him back! Top main stairs for Hot and Cold.
The Valcam bar, that's information that he could potentially play off of depending on its position.
It's also got help from Gavin. So Gavin's pushed up playing bot main stairs, so they've kind of got to pinch top and bottom.
Enemy device at my 12.
And there's a minute remaining in the round. So I'd say later in this round, if Hot and Cold hasn't been cleared, hasn't been checked, position not known, he will be a big factor. And this is a free kill. And he can get the second as well onto Woogie. Makes the most of that position by getting 2 players, more than just a single. And now gives M80 the advantage heading into the late round execution. Big play from Hot and Cold, and more importantly, has stayed alive. He'll just lurk bathroom. FEARX, as of right now, could opt to take the 3v3 into the site. The Diffuser gets rid of Rin. And only Good Boy Mephi left. They're split. 1 basement, now the drop coming in. Good Boy to Moto behind Mephi. And the Flames blocking their path forward into Church. As Hot and Cold now makes his way back over towards the motor hatch. He'll push in from above. We'll get the free kill onto Good Boy. 3 for Hot and Cold. A big factor in the round. Basement goes the way of M80.
Clean positioning and finds the timing. Hot and Cold very rarely fails to convert that style of opportunity. And then he was able to double down by repositioning back up above and retimes the second flank, alleviating some of that pressure on the site for the rest of the defense. 2-2 scoreline. Here's a look back at the multi.
It's the difference in the round, really, isn't it? Doesn't get traded, plays it nicely. Knows if they follow him top floor, then they're wasting even more time. You know you've done well when Fabian gives you a little clap. A 2-2 scoreline, though, for FEARX. One more attacking round would be still passing the par mark, right? That's going to be a big win if they can get a third attacking round. They'll have 2 opportunities to do so. Back over the gym bedroom, which last time out was won by FEARX successfully in the second round. That was the Boogeyman clutch. Think back to that. 2-2 split on the opening kills, both converting one and not converting one. It's actually, for all intents and purposes, a very true and apt scoreline. It's been a very even match to begin with. The question will be more the endurance for a team like FEARX. How long can they keep this up?
Not to mention, map 2 is not going to get much easier.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Until it has
like,
very strong.
Even if they win Clubhouse and it raises the hopes, it's not like they are afforded the opportunity of going to the cider map either.
No. Worry about that when we get to it. Early hard breach in effect. Clean work from Rin. The Salmas can get to work on Jacuzzi. Secondary hard breach on the opposing side of the map for Coded, CCTV. And Boogie on the Thatcher this time around, which has been utilized on several occasions by FEARX to identify and clear various pieces of utility.
Pretty normal hold right now from M80. Gavin top red, gunner inside a cache. Kino will kind of float between bomb site, con, help out if needed. Hot and Cold has actually just pushed and swapped with Gunner, so Gunner will now go logistics. Hot and Cold will take over towards con. Mephi on the Deimos could be a really important piece in this round. Hot and Cold now in lobby. Yellow ping information here. Mephi holds his nerve. Hatch open above. Gives him something to think about. Diffuser is inside a gym.
Has he been heard? Murphy down below.
Well, he's giving Diffuser actually information away, but luckily at the right time he does get the kill onto Hot and Cold, who pushed forward in through stage. And Mephi had his eyes on the target. He knows he's got the down. As Rin then gets rid of Kino, opens up this site now. Suddenly 3 split for M80. As Mephi will finish off the down, Hot and Cold. Gunner stays by himself over towards CCTV, leaving Gavin and Diffuser to deal with the site pressure.
And this defensive structure has been disrupted. Gunner still fighting CC side. Matt caught. Nitro still lands and escapes.
And he gets back through con, but it's short-lived. At least got one for his troubles, but couldn't get back to site. 30 seconds down to Gavin and Diffuser. Gavin still has a Nitro cell playing over towards Stash. Diffuser will play front contact inside a bedroom to keep the barriers up. Mephi activating that death mark onto Gavin's position. He is now known over towards Stash, coded inside a gym, caught by Diffuser though, and then second as well. It makes it a 1v1 between Gavin and Mephi. 10 seconds, and Mephi has to push. Gavin at the ready, fires first. Mephi comes around the back. Now you need to start sprinting. The Vendetta is lethal. With 3 seconds left in the round, Mephi will clutch it for FEARX. They find that third attacking round.
Yeah, really nice hunt there on the Deimos, able to just find that kill in time. I'm still a little bamboozled as how Diffuser found 2 on site.
If they want to go save it again, in server bomb site, I don't want to replay garage attack, okay? Because I know shield, I don't want to use that side. I want to use domain, and I have one idea here. We have a many good operators open, right? So let's do the thing. And they attack in Sarah bomb side, Lin play Hibana, open that castle in balcony, and the one green really safe, you know, like in the spawn for balcony. Use green Jin, use green bedroom log, and Cottage play outside in the attack alone, and you go refrag Ingi Loira in the main stair. So good boy play Ingi Loira, and you go refrag in the main stair. Lin, after open the castles, go to log hedge so he can flash bang. So the team guy, that castle, gonna be fucked up by the green, right? And the Ingi Loira goes there with you, and we kill the log guy, right? So we don't main with this composition. Okay.
Good.
Love the insight that we get on the A stream from the coaches, and Dark essentially acting like an NFL head coach, giving the play over to the quarterback. He's just absolutely set this next round up for FEARX. Provided they follow the instructions to a T, this round is heavily instructed by the coach.
Quickly looking back at that previous round, nice start from the Deimos, Metro starts and finishes the round. Diffuser here, despite getting dumped by a Candela and a flashbang, down 2 kills. Gav makes the decision to try and play for time. Can't wrap around the corner in time.
He made the right choice as well, because if he can just slip into cash, he's out, he's gone.
Yeah. It's always the problem taking on the Deimos, it's never fun. So over to catch CCTV for the 6th round. As we heard in the comms, FEARX, without shields available, they are not going garage. I was trying to pick up on what was being said.
They didn't go garage last time either.
Yeah, I think there's big emphasis on the green clear, so Connor cross and then the clear of cash itself.
I did hear the fact that Dark actually mentioned the Hibana. It hasn't been selected. Coded opting instead for the ace. Not the first time that we've had so far the event a coach call something and the team not quite following it to the exact instruction, but in fairness, ace, Hibana, it's fine.
Not the worst.
Big one to watch really hot goal. 3 Yoko drones on the Echo. How much impact will that have in the round? And far more of a defensive looking lineup here in shape for M80 this time around on Cash and CCTV. Last time opted to try and take the fight over towards Gym Bedroom. They drop the castle, drop the Kaid, drop the Tuber. Well, they don't actually drop the Tuber. They just swap who plays it, and they bring the Echo, they bring the Warden. And Mephi on the lurk over towards main stairs. Heard that mentioned by Dark.
There's a Yoko drone top left of this Jacuzzi breach. Hot and cold flicking that currently. So he'll be able to disrupt.
He's got one in Lounge as well, so he's also got flank watch. So if they're trying to push Lounge into top red, good boy, there is going to be the repel in. Diffuser. There's got a bit of trouble here towards Jim. Coded and Good Boy both combined for the opening picks of the round. They dealt with Diffuser and Gunner, who were trying to play contact over towards Logistics and Jim. Both went down immediately, and the Yokai, you saw the burst as well, had little to no effect. It is good intel for Hot and Cold, but this is now an incredibly winnable round for FEARX. Oh my goodness! Clean headshot tap from Good Boy. Kino shut down on the Warden. Gavin and Hot and Cold will need to hold on over towards the site. They've got under a minute left. And Hot and Cold now hoping and praying that someone from FEARX goes for that Lounge lurk to close the round out, maybe then get a freebie.
Well, he may have his wish granted, but there's util dump elsewhere that Hot and Cold needs to rotate to.
Oh, Gavin's going to get the double push. Hot and Cold. Oh my goodness, what a shot onto Hot and Cold. They had the intel, by the way. There was a Yokai inside Lounge. He knew exactly when and where he was coming from and still couldn't win the fight. 4 attacking rounds for FEARX. The worst attacking team at 6 Invitational so far just took 4 attacking rounds on club against M80. Make it make sense.
I don't think that's possible.
I cannot wait for the Fabian timeout if they lose this next round.
I am genuinely intrigued to see what the team temperament will be over the course of this matchup. Of course, it's not hugely impactful, the result of this matchup, but I think it's more so the fashion in which they play.
Yeah, it's impactful for FEARX more than it is M80. I think actually it was Jack that maybe said it on the analyst desk regarding the fact that even if they do slip up here and finish 3rd, like who's going to want to pick them?
Pick M80, yeah.
But Also, technically, if they do lose this 2-0, maybe teams might want to pick M80.
Maybe.
Heading into the second half, the bands Thermite, Ying, Kaid, and the Bandit. Interesting.
Double down. Yeah, we saw Kaid played on 3 occasions from M80 back in that first half. They lent on it quite heavily for Waldenau.
Look back at the highlights, and you can see Ghana just wasn't quite ready for it. And what this does for FEARX as well, it just builds that confidence and that hope. And that's what you need for a team fighting for survival, fighting for your lifeline here at Six Invitational. You need the belief. And the only way to get that in a matchup like this is to start well. M80 can start poorly, bring it back. You know, even if they win 2-1, that's fine. They'll still finish
10
second.
seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds.
FEARX are not afforded the same pleasure, though. They must win 2-0. 3 rounds away, at least here on Clubhouse, and now they get to go defense. It becomes a real possibility. We go to basement to begin with.
Yeah, a little old school here from FEARX with the first floor castle extension. Feels like we've entered the time machine. They bring the mute as well as complement to that. Mozzie, however, not in play.
Triple Nitrocell as well for the eventual fallback to site.
Double stack inside of Sacred here from FEARX, mind you. Will get prone and ridden close by.
There's just no world in which, though, that at this level, someone from M80 goes into Secret without having droned it properly. And Diffuser lucky to be alive. Thought about some early dirt pressure. Coded says, no way, not allowing you to just sneak on through. M80, though, looking like they want to try and go around this castle setup as much as possible.
I mean, maybe. To be fair, it's a pretty soft drone. In fact, FEARX have completely killed it, as I say that.
Never mind, yeah, drop from Kino. It can play the frag grenade to deal with the castle barricade.
To be fair, though, the on-site... actually, utility, that was close. From FEARX isn't horrible. Triple nitro, triple smoke.
I mean, this is so far really good for FEARX. They've just completely bunkered off the moto drop anyway. That's more utility now needing to be expended for M80 to deal with that. Now they have the utility. Gavin finds the pick onto Coded.
Good catch.
Opening kill goes the way of M80, heading into the later stages of this round. FEARX will just play bunker now. It's all they can do. Still have a Nitrocell available with Rin. Gonna getting to work with the skeleton key to open up the floorboards. Hot and Cold finds the angle onto Good Boy. M80 are just finding pick after pick needed, which will make life far better for them when they go for the site execute late in this round. They can give themselves even more leeway regarding time now because they got the 2-player advantage. You can play that late round trade game.
Yeah, FEARX have given them too many fights, too many favorable fights in the early portion of this round. 30 seconds on the clock.
Kino just busting through the castle barricade. Hot and Cold pushing down bot main. Mephi can play tucked in this corner, but thinking about bringing this down, Kino, Rin is actually going to just push down the hallway. Hot and Cold got off the angle for a split second.
Yep.
And that allowed the push up from Rin. He's gone all the way back to dirt. Hot and Cold still needs to rotate around. He's at main. Diffuser pushing blue. Low on health. Can't get the kill onto Woogie Man. Woogie does get caught though. They go for a blue side push. But straight into Mephi. Double from Mephi inside church. Rin will cover as well. And M80 collapse on their attack with a 2-player advantage.
Goodness gracious.
Surely it's time for Fabian to talk to the boys and figure out what is going on here. 3 rounds down on club. It is timeout from M80.
That is that we just troll around by being fucking... I don't even know the word for it, but you guys are just moving. Leo, fucking relax, bro. You're in the one position that you know you're gonna be alone in, and we still give away the frag. If you just sit safe and wait for the rest of your teammates to get the job done, then we win that round. But instead, we need to be a little bit early, a little bit extra. Stop! Relax, play the fucking basics as a team. That's what, the 3rd or the 4th manpower that we've thrown this map. Relax, play together, play off each other. I'm not asking much, but I've had enough of watching this shit now. Yep. 3, 2, 1, use each other. Because I'm seeing 5 fucking solo queue players in gold rank right now. Wake up, guys.
Oh, we love you, Fabian. And he says it like it is. No messing around. Not happy with this 5-2 down against FEARX, who are facing elimination.
Damn, I kind of wish I had Gunner in my gold rank stack, though.
Oh, if M80 was in gold. Well, I mean, look, they tried to change things up. You know what, actually, I would say the most critical point in that round was the Rin push down the whole way down towards main, swinging, getting the kill on Kino, while Hot and Cold wasn't quite watching bot main. That then forces him, knowing he can't push bot main solo, to have to then rotate blue, and it ends up being all squished together, trying to push out of blue.
That's where the structure, I think, really started to crumble a little bit there. The castle as well ended up being impactful over towards Moto. It offered Mephi that opportunity to have a little bit more playmaking position into line of Church.
5 seconds to go.
3-round lead for FEARX.
Location of a bomb.
The opportunity has presented itself now based on their own performance here. By the way, Wookie has not found a kill since that clutch that he got in the second round. So they're doing this without their star player overperforming and being the main carry. Again, 6th rated player at the tournament. It's been others that have, you know, stood up. The whole team has. Mephi with 9 and 3, Rin's performing, Good Boy's getting frags as well. That allows now Wookie to just go play Clash and say, hey, you guys are doing well. I will aid you. I will help you out. Jim Bedroom for the 8th round. Let's see if M80 can respond out of the tactical timeout. I feel like I don't have the numbers, don't have the stats. Typically when Fabian gives them a rev up, they respond. We'll be trying to get a little bit of information. He'll get rid of it. Oh, it doesn't get rid of the drone. It just jumps away.
Shot through it.
What?
Grant taken then by Hot and Cold on the Nomad, so flank watch up here. Potentially good util to deal with the clash. Does it land?
Oh, that Nitro
lands.
from long range. Mephi shuts down Hot and Cold, gets to double-digit kills, and puts M80 again on the back foot. No more air jabs to help deal with this clash.
Yeah, it's going to make it awkward. Woogie man just needs to play it safe.
They don't have frag grenades. They don't have a lot. I mean, Woogie, as you said, if he plays this safe, he's going to be difficult to dislodge.
As long as he doesn't over-aggress here. You're right. The util makes this clear very limited for M80. They need to dig deep in terms of problem solving.
Honestly, they need Kino here on the glass to find some picks over towards Bedroom, Gym, etc. Put pressure on the Azami, deal with these keeper barriers. He's going to be the one in this round if M80 to get back into it. Con 6 to deal with the deployable shield, give him more angles into Bedroom.
Woogie's pushed all the way back into CC, by the way.
He could even get a kill here from the CC window. Although, Gunner watching it. Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's teasing him.
Don't overplay your hand, Woogie. You're making me very, very nervous. He does get a tag onto Kino. What he is also doing is putting pressure, but he then loses his life, and the clash is dealt with because of the over-aggression from Woogie.
That's a freebie for M80. They'll be very grateful for that one. 4-4.
Coded going for the res. Coded is going for the res. He's inside CCTV. He can play the shield. It doesn't matter. Mephi just got the double at the window outside of Jim. It's only Diffuser left. This may be flawless. It won't be. Gets the kill onto Good Boy, but he's only got then 16 seconds to pull off the more miraculous of clutches. Nitrous going through and explodes. It's 6-2. Map point for FEARX against the Munich Major Champions. What is going on?
Expect the unexpected has to be the mantra for this event so far.
Man, I saw on Reddit yesterday, someone was like, man, this group stage has been all right. A couple of mid-matches. After last night's G2 game, this match here, we've had so many good matches in this group stage. This is a team that is fighting for survival, and you can see it inside the server. Out of the timeout, M80 fail. They've now got to win 4 straight, or this map goes the way of FEARX.
And the big talking point has been maybe the end result for M80 in this series is not hugely influential.
Hey, if they lose this, they still need a map.
Exactly. It's the fashion in which they're playing.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They're finding it really rough here against FEARX at the moment, who are making plays, continuing to be a little bit unpredictable. keeping M80 honest.
That Nitrocell from Mephi to begin the round, my goodness. He got
that
full length of that one. And then to then also back that up and then get 2 more kills on site. Jim Windows stopped the push. Kino got nothing on the glass.
Oh, the ankle work was great.
Even after Woogie kind of threw his life away at CCTV. Woogie didn't Woogie putting the shield down is fine, but he like stop it. And you can understand that, like, okay, I want to peek a little bit just so they know I'm a threat and I'm putting pressure on from seat. That's fine, but he just kept going, kept going, kept going, and eventually then overstayed his welcome. 4 opportunities for FEARX. Dash and CCTV, and if they win this map, guys, it's simply put for them, their life at Six Invitational comes down to a best of 1.
Grim in play, but no Capital here from M80. Currently, they are posturing for potentially a garage hit. Rin on the Azami to hold this position. Has Kiva's in pocket that he can deploy. In the meantime, Cannel's wall to be opened up. Echo also in play, so information can be gathered by Woogie outside on that breach. And can then be used to disrupt the push when it is to come into fruition.
Surely there's a Razor Bloom at this garage doorway, just making this even more annoying to push through, to try and take space into garage and try and push up after stairs. Now they've got a little bit of damage on the Rin. The air jab is lovely. Good connection, but it took a little bit too long to get that kill, and Hot and Cold is down. Now Coded sitting oil pit.
Good boy, it was inside his stock, but he'll rotate out.
Doesn't have a Nitrocell, but he spots one. Information, Gunner making the run. Looking to get this revive onto Hot and Cold. It will be successful. Imbara's good boy. He's got a good long angle. Shoots the drone. But this angle is beautiful, but he can't take the shot. But the question will be later in the round, does Coda just simply try and go up the ladder?
He'd be able to if he catches the timing. Good boy again rotates back to stock. This is a volatile round for FEARX. They've given a lot of control rafters for M80 to execute site.
Hokai in CCTV, watched by Woogie Man. Here comes Kino. Coded's going to make his move. Coded is going up the ladder. Razor Bloom! Razor Bloom shuts down the Blackbeard. Coded needs to try and salvage this from behind. Shoots the Fuser in the back. Gunner gets off the plant because of the Yokai, but then because of that turns around, gets the kill onto Coded. 2v3. Good boy and Woogie will combine together. Woogie got 2. Even got him with the impact. But Good Boy down to 1 HP, dot red stairs, low on health, and still time then for M80 to manage this situation for Hot and Cold and Gavin. They can go back, you know he's top red, go then back into CCTV, go for the plant. Gavin will do that, tucked into the corner near the doorway to Cash, and Hot and Cold will hold at the bomb chassis. Good Boy lurks in, but Hot and Cold at the ready. And M80 survive 1 of 4, 3 to go.
Yeah, some good on-the-fly problem solving from M80 towards the end of that round with the threat of the flank over towards Oil Pit. They were mid-plant default. Gunner got off, so some good responsiveness
he got
from
forced
him.
off.
Yeah, but it's still, they're able to find Coded, which was critical. He was still on a position.
Should have let him plant.
Yeah, I think it was already, I mean, he already took the first engagement, right? So that was what forced it down. Which is understandable.
So we go to the bands. It's Capital and Mirror. Mirror played 2 of 3 rounds. Capital not played at all, but of course a very strong operator. 3 rounds to go. We head back to basement. This was won in the 7th round by FEARX, although it was quite choppy, guys. It was the messy one. They opted for the castle bar stage extension and try and deny that space, and then the little bunker in Moto with the double castle barricade set up. This time they will opt against that. They will actually bring the Scopos. So Rin's going to have a big responsibility in this round. When you play that Scopos, you need to play smart and calculated siege, because a lot of the times you're going to be on your own.
Yeah, we typically see the Scopos utilized in 1 of 2 fashions on this particular site. Rin is expected to either lurk on this top floor for as long as possible and then switch back to the second shell once it gets back into a corner over the likes of like bedroom or bathroom, whatever the case may be. Sometimes we see a more extreme version where they'll solo play over towards strip, for instance, and maybe play on for a little bit longer and potentially then be flanked
more of a
late.
lurk rather than, yeah.
So we'll see what he opts for. And maybe have the Dockerby and the Blitz. They'll both be really strong for that clear onto Rin.
So he's got his Got one over towards Church. Now active top red in terms of the shells. They can play on. I mean, there's a big extension here for FEARX. They're committing coded on as the Azami for a Rafters hold and Rin top red. If I'm going to be completely honest, in terms of the APAC sense of playing Clubhouse for what we typically see, this is on a more technical level than your average default setup of Basement Club for an APAC team. This is, they're going for it. Good boy. We'll get the opening kill onto the Buck. Logic Bomb activated. Kino wants to go. He goes straight in, but hello, it's Rafters. The Azami blinded, but got away, and the help comes through. Coded finds the kill. Rin went down. It's a 4v1.
This is done.
And this is done. Clubhouse will be won successfully by FEARX. Their survival at Six Invitational will continue for at least one more map. They must win Consulate. The job is not done. It's only begun. But it's one map down, one more to go. Diffuser wanting to just deny their victory a little longer. Deals with Good Boy. 1v3, minute 20. We're not quite done just yet on Club.
Yeah, FEARX have been able to consolidate on site. Diffuser will go to retrieve Diffuser. At that point, he'll have 1 minute left in the round.
So we did there, Diffuser.
Not intentional. It's not a laughing matter, Jake.
He's got a minute. He doesn't have to rush this, but the problem is he's got zero information. Has been able to grab the kit. Problem is his health. If he was full health, that'd give him far more of a chance. One gas paper available for Mephi. 2 impacts as well for Woogie Man, and it's a push over towards blue.
Play trade.
And obviously, as the solo player, they know exactly where he is now coming from. As he said, play the trades, play the crossfires. He gets tagged up. Too many footholds to deal with. Well, these pesky Koreans have been able to take the opening map of this series against the most recent major champions. And this now becomes so fascinating. Consulate to follow. For FEARX, they win that map, and they will send NIP home. And for M80, they must win the next map, or they will not get second place in the group. It's heating up here on day 5 of groups at Six Invitational.
Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well. And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
What's up, it's Ambi, and I'm gonna test if I know the difference between Handy and Nade. This is, looks like Copenhagen from the monitors, so that is Nade. That's handy. All right, don't know that. All right, not off to a good start. This is Nade. Yep, that is Nade from W7M when they won invite. Yep, got that one. Oh, brother, this is where it gets tough. I have no idea. I'm handy. Nade. I mean, like, I don't even like. They look like they're identical. It's just shocked. This is handy from the. This is handy, 100%. Yeah, that's handy from FAZE and the one SI in Boston. Got that one. I think this is Nade. Furia. Nope, it's freaking handy from Boston again. This is just shocked. This is just impossible, I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest. They look literally identical. I have no idea.
I'll reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR, he could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk, I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotated. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help, but if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
The biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy, is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the two playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
Hey, you go either way, Frank.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
each other. And I'm not asking much, but I've had enough of watching this shit now. 3, 2, 1, use each other. Because I'm seeing 5 fucking solo queue players in gold rank right now. Wake up, guys.
Wild Fabian crash out. We just witnessed, and it makes sense because FEARX just did the unthinkable. They managed to win one map in this series.
I think we can hear you.
Yeah, I think we've lost you, Anne. Yeah, Fabian had quite a big crash out there.
And you'd have a lot of experience with
Yeah, I'm used to Fabian crashing out. Usually it's at me, but yeah, I think it goes to show that there's realistically only, it's kind of hard to say, but like for Fabian, I said before the game that the performance was maybe more important than the result, but actually the performance was absolutely abysmal coming out there from M80. I think we saw them go absolutely horrible. You know, Fabian in his highlight, he kind of spoke about how his team was not playing together. They were not doing absolutely anything whatsoever. He was talking about 3-2-1s. He was talking about communication, coordination. All of that was going really wrong. Yes, FEARX were playing really, really well together, but M80 were giving them so much space. You look at these highlights, you're seeing big clicks, you're seeing big clutches, and to be fair to FEARX, they came into Clubhouse, they had a really good plan. It was preset, it was predetermined, and they executed it perfectly. They played with the confidence that actually I wish I'd seen them play with through the group stage.
But we had seen M80 in some kind of a lead in most of the rounds. The problem is most of the time they just completely, I don't know what happened at the end. You know, they were pressured by time, and Mephi kept on punishing them at all times. 13 and 4 here. It just kept on happening. If we look at certain rounds, it starts, I think, for me in round 2 with Woogieman. Because Woogieman is there in a 1v1. He's got like, what, 15 seconds left, and he wins that, you know, out of nowhere. And for me, it's the start of a domino effect. Because it happened on round 2, but it happened round and round and round after that. Multiple multi-kills on the side of FEARX in the very last moment of the round. Despite a strong position from M80, they are so pressured by time, they keep getting punished. It feels like Clubhouse is a frame that you can learn by heart. And if you learn your preset plans, it will work out for you. And that's why it works for FEARX.
What I'm reading on the faces of M80 is that they look pretty defeated, even though it's only been map 1, but...
I mean, it's normal. They just went from winning the Munich Major to, no offense, but losing a map to FEARX, which is not a team that you'd expect to lose anything to.
And actually, considering everybody was saying this group was free, losing a map at least to every team inside of this group.
Yes.
They won't get one clean 2-0 victory, even if they manage to come back on this and win the next 2 maps. So again, I think the performances once again from M80 are disappointing. We will see them through, don't get me wrong. I expect them to level up, but I can see why they're getting, you know, angry and pissy at each other.
There's still opportunities though for both these teams. We'll have one more look at the stakes for this matchup provided to us by Sir Winnie. Thank you so much for that. FEARX. They've done the first step in survival for this group. They got that first map then done and dusted, and they need one more. They can't let this second map slip away because it does go away. If they make to secure that second map, they do get second place.
And I hear them. I fear for them. I can feel them shaking in their pajamas. The NIP guys, I mean, they must be really scared because if FEARX wins one map,
M80 would beat FEARX now.
Yeah, so it's not. On paper, it was safe, right? They must have had a good night of sleep, and then they wake up and they see that FEARX is 1 map to 0 for M80. At this point, they should be very scared because if FEARX wins, that's it. It's done for them. They pack up and they go back to Brazil.
Well, you can see the players ready, so I feel like we're going to go talk to our casters, and I just have a bit of an apology to make. I mean, you know, I said we're going to witness the APEC downfall. You know, I was not familiar with FEARX's game on the first map. The real question is, though, can they do the unthinkable? Can they win the second map as well? Or will M80 bounce back? It's time to find out.
Well, it would be the unthinkable. The downside here for FEARX, guys, is they have not won Consulate in the last 6 months. A 0-4 record. They must do so now. For all intents and purposes, this is a best of 1. FEARX win, they get to go playoffs. M80 win, they get second spot, and they send FEARX home.
Will FEARX succumb to the pressure?
Let's get underway. Consulate coming your way to determine the fate of these 2 teams. Must win for FEARX if they are to survive at the Six Invitational. Job 1 done, they win Clubhouse. Job 2 now, an even more difficult prospect. Win Consulate, they will send NIP home, they will progress to playoffs, and M80 will not get second in the group. M80 win this map, they will send FEARX home, they will secure second place, and we're going to have a boring third map.
It is a top-tier map for M80. Yes, they may not be playing at full strength. Yes, we'll look ahead at the rest of the event for them to quote-unquote level up. But this is going to be an almighty challenge for FEARX. But they have nothing to lose. They will throw everything they have at this match to stay alive.
I wonder if the pressure gets to them, especially if they start slow. They are on the defense to begin for FEARX. The bans Blitz, Grim, Azami, Warden. M80 will have had a bit of a talking to from Fabian. They know what's on the line. They know what's at stake. They must win this map if they want to confirm second place. It was well said on the desk, though, the fact that M80 have dropped a map to every single team in this group. I recall when the groups were announced, all the discussions around them, this was the easy group for M80. They got gifted this group. Now, of course, they're not facing elimination or anything, but finishing third for the Munich Major Champions when you've got an LCQ team in HERETICS, you've got FEARX, obviously one of, let's just say, one of the weaker teams at the event being from Korea. Ninjas in Pajamas, lower end of the Brazilian teams. And then, of course, WEIBO, who have topped to the group, and rightfully so. They went 8-2 over the 10 maps that they played, WEIBO. Right now, M80 are 5-5.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's a big contrast.
Yep.
Attackers
of course, the
are heading out
caveat
to defuse
to
the bomb.
the entire discussion, it's not an excuse, but M80's map pool that they've shown so far at this event has been incredibly restricted.
M80 is now actually at a negative round differential through the group stage.
Interesting.
WEIBO's plus 27. Now, of course, group stage is group stage. Once we hit into playoffs, it's irrelevant. The form changes, teams get a couple of days off here and there to prepare. Gunner going to make the early contact here on the attack for M80. Tags up Rin, gets him to half health, and again, the pressure certainly will be there in the back of the minds for FEARX. They have to stay locked in mentally. They know what's on the line here. Win this map. It's a big best of one. Gavin, though, on the vault-in headshot against Rin. Doesn't matter that he was half health. The bullet hits the head. He goes down. Entry for M80. Successful. The logic bomb rung out from Gunner. Good boy, though, over towards Admin, lurking as the Vigil. But Kino looking to put pressure immediately down towards server stairs.
Good boy still continues his lurk, however, second floor, vert available on the Vigil, can remain stealthy in this round. Potentially poses a threat. Hot and cold falls.
That is good boy. Yep. What's the boss G to good use? Finds the kill back needed for FEARX. And more importantly, what this does now is M80 know there's a lurker top floor that we have to deal with.
Nobody immediately nearby to cut that off. Gunner, though, has rotated down yellow, so could potentially find Good Boy if that's where he eventually wants to make his way back towards the objective.
3 gas babes for Coda with 2 nitrocells alongside him for Woogie and Mephi. They do have good denial to play the basement site, play further back, and allow Good Boy to just be that nuisance up above on the Vigil. Kino taking down a half health on the Blackbeard. Mephi will fall back. As we head into the final minute, things start to look a little bit better for FEARX until that moment. Just then, Coded will lose his life. No gas babes now. That's a big pick from Gavin. You deal with the smoke. You think about the denial that he could have created over towards bottom yellow. Mephi, though, with the SMG on distance, finds the headshot against Gunner, and then Woogie on a tight angle as well gets involved. They haven't even needed Good Boy to push back down. He did through yellow. Mephi, though, continues to just fire off. He was so hot on Clubhouse. Brings that form over to Consulate. The perfect start for FEARX here on the defense.
Yeah, Mephi's anchor work back on Clubhouse and here in the opening round of Consulate has really been top tier. Again, M80 finding themselves in an advantageous position, rolling a bit of momentum into the final execute, and then falling short of the mark and trading out those on site, locking it down. Perfect for FEARX. M80 struggling, well, their struggles rather do continue here.
Need to build a solid lead here, FEARX. Get out to a decent start. Just give yourself that safety blanket where you can then start to think, okay, maybe we can play a little bit more aggressively, a bit more high risk, high reward, just to get us then over the line, because they're going to play, I would imagine, relatively conservative, except for the fact they had Good Boy on the roam. I mean, that's a good sign. They're happy to try and play with aggression. can't play safe against M80 or they'll punish you as we go first floor. Piano and Expo.
10 seconds remaining.
3K for Mephi.
5 seconds to insertion.
16-4 now across both of the two maps.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
Concern
bomb.
for me, though, is still at times the early entry battles. 2-0 for Kino, 2-0 for Gavin. Those two have been really, really good on the entries for M80. In reply, the only one who's really positive is Good Boy 3-2. Mephi's 1-0, so he hasn't really been in a lot of the entry fights. See the Thorn and the Alla. Good trap utility here for FEARX.
And the Pulse in play as well for the first time in this series. Woogie will start in basement. He can feed information for the admin side across take, but can then also pivot accordingly. If we see CEO ground taken, for instance, he can rotate over towards garage, etc. He is also the only defender with a Nitro in pocket, and so he'll be looking to exercise that correctly. May elect to try and keep it for the late round, especially for some kind of piano plant denial.
7-4 record on Consulate for M80 over the last 6 months. And they actually beat WEIBO on this map 7-4 back on day 3, but they did lose it yesterday to Heretics as well 5-7, so somewhat mixed results. Top down for Hot and Cold, top yellow from the skylight. Gunnar not having as much success outside still on that garage roof. He gets tagged up, needs to be careful on the ramp. Still got those 3 Boogie Auto breaches, repelling for Kino off the back of the Candela. And then wants to throw one in towards the bathroom as well. Coded over towards default in meeting, but this is, of course, Piano Expo. Still, FEARX will want to defend this top floor.
So here is the Pulse. Woogie Yellow Stairs currently. There's a bit of a stack here from M80.
That is a lot of information for Woogie. 3 players top yellow called out by the Pulse. He is the only one with the Nitro Cell, but providing a lot of information from the cardiac sensor. 60 seconds remaining in the round.
The defense of FEARX on the opposing side, the lights off Coded, starting to encroach forward.
Gavin finds the opening kill, diffuser down just before that, so a little bit even here for both teams. Woogie though will fall. Unable to make that push on the Pulse work, and suddenly M80 are able to hit their shots. Feels like a long time between drinks for them to be able to do that, considering the beatdown on Clubhouse. Good Boy and Mephi. If they are to do this, to really do this, can they do it from the clutch positions? 2v4, 30 seconds. It's early days, but if they can win this round from this position, so crucial.
The denying plant going to be such a challenge as Hot and Cold postures for it. Gavin will lurk above.
Good watch from Gavin. M80 take their time. Razor Bloom kill for Rin against Gunnar. Down to Mephi. He has been lights out hot so far at this match. Hot and Cold will go for the plant inside Piano. Kino will play the close angle to watch and help. Can Mephi deny? Oh, he got him. That's a denial. He is down. Oh, and he got Kino. Mephi has just gone absolutely nuts. Clutches it for FEARX. That is incredible. This man has ascended in this match. Back on club, now on Consulate.
Oh, M80.
What?
Shots rained out, the response
Where's
lacked.
the cover, though, for the plant?
The vert trade missed.
Is it 1v3 while planting and not one person was able to deny that cover?
Oh.
2v4 into a 1v3 into the plant going down, and Mephi clutches. He has been the standout, clear-cut, #1 MVP. What's Kino watching there?
And the Gav with the pistol in hand missed the trade. Goodness gracious me. What a clutch. But it should never have been allowed to happen.
But those are the little moments, right, that need to go your way on a map that's heavily favored for M80 in a do or die elimination match for FEARX. You're not going to win every single round. You're not going to 7-0 this. But if you can win those 50-50s, and in that case, probably like an 80-20, that goes such a long way.
Yeah. Well, I say that as a 98.
Well, it was a 2v4, and then it probably went up to a 95 to 5%. Where's the response from M80? There it is. Gunner straight away on the balcony. Finds the opening kill onto Rin. Trying to play the bandit at the wall. That's 3 straight opening kills for M80, but in the first 2 rounds, unable to convert on them. By the way, it's also 3 opening deaths now for Rin. He needs to start being more careful.
Yeah, Gunner with some teething issues back on map 1. Ended up 4-10. Overall, 1-3 entries, and nice for him to hit the scoreboard here in the 3rd round.
He has a kill, by the way. It's a weird stat. He's 0-3. He's been the opening death 3 times, but yet he's got a kill. How? Razor Bloom.
Dav is 6-1. He has been a standout player for M80 at this event so far. You think about how many impact kills he's been able to find. His clutch ability has been massive as well. Utility in the meantime dumped out. What do you find?
Over towards Yellow Stairs. He just cuts off Kino and Hot and Cold. Bye-bye Glaz, bye-bye Capitao, and now a default plant towards CO becomes far more difficult, and to the point where you probably have to give that up and go play inside the building. Still got 4 Candelas for Gunner. 3 Lion Scans as well for Diffuser, so you have the utility to bring this back 3v4 for M80. Big power play from Woogieman towards Yellow Stairs, hence why now Gavin goes searching. And Woogie's still there at the top.
This is a key drone for Diffuser, and he does find info.
Woogie knows that he's now been spotted. Does he know there's one directly below? Shots don't initially fully land from Gavin. Woogie's still alive. Can he hit the headshot? Indeed.
Goodness.
Woogie is able to dance around those bullets. Code had lost his life, but it's desperate times now for M80 in this 3rd round. Gunner sends it in through meeting, but shot the back by Good Boy with the dinner plate as Diffuser inside a bathroom. Now needs to find 3 kills in 30 seconds. It seems very unlikely. This is the perfect start for FEARX in their quest for survival. Diffuser is surrounded. It might already be timeout time from Fabian, because surely he's not happy with this M80 performance on Consulate.
Well, the mic has been flicked down for the additional ban phase. Perhaps attack to follow. We'll wait and see. The responsiveness from FEARX, however, over the course of these first 3 rounds has been really one of their strengths. Typically one of their weaknesses in terms of reading opposition and acting upon that information, that intuition. But here on Consulate, surprisingly, it's been a massive strength for them. Obviously, mechanically, they've been incredibly skillful and on point today as well, which has aided them. There it is, attack timeout. What's Fabian got to say?
You need to put one person on the fucking flanks constantly. Like, put D on something on gridlock and then put drones. We are fucking, like, guys. I don't even have words for the shit we're doing. Manpower advantage every round, but we just not focused. Calm ourselves in the head. Matt, put one person on the team as just fucking flank watch. And then I think you need to play waves. You need to just go from one side of the map to the other and clear them the fuck out. They don't know how to play the game, but we're allowing them to get away with all this bullshit. One flank, 4 of the guys work together, maybe let Sean lurk on the late round. For CEO, go admin side and just clear over. And then you bring utility so we can clear them out. But guys, relax. Every round so far we won, but we throw them. Relax.
Let's go, boys.
Relax, guys, relax. It's fine. We got them right where we want them. He's every right to be calm in this approach, and I think if you're going to call an early tactical timeout, you probably want to try and calm the team down a little bit. Okay, M80 do need to win this map to get 2nd place in the group. Shouting at them at this point maybe won't have the greatest effect. It certainly didn't work in Clubhouse. The other thing to note as well, guys, Consulate has certainly favored defense so far at 6 Invitational. And as we know, obviously Clubhouse being the exception, FEARX are not the greatest at attacking themselves. Defensively, Consulate is around that 58% defensive win rate mark, so it is certainly on the highish end. 4th across all the maps.
5 seconds remaining.
Now the bands Solus and Ying come into effect now, heading
out to defuse a bomb.
into the 4th round. Back on Clubhouse, M80 took their tactical timeout and lost the next round. Dare I say, this becomes very pivotal for M80. Otherwise, a 4-0 start for FEARX. They then find themselves 3 rounds away from survival. NIP, I imagine they're watching right now and starting to sweat a little bit.
potentially... Well, the instruction was clear during the tag timeout from Fabian. Let's simplify it. 4 on the wave on the map clear. 1 on the flank watch. It doesn't get much more...
Just have to play default against these APAC teams. A lot of the times that should do the job, and I would add WEIBO as an exception to that.
Yep. And the reason for that is it tests fundamentals, which often lacks. Overcomplicating is where you open up those opportunities for APAC to exploit.
And they've also had the 3 opening kills so far in the first 3 rounds, M80, so they've had early advantages. They just haven't been able to then follow up on that, take their time, create space. Slow and steady. Keep it relaxed. Keep it calm. Play the fundamentals. You'll get yourselves back into this. It's now up to FEARX, of course, to probably even just continue to skyrocket that aggression and get into the face of M80. Logic bomb activated here from Gunner. Is this the go button for M80? It will be.
That's better.
Gunner drops down, hits the headshot onto Good Boy, deals with the visual lurk. You get that opening pick, you still got 90 seconds. This is the part where you listen to Fabian, you relax, you take your time here. You can create the space, you're putting pressure on defense. It is a basement site, force them back to site. Push in, you got double shield set up. Don't have to rush this.
Yeah, push that wave forward. Post someone up on the flank watch so you don't get taken down from above. And slowly and systematically chip away at this defense.
There's no one really above unless Rin elects to actually commit to a service stairs push, but I think he's just more so showing presence. First gas babe thrown by Coda. 2 more in pocket. Nitrocell for Woogie Men. That's the main utility here for FEARX. Potentially Vulcan canisters still in play.
Gunner's been lurking yellow. Diffuser and Kino will now look to join him. So a 3-stack yellow side. Hot and cold with Diffuser on the opposing side of the objective. So an intriguing split here from M80.
Here comes the push off the back of the Logic Bomb. Send those shields in first. Smokes create chaos. Gavin finds the pick. That's big. Needed that. Then up close. Kino was able to then push deeper. 27 seconds. Big fight towards the bomb chassis. Smoke helps out Ren. Coda gets the kill onto Kino. Diffuser with the pistol now leaves Coda in the 1v3. Better from M80. More calculated and precise in their attack, and they will find success. Exactly what Fabian wanted to see in that round as they take the 4th round out of the tactical timeout. That's better from M80.
Yeah, better composure in that round and good shot calling. The 3-stack yellow, spearheaded by the Blackbeard. Lots of utility available to be dumped in towards that objective. You then combine that with the shield pressure on offer from Hot and Cold on the opposing side of the map. They meet midway, the defense gets crunched, and we don't see that same level of clutch ability that we have seen on a couple of occasions from the South Koreans. So a bit of work. First round for M80. FEARX to return to piano.
Really utilizing the Monty and the Blackbeard both together, in fact, in that round. But so far, as we head into the 5th round, provided it stays with Hot and Cold on the Monty, it'll be 4 from 5 rounds of shield play from M80. So really trying to use that as their trump card. And I think that's where for FEARX, you've got to go and really continue to play into that trap game. Saw back in the 2nd round when they brought the Thorn and the Ella combo and how much that worked for them. So Rin goes back onto the Thorn. Good Boy goes back onto the Ella. They didn't have either of them in the last round, guys. As we go back to Expo Piano, very, very similar looking lineup to what we saw from them last time. They have changed it up. Recall, Woogie was on that pulse. Didn't have the greatest effect as the solo pulse. So he switches up, goes onto the Malusi, and they also now bring the Smoke as well instead of the Castle.
Yeah, so triple trap here for FEARX, and that will likely prove a good counter against the Blackbeard from Kino. Especially late round, the utility that can be layered on site for piano specifically can be really, really powerful.
They also don't have, like, you know, Twitch and Brava, for instance, as well. So I think that right now this is looking like pretty even lineups. Here's will probably want to go top floor, use those boogie auto breaches, open up. So 2nd floor presence is what you want to see out of M80 here. Set up them with the air jabs to watch for the flanks.
Again, just the single nitro for FEARX. Pressure onto Good Boy, no cutoff. So he's able to escape Coffin.
FEARX need to be very careful in these early rounds. It's now 4 opening kills straight. 2 to Gunner and 2 to Gavin. It's been a big margin of success for M80.
And not just in this match, but the tournament. It's been a huge streak.
Yeah, they're the best team at Six Invitational, ranked 1st are M80 for opening kills, but 11th for conversion.
Midpoint of the round, more drone work to be done here by M80. Admin control is theirs, but heavy presence up above the objective. Likes of meeting from Good Boy, coded yellow, but he falls back. Woogie front desk has assistance.
Good nades, good flashes, and a good clear from M80. Starting to work together better as a team here. Logic Bomb will go out from Gunner as well onto Good Boy, Rin, and Mephi. They've been able to also circumnavigate a lot of this trap utility. Rin does find at least one pick back. Mephi to look to delay with the gas page, block off this top spiral push. And Good Boy's by himself on this second floor. Rin, though, finds a kill from Lounge. Kino, Gavin will rotate together. Over towards Piano they go. So they got site control and they can put the plant down. No one to deny. Waiting for the push. Gavin watching. Plant will be successful. Clean headshot from Gavin. No trade in response. Up close is Mephi. Swung got the kill. But hot and cold over towards CO means that Mephi needs to go above and clear first and needs to do so quickly.
Needs to contest. 30 seconds. Hot and cold. Good drone.
And even if you deal with hot and cold, you then got to deal with Kino. And hot and cold makes the right play. He just runs. He's actually outside of the building. Drop down from Mephi. Gets on the kit. Kino will disrupt. Razor Bloom and nuisance. Doesn't matter. Kino was pushing forward anyway. He did not care about that Razor Bloom. 2 in a row for M80.
Good reposition from Kino and a far better round overall from M80, converting that opening kill, the early control admin, good flush above, rotated below.
So clean.
Yeah.
And you wonder where a lot of this was in the first couple of rounds. Executing much better. You can see that kind of 3-2-1 go. They're all on the same page when they go for the push. We're going to go top floor, CO meeting for the final round of this half. FEARX really need this fourth round.
It's a good coverage here from Gav. I really love the structure from them, right? You send the two below, hot and cold continues to lurk above. That then means that not only if FEARX kept players above, they could protect the vert, but it then meant in the post, time needed to be wasted to clear hot and cold. That afforded Kino the opportunity to rotate out, and he could sweep through and ensure that the counter defuse was not successful.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Top floor, round 6.
10 seconds remaining.
Technically not must win, but I very much agree with the sentiment that it essentially is. When you look at the attacking win rate, and it's into a consulate where M80 have thrived.
You also just want to keep that gap. Scoreboard pressure is the thing. Good for the mental. You don't want to, you know, you won 3 rounds straight. You don't want to immediately then give them 3 back the other way. It's a big round for FEARX. Fighting for their tournament life. 80 fighting for second place. They lose this map, they will finish in 3rd. Three opening kills straight, by the way, for Gunner, which is actually the only 3 kills that he's been able to get so far. Neat little stat. Gavin 9-3, also 2 opening kills to his name, so 5 straight for M80 in that department. We saw 14 straight yesterday from G2. Mark activated onto Mephi from hot and cold. It's another opening kill for M80. FEARX just cannot win any of these early contact fights.
6 in a row. Damn across as Fabian called prior.
Straight through copy for Kino on the Blackbeard. At some point, FEARX need to try and get on that front foot, try and find a pick back, do something that's outside default tendencies. But it's hard to do that. It's a big stack over towards admin from M80.
Nitro.
Needed that one to land, and it did. So Gunner goes down to the hands of Goded's Nitrosol. But they have no more Nitros to throw later in this round. Heavy reliance on the Shamika launcher of Good Boy for denial. One more Razor Bloom still available for Woogie. Can use that on the fly. Deathmark out from hot and cold onto Mephi again, just to continue to see where he's at. Great usage of the frag grenades to clear out Coded's position. With no catch utility, he was stranded, forced into a bad position, and made him flush him out, retain that advantage heading into the final minute.
Shamika Launcher, though, is just stalling out this push for a little while longer. How much more time can FEARX wait? It does, however, prompt a rotation. We see a stack over towards this main spiral stairs position. Woogie Man needs to step up.
Default is still up, now gone. Woogie knows there's one bottom spiral.
Good flash.
Good flash onto his position, tucked in left side.
Oh, he goes
Double
prone.
pushing up. He has gone prone. Has he got the discipline? He does get the kill onto Diffuser. Gavin had fallen just before him. Down a hot and cold with 30 seconds remaining. Pushing in through meeting to take this fight against Good Boy. Woogie now making his way back. They need to play together. Stuck in the corner. But they know exactly where hot and cold is located. And he knows that Woogie's close by as well.
Needs to try and break this cross. Good luck, hot and cold.
Vendetta time, 6 bullets. A little duck and wee, but Woogie's got the cross. Much needed round win for FEARX. They get 4 on their defense. They need 3 more rounds to secure their place into playoffs.
Now it starts to feel a little more achievable, a little bit more realistic. Is there a world in which FEARX take down M80 2-0? Still feels like a tall mountain to climb, however.
And you say that, they're 3 rounds away, and yet maybe it's the pessimistic nature of
APAC.
being an APAC enjoyer and, well, member of the APAC community that, yeah, it still feels like it's a mile away. I saw someone online say, I'm not going to believe it until I see the 7.
Yep.
Until they've actually got the, it could be 8-7 lost though. So you've got to be careful with that one. But heading into the bans for the second half, again, emphasis on the fact that FEARX, despite their performance on Clubhouse, where they had a very, very good attacking half. In fact, guys, they won 4 attacking rounds on Club. Aren't great at attacking. Dead last. 20% attacker win rate coming into today. But maybe what they were able to do on Club can translate over to Consulate. And remember back to that 1v3 clutch Mephi. That's a difference maker. Otherwise, it's 3-3 right now on a whole different game. Those 50-50 moments, FEARX will need to win all of them. And M80 need to make sure they keep their head on a swivel because there's no more Fabian timeout to fire the boys up. And as much as you could sit back and say, third, second, okay, maybe it doesn't matter too much because how many second place teams are going to want to pick M80? They themselves will still want to give themselves that second spot, the best position to be in, to pick whatever opponent they want.
Yep. So Dynamic Clash taken out for defense. That being the selection of FEARX. M80 with some interesting targets. They'll go the Glasdian combination, so sensing that those 2 particular operators can be utilized by FEARX to be disruptive in the execute.
I'm surprised by the lack of shield ban.
And that was going to be my follow-up point. We saw that emphasis back on Clubhouse. And we know how formidable FEARX can, oddly enough, look with those shields available. Woogieman in particular,
yeah,
who's had a phenomenal tournament, has now been given those tools.
Will that come back to bite them? Woogie allowed onto the blitz for those that missed Clubhouse. M80 opted for the triple shield ban. Monty, Blackbeard, and Blitz were all banned on Clubhouse. Instead, this time they go Glaz and Ying. Again, 6 straight opening kills, Guz, though, and as now FEARX go onto the attack, more vital that they start to turn that around.
Great pinch.
There it is.
All dead. 5-4 FEARX.
Rin traded, though, by Gavin very swiftly. Woogie with a pistol out from the blitz. He's now 8-3, able to have impact immediately on that shield play. Nitro Cell thrown out from Kino, but it's way off the mark, not even close. It was the only Nitro that they had. Still 3 Grismot mines in pocket for Gunner, so they can adapt on the fly.
M80 elect not to peel, understandably so. Maybe trying to find one more pick. Triple stack first floor. FEARX take their time. They look to consolidate. They're conscious of a potential flank attempt, and it's Gunner. Yellow stairs, lurking forward. Will he commit? Will FEARX catch? Let's wait and see. Gunner obviously not really in a position where he can push forward safely, at least not yet. So a standoff ensues.
And this is where FEARX need to take the same mentality that we saw from M80 post timeout. Relax, take the time. You got the extra player. Play together, push together, play off the logic bomb, the flashes. You've got lots of utility. Don't have to rush this. Still got a minute. This basement. Triple stack the yellow stairs here for M80 right now leaves the site a little vulnerable, but they do split back off. go their separate ways.
Final reinforcements deployed by Kino and Diffuser.
Don't leave too little time on the clock. That's all I'm saying. There's 50 seconds. You don't want to execute with 10 seconds.
Yeah, good rep position from Gunner as well. Again, I think my eyes are still on him to be the impact player for M80 in this round, but he needs to find good timing.
That's the last logic bomb underway. Goodboy has been able to get a bit of information, but he flashes himself. Not ideal. They go for the execute with 30 seconds. With a 4v3 advantage, this is decent for FEARX. Mephi into a good position, now pushing Cafeteria. And they spot out Diffuser, tucked in security. He's now been spotted. Gunner got one up, close the Diffuser. Shotgun is so strong. He got 3 from there. Well, FEARX will be kicking themselves because that was a big opportunity to go 5-2 up. M80 survive. They stay tucked in, high positions, close angle fights, and FEARX cannot clear.
Gunner was key in that round. Blitz was one of the most critical tools in dealing with that anchor style that M80 tried to employ. Close angles, you know, being able to shoulder check, etc. would have been far easier with the Blitz on that front line. But Gunner found his moment, slayed Woogie Man. The initial clear from FEARX was strong, but it certainly fell into a bit of a heap in that last 20 seconds.
I think it was at 3. It was 2 kills for Diffuser, but very quickly and solidified the round. If he doesn't even get a single kill there, they get security control, they have the numbers up, they can then sweep through the rest of the site. Could have been very, very different. Big play from Diffuser. 4-3 scoreline. And the more rounds that M80 continue to tally up, the more pressure that is then therefore applied to FEARX. Woogie will go back onto the Blitz. I did just quickly check, by the way, the consulate match between FEARX and NIP the other day, and Woogie was playing that Blitz.
I think he'll play it until it's banned. If it's banned. But M80 backing themselves in to counter it, and they did so successfully with smart positioning from Gunner.
Look at the trap utility they've got here, so Woogie's got a landmine to have to deal with.
I expect that trend to continue. Stack as many traps as possible so that if you don't deal with him off-site, at least on-site, you have that bubble for protection to stall him out, to do a bit of damage.
Puts emphasis on Goodboy playing the Twitch with the shock drones to try and deal with that as much as possible. Help on out. Don't have any frag grenades though, which can be very useful in this trap-heavy meta. But the execute power here for FEARX is palpable. Yeah, you've got the Blitz, Dockerby, Capitao, Ash combo here for Expo and Piano. Top floor clear. Needs to be quick and clean when you've got this sort of lineup.
Rin posturing outside potentially to send out a belt of utility, although I think he has thought better of that.
And this lineup to me suggests when you go for that top floor click, you want kills.
Yeah, quick bench. They'll jump in, try and go for the plan in the blind spot. This is very APAC.
I mean, it's already spotted. And you don't have top floor control. This seems a little throwy to me. We'll see if they can work it out. Razorblum does a big chunk of damage to Goodboy. An opening pick found from Rin. Elsewhere, they lose Ash. Rin taken very low. Up close, easy clear.
They haven't covered the plan.
FEARX have just gone for a rush. And as you said it, very, very APAC because it's very, very dumb.
They can work, but the execution has not hit the mark. That being said, Diffuser at least stuck. We'll see if they can hold on in the post.
M80 still have the vert. Goodboy's low. He's now down. Rin takes one bullet to the toe, and he too will follow. This is pretty much impossible if M80 just... They would have to fall asleep at the wheel here.
Where's Coded? Lounge.
Or a hero play. Coded has to go for a massive hero play. The longer this time dwindles, though, as Diffuser finally gets on it over towards Expo, Coded hits the headshot very quick and clean. Gavin's still above. Coded traded, and he was the full health member with the DMR. Rin, he can't hit his shots. One bullet to the shoulder. He goes down, and while it did get a little close towards the end, and the plant did successfully go down, that entry was scuffed from the beginning. The Razor Blooms were well placed. It was watched from the beginning. They went through anyway and tried to force through that brick wall.
Can you see me?
Yep.
It's detail, guys. Just attention to details. Like, if you don't smoke the plants can die, right? That's we said before too. But what I want next round, guys. If it's Visa, you guys know what you're gonna do. Domain. If you fucking big ball, guys. Fucking big balls. If it's yo, Guys, if you see spot the hot and cold, if you don't spot, high chance for BP pulse. So don't play admin bait, okay? And if you spot hot and cold, you can use admin bait. Because maybe he's gonna be other operator, right? For garage, guys, you can choose if you do that back attack. I think gonna have a gap in the NIP hatch. So, you know, just follow the plan for that, you know. Back attack, go fast, go visa, and boom, boom, boom. Drop everyone side. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, guys, let's go round by round. It's just more 2 rounds here, minimum until we get, right?
Yeah,
we can even go. Bora. We're playing well, guys.
The Dark saying 2 rounds. That's, of course, to get to overtime. It's a good way to look at it.
I mean, I really like the way he's actually approached that tag timeout, just structurally, right? He dedicates, 10 seconds per site and identifies a couple of key things to communicate across very succinctly, gives them a couple of different options to tap into, reminding them of the counter prep that they put into this matchup, just trying to relax them and back them in and say, guys, you're playing pretty well. Let's just keep it up. Done the prep. Now just translate that into the server.
It's always really cool to see the contrast between coaches. Fabian's more of a in-game rev-up guy. Relax, or potentially giving them, you know, a bit of a whack over the ear. Whereas Dark is very much the instructional coach. Do this, let's try that, let's go for this. And so every coach has kind of got their difference. Of course, Fabian would be doing an immense amount of preparation prior to the match, leaving then the in-game comms to be more rev-up.
Yep.
And those boys know exactly what to do. Champions for a reason.
Don't forget, we've got a job to do.
And looking much better here on the defense. 2 straight for M80. And also, it's 2 opening kills straight for FEARX. So they've had opportunities. They've had early advantages. So far, there's actually only been 2 rounds where the opening pick has actually been converted.
Reloading!
But the pressure's on now at 4-4. Both teams 3 rounds away from getting exactly what they need.
Amaru and Sense, the wildcard selections in this round for FEARX, the critical.
Oh, big run out gunner. Disrupts, no more Sense. Don't have the ROUs now. Reinforce off, goodbye to the ace. M80 flip the switch. They go aggressive here on the defense in the 9th round to much success. I mean, you can instruct all you want, Dark, and go do this setup and let's try this. It doesn't matter if M80 go for runouts. Big disruption. A big moment in this match.
Dead. Round over.
Oh, not round over just yet. Rin and Woogie both able to combine. They'll both need to probably find a kill each next as well. It's not round over while the Boogeyman is still alive. And Rin on the Blackbeard as well. Not easy to deal with here inside a bathroom. No Nitrous Alpha Diffuser. Kino's got 2 gas babes. So can force Rin back. Although you can also, as a Blackbeard, just make your own hole out.
I suppose it is possible, but Diffuser is on an island and the cross covered by M80. Double smoke up for Kino as well.
You got a minute. Play together, especially if you're Wookie. Use that Blackbeard as much as possible. Isolate. Can you find a pick onto Kino first? Kino's going to actually fall back. Certainly not panicking here right now, FEARX. They know full well this is a winnable round. Gavin's playing over towards top spiral, and he's just dropped down. So Gavin's on the move right now. It is a 2v2 directly in front of Rin and Woogie, while Gavin has come back up top spiral. They just dropped down and then came back up. 35 seconds though, and at this point you need to start moving because clearly M80 are not giving you a freebie.
The plant win condition, highly unlikely again with those smokes in play, but Kino uses one shallow. Rin get the plant down.
Rin is going for the plan. Over towards default. He might have to vault out. No, he's found a little gap. Has Woogie got the cross up close? Shotgun needs to hit this cleanly. Cannot. Gavin, what a wonderful swing. And in all honesty, even if Woogie hits that shot, Rin was dead anyway towards default. M80 will take the lead for the first time here on Consulate. And actually for the first time since the opening round of Clubhouse.
And so additional bans, the final ban phase here on Cons.
Blitz.
And Mirror. Yeah. They gave Woogie that opportunity to capitalize on the Blitz early, and unfortunately,
0 for 3.
it did not pay off.
Did not pay off at all. Big round again from Gunnar. He has now moved up to 4-0 on the entry. Gunnar, the 7th rated player at Six Invitational, and it was this run out. The fact that it was a 2 versus 5, you said round over. Of course, as soon as you finished saying that, Woogie and Rin got 1 each. But they were always in a very difficult position. I don't want to be critical, but they had over a minute. I would have liked to have seen them do a little bit more with that. They spent probably a good 40 seconds sitting back and waiting for M80 to make a move. M80 don't have to move in that situation.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And it feels like the air is now leaving the tires of FEARX, that it's starting to deflate. The hope is starting to dissipate, as M80 are now 2 rounds away from knocking them out of Six Invitational. This is it. Do or die. 10th round, basement. FEARX need this round.
And it's a big map roam from M80. Gunnar and Gav, top floor. Solos and Goyo respectively. Gunnar will be able to garner information and feed that across to the rest of the defense. Hot and Cold, Kino, Diffuser in relatively strong positions to chip away a drone utility and then peel back down towards site through hatches if required once they sense that pressure. Of course, not wanting to play for life for this first phase of the round.
No surprise to see Gunnar on the Solus playing a more forward position. He's been so good in these entry battles. You'd back him in. Logic bomb, though, from Coded. How is Gunnar going to react to this? Well, he doesn't panic. He calls. He knows that Gavin is there for support. Good position here for Gavin to deny that repel in. The FEARX do not repel in. That means there's 2 players now that top floor, and basement's a little bit vulnerable, and Woogie's pushing down server stairs. Good swing from Good Boy. It's almost like as if this was a fake play from FEARX to keep those roamers up above. They now have sight. If they push into it, it was completely open. It was only Diffuser that's in garage by himself. Coda trying to find the gap. Gunnar then gets caught rotating back to sight, and it ensues down below. Big double kill from Diffuser, holding in the site. Gets Hot and Cold to drop down to help out, but he falls straight away. Tap again, looking now for the ace clutch on 1 HP for Diffuser. He says, you come to me, I'll pull the shotgun out. But the death mark and the shots through as FEARX continue to stay alive and keep punching. We are tied at 5-5.
And by far and away, their strongest looking attack through the early to mid-round phase. We saw that little dupe over towards admin, clean rotate down towards server. They catch Kino. M80 back themselves in to rotate back and find them in time before they start pressuring the site and getting a semblance of control. But that wasn't really the case. FEARX had established themselves very quickly into strong cross positions, and then M80 succumbed to the pressure right here. Very tough. Diffuser put his best foot forward, does an amazing job, and obviously then falls to the death mark and the pressure from Mephi. Good effort, but not good enough. FEARX, they do a really, really good job to equalize that scoreline, now 5 apiece.
More importantly, they won that round themselves off of their play. Love the logic bomb, flash dump, admin, just kind of confuse M80's defense, bringing out help. Gavin, you saw that deep rotate to cut off a repellion. They thought they were going to go top down. Instead, it was just straight towards basement. A really, really good round from FEARX. 5
seconds to insertion.
Well, Dark said 2 in the timeout. 1 more to get to overtime and then just breathe. 11th round, 5-5. It doesn't get much better than this, with one team facing elimination and the other searching for a 2nd place finish off a map win in M80. As we come to the conclusion of the group stage, yeah, this is the point in which Six Invitational starts to really heat up the stakes.
Setting up a sequential breach.
At least you don't eat your steak well done.
More of a medium rare kind of guy.
Ketchup or no ketchup?
No ketchup.
So last time out Expo Piano, we saw the direct bench attack from FEARX. It was a bit of a shambles, especially with the shield taken out. Now, we're not going to see that this time out. Admin across. Full map clear. Ready to lead the charge on the line, and M80 flush back.
Yeah,
they are out of there.
Yeah, they're already pushing straight back. They want to hold back over more towards deeper back meeting and CO, rather than towards that hallway and long desk. Does now give space for FEARX. The entry successful. They've got admin control. This is good on a map like Consulate, where you can just kind of get into the building safely. 5 players up. You still got both logic bombs available as well with Good Boy. Paul, and then he's able to use those as Mephi will clear out from top spiral. They know how important this first pick is going to be either way. Oh, lovely drone here for Rin, but it is just looking at Mephi anyway.
Maybe for the flank later.
Oh, Gunner goes down. He's caught yellow stairs. It's Woogie that finds the push up. So starting to try and get the collapse here onto M80. Gavin got a big kill onto Mephi. Needed that other starting to fall elsewhere. Holding the longer angle against Rin, pushing top yellow. Gavin holds and lets that phone ring on out. As Coded will push long desk, close by to Gavin now. He knows though he's getting swung from top yellow. Rin will connect the headshot, and there goes Diffuser, who's been good in the clutch so far, leaving poor old Hot and Cold with it all to do in round 11. Woogie, Rin low on health. Nitro self-thrown, doesn't connect, it does because Woogie was so low. Longer radius. Oh, I love this push up, shotgun up close. You can go down for good now, Coded. I meant Good Boy, but it doesn't matter. Coded's trying to put the kit down. Rin then covers, and it is now match series point for FEARX all the way from Korea. And they love it here in Paris and wish to stay a little longer.
The pressure continues to ramp up. 1 away from survival. And another really clean attack from FEARX. So admin across, good pinches over towards split. Got a little bit sketchy with the hot and cold clear late, but the coverage was sweet. MA did go basement for the final round of Reg.
There is only one team in this group that does not care about this next round. It's WEIBO. They're sitting back. They're popping the champagne. They're fine. They're in first place. Heretics will finish second if FEARX win this round. NIP will go home if FEARX win this round. 4 teams' fate on the line in this round. We go basement. No timeouts for either of these 2 teams remaining.
10 seconds to insertion. Set up and ready to blow.
And will it be Gunner on the Mozzie roam with help for company? He's top spiral, indicating for M80 they want to contest FEARX in a gunfight outside of the site.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers
double primary hard breach here from FEARX. So likely eager to open up the garage here, get perceived pressure in towards the objective. Could be one tool to draw this defense back to site and aid in map clear. We'll wait and see how that eventually is utilized. Abana critical for hatches as well. V's aside, and Good Boy gets to work on that early into the round. FEARX have shown that they can draw attention of this M80 defense nicely. They have manipulated them structurally on a couple of occasions, and I wouldn't be too shocked if they tried to go for something similar this round as well.
Good news with this lineup as well for M80 is they can fall back, play deny. You got triple nitro, you got Vulcan canisters, photo canisters as well from the Tubarão, so they can commit both roam and fall back as an option. FEARX know though, hey, we've got to take our times here. We cannot rush this. M80 are playing the roam game. They can be just about anywhere. Death mark from Rin onto Hot and Cold. He's playing bottom server stairs. There's Diffuser though. Big headshot onto Coded. As he tried to get the blowtorch to work as Gavin gets involved. There goes the Dockerpy. M80. It's been a big scare here on Consulate, but looking likely now to get us to overtime. Rin, Good Boy, and Woogie. Tournament life in their hands now for FEARX. As Gavin will hold yellow stairs. He's been so impactful, 15 and 7. But FEARX have already had clutches before in this series. One more is required.
60 seconds and 1 death mic up for FEARX.
2 flashes. 3 frag grenades. And a pesky old gunner, bottom yellow stairs. Gavin swing, went for the peek, peeked into 2, gave his life away. 3 versus 4 looks a little bit more doable. What a nitrocell though to land onto Rin. Do they have the time to go back for the revival? Good Boy will make the dash and get Rin back up, who still has a death mark available. Woogie the boogeyman pushing down yellow stairs on the Blackbeard. Gun up, shots don't land. It was an opportunity, but a difficult one. As we head into the final 20 seconds, this looks very difficult for FEARX.
Is he able to dash across, get this plant down with the coverage of Good Boy and Rin? Maybe. 15 seconds.
Kino will fall, but so does Woogie. Down to Good Boy, full health. Rin, low health. Inside garage, tagged up. How is he still alive? Doesn't matter. Now put to the grave by Diffuser. Good Boy can't do it. We go all the way. Overtime is required as M80 fight to the death here on Consulate. They get double defense, and this map now looks more likely for the North American team.
FEARX have shown some promise on attack, but in overtime, it's going to be tough. Good roam from M80 in that last round, able to break down some of those key stakeholders for the attack.
Was that their chance? One chance.
Maybe.
Can they give themselves another? It will be tough. We go top floor, CO meeting, defense for M80, who have looked very good in that area. And you go from having that one round where, yes, there's the pressure of wanting to get over the line and get it done and secure your fate in playoffs. And sure, the pressure maybe isn't quite now the same as it is, because now the pressure's back up to boiling point. Facing elimination. Well, someone said they won't feel safe until they see the 7 next to FEARX. It is now needing to be 8.
10 seconds remaining.
Big flip and comp here from FEARX as well. They bring the sense again for Exy. I like the introduction of Deimos as well, trying to tame any potential off-site play from M80, which has proven at times to be a big, big strength for them. Gunner and Gav, dynamic duo, they've been so strong. Diffuser, his efforts not to be discounted as well. And his anchor play on the warden likely to be very, very challenging to counteract.
4 of the last 6 rounds, opening kills have gone the way of FEARX. Dare I say, they need to continue that trend.
Gotta reload.
So initially a posture here over towards admin side for the attack. They have the single range hard breach of Good Boy, and the Selmas can be used to disrupt break. The exterior entry in through towards meeting as well if required. And of course, the flash lethal dump as well, critical. Coded as well, will layer in some Bs. That's over towards Coffin. It's a chunky investment here from FEARX in the first minute of the round to try and ascertain control over towards admin side. They now do have boots on the ground. Woogie as well to lurk below for flank coverage. 4 deathmark targets available.
Here's Woogie, the hero in the making.
Deathmark on the way.
Hostile tag.
Deathmark on to Gunner. He's spotted over towards yellow stairs, so immediately makes his way back up. Lots of Vulcan canister popped over towards the vending hallway. And also one towards default. Inside of meeting. Deathmark again here from Woogie Man on to Gunner.
Got eyes on him.
Diffuser inside of the Grimbees towards reception. Big stack for M80. They're looking to play close together. They got the numbers here for the trade potential, and it works. There's 2 quick kills in their favor. Sure, one went back the other way, but M80 are looking far better in this fight. Good Boy and Woogie need to pull off a clutch. 2v3. Good Boy can get this Diffuser back, and he does do so. BPC dealt with top spiral. Woogie has a death mark available. 45 seconds gives them the time, but they're still playing from behind.
With Kino catering as well, this clear is so challenging for FEARX. Getting the plant down or at least forcing reposition is probably their best option.
They need to play the time better this time. Last time left themselves no room for error. 28 seconds. This is the time you've got to push in. Woogie on the Deimos needs to be the aggressor. Find these defenders. Diffuser playing behind Hot and Cold. So they've got a double stack between them. Hot and Cold could swing in behind Woogie. He needs to be careful behind him. Long Desk is now vulnerable. Woogie's got to watch both sides though. It's a lot to do while Goodboy's going for the plan. Double push. Shotgun up. That's one. That's two. 5 seconds. But Kino, he comes back in for the clutch. Shotgun shot and sends them to map point. FEARX must now win 2 straight or they are going home.
Great work there from M80. They lean into that man advantage perfectly. The double stack flank, whilst both players fell, offered that opportunity for Kino to make his move forward. He didn't bait. He moved with the team, lands the trade, and now M80 1 round away from taking the map. Highlights from that previous round. Minute on the clock, push came forward. Mephi caught sprinting. Diffuser on the ground. Rin taken down by the Nitro. 2v4 for a very brief moment. But Goodboy and Woogie, the 2 best fraggers on the team, able to connect.
Bang, bang.
That was clean, but Kino, again, good discipline, didn't bait, pushed forward, landed the trade, and M80 clutched the round.
Those are those, again, 50-50 moments I mentioned throughout this map that I think back on Clubhouse went more the way of FEARX, evidently, 7-3 win. Haven't quite been able to win those ones here on Consulate, and it comes with a heavy price. 2 rounds straight for FEARX needed. Can they at least win their defense and give themselves one last opportunity on the attack at 7-7? NIP right now starting to feel a little bit more at ease as they watch this, knowing that their fate is on the line. As it stands as well, Heretics will drop from 2nd to 3rd to make way for M80. Gavin, 16-9. Gunner, Diffuser, both above double digits. Those 3 have been so good for M80, and you look to them once again here at overtime match point. For FEARX, it's Woogie, Goodboy, Mephi. Those are the 3 to look to for FEARX. As we head into the first of 2 overtime match points, but it may be the last one for FEARX if they do not win this round.
Yeah, the pulse back in play here for FEARX. We saw that from Woogie Man on this very site. Back in round number 2, if memory serves correctly, it wasn't super impactful in gaining information. The Nitro was also not up late round for Denial. They did go on to actually clutch that round, but structurally they were way behind. M80 were all over them for the vast majority of that first attempt.
Yeah, they're bringing back the second round Expo Piano lineup, except they don't have access to the Solus anymore, so they've had to make way for that. They bring the smoke in. Big emphasis here on Woogie playing the Pulse for early information. Deathmark onto Coded from Gunner. Coded has been underperforming so far in this match of Consulate. 3-12, but on the yellow, he can get aggressive, make amends. Similar to what we saw from Kino in that last round with a big clutch against Woogie Man. 90 seconds left. Auto Breacher, the first of 3, out from Gavin. 2 more, 1 more about to be thrown out. Air jabs from Diffuser, and there's the opening pick for M80 onto Rin. The Thorn is down. And while FEARX themselves have been a thorn in the side of M80, they might just be able to pluck it out and get to this 3rd map and 2nd place in the group.
Yeah, FEARX have played so passive, they forfeit that vert control. Rin gets isolated on site, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. M80 get a freebie for that first kill. Is there flank potential now maybe for FEARX? Can they contest on the vert with the Nitro cell? Can the Pulse feed information? They still have conditions available for this round win.
Woogie trying to get as much information. Plank going down. Kino inside X position. Can anyone deny this? Nitro cell from Woogie. Can't connect. It fell short. It's a successful plant. M80 have now put the sword to the throat of FEARX, who now have 35 seconds to salvage their life at the Six Invitational. They must move quick to gather as one if they are to keep themselves afloat. Here in Paris, it's a jump out from Coded. Gunner, your position is known, but he still wins the battle anyway. It's been valiant. But M80 show their championship material when needed most. They secure 2nd place in this group, and they send FEARX home.
Devastation for FEARX. it felt like they had a chance. Victorious on club.
They did have a chance.
They looked good on cons. They won the first 3 rounds. They mounted pressure on M80, but these boys are good.
They were 6-5 up, FEARX. They had 1 chance, 1 match point. They fell short, 3 then straight the way of M80. The Munich Major champions get the map that they were seeking. We will be going to a 3rd map in this series. Not quite done here, but the ramifications are now set. M80 in 2nd, FEARX are going home.
Our window is closing. We only get 1 shot at this.
M80 secure map 2, and that means two things as well. M80 have now locked in second spot, and we say goodbye to FEARX as they are eliminated from their group.
I'll say this. I said before that they deserved it. I'm not so sure they deserved it. I'll say they put in a good fight. They still managed to win 3 maps out of 3 opponents they had. I think overall, like, it's decent. It's a decent show. Jack, try to buy into it.
Do you know why I can't speak? Because we came into the pre-game and we started talking about, I started talking about how FEARX have kind of frustrated me, disappointed me across this event so far. Then they put in a performance where I'm thinking, holy crap, they're proving me wrong. And then they fall at the final hurdle. And I know they're so disappointed. I can see them behind me. You know, they were absolutely gutted during that mid-game interval there. But they've just fallen so short, like 1 round short. You've got to feel from them.
So close, but so far we're seeing the emotion on the faces of the players, but we can look at a head-to-head as well, because something we've really noticed during this game was that M80 really led in the first part of the round.
Yeah, they really did. M80 were excellent on the entry. I think particularly Gunnar and Gaveni were absolutely phenomenal. I think the problem for M80, and we saw another classic Fabian timeout, was that actually the first 3 or 4 rounds, M80 were getting every single entry, and then they were throwing them, Leo.
Yeah, look at the example, round 2, Mephi, once again, the star of the show, the first map, manages to close it out. A 1v3 masterful played from the Korean player. And at the same time, that was one example in round 2 early, right? But you go into round 11, for example, 5-5. They're about to go on to match point. Yeah. Look at the reactions they had early. Well, later in the game, they're still able to pull off these kind of moves. Look at Woogieman backstabbing everyone. They're doing an admin clear up top. So everyone is baited by that. Woogieman backstab from the side, gets Gunnar here in yellow stairs, and that backstab alone continues to happen. He goes up, as the others are pushing from admin, he gets a double kill, and that's a gap found, and that's what gave FEARX the match point. That's the kind of things we see and we're like, okay, there is potential, it's there. The problem is the consistency.
Well, the map is almost ready, is what I'm hearing, and it means that we can go watch this third map between these two teams. Everything has been decided. M80 lock in second. That's the final map of FEARX at the Six Invitational.
So we head to Bank for the third and final map of this series. It's not quite going to be, I guess, reaching the boiling point levels as Clubhouse and Consulate, M80 have got the job done. FEARX fall short. at the final hurdle, as Jack says. Social prediction, 73% in favor of M80.
Who do you think has the better fit, Fresh or Leo?
Leo.
By a lot?
Not by a lot.
Okay.
Marginal.
Cool.
But so far, M80 have been better by a lot. It's 1-1, and they've got the job done as we head into Bank to decide this series. Well, I wish I could sit back and say that this was it, that this was the map where it decides it all, but unfortunately it was map 2 that decided it all, guys. What we now play for is FEARX get one last map at the Six Invitational before we bid them farewell. And for M80, they get an opportunity to warm up for playoffs. To put it bluntly, this is a dead rubber now. M80 would still like to finish strong on a high note, get the job done, do so comfortably. Heading into playoffs. Just boost their round differentials, have some fun. But the pressure is now well and truly off in this map.
Yeah. Leo has joined us to say thank you for the compliments.
Maybe that might convince him to get on a trialcast with us later in the...
We're trying to win him back.
In the tournament. No, he said no.
We're outside the apartment throwing pebbles onto the window.
I'll get out the boombox and start playing some love music. It is Paris after all.
Valentine's Day, I should say, coming up soon.
Yeah, more important things though on Valentine's Day.
Rainbow Six Siege, absolutely.
Well, just for the sake of again reminding everyone, this map, no bearings, but so many more important matches today for the last day of group stage. No more important than later tonight. Ooh. G2 FAZE. We'll be covering that one, guys. It's a must-win for G2 in any fashion, 2-0 or 2-1.
Yes. Intriguingly, though, the opponent in that matchup, FAZE, have a lot less.
And that's the problem, is FAZE have already locked in top spots. So how, you know, how much are we going to see FAZE at? Will they be naturally just at 90%? But a 90% FAZE is still very, very good.
I feel like if you can have the opportunity to knock out G2 and build yourself up for playoffs, like...
Just send Alum out.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
What I want to see in this map now, though, for FEARX is, yes, you're out. Doesn't matter if you win this. But they gained so much respect, even as Jack said, like, wow, made me eat my words. So good on Clubhouse, won that 7-3. You lose 8-6 at the final hurdle on Consulate. Gave it your all, came so close, but finished strong. Dignity. Don't have to win this map, but, you know, 7-5, 7-4, which, you know, keep it close. If they can win the map, even better way to close out their Six Invitational for the Korean team, going then into the rest of 2026 with hope in their hearts. That's the love theme continuing.
Hope only gets you so far, though, at international events, unfortunately.
That's the problem.
Not to be too negative, of course, but...
Good boy, just sitting staff. It is FEARX that are attacking first up here on Bank. Bank is now officially been the second most played map so far at Six Invitational.
Oh, good catch from Rin.
Rin gets the opening kill on Gunner. Quick little logic bomb as well. Make sure no one else is close by. They're all top floor at the moment for M80. The CEO executive, of course. RU's out from Coded on the Sens. Logic bomb will expire.
Changing mags.
Gavin finds a kill back. Over towards that janitor hallway just outside stock.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain Rin didn't hack cams there, so with the echo up, that's a bit of a net loss for FEARX, despite that plant.
Straight in, going for the plant, right in the middle of that shield screen from the ROU. Caught by Diffuser, though, on the other side of it, from front desk side. He just bolted out. Easy kill.
Reloading.
We'll be trying to find the long angle if Gavin goes for the peak, but Gavin's tucked back in towards stock. Now turning his attention through janitor. There's a little gap over towards Kino. He's inside a long desk. Hot and Cold, by the way, is maneuvering these Yokai. He's just sitting towards Kanto, playing the Echo, playing the drone game, getting information. Coded falls inside a stock to Gavin, who's played this position so well on the Azami. He's now got 2 kills. Push up from Good Boy. Not going to get any help from Woogie. Gavin still inside a stock. Good clear from Good Boy. Kino now rotates away from Long Desk back into Janitor. Can they get the pinch? Woogie and Good Boy. The answer to that is no. Diffuser from front desk gets that kill. And it's only Woogie Man left in a 1v3 with 9 seconds remaining. This round is now null and void. The Yokai burst for good measure. Woogie may be trying to just preserve the KD, which he will. Gets the kill onto Kino, running at the end of the round. M80. Oh, what was that from Fabian? Even Kino is like, what? That's fun time mode for Fabian.
To be fair, Fabian, of course, was a highly successful pro player, but he wasn't exactly known for his sharp shooting. So maybe reliving the glory days.
Looked like he was trying to hold on to the fire hose. Back at the highlights from this opening round. Ren did find that opening kill, which is good. We saw the graphic and the desk was breaking down the fact that M80 had been so strong in the early portion of these rounds. But FEARX were unable to follow up from Ren's opening pick. We head to lockers and CCTV for the second round.
Do you have a score prediction for this map?
I mean, statistically, I mean, FEARX have actually improved on their attacking side in this series across from both Clubhouse and Consulate. Bank itself can lean to, you know, attacking rounds. 7 threes, maybe a good margin to aim towards.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
How that will shape up, I'm not too sure.
Well, nobody knows. That's
what about you?
The beauty.
I mean, 7-3 feels like a safe pick.
7-1.
7-1, wow.
Yeah, M80 don't want to be playing this game for any longer than they need to. Time to start prepping for playoffs.
Bit of damage onto Gavin, who was just reinforcing that stock hatch. Rin will push now top main stairs. But effectively, M80 will play a basement bunker. Diffuser's still open area, but he'll drop the hatch.
I'm reloading.
Gavin is just lingering main stairs, but will make his way back down. With the lineup, very conventional for M80. They'll play the denial. This is a pretty much default-looking setup. And I guess that's also the question for a map like this now for M80. You just keep it default.
Yeah.
You don't want to give anything away. No little tricks, no little lurk roams, no positional changes.
You want to make sure that your comms are clean and your structure is
well,
good.
the fundamentals.
Strategically, you just go for the most basic strategies.
You want the fundamentals to be good, absolutely. And it's a good opportunity to work on that, put emphasis on that.
It's a scrim.
And you're the one who said it's a scrim, and I don't disagree with you, which means, though, this is a big opportunity still for FEARX, because you do not get to scrim major champions on the regular over in APAC.
No. So hard breach then deployed by FEARX, the Hibana, in combination with secondary hard breaches, ensuring that these hatches are opened up at the center in play. It's more than likely that the end goal here is a hatch drop in towards CCTV. That will be in an attempt to try and find a safe plant position and dodge the flurry of utility that will follow here from defense.
Good boy doing a decent job on the Twitch to deal with the Vulcan canisters. Also gets a little spot of diffuser. He was playing close to the bomb chassis. Problem is, with a lineup such as this, you deal with Vulcan canisters, and there will be more flames to come with the Shamika launcher from Hot and Cold. User will get the opening kill onto Coded. They look to try and make their entry into the Sun-Through server. They lose the Blackbeard to the Nitrocell of Diffuser. He's now 4-0 to start. Gas Babe's being thrown out by Kino, who still has one available. 13 bullets left for the Shamika launcher. Final Candela for Memphis. You imagine the drop will follow. The aid of the smoke as well. No one towards Garage. Good boy, look for the plant. He's right inside of the gas bait. Nicely done from Kino on the placement. This seems like it will be flawless. It will be. Clinical from M80 on the basement of Bank. They take a 2-0 lead.
I like seeing.
Hot and Cold has had the same facial expression from round 1 Clubhouse all the way through a stressful consulate and now to a completely no stress bank.
I do like seeing a more relaxed Fabian.
Got very animated on Clubhouse. Actually, not as much if you think back on Consulate. 3-0 down, and he was just like, relax, boys, relax, and it worked. And I guess, again, it's the strength of Fabian as a coach is to know when to be aggressive and rev them up in an aggressive way and when to be a bit more of that mentor, telling them to relax, calm down.
Open area for round number 3.
10 seconds left.
1080 bring the clash alongside the scope post, so Diffuser's been given a license here to roam. Looking like he'll start out here on the top floor. 4-0 starts him, and been a solid series and a pretty decent event for him so far as well. Big impact player.
Yeah, I mean, I'll run the numbers too, because Gavin and Diffuser have just been lights out for M80 in the series. Both 120-ish EPS, 26-18 for Gavin, 25-17 for Diffuser, 5-0 entry for Gavin, 3-0 entry for Diffuser. Both have been very consistent, very, very good. I mentioned all the way back when we started this series, maybe for Kino, this is an opportunity to recapture some form. 80th rated player at the event.
Wow.
Minus 16 KD. Of course, he plays a different role, more supportive, but naturally hasn't been able to find his best form. Going with the opening kill onto Rin. The Blackbeard down early. Rin just continues to struggle in the early portion of these rounds. Good boy with a trade at least on to Diffuser after losing Mephi. No more Candelas, no Ying available. Losing one of the two shields. Now puts one emphasis on Coda to get to work on the Blitz. But yeah, Kino 13-19 in this series, so a -6. 27% survival rate. But again, the role that he plays for M80 isn't to be the fragger.
So midpoint of the round, the Blitz still up for FEARX, and top floor control is theirs. Peel back to site for M80. Limited vert tools, however, though, for the attack.
Hack initiated.
Boogeyman can at least find a hack, and so with that, FEARX can tap into the Valk information on offer. Now looking to transition that control in through Talor's archives. Start peppering into the site.
And Coded has really struggled in this series, unfortunately. Bottom 10 for him, EPS-wise at the event. 721 across the 3 maps. 1-5 as well in terms of entry battles. From below, Wilkie, man, hitting the headshot from that position. Well, no love lost for Woogie's performance at Six Invitational. He has been exceptional. 3 versus 3 into the final 30 seconds. Makes this a very winnable round into Staff open area, but you still got to deal with this clash. Hot and cold. Can provide good comfort for Kino. They'll play together. Gavin will play the drop. He can't defeat Good Boy, who wins that drop battle. Slipping in towards open areas Coded. Woogie coming in with a pinch from behind. Hot and cold down by himself. Got one. But can't get any more. He had to face 2 as the clash. FEARX will find their first round.
Oh, my score prediction now is particularly volatile.
You're locked in.
M80 will need 5 straight for the 7-1. Additional bans now to come in to play. We haven't seen anything too wild in that regard. Hot and Cold actually seeming to have a pretty deep chat here. So again, a team like M80 who will continue their run here at the event are just looking to refine things a little bit. Keep the comms up, treat it like a rather serious scrim.
2 and 8 in the entry battles for Rin across the 3 maps. It's been a really, really rough. To be fair, he's 18-21 when he's gone 2-8 on entries. So when he hasn't died first, he's actually had impact.
Decent attempt from Hot and Cold, but overwhelmed. The additional bans as well for the remainder of this half. The Izami taken down by FEARX, and then M80 targeting Woogie with the Blitz ban. He jumps onto the fuse. Goes without saying that the Blackbeard also available.
Straight off the fuse immediately. Haven't really seen a lot of fuse play in recent times.
No. It has been picked at this event though, hasn't it?
Yes.
At least
only 4 operators as of today that have not been selected.
Doc, Thunderbird, Rook, and...
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
You've got them 3.
I want to say alibi for some
Yes.
reason. Is it actually?
It is.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You got all 4. That's actually really good.
I'll take that.
I don't want to throw Emmy under the bus, but I gave her the same test earlier today. And she struggled a little bit with 2 of them.
To be fair, those 3-4 operators have it's probably the same in Munich, if I had to guess. Give them some buffs.
Oh, a frag grenade rolling down Spiral. This one for Good Boy. It's a second go at it. Moving on. I will say we never saw anything comical like that in the 2 maps that mattered. On goal, we get the opening pick. Oh, caught at the window will be Metby. Quick headshot. Round is seemingly over. Ren pushing up main stairs. Was able to get a trade at least onto hot and cold. Whenever Wookie's still alive, you've got to hope for FEARX, but he's put to bed by the diffuser.
If they hit the nade, they win the round.
Well, I mean, I don't think it mattered. I don't think it mattered.
Oh, it did. Really good denial there from M80. Counteracting the repel play from FEARX. 1v4 from Rin. How many can he find?
Tell you what, the discipline here for M80 in a 1v4 of a map that doesn't matter. If there was ever a time to break away from discipline and run around and hunt Rin, it's now, yet they don't do it. That's just a really good shot. With a DMR from Rin clearing Gunner at the corner of Janitor. Still has the logic bomb, but he wants to preserve it. I mean, they're just holding their set positions. And these are the opportunities for M80 to think, how would we play this if this were a live stage, 1v3, 30 seconds left? That's how we want to try and play it. Rin gets tagged up. They now know that he's inside of CEO. Diffuser close by to Diffuser anyway. And Diffuser, speaking of, gets the final kill of the round. He has been very, very good in this series. Highest EPS for M80. 1 kill away from dropping 30 and to be the first in the server to do so.
Yeah, really clean closeout there from M80. I think you'd probably see several teams at this particular event, if they're in this position, just
start running around
and looking to have quote-unquote fun. But perhaps, Fabian had a chat with the team or the leadership within the roster and said, let's take this seriously.
The mindset of the best needs to be that you always try and play towards your best.
Sure.
Even in scrims. Of which this essentially is an incredibly official one. You want to keep the same mechanics, you want to keep the same approach, the comms. Keep everything consistent going into playoffs.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
If it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy group stage for M80, I still think what would be more scary for the rest of the competition is they get to their best, again, going into playoffs and time the run at the right time. That matters a lot more than finishing second in the group stage.
Absolutely. I'm sure M80 will level up at the appropriate time. I don't think that's too in doubt. sure they've had a somewhat rocky group stage by dropping a map in each series, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that that detracts from their chances of winning this event or at minimum finishing in the top 4. For me, the only real massive standout that immediately comes to mind, at least, is probably WEIBO, topping their group.
Undefeated as well.
I mean, Falcons as well at times have been a bit shaky, I suppose, as well. Secret have looked good, though.
Wildcard topping Group B with their victory over Furia.
Yep.
FAZE, of course, topping their group. One from each region at the top of each group is good to see in terms of balance and parity. 5th round here.
Oh, this is the event to break the tie. EU, NA, South America, 3 hammers apiece. It would be incredibly iconic for WEIBO to finally win one for APAC, and
if D+ win the hammer, who gets to claim it for the region?
Oh, APAC. 1,000,000%.
Into the final minute. Locker CCTV naturally playing out the default fashion for M80 once again, as they did so in the 2nd round. Playing the exact same lineup, the same play style, sit back, let the utility deny the clock, force FEARX into having to clear tough positions, difficult plan. Meffy did try to get a little presence over towards bottom main stairs, but he got flamed off. Meffy drones it. Gunner still holding over towards loading. Woogie very, very low. He can no longer push in safely. One more Camdella. Pop the fire extinguisher. 2nd, but no drop. Meffy will instead go for the main stairs push. Good Boy has been able to get that plant down successfully. 1-for-1 trades, and Woogie can now play shield on the Blackbeard. On cold. And still use that Shamika launcher. Good down onto Good Boy. Meffy will hold main stairs. Making sure if anyone does look for the retake from that position, he's in the best spot. Gavin pushed up, won that battle. 2 versus 2 now. Hot and cold can't beat the Blackbeard though. Woogie wins his fight inside a server as FEARX should and will find their 2nd round.
Yeah, pretty clean default there. Not too much to complain about. Plant denial over towards that server wall position. Just fell shallow of the mark. Diffuser tossed a nitro later. I lost track as to where exactly that landed. I think I heard something about a timeout. Yep, there we go, FEARX.
I have some ideas here. If they play open area, let's play that direct, guys. They don't have operator to play engineers because Azami banned. And now maybe just can be Bandit, but I think it's not gonna be. So for directions, just remember the composition here. Goodbye play Ace, Lin play Sense, do that team play, right? Yep. Mephi, I think you can play Min MP, that strike, Min MP and Claimer for you. Cottage, Flores in the window, right? And then, yeah, you don't have your best shields and glass, so I think you just play or black. I know, I think just play black, man. Where you go inside safe, you know, so you find the plants. If they repeat basement, guys, let's use you know, same domains. Domain the map and the team play Ingus for garage and goodbye go garage and kill garage. Don't play to plant, you know? Like a domain until the server. Do that team plays to kill, you know? Let's go.
Okay. Oh, 되게 나오면 direct.
Yeah, I mean, if you're dark in this situation, it's again continuing to just be instructional, set what you want the boys to follow. Good opportunity to practice these kind of strategies for future events.
To protect it.
Nicely done from Wookie here. Like, low health, yes, you're playing the Blackbeard, but it's right here against Hot and Cold, who pretty much managed to only shoot the shield.
Yeah.
The big shield, though.
It was really clean in the post from FEARX. That, again, probably up there as one of their better attacks in the series, but the impact here on Bank nullified. Now maybe looking to refine things on basement. We will see a return. We will also see the introduction of Scopos into the composition.
5 seconds left.
And I may elect to lurk initially on 2nd floor and contest CEO entry. I anticipate they're probably a little bit more emphasis first floor. You can see the barricades being placed to stall out that particular push. Can look to them play fall off in towards side or potentially down main, depending on how exactly he has set up. Clutch drones available though on the flip side for FEARX. And the Bravo can tap into quite a lot of the utility on offer here from defense. And in combination with the twitch from Good Boy, that can really alleviate pressure in the latter portion here when it comes again to that execute for FEARX. We'll see just how much utility is able to be cleared. Again, Goyo not in play, so that's not a target for Good Boy. But there is double BPC. So he'll temporarily give up on that. Comes back on. Okay, maybe he'll get it third time. We'll see. Marine doesn't get a second chance though. Coded does. And in the meantime, Mephi, Woogie, and Coded light up the kill feed.
Nicely done from Gavin to keep M80 in a winnable position still. Oh, tagged up heavily though by the vendetta of Mephi. Kino aggressive. Oh, the timing, but it is a Blackbeard coming his way. He would have got pinched by Good Boy. Instead opts to slip back main. He does push back down. Looks to try and find a gap through beepers. Coded has now dropped. Kino playing behind. Gas bait thrown. Freebie onto Mephi running around. Honestly, quite winnable hit for Kino. Never mind. Yeah, he just dropped and died. Well, 3 on the board. On the attacking side for FEARX, we are tied at the half. They get to go defense now. Would be a strange result, wouldn't it, if FEARX win this?
Do you think we see a Fabian timeout this map? Is he going to bother?
It's a good question.
I've been thinking about it.
I mean, maybe in the sense of just communicating to them, not instructional coaching or even trying to rev up. I don't know. Maybe he'll be hands off.
It's yapping quite a bit at the moment.
The only thing would be actually if FEARX gets to, like, let's say 5-3, maybe calls the timeout just to be like, hey guys, let's take good form into playoffs.
Yeah, like, I know this game doesn't matter, but let's tighten up.
Yeah. Just as a refocus kind of timeout. Yeah. Bands come through for the second half. Monty, Ace, Kaid, and Echo. We go basement to begin for FEARX on their defense. And to the credit, 3 of the last 4 rounds on the attack. And again, in theory, yes, the game now no longer matters. And sure, M80 aren't playing at 110% adrenaline pumping Siege, but if what we're talking about really should be true in terms of the consistency going into playoffs and wanting to still play high-quality Siege and treat it as if it's still an official game, which it is, this is still a really good result for FEARX. Of course, if M80 lose the map, they'll just be like, we weren't trying. It doesn't matter. You're already thinking about lunch or dinner, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, it's in closing on 5 p.m. local. Hopefully the food is good tonight. I think it was, what, was it hot dogs for dinner last night? That was a bit hit or miss.
5 seconds remaining.
Are you a hot dog man? Do you enjoy the glizzy?
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
I do like a dog.
Don't you have a pet cat?
2.
Do you take care of them, or does your wife?
No, I'd say it's an equal share.
Really?
Rin, nice early aggression on the castle as they go for a setup over towards Stafford open area. It's also on to Kino, so that's the Ying. Not available now for M80. Hurt their entry later in the round.
Oh, spotted.
Gunnar, you can see calling out the fact that Mephi's been spotted towards towers. And it's a 4-man stack ATMs.
They're just going to look to death ball through ATMs and try and find this kill. Gunnar, front line, and dead.
This is like the flying V through the front door.
They might just drop, backdrop. Yeah, gold, quick drop.
Oh my God, I
go.
just watched 4-men drop hatch in vault. And I believe Gunnar was just laughing. Gavin will fall as well. A comical scale is probably at peak level.
I'm reloading.
But Hot and Cold is taking this very seriously.
Still winnable too. Like,
now,
it was for a moment. Now it's increasingly challenging.
And if he goes for the revive, then he's going to be just stuck inside an elevator as well, and then FEARX could push out and keep him trapped in there.
Deploying cold.
Oh, good sharp shot from Good Boy. Good read from Hot and Cold. FEARX take the lead for the first time here on Bank.
It would be very APAC to win this map. Big stack from M80 on the back push, but they get caught out by the smoke canister. And FEARX able to box them nicely in that round. Good way to start their campaign here defensively. Good start to the round. We saw the castle extension in play and somewhat worked. Mephi caught off the back. Good intel gathered by Gunner. And then a full send on the back. Down they go. Only a few made it through, and those that did, well, they got caught as well. Devastation for M80.
Oh, they will not be able to sleep tonight.
Top floor, round 8.
Yeah, I really do want to see FEARX make this 5-3 to see if Fabian calls a timeout.
5 seconds to go.
Just for the sake of curiosity. We're also both now wrong with our score predictions because I said 7-3.
Very true.
Unless it's 7-3 to FEARX.
Possible.
I think in this case we're allowed to flip it.
You can flip it. A flip-flop is allowed once.
I'm reloading.
There goes CEO Executive for the 8th round. FEARX now actually looking for 4 in a row.
Reload.
Again, you know, for the APAC fans watching being like maybe, oh, where was this? To be fair, we saw this actually on the opening 2 maps. This is actually just kind of more of the same. It's just more the fact that on Consulate, you guys 6-5 up, have the opportunity. Just couldn't quite grasp it. I tell you, if this were like play day 1 though, this series would be like, oh my goodness, FEARX are here to play. Fortunately, it's day 5 and they just couldn't do enough in other matches when they had their opportunities. Ooh. Another opening kill for FEARX. That's now 3 of the last 4. Yeah, they're all over M80 right now here on Bank. Might just force M80 to lock in a little bit more.
Good drone work here from M80. They have a pretty good indication as to what's going on with the objective itself, but translating that actually into plays is proving to be a little bit of a challenge. The castle player as well posing problems. The Diffuser takes it upon himself to lurk, and down below a yellow ping is on offer. Doesn't even get the chance to get the kill because Gav beats him to the mark, 4-4.
That's still good teamwork off the back of the information gained there for M80. Starting to swarm multiple people going towards the target. Just to add extra layers of security in confirming that kill. The top square, Mephi on the warden inside a janitor.
Flashbang out.
Double on the rappel outside front desk as Gather makes his way up spiral.
Hello.
Got caught though by Rin, who was watching for that back push. Rin will stay over towards Kanto, can then push into either front desk or even long desk if he wants. Diffuser top square. Kino, well actually Diffuser has just jumped out of the building, so it's only Gunner. Well, technically no one's in the building right now, but Gunner can push top square.
Throwing flashbang.
Hard to go for the vault in with the Clash playing airlock.
Air jab to try and disrupt, but Wookie dashes across.
Yeah, Wookie's played this so well. Oh, Kino though, what a shot onto Mephi.
Oh!
Wookie faked the plant of the shield. Eventually has been overwhelmed though by a combination of Diffuser and Gunner. Ooh. And Diffuser actually pulled the pistol out and hit the shot onto Rin. That was actually a really nice shot from airlock over towards front desk. And we go 4-4.
Yeah, pretty good attack overall there from M80. We saw the late pivot from them, trying to unlock sight. Again, they had good information, but then being able to problem solve a way to actually exploit that, isolate the clash, etc., etc. Well played. Good stuff. A little bit dicey here with Boogeyman with a mad dash across and faked the shield plant. Kino gets caught.
Here's the shot. Look at that.
But Woogie falls and then Diffuser marches forward. Good stuff. Open area.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah. Good stuff indeed.
Yeah.
Sharp fundamentals for
10
M80.
seconds left.
I like the fact that Kino didn't panic, that the clash was
5 seconds
in a very
remaining.
close vicinity of him, basically on top of him.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
You've been very sus this, man.
They need our support out there. Count on us. Get them home
You've
safe.
been very childish.
Okay. So after this map, of course, we'll have a very short break, and then we begin the group of death to close out the A stream and the group stage, guys. We move over to Group C later for tonight's matches. Shopify Rebellion, Black Dragons to follow after this. A crucial game. You confirm your survival with a win. Could even push up into second. There's a lot in that match. And then after that, G2 FAZE. That will be a bang. Logic Bomb activated by Gavin. Kino on the move, on the blitz. Oh, drops on down a square. It's on gold against the opening pick. Staff an open area of the site, and this now being taken by Kino deep inside of Staff. Dodges off that impact from Good Boy. Coded slipping through Archives. Boss G in hand, but Gunner shoots him in the back. Fast pace from M80. Will overwhelm FEARX. Coded could clear over towards top blue stairs. Doesn't matter. Plant will go down. Full wide onto Coded. Gavin hits the headshot. Clean and concise from M80 on their attack there of Staff open area. They make it 2 rounds straight. No closer to getting some time with Fabian. I don't believe at this point he'll bother to call any kind of timeout, regardless of what happens from here.
Unfortunately.
Always like to hear what the words of wisdom he has to offer.
You could just use it to content farm as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was
say something silly.
Content farming before, whereas he played around with a fire hose.
So double shield ban to round things off as we prepare for the 10th. Blitz and Clash out of play as we look back at the previous round. Pretty chaotic, a lot of isolated fights around the map. We saw the Kino go deep as well with Blitz. It was pretty successful. And then Coded flashed up at the end. Gav with a clean shot, SMG in hand.
Good control there from Gav. Well done.
Yeah, not easy. Up to 10 kills as well for him. Joins Diffuser on double digits.
Yeah, 9 as well for Boogie, guys. He's been so good.
He has.
He's crossed, well, he's at 30 now, so he's crossed the 30 kill threshold in the series. 115 EPS, which is his 6 Invitational average, which was good enough for 6th rated player at the event.
They thought he's going to finish in the top 10, right?
He will definitely finish in the top 10 of group stage and unfortunately be eliminated. A very solid tournament for Woogie Man.
Out to defuse a bomb.
Steady aim fixes any problem.
Let's get to work.
A lot of the numbers, in fact, and this is not to highlight the one player in particular that I'll touch on, but Mephi, Good Boy, Reno all around 100 EPS as well. Coded at 71 EPS, 1224, 25 on the entry, 52% cost. No clutches, 1 plant. Just a rough match for him, but not the reason solely as to why they've not been able to progress. It's always a team effort. Gavin and Diffuser have just been, I mean, they're both 120 plus. Those two have just been so good. And I touched on Gunner as well, actually, prior to this match, 7th EPS. He's pretty much the same numbers as Woogie Man.
Valcam, I presume, has been seen by Gunner. It was in the center of his crosshair.
Hello.
Uh-oh. Gunner might try and bait this out here. Woogie Man is sitting on that camera. has now seen Gunner cross. Spotted out. I don't believe he can shoot it though from this position. Cheeky little cam. Yeah, one to pocket for ranked.
Yeah.
I thought it may have actually been more difficult to see than it was, but of course it's more so the ability. It's a lot easier. Inability to shoot it out.
Well, it's also a lot easier for us to see because we have the outline.
Very true.
Rin goes down early, which has been unfortunately a common theme for Rin. It'll be his 3rd time now on bank alone. And it'll be his 10th time across the 3 maps that he's been the opening death. Playing the Azami is such a crucial operator that needs to be maintained for as long as possible. Death mark from Gavin onto Mephi over towards bot main stairs as he whistles a wonderful tune. Trying to fake him out. The player towards Elevator is the one that will make contact onto Gavin, gets him down to half health. Good contest right now from FEARX on a Locker's CCTV site. They're really fighting this first floor. At some point, Good Boy will drop the hatch. It'll be after this contact fight and should drop. No, he's really holding on here. 30 seconds left. Now he's forced to drop flames from Gunner.
Not a ton of time left here. For
no, and 3 gas babes and a nitro cell. So I'm thinking this is going to have to be a full send. Bot main, hatch drop, server, all of the above. Woogie's in a good position. Has the nitro cell. If he gets first contact onto Gavin from the push into the site, Kino can get to work on the glass. Hot Gold is going to get this play down successfully. Fortunately for FEARX, despite having decent utility, numbers close to the site, low on time, M80 will still execute and do so comfortably as they've found 3 rounds straight.
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
That was cute. You know, when you're playing ranked and you're beating the other team pretty competently, and you just have that one guy in your team yapping about strats, Dev Martyr. That's what Gunner's doing right now. 6-4.
Dev's the kind of guy who'd be like, guys, I think we should do this.
He'll spend at least 45 seconds yapping about some strat. Or yapping about the last round when it doesn't matter anymore.
And then he'll go off and do his own thing that he also wants to do.
You guys do all this utility clearance. I'm going to go lurk basement for 2.5 minutes.
Every day. So open area, match, serious point, 6-4. M80 looking good. Limited time in that last round and able to make the execute work.
10 seconds to go.
And our last moments with FEARX.
It sure is.
Win or lose.
Yep.
5 seconds left.
I do wonder what 2026 has in store for this team.
Yeah, I mean, we put together the Korean super team, a region, I'll say a sub-region, if you will, that hasn't been flushed with new players coming through, which is disappointing. But these players in particular are very talented. You think back all the way to Reload, kind of kickstart this campaign. They made waves, they were looking great, then they kind of dipped a little bit, maybe refound a bit of their form towards the back end of the year. And again, up and down here at Six Invitational. And despite all of it, they have one round that had they won, they would have made playoffs. So it's a difficult team to kind of rate.
Barrier activated.
But back to the drawing board, back to APAC. Bomb, and I think a fast push. Ren, though, wins that entry battle. Immediately gets out of stock. Drop back to play stuff open. It does mean that M80 have been able to gain top floor control very early in the round. Can't utilize it all that much. They don't have the buck, they don't have the ram, they don't have the sledge. Which is a little bit surprising, considering all the top floor control that they've already been able to acquire. They can't put as much pressure over towards Tal's Archives, along with the site through stock.
Coded on cam, live yellow ping, drop down, and traded. Eventually.
I mean, not easy for Gunnar there as he's dropping to try and shoot straight away, get it all lined up. Needs to do so in a hurry before Coda turns around. Still gets the kill. Gunnar actually then ended up dropping Volt, and he's going to catch him in the end. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, he got the nade kill anyway. Diffuser's nade followed Good Boy down into the bottom elevator. He goes to 14 kills. Gunnar will make his way up main stairs. Tripwire connector shot out by Diffuser. Get a nice little angle into the site. 2 gas babes for Woogieman. Nitrocell for Maffy. Playing over towards quad wall, which is going to stay electrified and reinforced.
Setting up recon drone.
Cole's just going to have to send it. Barbed wire there. Flames go out. That'll block his path forward. He'll just run through the flames. He's now low because of it.
Almost good as teammate.
Yeah, gas babe thrown out. That'll help a lot as well. Woogieman needs to win this battle. And Rin, though, helps on out. Good headshot on Gold. We go a little longer here. All rounds of regulation on Bank are required. As FEARX, well, they want to play a little bit more Rainbow Six Siege.
Apparently. Big fans of the game. And no timeout.
Well, it has to be Fabian.
Yes, of course.
Fabian, we're going to get a timeout.
Come on. Let's call the match-winning strat. Go back down to basement.
He didn't call it. Well, you actually baited me because you said timeout. I thought he actually called it.
Oh, no.
He didn't.
A question mark. Not a statement, so.
I don't know if there's a question mark attached to that. You've said it verbally.
I didn't emphasize it correctly. This nade, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Boom. There's something cinematic about the way he's just being pushed forward by that nade.
The attack.
And again, to reiterate, this entire map of Bank. Nothing on the line. Dead rubber. But credit to FEARX. I mean, at the end of the day, M80 is still inside the server, shooting the shots. As we say in sports, they've crossed the white line. There's always... You're not half-assing your shots. You're not trying to die.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
They also haven't, outside of the gold job, like, mean rushed every round on attack or anything like that. They've actually played fairly structured and tried to...
I mean, they've played fine here, considering pressure's off for both teams. It means it's in equal footing. It would be different if M80... I guess if FEARX needed a result, but M80 didn't, then would be reacting a little differently to this. But the case is for both of them, it doesn't matter. But going off the evidence that we had from the first 2 maps, Clubhouse, FEARX just looked amazing. Consulate, competitive, 3-0 start, a 6-5 lead eventually acquired, 1 chance to qualify for playoffs, didn't get it, go to overtime, M80 do the double, and that's it, all she wrote. But a lot of the same competitiveness has translated here to Bank as well, which is good signs.
Now the ping for Ren lobby. Shots do not land.
It's onto Gunnar by the... Oh,
that one does.
Gunnar, beautiful shot. Rin had his chance, didn't connect. Gunnar gets a tap. Rin says, sad face, I'm assuming. Looks kind of like sad face.
Open area control.
Another opening death for Rin, by the way. Rin has been involved in so many entry battles. It's now 16.
Wow.
5-11.
That's an impressive amount of entry kills.
Go on, Red. Yeah, Gunnar with the most for M80, by the way. 8-5 with 13. I mean, technically, actually, no, 9-5 with
14.
14. So
13 plus 1, 14.
I had to just make sure I was reading this correctly before it had potentially updated.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Minute 10 on the clock. M80 have looked really deadly late round though on this side. As I say that, Good Boy responds. Shotgun to the face of Gunnar and, well, coded onto Diffuser.
Might be heading to an overtime here. For even more.
The most unnecessary overtime of all time.
The most unnecessary overtime. What can Kino do on the glass? At this point, Mephi opts for a swing, doesn't spot anything.
Parker's getting very loud over on the beach.
That's the loudest I've heard Mr. Parker. Hot and cold though, straight into lockers. Good headshot. They've lost Kino and now they've lost Hot and Cold. We are going to overtime. More siege unless Gavin can win the 1v2 against Good Boy and Woogie, who are split at the moment. Good Boy's playing the admin hatch. He will drop. Good boy has now indeed dropped, and Gavin hits the kill. Down to 1v1. And he goes for the death mark because he's got 13 seconds. He wants to put it on Woogie's head. So now Woogie's... Oh, Nitrocell. Ripped, thrown. Thrown, misses, plant down. What? Can Gavin avoid the OT? Woogie man, how much more Siege do you want to play at Six Invitational? Vendetta out. Positioning important here. Gavin not sure which side he's going to push from. Woogie will get us to overtime. Let's play some more Siege here on Bank as FEARX will get their last few rounds of the event to come. At this point now, actually, you may as well just go for the win. Now I feel like the stakes are as high as they've ever been. You can beat M80 at Six Invitational. You take that.
Oh, timeout. Yes!
We're getting a timeout. Shh, everyone quiet. Daddy Fabian's talking. We're about to talk.
Hopefully.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
If we go back and we play basement for our defense, save 1 or 2 Tubarals for the sense, because then we can just deny it that way instead.
No, if you do go basement, to be honest.
If it's up to you, Matt, but in the end, when they go with information, just grab the IQ, make it simple for us, make sure that they don't have this retake information. They just want to fight us. Number 1 is don't give them stupid shit. Take care of their information, and then you guys go at whatever strat you want. But those 2 things needs to be done. Just relax, take it easy, be on the same page. 3-1, and fuck them up. Not harder than that, but just get rid of their information, because that's what they're playing around clearly. And sack more drones. Get to like Gav and D to both get there in and get information.
Oh.
Well, that was mildly disappointing.
That was anticlimactic. I was expecting a little bit more oomph from Fabian.
He does sound like he wants to be back in his hotel room.
He's like, boys, come on.
Why are we still here?
I want dinner and I want to go to bed. Well, maybe not. Start prepping. Probably start prepping.
Now, for context, by the way, the reason Parker is getting so animated over on the beach.
I'm curious.
Of course, it's Fluxo W7M taking on SSG.
It's what?
We've agreed on that pronunciation, by the way. It's not Fluxo, it's Fluxo.
Who's
look
we?
at the chat.
Wait, hang on. Who's we?
The talent chat. Don't look at me. Don't shoot the messenger.
I'm not Brazilian.
It's map 2.
Fluxo.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's 7-6 in their favor on the second map.
Interesting.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
For what it's worth, I don't believe Fluxo really rolls off the tongue particularly well in our native tongue, but that's an argument for another time.
So we go double defense overtime for FEARX. They get an opportunity to defeat M80 at the Six Invitational. It's nice to go on the resume.
Loading new mag.
Won't matter.
With the biggest of asterisks.
The first 2 maps mattered. That's the problem, is that, like, in theory, beating M80 here at SI, it's a weird one because it's got the asterisk to it where, well, 2 maps mattered of the 3, but they won 1 that mattered and 1 that didn't. If they win it. Parker just said Fluxo.
Well, look at me, I'm just telling you what was in the chat. I'm happy to go with Fluxo as well. It's fine by me.
We can overrule the others. Kino going
veto
top
power.
hallway. Effie forced to drop. Rin, another opening kill, another opening engagement. Traded by Gavin. Seems like, by the way, spoiler, but that has gone to a map 3 over on the B string. Death mark from Gavin will be activated onto Mephi, who is very, very low on health. Wants to drop back to basement, will play sight. Heavy emphasis now will be on Woogie Man with the 3 gas babes for the late round denial of the execution of M80. Ballkeeper barriers available still for Good Boy as well. Will have influence.
Reloading!
Good Boy is still an electrical as well, by the way. So an intriguing position for the Azami to lurk. I don't know how impactful that may be. I suppose if there's a bot square rotate later on in the round, he could catch someone off guard. Reserve control for hot and cold.
The electrical lurk is not one you see too often on this site choice. Hot and cold's already in surfer, so Good Boy will be one to watch later in this round. We'll get a very good backstab opportunity as the time dwindles. He'll eventually start to make his move. And indeed, that's exactly what he's doing. Down blue stairs. Hot and cold should not be allowed to get this plant. Shot in the back. Good Boy gets rid of diffuser. 12 seconds. They go for the push. Gallon and Gunner will make their way over towards lockers. Leaving Good Boy behind in CCTV, but he still hits a wonderful headshot, by the way. Gunner, no time. And it's match point for FEARX. Wouldn't be the greatest form booster for M80 heading into playoffs as a second-seeded team, losing to the Koreans, who have already been eliminated.
They do look quite pleased with themselves, FEARX.
I mean, as they should be.
Fair enough. Better than dropping their heads.
They can go back home and say they beat the Munich Major Champions at the Six Invitational.
Yeah,
they do not ask any other questions.
They could.
That's all.
Why are you back so early?
Nice. Ooh.
This is a weird game. Hard to expect anything less. 7-6. M80 top law to cling on here and send us to a 15th. I can't believe I said 7-1 M80. This is me. A little bit off.
It all comes down to the mindset, doesn't it? Because a dead rubber match like this, FEARX, knowing they've already been eliminated, may have come into bank and just kind of said, we don't really care, we're not going to try, we're devastated. Credit to their mental, credit to their ability to just say, you know what, yeah, we have been eliminated, but we still want to give it our all, we still want to win the series. I think that's the right way to approach a match like this, or a map like this. And if you're M80 now, especially at 7-6, facing a potential loss to FEARX, yes, it doesn't change anything going into playoffs. And yes, they know they probably could have played better here on Bank had it been a match that mattered. It's still not ideal. So I wonder if they ramp it up. Just that extra 10-15% now in the last 2 rounds, or the last potential 2 rounds for M80. Defense here, top floor, CEO executive. In the 14th round. Frag grenade to deal with the bulletproof camera inside a stock.
Loading mag!
There is no deployable shield brought by M80 this round for the janitor hallway. Gunner's just found 2 on a jump out. It is a jump out plaza side. He got both Coded and Woogie Man, and straight back through ATMs. Mephi could maybe get the trade. No, it's actually Good Boy that finds it back through an Archives Teller's push.
Damage already done though.
Yeah, big damage. You lose the Ulcer, so you don't have those shields available. And same with the Exothermics no longer being available, so a top square, centric push. Open up the wall, get the shields down, go for the plant. Not possible anymore.
We're going to get 15 rounds in a map that means nothing.
We are.
Of course. Why wouldn't we?
What it does do, though, is it means A-Stream's going to end quite late tonight.
More time to get your drops, I guess. That's when you look at the last half full.
More time for drops.
Yeah.
And we prolong the G2 FAZE game, the Black Dragon SHOPIFY Rebellion game. 2 games that are going to have such critical importance for Group C, and the fate of 3 of those 4 teams in question, in play.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
D+ in that group. Guz, of course, have already secured playoff position, so at least guaranteed 3 APAC teams in playoffs. Guaranteed. We await the fate of a potential 4th later today. Oxygen versus Enterprise.
Drag is hot.
So FEARX right now are the only APAC team eliminated.
15 seconds if you want to do a bit of play-by-play, Jake.
Well, I think we're going. Oh, I mean,
Death mark track.
go FEARX! Come on. 3v4. No, never mind. It's over. 15th round is required. Good boy with a double. 3 seconds though, leaves him no time. Would have needed to quite literally go tap, headshot, headshot. It's not happening. All 15 rounds required. Well done to M80. And they do still now have the opportunity to close the series out 2-1. But it will be FEARX on the defense for the very last round for FEARX here at the Six Invitational. These are going to be their last 3 minutes in game.
They've definitely been maxed the series though today in terms of rounds played.
Yeah, they have.
Now that they've pushed it this far, they really want this final round. Double lineup for Gav, prone top main, 16 kills for Gav.
So 1 APAC team eliminated, 1 Brazilian team disguised as an APAC team eliminated.
Is that all?
Well, 2 more groups to go after this.
Okay. I was waiting.
Who else is going to be eliminated? It's either Enterprise or Oxygen from Group D, and either one of Black Dragon's Shopify Rebellion G2 from Group C. Those are the groups to come for the later afternoon here today for the final day of group stage. What are your guesses there for Group C and D? Who goes home?
5 seconds to go.
Start with the easy one.
Group D.
Oxygen.
EP. It is a head-to-head match.
Simply win and you're in. The heart says Enterprise.
Yeah, of course.
And your head pro says Oxygen.
Oxygen 2-1. But close.
And out of Group C, G2, can they beat FAZE? That's the big question.
Yes. Will they beat FAZE? That is very difficult to predict.
They got more to fight for. FAZE are locked in first place.
I want to say G2 do a G2 and get the result across the line.
2-1.
Yeah.
What does that mean then for Black Dragons or Shopify Rebellion?
Trouble.
Trouble in paradise. Final round here of this series that's had it all. Highs and the lows. Statement win on Clubhouse for FEARX. Set them up going into Consulate. It was a must win. They got to a 6-5 opportunity. Could close it out. Went to OT. M80 secured the map needed for them to get second place. Sending FEARX home. And we've had 15 rounds of goody fun here on Bank. But it may still end up with a FEARX result going their way. They find 2 quick kills, giving them a 4 versus 3 advantage. And the pressure has been at the lowest point here on Bank the whole way through. It's now at the highest point in this final round. Logic Bomb will expire for Gavin as he pushes down main stairs.
I've waited for this moment.
Boogie all the way bot main. There's a staff open area site. Tension at its highest point for the entire portion of this map.
Well, not... Oh, map. Okay. Not match. Minute 20. But for Diffuser, trying to apply pressure to FEARX. Logic Bomb out.
That's the last one.
Indeed it is. 3 smokes still up here for FEARX. Utility looks strong. Player advantage. Yellow ping for M80. Spotted.
Oh, but he's got the foot. Oh, Mephi gets caught. 3v3 now. And with Kino on the Blackbeard, they still have a really good opportunity to either play the drop or push through beepers. 3 gas babes, you touched on that, still available for Woogie Man over the World's Archives. Kino will actually drone through towers.
This is a good tester for M80. Trying to problem solve this 3 versus 3, regardless of context.
There's the drop with the Blackbeard. Shield up, frag grenade thrown directly at Coded. He slips into admin. Woogie finds a pick onto Diffuser. Very winnable now for FEARX, and indeed it seems like it will be done! From Korea to Paris, they take down the Munich Major champions and then back to Korea. FEARX have been eliminated from the Six Invitational, but they get a win on their way home. It is still second place, though, for M80. A topsy-turvy group stage for them comes to a close with a loss against FEARX. But heading into playoffs, you expect we will see more from M80. That would be a whole lot better than what we got in group stage.
Certainly so. Hugs all around for FEARX. A respectable performance, but again, they would have gone in with the hope of escaping the group stage. They'll fly home soon, unfortunately for them, and rebuild for the rest of their 26 campaign. M80, where does the road lead for them?
Well, it leads to the playoffs, guys. It leads to the promised land. They are going for the hammer. The FEARX, unfortunately, despite the win, are going home.
everybody. I'm here with Dark, coach of BNK FEARX, and I want to talk about something quite important with you here. Even though you guys won in this matchup against M80, you're still eliminated from the Invitational, but I saw you at the end of the match in that victory, no matter how bittersweet it is, that you're all hugging, that you were hyping each other up. What does that mean for you to just keep up that energy and that effort throughout a game like this?
Being really honest, I think the players carry in the last map because when you lose the second map and we don't have more chance to go playoffs, I lose my energy. Like I start to cry a lot. It was a tough moment. But I have to say congratulations for them because they want to, at minimum, over the tournament if I win, right? For sure, like I can say, maybe like they are not rolling the match. And that was a win, right? We don't qualify for playoff. Almost there. Second map was really close. But yeah, it was a nice try.
It was a great matchup in general, and like this is M80. These are the major winners. It's not just any other team. It's a great performance to see, and I want to take that point of performance forward. Is that how do you feel you as an entire team have improved over the past year to get to this point here at SI where you were this close to hitting the playoffs?
Yeah, like I'm feeling really proud for the players because we started group stage really slow. It was not good the first and the second game. But we have many conversations, like we understand, like we are thinking too much, we want to try the rounds to be perfect, things like that. And the good thing for today, like we play. The first map for me was a masterclass, was a really good one. And the consulate, we have someone lucky with that attack. It's a third consulate we played this SI, and yeah, today we just got 2 attacks, right? So it was not enough. That's almost there, right?
At the end of anything, you gave us an incredibly entertaining matchup. I want to thank you and the entire team for your effort throughout 2025 and for your plays here at the Invitational 2026. Anything you want to say to all the BNK FEARX fans in Brazil or in Korea also watching us right now?
Yeah, for everyone who supports FEARX, mainly all the Koreans, thank you for all this time. For sure, we don't give too much reasons to be happy this SI, but you can be sure like we work a lot. Was a little bit hard in the beginning and was hard to us in the final to qualify for playoff, right? No one is happy with that. We don't come here to just come and play and enjoy the city. No, we want to be champion, and so we work for that. I'm 100% sure the next one's going to be better. We're just starting 26, and yeah, see you later, guys.
I cannot wait to see how you guys continue in APL in the Korean region. Can't wait to see more of FEARX at major events. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dark. And thank you to FEARX.
Congratulations to FEARX winning their final game here at the Six Invitational, but commiserations at the same time as they will be eliminated from their group. But we heard Dark say it a few times in the interview, so close, so close.
Yeah, so close. This was the fixture that was going to redeem it all for FEARX, and even though the victors, it's a very somber note because ultimately they fell short. They fell short of their goals, and I think when you look at it, realistically, they've more or less bossed all 3 maps.
Yep.
There's you know, a round in it, and they would still be in the competition, and it would have been NIP going home. On this performance today, the result didn't go that way, even though they won. But on the performance, I feel like realistically they should have been the ones that were advancing through to the playoffs. And I hope that at least, you know, they can take something away from beating the major champions, from putting a display in like that, where realistically across all 3 maps, as I say, I feel like they strategically won all 3 maps there. They can take something away, and it's something tangible to go forward towards future events, because they did play well. They are quality players. They are the best players from that Korean region, but ultimately just fell short through other performances, not today's.
I think with that final map, though, quite huge for the side of FEARX, right? They already knew they were going to get eliminated, but this was about pride, making sure they got that victory. Like you said, over the reigning major champions, that must mean a big thing for them as well. Looking at the scoreboard, I feel like we have to point out a performance from Woogieman, consistent over all these maps, putting in a good shift. Gaveni as well, I mean, we talked about him in regards to the entries together with Gunnar, and that was eventually what helped them pull over this map. Yeah, absolutely. Woogieman coming into today was a top 6 player in the tournament. I think he can especially hold his head high. IGL's this team, and he actually performed statistically as well. And then, yeah, just a quick mention on Gaveni as well. I think he had a very, very solid individual performance today. I think M80, on a whole, looked very disjointed. You know, realistically, they haven't played anywhere close to the levels that they're at. They're going to limp through, and it is literally limping through in second place.
but there's so much growth that they need to have across the next few days.
I think it was clear seeing the players and the coach and
Yeah.
staff faces when they left this game here that, you know, there is a lot to work on in this off day before they make it to playoffs. But it's the final game of Group A, so we can have a look at the updated standings and see where we find ourselves after 5 days of playing. As we can see at the bottom, FEARX eliminated did get that victory, but 5 points, similar to NIP, it is just not enough. We saw the NIP players actually sitting after map 2, right? And I feel like there was some relief on their faces as they went up the escalators to go back. And then again, WEIBO finishing in first with victories only all across the board. That is so impressive.
I mean, yeah, it's WEIBO and HERETICS realistically the success stories coming out of this group. WEIBO obviously unbeaten, the best team in APAC, significantly improved from previous versions, and HERETICS coming in as a tier 2 team. M80, there's work to do. NIP, there's work to do because if Fantasy doesn't show up, they don't seem to show up. So I think those two teams especially coming in as kind of the favorites for the group are leaving it maybe not as, you know, with teams still with work to do.
Yeah, well, it's over for us here for the group stage. At least our shift is done. Rob will be taking it over with the guys after the break. So the perfect moment to show how things went when Rob and I went to the extraction point escape room. Thank you very much. This is where we still like each other.
Yes, for now.
All right, okay, cool. I like the design.
There's a lot to take.
There's a lot of, it was clockwise, sorry. So we should start with this one, I think.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay, so what, hang on.
Okay.
All right, so guns.
And there's 4 buttons only. Wait, I just.
Okay, I get this. Yeah, I reckon potentially. Wait, what was that noise? Surely, right?
Well, I would say the F2.
I'm
not sure.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, shot.
Okay, well,
Auto
that's
shotty,
easy.
surely.
Yeah,
Auto
yeah.
shotty. LMG, right?
Be that one.
Yeah, surely that has to be.
Because it sounds rather slow. But then what do we do with these numbers?
Like you've got a code on the side, 1487. Okay, and you thought that one, the F2, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay, so that would be 4187. I should have trusted you. I don't know why.
Side eye 2.
Okay.
Can we just put this one in now? I think.
You can do whatever you want because I'm here to.
It would be smarter if you
I'm
do
here
this.
for emotional
given my
support.
height, but it's okay.
That one first, but you've got to figure out the individual
because you do
number.
this part of the sum first before you do that. Like always times and divided by first before.
But we got to figure out what the numbers are,
so
right?
that's
8.
36. So that's 7.
Yeah,
18.
so that would be 34. So then 34 divided by 2, 17.
That's 17. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
17.
I'm gonna trust you.
Okay, 17, and then we have
2 proximities.
so
right?
17 plus 4, so 2.
So
2
times
times 8.
16. I know that one.
17 minus 16 is 1.
So it's 1.
1. Yeah. Can
There
you
you go.
please put 1?
I'll do that for you. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. We need to pick the operators from like 7. Oh, we need to put them in order. So 7, and then SI24 is a Brazilian operator. And then 25 is an American operator.
Yes.
And then 26 is a French operator.
Yes.
So
Correct.
7691. Sorry,
I'm loving this. This is the best job I could have had. I'm just your support animal.
9, and there's the last one. 1.
Yes, 1.
6. Can you put it on 6, please?
I've got 6. No, I think I can handle 6.
Okay. Hey, there's a number on here. 6.
It's not on the hammer, is it?
No, this one's definitely somewhere else. It would be stupid to put. Oh, 8.
Yeah, and then 3.
Yeah.
I'm not useless.
It was 9. Never mind. I was looking it upside down.
So I can't trust you. Quick, tell me what the number is.
It's not opening.
No, and.
It's not opening.
And surely. Don't laugh.
Last one is 7.
7. 2, 1, 6, 7.
Do not make the joke. Okay. There we go. And now can we use it to smash the door?
Can we? Go. Yeah.
We have
Let's go. Well, you did all of it, but I'm here. I've got the height. Let's go, big dog.
Hell yeah.
Our window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
Welcome back to the afternoon crew. More importantly, three of the biggest people you've ever seen on your screen. Fox, how you feeling?
Pretty good. Weather up here is quite nice, you know, just three big guys on cam.
Can your voice go any deeper?
I don't know, maybe.
Lax, is that you? Hold up. Obviously, we're looking forward to this afternoon, but the shakeups, they just don't stop here at the SI. Unfortunately for M80, that probably wasn't the performance we were looking from them.
I don't think it was, but I mean, it doesn't matter in the sense that they're still in, they're still through. For FEARX, hats off to them for coming out and playing that way. You as a player, certainly, if you're already out of the tournament and you've still got to play games because the point standings could matter, it's a horrible position to be in.
You want to be able to take everything from this event as best as possible going forward, especially the experience if you're a team from the APL region. You don't get as much experience as you might like. You don't get as much experience as you might like, so that's why you don't want to waste the potential chance to play against the Munich Major champions and not give it your all. So I
get
mean,
that experience.
Kudos to them for being able to get out the win. But yeah, if you're M80, you have to be kind of frustrated that you lost to FEARX.
Yeah, and I will say, obviously, as a APAC fan, I am happy for BNK FEARX. I hope that this starts to kickstart something for, you know, kickoff stage 1, all of these kind of things that we're looking forward to. But from our perspective now, our focus shifts into the Battle of the Americas. An interesting matchup, if I'm completely honest, North America versus South America. And I feel as though the context for this game, it's a little interesting, Fox, because when we look at it, Black Dragons have had a very good start to their event, whereas SR, they've kind of been missing the mark.
Yeah, SR's been very inconsistent with how talented their roster is, whereas Black Dragons, they recently made changes going into LCQ, had an amazing LCQ run to make it all the way here, and there's been some ups and downs, but them getting their win yesterday puts them in a situation where if they win today, it matters so much for who could be in that loser seat of getting eliminated.
This is why this game matters. The loser will be eliminated if G2 win, and that's a big if. As a team, you always want your destiny in your own hands.
Yep.
And in this instance, it isn't, because both teams have to go out there and perform, and they're also looking for G2 to slip up a little bit later on.
Yeah, Black Dragon's performance last night, I mean, I remember watching that just before I went to bed. That's how late this was rolling, and I honestly was so shocked. I mean, Ollie, could we ever have expected that coming into this event?
I mean, obviously, I watched the game last night.
Of course.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Like, games like that are what the group stage for me is all about. That is exactly what we're here for. We're here to see underdog teams that come in off a 9-point tiebreaker that couldn't be satisfied. They then had to play an offline game against Los to get into the LCQ. They then get into the LCQ. They then knock Liquid out in the finals of the LCQ, dashing Nest's hopes of a final SI, and now they're here and they're beating teams like G2, and you wonder how far can this run go?
It really is a question Abby asked. I mean, when it comes to the players, I feel like they just don't have, they have a mixed bag of good experience and not good experience on the team, but there really is a big discrepancy. And no, it's not the entries versus the supports. It's one in each category. Swag and Ask have been absolutely carrying the team amongst the top 20 players at the event so far, but there is a very big discrepancy when it comes to Miracle and Outlaw's performance. They just have not been able to have the impact that Black Dragons had as a team in the LCQ. And it begs the question, are the players in a situation where they can compete with all of these teams at SI? And so far, we haven't seen that. In that G2 match, it really was a team effort. So it's a consistency aspect that Black Dragons needs to have attacked head on, and it seems at least they've got the first foot forward.
Well, what I will say is you mentioned consistency there. Shopify Rebellion, I feel as though have not really been consistent. We have not seen enough out of them at this event. However, this is still a massive opportunity for them, Fox. I feel as though they could back in here. They're a good team, they're a great roster, and they are worthy of lifting a hammer. But do you think this is the way to kickstart an event?
Not at all. I mean, they have so much talent on the team, and it really is looking, it's a situation where Canadian, all of the pressure is on him to be able to lead this team with talent. And it's something that they've gotten not used to playing at big events, having to adapt. They're so used to relying on individual talent, and that's something that we haven't really seen from SR so far. Spoit's having arguably one of his worst tournaments in the history of his career. And it's just his situation where if Canadian's not able to IGL his team out of problems, they find themselves on the losing end of the game.
It's very difficult for SR, and particularly for you and I, Fox, because I think we come down quite heavy on them. We watch these guys week in, week out inside of the NAL, and we know the potential of this roster, and we're just not seeing it here at SI at the moment. But there is time for them here and now to turn that on.
Certainly is. Let's have a look and see where we're going to head for this one, because ultimately this well and truly could go the distance. Either team are capable of 2-0ing this as well. So this is where the storyline for me just completely shifts. Fox, we start out on Cafe.
Yeah, very interesting map picks. I mean, SR going for Cafe out the bag, just being able to bring Black Dragons to an uncomfortable map for them. It's a very defender-sided map. SR has the advantage. They're able to find those gaps, but the big question mark is leaving Border up. SR banning Consulate and Chalet is a question mark for me, because those are two maps that they are a little bit more prominent, and giving Black Dragons arguably one of their better maps in Border is questionable. They don't match right now on the aggressive stat sheet.
Yeah, I think the Border's where we're going to see a clash of playstyles, isn't it? We've got a very aggressive Black Dragons. We've got a little bit more passive SR. We know them to be an aggressive team. We know them to have that capability, but we need to see them bring it out. Cafe, for me, that's an exciting one, because that's a great map for SR at the moment. So if they can get on the right foot here, Bank also very good for both teams.
For SR, they have to be able to get map one. If it goes into Border, it's a map that we've seen it throughout the NAL time and time again, and it's just Ambi that has been carrying that weight load. So the rest of the roster has so far not been able to show us enough on Border.
We've got players with a lot of experience. That man on your screen right now, absolute hammer lifter. We've got two casters standing by, one with unbelievable international experience, known around the world as James Devmarter Stewart. Next to him, an ex-player. James, how you doing?
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm doing phenomenal, especially after the gas off like that.
You know, Rob, I never thought I'd say this, but you, Troy, and I, we have something in common. We're all growing out of hair. You were all bald a couple months ago, and Troy's got the hair growing, I got the hair growing. You actually got a bit of stubble, too.
Yeah, look, to be honest, at least I embraced mine and took it all off. But you know what? It's time to get underway with your guys' last cast of Phase 1. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rob, and great work on the analysts from all you guys. I'm so stoked for this game, because it is the final match for both of them here in the group stage. It's a battle for survival. One of these teams will have to battle it down through the lower bracket, or even get eliminated before playoffs. The other will go rocket up to second place in their group into the upper bracket. Will it be Black Dragons from Brazil or Shopify Rebellion from North America? We're about to find out.
Shopify Rebellion find themselves in a position that most people would not expect. Not near the top of the group. They can still get up towards second place at best, but let's be honest. The way that they've gotten into this position is the big question mark. Because we expected just a teeny tiny bit more from them. This was going to be the event where they show their full potential. If they get a good placement though, they still got a good shot at this later on in the tournament. But right now, they gotta show their very best. For the side of Black Dragons teams, I'm not sure exactly what the story is here for expectations, but they've been all right.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people came into this event thinking Black Dragons. You've got 2 SI debutants in MR6 Outlaw and Swag. You have some old names like Miracle, Rare, Ask, of course, and his time on Liquid. But what do we expect out of this team? Yeah, they made it through the Brazil LCQ. They knocked out some good teams. But did we expect them to make a splash? Absolutely not. Did we expect them to 2-0 G2 yesterday? Exactly. Absolutely not. So they had a grim start, but now they have had a magical upset. They've reset the expectations, and there's a chance to go right up the top into that upper bracket if they can win here against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, BD has had some long nights. I think they finished yesterday's game near midnight local time, actually. It was a barn burner of a game, all into OT on that second map. G2 almost clutched it back in OT, but not at the end. Cafe, though, is where we go right now between these two teams of Black Dragons and Shopify Rebellion. Monty, Grim banned away, the Castle and Asami, so nothing out of the usual here for Cafe. We saw Team Heretics play here earlier against WEIBO.
They were scary.
They were both scary, honestly, and there's a lot of strategical depth with reinforcing Kaid and changing the approach from fast to slow-paced gameplay. Shopify Rebellion, they are a team that has a lot of experience, most notably because of Troy alone. They would also be a team that can play the fast, the slow, and the in-between. So for Black Dragons' defenses, it's going to be about adapting to what the enemy is doing and get the right operators on defense on the board to deal with those issues.
Yeah, well, you really can't understate Troy's experience. He's the only remaining player from the very first Six Invitational Championship roster Continuum way back in 2017. 9 years ago, he has been to now 10 Six Invitationals. He's the only player to have gone to every single one. He's raised the hammer once, of course, with Continuum and once with Space Station. He's been searching for one with Shopify, but the team has really been ridden with issues. They have struggled over and over. And here they are against Black Dragons.
Bit of a slow start, of course. Gotta feel out your opponent, get the information going. Nobody wants to be the one to die first and die early. So Surf lurking downstairs in the bottom floor with the Dokkaebi. Can creep up a staircase with the Dokkaebi call. Meanwhile, the rest of his team are sitting around piano, red hats, etc. Just getting step 1 done. The Black Dragons, they have a little bit of a setup. They're playing heavy inside a bathroom. Have a shield in piano on pixel spot. Right now, for Shopify Rebellion, as it looks, Timer could be their biggest enemy because Black Dragons have brought out the Echo.
Changing max! Yeah. A lot of late round operators here for BD, so Rebellion need to make sure that they get this done in good time. They need to make sure they're constantly making steady progress. It's something that we heard Gohan say to his boys during a WEIBO tactical timeout earlier today. Shopify Rebellion, though, as they start to make their way forward, out comes the fire. A second Yokai drone taken down, I believe, and they make their way forward. Ambi, fourth youngest player at the event. He's good in his shot. He's found the first one. Looks for a little bit more, but he gets more than he bargained for because there's a second player tucked away in bar backstore in the freezer. And with that, Black Dragons put a freeze on the round.
It was not a full push, though. Ambi and Sport only the ones pushing forward. The other 3 players, Rex and Kane and Surf, very much far behind them. So once they're down the front lines, the round completely resets. But this is where we got the Demorph Miracle on their Rooney, the Yoga Drones from Swag to further slow down this round. The thing is, Shopify Rebellion might get a free pick here. They have Canadian, 1 fire in pocket, and they saw Swag in the freezer earlier. So I think Rexon's waiting for it. Here's the fire, here's the cover. Can they get the kill confirmed, or is the corner safe?
Oh, there's no way. I can't believe it.
They might think it's clear now. That's the issue.
Tucked right inside. He's found the tiniest little spot where he can stay safe while the rest of the floor is lava. And you're right. Shopify Rebellion may just assume that there's nobody in freezer now. That would be to their demise. Swag still holds on to his position. No ability to get on his Yokais if he even has any left. He holds on, but they do flash him out. That's good from Shopify Rebellion. And Rexon to make the entry. Going deep now. It's Surf, but he doesn't need to commit to this fight. Canadian forcing the plant down. Rexon helps as well. And Surf locks it in for Shopify Rebellion.
Such a great spot there from Surf, just being elevated on the disc. Kind of see the edges of the smoke left and right hand side, watching the rotation. Yes, Canadian goes down. The plant is not successful. But Surf has been so clutch this event so far, having so many high-level plays. This is just another one to it. Here's that first push, and I'm thinking the whole team will be right behind Ambi and Sport, right? No, they are very much sent in on their own. Let's say they combined that push there with Ambi with a Capital Fire to begin that push. He cannot get swung from Freezer, or you get a trade with the Fire, or at the very least they run away. So it wasn't a full commitment, but it was a successful round in the end. Great start for Shopify Rebellion here in Cafe. Every attack matters.
Yeah. Speaking of Cafe, it's actually the first Cafe of the tournament for both of these teams. I don't have any stats on Black Dragons playing this in the last 6 months. They might have ran it in the LCQ. I don't have those stats just on hand at the minute. Last time we saw Shopify Rebellion, it was back in December, and that was a win over Oxygen. Quite a dominant one, 7-1. Which is a damn sight better than the time they played it before, which was 3 months prior to that. They got 7-0 smashed by SSG. But it's been a very long time since we've seen this Shopify Rebellion roster play this against an international team outside of North America. So as Black Dragons continues to bring in that Brazilian playstyle, that new meta, Shopify Rebellion will have to be careful that they're ready to adapt.
Really like seeing the Echo used so far from Black Dragons, and just seeing them more, more and more pick rate, rather, should I say. There was a buff. You now have 3 Yokai drones in pocket, and last time we saw all 3 being destroyed. Fun fact, it was kind of off camera, but that first grenade from Ambi into, or it was maybe a spot actually, in towards Piano's shield, got the shield and the Yokai, so they lost one very early.
Spoit fans will be a bit unhappy. That Outlaws just went and hunted him down. I don't know how you lose your ace so early in the round. It's the only hard breacher that the team's brought.
This is such a bad play. He's red picking people the Yokai and spawn, by
this
the way.
Is so dirty. Meanwhile, aggression inside a bakery as the fire comes out from Rexon, but it doesn't find Swag. In fact, instead, Swag will peek out and take down Surf, the Twitch player. Shopify Rebellion, not only are they losing bodies, they're losing utility.
It's very smart. Aster's playing this Echo like a movable Valkyrie. He has Yokais in pockets that can't die, in the middle of the round to a Twitch, for example, or an IQ looking for them, and just only moving one at a time, just giving information as to what's clear and what isn't. And they got, they got Maya hiding behind the bakery desk, so the Magnet's gotta get hurt first, then the fire has to come through. This sucks if you're Rexon because you're losing so much high-value utility.
Ask is back in prep again to support Swag. These 2 operators can just hold down the fort. Another fire is about to come out, I believe. No, it missed. It was caught. The Yin Candela goes forward. A smoke as well. And while Swag has finally been finished off, Shopify Rebellion aren't getting much closer. Good kill from Canadian, but Ask will trade for both of the final 2 for BD.
4 of the 5 kills that BD got in that round were red pinged by a Yokai drone from Echo. This just goes to show how strong it can be, especially because teams just aren't as used to Echo existing as they were, let's say, 5 years ago when he was last time relevant. There's a serious argument here that if they pick it in the 3rd round and they get a lot of value from it, that it could actually be a target ban.
Yeah. It's very exciting to see teams using that Echo a bit more aggressively, of course. For the longest time, when Echo first came out, everyone just cared about one thing. It was plant denial. Back then, the Yokais were invisible. You only actually had one.
I was going to say you said Yokais, but yeah, there was only one.
There was only one, and it was all about just using that single Yokai drone in the late rounds to deny the plant. Then got a second Yokai, lost the invisibility, had a couple other buffs and nerfs over time.
You skipped actually a change here.
Okay,
I checked the history of this a few months ago when Echo got buffed, a few weeks ago. So you're right. He had 1 Yokai drone, it's invisible. Then he got 2 Yokai drones, both invisible, but instead of having 3 shots each, they had 2 shots each, and the duration of the recharge timer got increased. So less frequent shots, less shots total. And then they lost invisibility.
Yeah, and it was because Ubisoft told us when they gave that buff, that little rework, if you can even call it that, to Echo, it was because they wanted him to play more aggressively. And then we did see a bit of a meta, kind of pioneered by Spoit's old team Rogue, way back at the Berlin Major, 2022, so what, 4 years ago now, 3.5? That was when we started to see Deepak and Rogue, and these European teams use it really aggressively, off-site. And it's made its appearance every now and then, but the third yokai drone, it just means you can triple down on that idea, right?
You really can.
Far less punished if you lose a yokai.
And mind you, when you have an archetype of an operator, let's say information, you know, Echo competes with Valkyrie, competes with Maestro, and most of those information operators. When you have 3 Valcams or 3 Echo drones, well, Echo drones can move.
Yeah.
They can be thrown mid-round and just drive around. It's almost like Valkyrie now loses out in a competition unless you want the C4. Then Valkyrie's better. But Shield has Echo, so, you know.
Valkyrie's also a little bit easier to hide those cams, but yeah, no, you're right. Echo's really crept up with his power a bit there if teams are brave enough to use him. Black Dragons did a great job of it last round. This time, though, instead we're going for another kind of Acker operator. It's the Mirror. We talked a lot about Mirror earlier today on Cafe, didn't we, Nick? I know you're a big fan of how, I believe it was it WEIBO was using it? Or
WEIBO was using it at the very end, yeah.
Yeah.
I did. Because the thing is, you know, you just play the Ash, whatever, but like, look at the Shopify Rebellion attack and lineup. There's no direct counters to the Mirror. No Ash, no Boom, no Twitch, but an Endure to the desk. Miracle goes down, but Andy almost goes down as well.
This Mirror window can now be popped as well. He really is. He's hit the go button. He's not slowing down. Spoit, great quick shot, but he is traded back by Rare here in backstore. He's about to be under the pump. His phone is ricking. He sees 2 people. Canadian spots him, and Ask somehow actually impacts himself. It's up to Outlaw now in a 1v4. Good luck, son. He's got a C4 in pocket, but he's nowhere near the site, nowhere near being able to use it.
He's on the roof.
Yeah, and there is a player up on the hatch above him on the roof, so this is impossible. He knows that there's a player there, and he won't even find the first one onto Surf. Great round from Rex and all of Shopify Rebellion putting their heads together to make that execute happen.
And that was a much better 3-2-1 timing than the first push upstairs, which is Ambient Spot pushing the front lines. Also, I think we saw there for Outlaw, the change to Lion happened because he moved just half a second too early. And I think it's because they increased the duration of Lion by a full second. And that muscle memory of when you can move when you're safe, that's completely in the gutter. So we've seen a couple players this event step out just a little bit too early. It's kind of funny. It's a 1v4, it doesn't matter. But muscle memory is a hell of a thing.
Well, Black Dragons have taken their tactical timeout to see if they can bounce back.
Pega a visão aqui. O que eu acho que a gente faz aqui agora? Os caras baneram ordem, tá ligado? Tipo assim, eu acho que a gente pode fazer trinca de recurso na parte de cima, tá ligado? Eu acho que a gente joga mais leitura e trem pra poder jogar pra baixo. Pegou a visão? Porque além dos caras demorar, então, tipo assim, eu acho que a gente mescla. Trinca de recurso pelo menos 2, tá ligado? Junto com os boios. Pegou a visão? Pra gente também jogar esse último step mais forte. Pegou a visão? Pra gente não poder ficar espaçado nesse terceiro andar e, tipo, tomar ing e só ficar se fudendo, tá ligado? Beleza. Ao mesmo tempo, nosso horizontal vai estar forte. Pra Jack janta, push trem e tudo mais. Pegou a visão? E se a gente quiser, tipo... E é isso. E eu acho que a gente não volta barra, tá ligado? A gente vai cozinha, leitura...
Leitura e trem. Cozinha, leitura e trem.
Tá, nessa premissa, beleza? E outra coisa, no bombo de baixo, os caras, pra gente não tomar contagem, vamos colocar o Ferrinho na comp, principalmente pra focar na recepção ali.
A gente faz a comp roubada. Tá, beleza.
All right, classic insert. I wish I spoke Portuguese.
Yeah,
translate.
Okay, we get that out of the way.
Yeah,
I've messaged Maria.
Yeah,
we're waiting for her. We'll see if she gets in. Not sure if she's working at the moment or if she was on this morning. I forget, but we'll see. We'll let you guys know if we get a word on what was said there by BD, but 3 rounds in, it's pretty early to take a tactical timeout. We saw that earlier today. Heretics took a tactical timeout when they were down 2-1.
Yeah.
They ended up actually putting up a very good fight on that map. I believe that was the one they lost in the end, but they didn't need their tactical timeout later in the round, in the game, thankfully. They did just fine without it. But yeah, for this round, BD, I mean, Defense Cafe, especially with how dominantly they lost that top floor defense, certainly need to implement some things very quickly.
So a bit of a trade-off in the operator band selection, right? Black Dragons banned the Dokkaebi because Surf was too good on it. But Shopify Rebellion, they banned out the Ward. And because they didn't predict that and ban either Glass or Ying, for example, or even Capitán with Smokes or whatever, you're gonna have a lot of high-value utility available for the last 3 rounds here if you're Shopify Rebellion. So we could see a big change up. The response for BD could be more trap operators or more info operators. Either or can work. For this one, bit of a mix and match. There are some traps, there is some utility. The funny thing is here to me, they're playing Aruni, Wamai, Jaeger without a deployable shield, nothing to protect. Because they're playing Lesion and Goyo with it.
Well, maybe they're not protecting utility, but they're protecting their positions themselves, the bodies. I believe Miracle is playing in Pixel right now.
Yeah. Swag is currently.
And Swag is in. Oh yeah, okay, he's in Pixel. Yeah, you're right. So that's a very powerful position to take. He can continue putting his mine magnets down to protect him further. Old classic.
You see, the funny thing is, on the in-game compass, Cigar Lounge is what we call piano.
Yes.
That's the thing that eludes you, because when you look bottom left for Swag's position, it says 3rd floor Cigar Lounge. He's in Pixel in piano.
Yes.
He's the guy behind this wall right here. It's very deceptive because we called this piano since the game came out many, many years ago.
So I've heard the argument that we should actually call the whole room lounge, and we should just call this little red area where the piano is piano.
That's stage.
Yeah,
That's stage.
Okay, that's true.
But then we have couches, we have hatch, we have stage, we have mini or ticket. So the whole room is divided into like 5 call-outs positions. Some people even call it the Christmas tree a thing, but that's also VIP downstairs, whatever. Call-outs is a whole thing. But very slow attack right now, kind of trying to catch all of the rotations. And there is one, just like that.
Wow, that's a long angle, very deep. Outlaw caught off guard. Ask though, he's contesting these long angles from down below, actually. Through the vert? It must have been. Or perhaps he peeked from the bottom of red stairs up into the hatch. Ah, through the hatch, yeah. And Ask has now found a second one. I don't know if that was through the hatch again or if Shopify Rebellion tried to push him, but he's running a mark for BD. Nice shot from Ambi though. Man, he is crisp, but look, Ask is just continuing to run around with that TCSG. He's found a third. Goodbye to Spoit. Ambi low HP. Rexon needs to do a lot of the heavy lifting this round for Rebellion.
He does, and that BP and piano is so late. He has to stick out that goo mine, or pulled out rather. And they're in top floor, but there's 30 seconds left, and the site is downstairs beneath them. They have a little bit of bird time here, but we all know in a 2v3, where one guy has to stick that case, you're effectively 1v3 covering everything. This should be a very difficult round for them.
Ambi's going to go searching, hoping to find one kill before the plant goes down, but Ask is hungry for more. He's already found 3 in this round. Rexon and Ambi have no idea where he is coming from, but quickly they do look for him. An impact onto the case, but it doesn't matter. There's no opportunity to plant here for Ambi in a 1v2, down to the 1v1. So close! Milliseconds away. There was a world he could have made that happen, but the clutch doesn't come through for Ambi. And BD find a second round.
Such a good effort, such a good attempt, honestly. But like I said, it's gonna be so difficult because they're not in a plant-capable position. Perfect read on the flank, the timings are great, but you are outnumbered. For Shopify Rebellion, they get the opening pick, they start off so well, but then Ask, who's running around the build, is picking up 3 quick kills, turning the tide for his team. There we see it. They were stacked in the same corner, and poor Ambi, he was literally on 1 point of health after tanking a goo mine upstairs earlier.
Yeah, that would have been quite a 1 HP clutch.
It would have been. The Ambi special.
Yeah, man, look, he was crisp that round with the R4C. Looks good. Now, there's an elephant. I know we're talking about dragons and rebellions, but there's an elephant that I'd like to address. It's in the room, and I saw a Reddit thread earlier about how the hell do we synchronize our pronunciations of certain players' names? Every now and then, you get a crazy player that just weird to pronounce name. In this case, it's MR6 Outlaw.
Yeah.
Now, yes, we've had different people say different things, but I had a chat to them today. Had a chat to MR6 Outlaw and Ask and the rest of the team. He told me it is MR6 Outlaw. That is the correct way to pronounce it.
So it's not Botlaw, not Mr.
It's not Mr. Botlaw, it's not Mr. at all. It's MR6. They say it in Portuguese, they spell out the letters and numbers. However, that's too much to say, so we're going to say Outlaw.
So what you're saying is, we made the effort of asking how to say it, and then we're not going to say it that way.
Pretty much.
That's very rude.
Look, I'm going to say MR6 Outlaw when I can.
Yeah, but when you're there the action...
If he's getting a big clutch, look, maybe if I'm feeling really nice.
MR6 Outlaw goes to the... You know,
that was
hard.
Did you see that he shot the drone?
I didn't. I was too busy.
You were busy getting excited. But yeah, Spoit just shot the drone, so... Oh, Spoit. Speaking about players to talk about, man, what's been going on with this guy? He was meant to be the GOAT.
He's still got time. It's only in round 5.
He hasn't gone positive in any of the matches Shopify Rebellion.
He's still young.
He's still young.
He
won a major when he was 18. That was 3.5 years ago.
So he's got like 6.5 years left before next Canadian. That's plenty of time to win some stuff. Come on now.
Look, I'd be impressed to see it. We'll see if he can deliver it. But now, Rebellion, they've made good progress. I like this. The Selma on the small bake wall does expose Swag's position a little bit.
I love the one here to catch everything inside. Despite the Twitch and Brava, all these magnets, I mean, either they can't find them or they don't care about them. I'm not sure if they burn smokes on them. Twitch drone goes down, and Swag, he actually sticks around, and
Wow,
Outlaw's
he's going deep.
He is.
Yeah.
He's wedding.
Outlaw's gone all the way in the small bake. Swag is also very restricted here. He's just playing on this pillar. Oh, bit of damage. He takes some as well. And on the retreat, Canadian will take him down. Now, Rebellion do not have a Capitao, but they've got this Ying. I think they're aware that Outlaw is tucked away in the corner of small bake. He's in the playmaking position. As Surf was trying to push from the other direction, the flashes come out. Somehow Outlaw doesn't get flashed, but he is baited into looking away, and Canadian will take him down. All up to Miracle now. He's found 1 kill. 4 more he will need to find to bring BD to win this round.
And he's far from side, so Shopify Rebellion with a clean way into the bomber side. They're just droning, they're checking. They're still in bakery, inside of prep. There it is. He hears him, sees him, confirms the location. Canadian can say, I can walk in breach, just cover me. Last unit that goes out, they'll follow through.
Do not underestimate this DMR in the hands of a player like Miracle. Spots Canadian for a brief moment, a little tap, but no damage to kill him as of yet. Rexon forcing the plant down, and Spoit, the Swede, steps up and covers his teammate. Richie's getting hyped, and Shopify Rebellion with that have once again taken the lead.
You see the discipline in the 4v1. That's the experience of your boy Troy right there on your screen, saying we are not throwing this round under any circumstance. Really gotta praise Swag, but he stayed alive for so long, playing it so well, only to shift W straight into his own death. And then the issue is, when that middle pillar dies, and Swag playing in bakery, the guy who pushed deep, Outlaw instead of wedding, small bake, whatever, he's completely dead now. He's stuck in the corner, he's getting pressure from the window for Canadian, and 2 people on bakery double door. So losing that middle guy is like the worst case scenario. It's also why Shopify Rebellion tried so hard to clear him first in particular. He cut off the supportive network and he runs alone.
Yeah. I will say credit to Black Dragons. They actually managed to catch the rotate there, because obviously a lot of that push was going on a bakery, but then 2 players went over the garage, and I think it was Miracle managed to catch one of them. In the end, though, Rebellion are looking a little bit tighter now. Of course, they haven't taken their tactical timeout yet, and they are on the attack, which a lot of people would consider the unfavored side. You'd expect Black Dragons here to have a bit more success. However, this is Shopify Rebellion's map pick. If they can score a 4-2 half on the attack, you'd think that that's pretty much the map in the books.
Pretty damn good, that's for sure. Spoke about BD's 2 styles of it, playing like utility, traps, or playing information. Well, we're back in the intel game. Both the Valkyrie and the Maestro brought into action. Maestro with the slot shoddy primary can make a quick work of all the walls.
I know this is a bit late, but I actually do have a translation from that tactical timeout taken 2 rounds ago from Maria. They said, what I think we do now, they banned the Warden, so let's read them more and go train, try to play below, play with Goyo, play with Fenrir, go kitchen, and then read them and play vertically from in train. Now, that's not at all what we saw happen last round. They really insisted on hard-holding bakery, so for whatever reason, there is a disconnect between what's being discussed in the tactical timeout with the coach and what Black Dragons are actually doing in the round.
So Ash taking a bit of damage there. I'm not sure if they're on a gas pipe or what it was, but he's kind of slowly tickling down. He is still alive. Here comes the Brava. Has hacked 1 Evil Eye already. Doesn't want the default camera. Make that 2 Evil Eyes, actually. Where's the 3rd? I want the 3rd Evil Eye.
Yeah, this is... He's having a laugh at the moment.
It's incredible.
3 Evil... Oh, he's got all 3.
He's got all 3 of them. I'm like,
already?
He was zapping Asker. That's what he was doing. He's pulling the Maestro with his own gadget.
Poor Asker. He's got no impact grenades. The only one with impacts is Rare. If he could come back to side, but he's holding the top of Y stairs. That position is too important to abandon. No. This could not be much better for Surf. He can completely troll Black Dragons.
They're playing 6 before, man. That's so unfair. But while that's happened, Shopify Rebellion, they're working the entire map. They're roaming through the top floor. They've hacked the bomb side. And they're slowly starting to work down the staircase to link up in the middle as well. Only thing they're missing, if you want it all, is that lurker. But that is actually Surf, who's bottom garage right now. But he's busy working the Evil Eyes. One has been shot, been destroyed, probably opened up and then destroyed by Ask himself, because Rare still has 2 impacts in pocket. Timer though, gotta talk about it. 50 seconds, Shopify Rebellion. You gotta start going soon. The downside of playing stuff like the Brava is simply that you have so much to do. The 3rd Evil Eye actually has eluded us all. It's in pillar.
I thought we saw all 3 on site.
We only saw 2. I thought we saw 3 as well.
Okay, never mind.
not easy when it's hard.
That pillar one is good, though. That's some late round information. And speaking about late round, that's really where we're starting to head. Less than 30 seconds. Shopify Rebellion had a nice start in theory, but this just hasn't been good enough.
Time to go. I mean, they can still do a 5v5.
What, he's going up again? This is so desperate. It's so late.
Is it going hatch drop?
Look, they don't have much time left, which means that they're going to have to make good on this single execute. Spoit is going to have to drop somewhere. Finally, he goes in. 6 seconds on the clock. He jumps inside to his demise. Shopify Rebellion were far too slow, but Rexon is forcing that plant down. There is no coverage from Black Dragons, and he confirms the plant. Rebellion at the post. 4v2. As Outlaw still a C4 in pocket, and Rare as well with his impact. Could have denied the plant from below if they didn't seemingly have the information. And the early round hack of the Evil Eyes from Surf has come to fruition in the execute. Desperation from Outlaw as he makes his way upstairs. Does he bring out the Deagle? Does he bring out the MPX? He's been spotted and it doesn't matter. 1v3 and he finds them both. Rebellion fired up here on Cafe.
That is ridiculous. We're seeing them with the circus music in piano, dropping the case, running around, picking it up, dropping it down. He says, Canadian says, Spoit, I have to make a hero play. You pick it up, you go get in that diffuser. Then Troy goes to the white hallway window, repels into the other bomb site, starts candellaing everything, goes in LMG, brrr, takes on a bunch of people. Spoit just dies immediately the second he enters the bomb site, and Rexon, who was on 1 HP, has no hesitation. Retakes that plant position. Honestly, it looks so lost if you're Rexon, and you're just saying, cover me, and you pray for 7 seconds. And pray they did. They got the case down, they got the round victory, but against all odds.
I can't believe that. I mean, Rexon just had to jump in immediately after seeing Spoit die. Poor guy was cannon fodder. Rexon thought, well, I have no choice. Chances are I jump in, I die as well. Just the same way that Spoit did. We haven't killed that guy, the Maestro. We still haven't killed him. I just had to jump in, hold F, and pray to God. And look, credit to the rest of the Rebellion. I think a large amount of it was Canadian on the year.
It was. He was going absolutely loop there, just rappling in, doing stuff. Maybe even have the hatch action, but he's in that bomb site deep, getting stuff done.
It's also funny, like if Rexon moves at all, like gets off the planet and tries to move through the barbed wire, he's going to die. He's going to take too much damage.
That's the funny thing. Barbed wire doesn't damage you as long as you stand still. Otherwise, that would have been that. You know, the most stress is probably Super, the coach behind the guys saying, how are we going to do this?
Look, Ambi and Canadian really saved the round there. I mean, credit to Rexon, and look, even credit to Spoit. He was the necessary cannon fodder.
Spoit did what every support player have to do sometimes, and just die with the case. To open up
to
the
be
round
somebody, may as well be him. 4-2 split in the books. Tengu, that's a pretty good outlook for the North American squad.
Oh, it's very, very good.
10 seconds to
And I know some people are going to critique Canadian for individual performances or whatever in the past, but the thing is, it's so easy for Canadian to take the easy route and say, guys, I will plant as the oldest guy in the game, been here for 10 years, I'll just stick F and the young gunners will get the kills. Canadian played the Ying with Candelas. He had to become the entry, and he gave the case to Spoit, the star player, right? And Canadian gets 2 kills, gets in, and distracts everybody. That's why they win the round. So there is something about Canadian still fighting back very much in the server and getting a lot of good individual performances. Early in this event, I was watching them, I forgot who their opponent was, but Troy top fragged on Clubhouse, getting like 15 or 16 kills. He was turning back the clock, James.
Yeah.
He has been so alive this event from an individual performance level.
I believe that was their G2 game.
It might have been the G2 game. It very well might have been. And I love to see it. But now he's on support again. He's on Echo, droning for his teammates, giving info, plus Ambi on the Solace. Meanwhile, Surf takes down Rare. He is stuck in Piano and needs a bit of help, because he cannot get out of the spot if they're on those window repels.
Well, Rexon's also in an awkward spot here. So the two of them, Rexon and Surf, are in hard-held positions in Piano and Cigar Lounge. Now, both of them taken down. You're right, it was all about the repels. That's why we saw Ambi down in Bakery trying to go for a run-out, but it wasn't safe to do so, even though he saw the air jab. He's gone for one instead out of Garage, but he can't commit to that kill. He is being watched.
It's awkward because they get the opening pick and things are looking great, and then they lose 2 people from the exterior of the map.
Oh, he's jumping in?
He's gonna go in? Surely not. No.
Way too risky. Oh, he's done it. He's jumped in.
Hello? He can't believe his eyes either. Did he just do that?
Oh, a little bit of a delayed reaction, but it worked out. Or no, apparently it didn't, because Black Dragons have just overwhelmed the site.
What just happened?
Numbers advantage, I guess. Pengu, just get the numbers advantage by finding those picks in Piano and Cigar, and then just rappel in and frag it out.
Such a good round for Shopify Rebellion until they all just die out of nowhere. Such a good round again because BD repelled the windows, and then the round just ends. I feel like there was so much more left to give in that round, but I guess not.
3, 2, 1, go. If you're in doubt, just rappel in from everywhere. If in doubt, frag it out. It's a good saying. Now, keep in mind, BD, like 3-4 is a scoreline. They don't have a tactical timeout in the pocket. They used it 3 rounds into the game. So it all comes down to the leadership in that roster. According to my notes, the IGL is actually rare, despite Ask having the most experience. Actually, you know what? That said, Rare actually has had a longer career than Ask. Like, I'm
just in
looking
less notable teams. I think that's the difference.
And Miracle actually has the longest career of all of these players and is the oldest in the server. 26 years old. I've got it in my notes that his career started 7 years and 10 months ago.
Oh, yeah, that's a long career.
Yeah, very long career. Of course, that was, you know, on any team that he joined, not necessarily like
Tier 1 level or
teams.
okay.
Yeah, just any team that he joined. But yes, Black Dragons, look, they've brought some fire in this attacking half already, and we're only 1 round deep. We'll see what they do second time's the charm as we go down to the ground floor, kitchen.
That's a bunker down strat. Look at this. Hide 2-Bro clash for Mine Smoke. They want to just stall out things for as long as possible.
Oh, I like this. Get his teammate to shoot open the door so he can immediately get around it.
And then the big window repel behind 2-Bro as well, so 2-Bro is going to be stuck. Ambi cannot escape his position as long as Rare sticks around, but might be rotating away actually.
But if they can't just take the gunfight, how do they flush him out of the position? That's the question, because it's easy to cut off and wait for a player to peek, but then, of course, if Ambi never peeks, then they're not going to be given a chance to clear him. They're going to have to push into him.
Well, one thing's for sure, the more time they can waste right now, the better for Shopify Rebellion, because they want to play the timer. Black Dragons might only just realize that now. They see the clash, they saw the hats being reinforced, they've probably seen or guessed the 2-Bro and HERETICS because they've seen Ambi. Clearing Baker at the floors, again step by step.
Trying to clear the Kaid, I believe.
Yeah. I believe they were successful in what they were looking for, at least in the wall. But they're not really in the building just yet, they're all on the exterior. These rounds of both teams, once they get in the building though, the action starts right away.
Yeah, and this is where MR6 Outlaw can just get to work with the Selma, breach open this prep wall.
It's the last Selma charge though, they can't get any more walls.
Oh, okay. Apparently it doesn't matter because Miracle has just jumped straight into Small Bacon found 2. Rare also puts down Ambi, that was the VIP player. Canadian on the Clash is gone. Rebellion just have Rexon and Spoit. The 2 backline players of this roster, more often than not, and both of them are segregated on this one side of the map. I mean, Spoit, he's still in Bakery. Rexon's now repositioned to Rice, but he's actually going to go deep all the way in.
That's smart.
To Coffee. I like this. He's playing on the bomb right now. He knows he needs to poke for a pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they don't split the bomb side between the 2 of them, BD can walk in and play for free because there's no C4, so Rexon has to be the hero. Spot can try and cover him, but there's not many angles to work with.
Rexon's in a crossfire though. This is nigh impossible. He needs Spoit to support somehow, some way. A flashbang comes out from over the top. Rexon tries to tuck in, tries to hide, but Miracle will find him. 3rd kill for him.
Good sense.
Spoit, the young Swede, the young prodigy, to find his 2nd. We've been critical, but in a moment like this, we know that he will deliver.
A slow start to the game, but there he is, a 3v1 clutch. He couldn't help Rexon, so he said, you know what, since I can't help my teammate, how about I just clutch the round myself? A very important round for Shopify Rebellion. They are up with 2-round lead now.
That's classic Spoit, isn't it? The one thing that we know he does better than just about anyone is mechanics. He is so gifted, so talented. And we saw that with every single one of these being such a beautiful shot. I mean, 2 headshots and then the game sense, knowing, okay, bring out the super shorty, play it close, and still go for the peeker's advantage. And for a guy who has struggled to go positive every single game he has played so far at the tournament, a round like that under the belt is certainly the ego boost that Spoit needs.
It's gonna awaken that fire. The whole team hyping him up as well. A big moment.
By attackers.
Give Sport now even 6-6 on the scoreboard.
10
so it's all those 1v1s paying off, you know, that's what it is. spoke to Stomper for the content team and said, Stomper, what do you reckon, like, those 1v1s in console tourneys, did they help with your, like, depression? It's like, yeah, you know, I played for like 50k people live on Jinxie stream in 1v1s for like 8 hours straight. Oh my god. It felt easier than some of these clubs in Pro League. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Talk about mechanics. The young gun himself has now hit his
Nothing
11th kill. And what a spawn peak with the P90. That range.
Disgusting.
Outlaws out of it.
Like, it's just like the young gunner and the old support, right?
Yeah.
MB gets to play P90 Solace for reasons unknown. He doesn't have shotgun like everybody else. Canadian's playing pole shotgun, which is so iconic because that's what he did back in the day.
Yeah.
And now he can make rotations instead of Ambi.
It's funny, I was going to say, oh, Canadian's running the UMP. That's not that bad. The gun just got a buff there. Never mind. He's running
He's playing the shotgun.
Shotgun. He's going to be trying to get kills with the Reaper. Like the new worst gun in the game.
No. He doesn't feel recall. He feels nostalgia. You know, that's what it is when he shoots that shotty.
I mean, Pulse Canadian. There are a few players that have iconic operators quite like Canadian and Pulse. Just a touch on Ambi for a second. I mean, he has been so phenomenal. His first 2 games, 112 EPS, 111 EPS. But in their final match, the one that they played just yesterday against, I believe it was FAZE, yeah, he actually struggled. He really struggled. One of the worst rated on the team. So it's nice to see him back in form. Nice to see Canadian, like you said, back on the Pulse shotgun, also finding some kills with it as well. Swag goes down, hunted by that Pulse.
And you know, Ask was downstairs with the Deimos tracker, so Black Dragons, they're looking for Canadian, I believe, but he is long gone, boys. He is out of there, and guess what? He's actually trying to scan you right now.
This is just so iconic, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Cafe, when you think about it, it is actually a pretty small map because there's not that much space between the rotations. You can drag a person to the floor easily here if you're Pulse.
A lot of solid floor which you can't fight through, but you can track through. Rare's going hunting. They assume that this Pulse is down below. Finally, Ask tracks him.
Yeah, what's
they realize, oh, he's been upstairs the whole time.
They literally thought he had somehow snuck into a corner on the bottom floor and just escaped it, but no, he's been on site for a while, boys.
Well, thankfully the Deimos helps out. That makes it a much quicker process. 45 seconds to play, 3v5. Winnable, but not with Ambi here. I mean, this is a freebie for sure. He does try and cross quickly because the Deimos exposes him, and Sport's gone down to said Deimos. Noting Ambi in an awkward position. He does have 1 impact. He could potentially take the fight. Onto Rare, but up from above. Canadian slips behind enemy lines. Ambi finds 1. Miracle will trade him back, but a 1v3 looks nigh impossible. Now for the most experienced player on Black Dragons.
No one's fighting for him. They're just running back to the bottom side. They're top floor. They're on the staircases. Again, they know they got the K somewhere deep in reading. They got timer on their side. Discipline. Ain't no one gonna swing.
Nobody
Ambi's dead.
He would have. He would have. It looks like Surf will find an angle all the way deep in through Train. Credit to Canadian in that round. That was his through and through.
He's everywhere. Starts first floor, goes downstairs, gets a kill, runs up first floor, then top floor, gets another kill, and back to first floor.
Even the perceived pressure of Canadian finding that kill in the basement, they spent so long trying to hunt him down.
Now, Black Dragons, they obviously were following a very simple plan, which is great. Hunt the pulse, isolate, get that kill. The issue is they were not cutting off the staircase rotation, so Canadian, because he had a shotgun actually, had an escape path, opening soft walls to make a rotate on freezer wall to go back up wide. Excellent stuff from Troy, right? The thing is, we haven't seen Black Dragons really get to execute and attack the bomb side. They keep dying in the early stages of the round, or they will win in the early stage of the attack round as well. So it could be a matter of Black Dragons trying to go for too much too early, rather than trying to get, I mean, to be fair, they got spawn pick this round, you know, but we haven't seen them really play the full round out just yet, because Shopify Building are playing so much disruption by just allowing Ambi that freedom to do whatever he wants.
That's right. Sometimes, depending on your opponent, it's better to just sit back and let them waste their time and then play for late round. Other opponents, you really want to disrupt them in the early and mid-game, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion is doing perfectly.
If you've ever played up against a team like, let's say, FaZe Clan, you know it's completely doomed if you give them space to go for a 5v5 execute, because they're going to pick you apart. But then there are teams where if you just let them get to the bump site, they're going to stare and go, what now? If you don't give them that opening. So you're right, it really depends on how you tailor your attacks and defenses to your enemy.
Exactly what we heard earlier today between Heretics and WEIBO, right? Like, WEIBO realized that them playing more aggressive in the early round was actually going to make them suffer in the late round, because Heretics would execute quite well. So it was all about time delay, right? all about reading the flow of the rounds mid-game, figure out what's the best way to just mess with the opponent's playstyle as much as you can. Look at these C4s, 3 of them, Andy, Spoit, Nadian.
And with the Valkyrie, this is again very what we can call old school style cafe. First the Pulse, now the Valkyrie. Orbit bans by the Clash and the Nomad, so nothing really changes. Shopify, they have now more freedom in the server, if anything, but let's be honest, they've always had freedom. They've never been stopped in their tracks or stopped from like small people running out, so yeah. I'm not sure.
I've been so absorbed in the round by round. I didn't realize it's 6-3 at the moment. This is map point for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh no, they're storming through it.
Oh, nice kill for Spoit. Outlaw tried to take that 1v1. Spoit's going to escape. Miracle is too far behind to go for that refrag. And Black Dragon sadly look a little bit lost here.
Yeah, again, they don't get to the better stage of the round where they can kind of get a good foothold in the mid round, start droning, start seeing the flanks, and then work together for like verticality or execute setup. They always kind of fall really early before they get that second step. And now let's see, oh, there's Kite in the freezer walls. Okay, what can we do? Well, the thing is, even if you had a Thatcher, you don't have any heart breach. So what you have is what you have. Soft floor, Sleds can break it. That's really it. The Kite Claw is also beneath, so really a nade getting tossed in somewhere really nicely, won't do anything. They do have a little bit of information. They do have that final Dokkaebi call to maybe get something going. But this is where we begin. Shopify Rebellion's discipline. They're playing so far back, understand the win condition here. Are the closed walls and crossfires. Rexin, the sole kind of person playing alone, does fall though. 4v4.
Maybe there's a way back into it.
Yeah, but it's gonna be so grueling hard. Like it's just they have nothing to work with. It's just the hallways and the staircases.
Just a fortress as well from Shopify Rebellion on the side. Pardon me, on the site. You're right, it is all very much closed up. Miracle's found a kill just coming up from the wide stairs. Ambi, though, staves off Rare, who was playing near mining. Now, Ambi is that sole player in pillars. He's controlling just outside, anterior to the bomb site. Surf and Spoit are the perfect operators to really lock things up on site. But what we need from us is this verticality. We need some pressure from above for Black Dragons, and that's the perfect way. Miracle's just snuck in through Laundry. He's now popped one of the Vulcan canisters. That locks Ambi out. He's going to have to rotate, going to have to go to the breach instead. This is very winnable for BD.
The plan is possible. Swag is deep inside of dining on the chassis. There it is. Gonna put it down. Does Surf hear it?
Starting the plans, but Surf, and well, somehow Ambi is able to detonate it in time. Surf might be able to duel this as he's found.
They know where he is.
Miracle has to go deep, but Surf bests him. And Shopify Rebellion keep their eyes on the prize. The prize being playoffs, upper bracket. They are well on their way, but they're not out of the woods yet.
Dude, Surf's been so good this event. He started off with a big moment, that 1v1 clutch on top 4 attack. He ends it as well with another 1v1 round. Doesn't play the keep away high. No, he wants to fight. He took it, but we got 1 moment to go. We'll get there after a quick break.
Available now.
Shopify Rebellion are out of the gates hot here in this matchup, and they looked very good, very convincing, but also, like, I felt like that map rolled very quickly, Fox. I genuinely feel like I blinked and I missed it.
It went by really quickly, and I don't think it paints the picture of how well Black Dragons were playing. I do like what we saw out of them, the way that they were going about it. This looks like the exact same Black Dragons attack style that we saw them beat G2 with, but unfortunately, SR is just really playing that much higher of a level of siege than we've been seeing throughout the whole tournament. I mean, the way that they've just been able to focus on their executes, find that opening kill throughout the whole tournament, we've seen Shopify hit a plateau. They get that first kill, they don't know where they're executing, but so far we've figured out where the execute is going to go, and even though it gets a little too close for comfort, Shopify gets that diffuser down. They had an amazing attacking half.
It's the same story for Black Dragons. It was only 2 players performing again, as we highlighted in the graphic at the top of the show. It wasn't necessarily the same 2 all the time. It's just any random 2. On the side of Shopify, though, you look at it, full team performance. What was it, 7 and 3 on opening picks across the whole map. They converted every single opening pick round bar 1. They absolutely dominated on the attack on Cafe, which is not an easy map to do. They deserve every single point that they got out of that first map.
They do, and I think there was one specific round that was able to turn the tides, bring the momentum. It was Spoit's 1v3 clutch in a situation where Black Dragons give him every single 1v1 fight that he could take. Beautiful shots from him, but then the reading to understand that he could take the shotgun out, take this close 1v1, and that set the momentum in Shopify Rebellion's side to them be able to just steamroll, close out the map. And big plays like that is what shuts down teams like Black Dragons that don't have that much experience at major events like this.
We move over to Border now, a map that obviously has been notorious for its aggression. It's a very unique kind of play style. What are we taking away from, I guess, a map like Cafe into something like Border?
I think with the way that we saw both teams play on Cafe today, you can kind of expect that Shopify are up for the fight here today on Border. Not only did we have a brilliant clutch from Spoit, but we also had a really good attempt from Ambi where he came so close. All he needed was an extra second, an extra half a second, and he would have been able to pull it off. If Ambi's firing like this, you don't want to play Border against him.
Not at all. Ambi is the player to watch, and specifically with experience from the NAL, Ambi is always the player on Border that puts Shopify Rebellion in a position to potentially win the map. He is constantly being that difficult entry to deal with, and you're never really able to pinpoint his position, and he's the reason why going into Border is going to be such a hard uphill battle for Black Dragons.
Black Dragons, unfortunately, look down the barrel at a very scary prospect. G2 go head-to-head with FAZE after this. If they win, they could potentially be knocking Black Dragons out altogether. So they 100% need to lock in for Border. It's time to head to your casters.
Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, you are absolutely right. Fate is in Black Dragon's hands, as it is for Shopify Rebellion, who are already off to a flying start from Cafe. But Black Dragons have chosen to take us to Border, and I think this may well be where they can bring a serious fight back to the North American roster. It's time to get into it. Black Dragons look to come back on Border. Honestly, I'm quite curious here around the operator ban, because do you target Ambi if your Black Dragons go, you know what, this guy was a menace on Cafe, running around the building with solids, getting kill after kill. Do we target ban him? Or do we think about the bigger picture? How can we as a team with our executes and our setups, how can we progress the map easier with bans such as the Asami or the Mira, for example? So let's see. Well, there is the Asami. Deimos, of course, in response. Border is a pretty common Deimos Monty, Deimos Dokubi type of map again to nullify the lethality and the info gathering on the attacking side. Whereas defense often is around the map structure, right? The cast of the Asami, the Mira, the Clash even sometimes these days. Goyo! Oh, here we go. Okay, so the Goyo ban's interesting because it opens up the door for potential rushes and fast takes, only leaving smoke up now, but has to toss it out and be in the right location at the right time. Whereas Goyo, you can pre-place, one on that bomb site, one on this bomb site, and you just pop them and stop any rush possible, essentially. Does leave Mira in, however. It does.
That defensive side. Border, once upon a time, was like the map
where we really started to see Mira. When first she came out, I mean, everyone was like, hang on, I can just put them on Armory Wall, and then no one can push Armory, and that was
kind of strong, actually.
Kind of like the most OP operator we've ever seen on defense.
Mind you, that was also before you had a bunch of counters to that operator, so yeah, it was very, very strong.
Couldn't break them with Ash, couldn't even knife them.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it was just hard breach was the only way to counter a Mira window.
Verticality technically, but mind you, back then, verticality wasn't really a big thing. It's kind of because of Mira that we started doing vertical takes.
Very true, very true.
And
And
evolved with the operators.
plenty of places that you can put them where it's safe from verticality. Even, for example, now on the Armory Wall, actually, that's brick flooring, so you can't breach that anymore. Of course, no Mira this round. We might see it later, but for now, Shopify Rebellion want to do something a lot more loosey-goosey, and we shouldn't be surprised about that.
Yeah, so two things to note here. Canadian on the inter-gathering poles playing vertically C4 and shotgun. Ambi, not on Solus, but on Oryx. That means he can 1v1 any shield in the game pretty comfortably. And again, he's just running out the building, jumping up hatches, jumping down, and going for kills. On the flip side, Black Dragons banned the Goyle. They're bringing out the Lion, Glass, and the Blitz. This could be a very fast Archives take because Miracle is ready on the balcony of Archives.
Wants to go for a C4, but doesn't have the angle for it. Spotted 2 players. He's about to be spotted himself, I believe. Man, he is so close, and he should know there's no Claymore there. He could go around for it. He's calling for the team. Go, what's happening, but they know exactly where he is. The plan's starting to go down. Ambi can deny. A long angle from Ambi, actually. I'm impressed that he was able to find the feet of Rare on that blitz. Rebellion have the advantage. Ask looks to try and turn the tide from the bottom of main stairs. He'll nade up the barb and look to relocate.
I mean, that's the entire attacking strat in the ground for Black Dragons. They had a one shot at this. When they go, they full send. And guess what? Surf, once again, the hero. 3 times so far between the first and second map because he traded with Miracle on the glass. That's the entire push. The coverage done. It was all smoked off, so Spike could go in and deny the plant. Outlaw in office by that radio window. Eats a goo mine. Shopify Rebellion, they know he's here. They have a crossfire. Are they ready for the push in towards Fountain? Because they have a player lurking on the floor at Sport, and they have a really good read if they Ash charge this wall.
This breach is good. Once you open this wall with the Ash, Sport is surely dead meat. He knows he has to tuck right into the corner. Now, the only way he survives is by playing this 90-degree crossfire with Rexon.
Here's the question, though. What is Ambi's role in this? Right now, he's on top metal. You see him to your left there. Could charge through a wall, pre-fire. They're using Sport as a link between them.
Perfect.
But he finds the perfect angle. Outlaw gets the 1v1.
That's the problem with that crossfire. It is not a perfect dead crossfire. There was an angle there where Outlaw could peek without being covered by Rexon. Thankfully, Rexon gets him back again. And Ambi is there to catch Ask. With that, Shopify Rebellion kick things off on border.
The perfect fadeaway down the head says, see you later. And then Ambi walks in while the sledge is reloading, thinking, I'm safe for a few seconds at least, right? Last guy's not going to be on the corner. Well, he was right around the corner. And honestly, again, it goes back to the very first gunfight. Surf taking down the glass changes the entire conversation of that round. And the crazy thing is, Canadian had to play. He saw both players go past him in the window. They had no clue he was there, seemingly. So he jumps out. That's the only C4. That's the only plant denial while the Blitz is trying to get down the case. Very highly risky play, but it's showing us that Troy still, like he did earlier in campaign, he's looking to get very active and like play what makes sense and not overthink the situation. Because you could have just gone, guys, I'm gonna pop the hatch in office, drop downstairs, go for a C4, or they don't know that I'm here. Let me send it. I know there's no Claymore.
True. Black Dragons are ready for that though, and
yeah, they were. Sadly.
Yeah, did read Canadian pretty well. BD are the ones that need to get on their bike here, of course. They lost the first map pretty convincingly in the end. There are a few good moments from BD, but Shopify Rebellion definitely controlled the pace on Cafe.
Attackers are heading out to
and on border, well, this is BD's map pick. This is where they should be having a bit more success, but like I said before, looking back, neither of these teams have played this map in the tournament so far. So both of them are in a way going in blind. Wow, Arse takes a hell of a lot of damage.
Bro.
Thankfully he survives.
He's on Solus again. He's doing this thing where he's checking for like the drone, the air get the Claymore, goes, well, none of those 3 things are here. I can just go for
That's a license to swing.
That is it. That is it.
Oh, he's not got his P90 license this time, but
it's because Troy's unleashing, that's why. He doesn't have the shotgun to replace him, so he needs it for this one.
I mean, Void does.
Yeah, okay, good luck. Okay, just the Bailiff doing all of that work
and the little slug thing that
Yeah,
Jackson's
that one's
got.
that's a rough one. The glaive is not meant for destruction, man. It is a slow one at that.
I'll say Border's a good SMG-11 map.
Yeah, it is.
And that shotgun as well is not only going to be good for making rotates mid-round for Ambi, but also really a lot of chances to take fights with it in close quarters.
Means you can play beat boobs that we just saw there in the jail walk-in, because otherwise you play impacts, no shotgun sometimes. They know where some of these attackers are attacking from. The thing about Black Dragon is that they love spreading out, and they did the same against G2 and find those 1v1 gunfights where they excel in. But Shopify Rebellion aren't giving them all that many 1v1s, with the exception of maybe Ambi in the early stage of the round. So they're not finding anything. And then they get swung, Swag low on HP, Ash low on HP, and they're also exposed now in the bathroom.
I like the Rayura gate though.
Can't
be shot because of the drone right next to it as well. So that means that they won't be able to be deactivated. Now, Mr. Outlaw, looks like they're making a bit of a move in together. The Candelas are a bait, hoping to make Shopify Rebellion rotate, but instead Canadian actually fires up and takes 2 down. Rare walks straight into a goo mine in sight, and Black Dragons are not finding anything out of this. They might have the bomb site in theory, but they are nowhere near looking for a plant in a 2v5. Even if they did, there's no doubt that the Americans would retake it.
No. Shopify Rebellion, they have had the perfect read this round. Nobody's over-rotating, getting worried about the bomb site, because despite the Dokkaebi call thinking, they can't see us on the cameras, Ambi's on the solids. They knew the plant wasn't going down, and to make it even better, Canadian Troy, he popped a blue mine from Lesion on that default plant spot where they tossed a smoke grenade. So they knew they weren't in there. And they're not overthinking it again. It's simple, it's clean, it's perfect. The crossfires, the 1v1s, and a flawless round at that. From the very start, when Ambi ran out the main door, to the very end when Spark gets the kill in CCTV, there was never a moment of doubt here that Shopify Rebellion would win this second round.
Gotta tell you, this is a very different Shopify Rebellion than we saw yesterday. Go 7-1, 7-1, down to FAZE on the latter 2 maps of their last series. And similarly, it's not the same Black Dragons that we saw do away with G2 yesterday. The Brazilian LCQ team has done well, but they might be a little out of their depth.
It's a bit of a yes and no to the point about Black Dragons. I think we're seeing a relatively similar Black Dragons, but in a very different matchup. G2, they get scrappy. They love the 1v1s, and then let's fan out and go for the split theory attacks and whatnot. And that matched really well for Black Dragons in their favor. Shopify Rebellion, they're not playing that style at all. Especially here in Border so far, they're a very tight ship they're running.
Very lockstep.
Very lockstep, for sure. So I feel like Black Dragons, while they're playing quote-unquote well, their current playstyle is not working at all. So to prove that they're a good team, they need to change their playstyle.
Can't be a one-trick pony.
That's it. If you can only play well with this one particular playstyle, you are not what you call on paper a quote-unquote good team. Everyone here is a great team. Top 20 in the world in SI 2026. Don't get me wrong, but there is good teams here, and there are great teams here. And this is BD's challenge to become that great team.
Got to prove your greatness. This is the biggest opportunity for, well, a long time for players like Ask, Rare, and Miracle, and it's the first opportunity ever to play on the world stage for Swag and to Outlaw. But of course, if they lose today, there's a very good chance they won't make it to playoffs, depending on what happens with G2 and FAZE after this. So stoked for that game, by the way. Like,
everyone's waiting for
more excited.
You know, we don't want to have like bias and say like, oh, this game is not as exciting as, but guys,
it is.
It's G2 fighting for elimination the last game of the day against FaZe.
It's true, and look, if I'm not wrong, G2 have never gone out in groups, maybe once. I think we were talking about this earlier.
I think never in groups, but right after groups. I think that's what we ended up on. I've never been grouped on G2, at least maybe top 8, so...
Yeah, I never was grouped on G2.
I think the iteration after me was the same story.
Nice nitro.
Me clipped the thing, actually.
Yeah, it didn't land for Spoit. Doesn't matter, though, because the rest of Shopify Rebellion are finding kills everywhere around the map.
Again, 1v1v1 3 times. Black Dragons, they barely into the building. Well, they don't do it alive, at least, because all the remaining players are outside. As will find one consolation kill, but let's be honest, that doesn't give you a way in the building.
I like this breach from the Selma, but we need Black Dragons as a unit to be trying to take map control, trying to isolate individuals.
Both Dokkaebi calls. I thought they spent it on the first push there, but they actually are holding it. Gonna regret that decision now because you're in a 2v4. Ask low on health, and Rare goes fishing in Passport. The bomb site is actually very vulnerable. Only one player protecting it, that's Surf, of course. Actually, 2 players now. Has the read. Knows he's stuck in the corner. He's actually putting down a bullet on camera, Surf. Crazy, crazy boy.
Big rotate as well from Ask is asking a lot because there's Spoit and Canadian both on the same side of the map as him. Rare focuses up, makes his way in, and he will take down Surf, but there's a long angle all the way from inside of Customs from Canadian. He'll have to worry about. There's time to work with though. Wow, that was very close. Ask is going to have to 1v1 Spoit though, to try and give this a chance. He hears him, but he doesn't have any flashes left. He's baited out. Canadian shuts him down. What a shot. Rare 1v3. Canadian knows where he is. And Nitro Cell from way downtown. It's classic Big Bad Canadian back again.
Dude, he's so locked in. The pre-found the pixel on the main door, the C4 right into his open arms, and then no reaction at all. I'm telling you, Troy is really back in action these last few days. He's absolutely everywhere on the map, and never getting caught off guard either. And that's the big thing that I was kind of worried about for Shopify Rebellion. I thought BD would have the numbers sometimes and catch them off, but they haven't. Instead, BD called a technical time to figure things out.
Mano, deixa eu perguntar uma parada pra vocês. Vocês escutaram o que eu falei no briefing aqui ou não? Vocês escutaram o que eu falei no briefing? Então por que você não tá passando então que o cara tá subindo leste? Por que a gente tá quebrando o bagulho ali rápido? Tipo, o cara fazer o entra na leste? Tipo assim, tudo que eu pedi pra vocês estão fazendo inverso. Que porra é essa, mano? Tudo que eu pedi pra vocês estão fazendo inverso. Tipo, vocês não querem ganhar. Vocês querem só levar a parada. Tá parecendo com o primeiro round do café lá quando tem no Zafalco, tá ligado? Tipo assim, a gente tá querendo todo mundo jogar um jogo como se fosse ranked. Se deu certo, beleza. Se não deu certo, foda-se. Que porra é essa, rapaziada? O nosso propósito aqui, mano, a gente vai jogar fora e tipo, foda-se. Literalmente isso? Por que a gente comunica o bagulho igual um homem na parada? Homem, com ímpeto. Entra pra trocar tiro com os caras na moral. Mano, tá mandando, tá pronto? Vai! Por que a gente não faz isso? A gente não faz isso todo dia. A gente não fez isso pra vir aqui pra essa porra. Então por que a gente tá fazendo, viado?
More energy in that one than the previous.
Very much.
It seemed a lot like we can do better than this kind of vibe. Slapping up the hands, saying this, that. Of course, we'll wait for Maria if she's available to translate for us on the other side, but it certainly seemed a matter of, for my case, that they can do better. They're not playing like they usually are type vibe. Which again was very generic, but very applicable because Black Dragons, they look a little bit lost in these rounds.
That they do.
That wasn't the case yesterday. Yeah, frustration.
Yeah, very frustrating there for BD. Gotta say though, Shopify Rebellion have really found their mojo. Oh, last 13 rounds, they've won 10 of them. Starting to build up that momentum. I don't know if BD are going to be able to break it. Ying's banned out. They got rid of the Denari, which is interesting. Very rare you'll see a Denari ban. I don't know if that's the play, to be honest. I'd get rid of the Pulse ban.
The thing with the Denari that I find is, it is so hard to gauge the value of the operator.
Yeah.
We, as observers of this game, have seen 0 Denari lasers triggered and practically 0 destroyed in relevant positions, right? But like Dragons in the server have deemed it's ban-worthy. And I'm not saying that's a bad idea, it's just it's so hard to gauge how difficult it is. With mirror windows at a pulse below, you can see the outcome, like the C4s, it can't take a room because of the mirror window, for example.
It's not like a Frost mat where it either gets activated or not. Not on a Rexton. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Look, BD finding the opening pick, that's a nice little notch under their belt. It's going to make the rest of the round a lot easier. It's the first time that it's happened on Border so far, and they're going to double down with a second as well.
And they got no map. They can really lock down these runouts, which they have on E stairs and break room door. All BD needs to do now is not throw it around because they have already won it. All they can do now is lose it or confirm it. So nice, like, dude, you have 2 minutes, nice and steady. Get those drones in there, play together, use the numbers, and more importantly, try and track where the pulse is when you get inside the building. If you're standing on soft floor, is Canadian getting a free C4 kill? Could be one way to lose.
Oh, I thought he was going to double down.
He gets both.
He is punished, but Spoit immediately replies. Wants to get aggressive for a little bit more. Doesn't have a Nitro Cell or anything like that, as he is the Legion, so he can't go for an aggressive play. Canadians found his 1v1 with the Reaper. Man, he's pretty good with that little measly gun. Spoit also finds his chance almost, but the plan is going down. Canadian is going to be able to take it down. Doesn't get the kill onto Red, doesn't quite do enough damage. If he'd gone for the C4, it would have been a guaranteed kill. Instead, the shotgun just scares Rare away into a rotate here for Black Dragons. 2 players low HP. Canadian with a pre-placed C4. He's trying to bait them into going deep. He sees one player again, but there is a safe haven on top of the bricks for BD to plant. And with no Spoit, it's an easy lockdown. Force the plant, shut down Canadian. Finally get back into the fray for Black Dragons.
so close in the end, though. If one more shotgun shell connects with the ace planting, I mean, that's the case down in a bad spot, and Sport might have a chance back towards the bomb side. But BD prays to them. They recognize, hey, the Legion is in break room. We can kind of just ignore him. Hit the bomb side. There's a pull somewhere. We'll figure out where that is. The worst way possible by getting shot from beneath, but still they figured that out.
So they were 0-3 down. Black Dragons called their tactical timeout. I have a translation here from Maria, as what the coach was saying to the squad. He said, let me ask you something. All that I asked you to do, you were doing the opposite. What the F is this? Don't you want to win? You want to throw the game? We want to play this game like it's ranked? If we lost, we lost. We win, whatever. What the hell? Why don't we communicate like a real man? Don't we do that every day to be effing here at SI?
Wow. Definitely more passionate than the last one, yeah.
He's really lit a fire underneath Black Dragon's asses, and it worked for that round. It really did. They fired up. They played with so much more confidence. No hesitation. No hesitation whatsoever.
That is true, but on the flip side, Shopify Rebellion, they also did give them those two 50-50 gunfights, which BD finally ended up winning. But had they lost those gunfights, or Shopify Rebellion just stayed put on the bomb side, different story, right? And now we see the immediate switch off. Shopify Rebellion, they're gonna play Wamai, they're gonna play the Ward, they're gonna bunker down a bit more, only having really Sport and Envy again being those free roaming targets. So now we're back to BD having to problem solve and getting challenged in an area where they have struggled so far this entire series. This is good though.
Yeah, great hacking there from Ask. Great job, especially the bulletproof camera. I mean, really can't understate the value of hacking a BP.
No, it's all clear below. There is a world. Again, I was gonna say there's one where you rush the bomb site, but Ambient Soul is gonna shut that down immediately, so never mind.
So Rexon's decided he's going to give it another go playing East Stairs. Remember, he was the first pick in this position last time. He's on the Wamai, so he can protect himself against most projectiles. Wow, what is that, Spoit?
Strategy just got
Give yourself away. Rexon, low HP. He's surely going to die. Swag can come in support. And, well, Outlaw's going to do it without him. Swag also got Nadium, who tried to peek in from upstairs in Fountain. Shopify have been completely picked to pieces. Now, Ambi feels the need to get re-aggressive onto the top floor. The Surf on site finally realized, oh, that bulletproof camera's been hacked, hasn't it? This is not a good look for Shopify Rebellion.
It goes to show just how volatile Border is. That middle link between two people dies.
Dead.
You're forced in a bad spot.
No.
Not just yet.
I thought that play was
way outside. Can you see the toes? I don't think so. There's a sandbag in the way. So no free kill. Gotta spot those thrown, those Ambi. One bottom middle. Oh, finally could be called as well. BD's gotta make this work. Use the information.
Prevents the aggression here from Shopify Rebellion. They haven't actually elected to answer their phones. They're going to know where Ambi is, and now they definitely know where Surf is because he's found a kill. Outlaw will trade. 1v3 for the young gun. SMG-11 in hand. A flashbang, but he finds the kill regardless. Rare and Miracle must put the pieces together of this round. They look for the plant. Ambi. Still, SMG-11 needs to duel Miracle outside. He knows exactly where the plant's gone down, but he doesn't check the angle. And Miracle has it on lock. 2 rounds in a row for BD as they start to mount this comeback.
Honestly, kind of risky there for Black Dragons because when the flashbang came through, Ambi could have run up the middle staircase for a plant denial, but he wasn't sure where that third player was playing at. I think he assumed, like the most of us, that he was going to be in a workshop, maybe outside the building, but he was already deep in the bomb site, getting down that diffuse a little bit quickly, a little bit off pace. But it starts off here when Sport swings on the balcony. Rexon is in a really tough position, getting pushed from 2 different angles, and Canadian also dies. So Rexon dies last, which is kind of the issue, because the supportive cast around him dies first, meaning Rexon is literally on an island. In a perfect world there, either Rexon doesn't die at all because they're victorious in the hold, or Rexon dies first, meaning Sport and Canadian has an escape path back to side. Look, Sport did swing the window.
Yes, that's true. I think that was a bit of a mistake, unfortunately. Shopify Rebellion don't have to make the first move here. They have to force BD into their setups because, look, they've got pretty good setups.
They have. I mean, look at the first 2 rounds on defense. They were rock solid. There was no way in for Black Dragons because there are no gaps and there are no cracks. The cracks are starting to show, and it's mostly due to, I think, individual players maybe not being as disciplined to the strat as other people might be.
Yeah, you just got to be in sync. Like, if you're going to get aggressive, do it, but you got to get aggressive as a team. If you want to play passive, do it, but you got to play passive as a team. You can't have Spoit going for ones while
Rexon is hiding away, you know?
Exactly, hiding and playing Wamai on East Stairs. So.
Rexon was playing exactly like this. He was not even head peeking because he got pre-fired last time.
He's really committing to East stairs. He's been chained to this thing the whole time. He's now on smoke though, which is actually good.
It's kind of like playing server stairs on bank. It's very similar, where you can win or lose the round off this individual player of Rexon. But if the attackers do this really well, they will start 5v4 with smoke dead.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to how experienced you are in that spot and how much pressure the enemy has against you. But they've banned the Yin, they've banned the Capital. The only easy way to deal with Rexon is maybe a blitz running straight in the door.
I mean, even flashes and nades, but then they do have to run into a potential crossfire because ideally other players from Rebellion will be supporting Rexon.
And Spot's a second man in charge, right? He's behind him in the hallway. They look elsewhere now, though, towards CCTV.
Good eyes on Envy.
Black Dragon's flipping the attack and trying something new. Looking for that third round to tie the half.
Wow, look at this position. Oh,
that's
Gumine.
Try again.
A little bit too close. Yes. There we go. Oh, he's going to win this fight. No, he's not going to win that fight. No universe where Sport should be winning that, but he survives to tell another tale, live another day. Ambi supports as well. Surf's on the floor. And Ambi's been traded, so maybe there's a gap here for Black Dragons on Archives, while the rest of the team was focusing up on East Stairs and CCTV. Swag has snuck in behind enemy lines.
There are two people inside, but two different bomb sites. Surf's injured in between them. They have the case in armory on Miracle.
Oh my god, he's planting. Surf can surely hear that while he's down.
They don't know Surf is injured, I think.
The coverage is coming from the other direction. Swag from downtown. He's found Rexon. And that splits the bomb site! Spoit discovered as well! Canadian 1 HP, but he C4's the wrong player into a 1v1. Surf might be able to drop down the hatch, but I don't think he's got enough time. He's going to be bleeding out.
He is.
Canadian... he's going to go for the... He's doing vertical! Oh my god! Surf gives him all the information he could possibly need!
No!
The yellow ping and the round one by Big Bad Canadian.
He could crawl into the hatch, drop down, maybe survive, maybe not, or he can sacrifice himself, crawl into the bomb set, into danger, and give off one final yellow ping. And you saw Canadian, he did not shoot immediately. He was waiting for that final confirmation. This is the spot. This is where you gotta shoot. Surf was injured for 45 seconds, give or take.
Wow.
Because he's the second player to fall, just holding F on the keyboard while bleeding out slower and slower. Miracle was in armory for a good half minute before that plant started going down. So likely also Surf's audio cue that told Canadian where the plant was happening.
Yeah.
And that's another Surf round right there, baby. That's
Credit,
the fourth
credit
Surf
to
round.
Surf. He was just so good. From lying on the ground, bleeding out, he was worth so much. Now we've swapped halves. Shopify Rebellion managed their 4-2 split on that defensive side. And look, I did hear as we went into the operator ban phase, I heard Super, their coach, he said, guys, okay, effing reset. We're swapping now. Because you can tell that was an intense half.
No, it was. I mean, this round was ridiculous. That was the best Black Dragons have fought back for a man deficit the entire series so far. They played it really well. They get in armory, they get in archives, they take it nice and slow, but this player is so good. It's so good. And you see Black Dragons, they're like, there's nothing, we don't hear anything, there's no sound. Then you're playing the sound cues in the 1v1.
Bomb located by attackers.
Loving what I'm seeing from Shopify Rebellion today. It's a damn sight better than, well, it's been a bit of a drought. Let's be real. They started their tournament with what we thought at the time was an unbelievably impressive 2-0. 2 overtime wins on 2 different maps, and that was a win over G2, 2-0. Then they lost to D+, and we were scratching our heads thinking, what the hell is going on for Shopify Rebellion? They got a map off FAZE, but then got obliterated on the next 2 and lost the series. Now G2, I mean, we can kind of recontextualize Shopify's overtime wins because it's exactly the same scoreline that we had from Black Dragons. It was an 8-7 and an 8-6. G2 are the ones that maybe we were overestimating a little bit.
Perhaps.
So this is, I think, a telling moment for us. Shopify Rebellion actually a team that can contest at the top level. After losing the D+ in FAZE, they need a win moving into playoffs, not only to get that second life and go into the upper bracket, but also just to convince us that they deserve to be there, that they really have a chance, especially at top echelon competition. If they come up against a Falcons or a Furia, or even, dare say, a FAZE again, they'll need to have tightened a lot of things up from groups.
Super told the boys to reset, regroup, and they get on the Glass, the Capital, the Ying, the Dokkaebi. They want pain in the server. And they click those buttons. Here comes the util. Is there going to be an actionable follow-up?
No extreme movement as of yet. Canadian still on the roof with the Ying. It's a bait, trying to force some movement here from Black Dragons. But Surf does move into officers, so eventually he does make his move. They found their gap, and he's straight back outside again.
That's the first half of the take, but they spent both fires, one Dokkaebi call, and the Glass smokes on it, but Rexen finds another, so that's good enough for them. Now they can force man advantage, force the 2v1s, Ask getting a little bit desperate here, looking for a pick on break room door. There are two people, one left, one to his right, just waiting for that peek.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to work if Black Dragons go for the peak. I mean, everyone's watching for it. It's a rotate, though.
Sneaking archives here?
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion have gone for a big change-up.
Oh, yeah.
Flash is coming in from Canadian onto the locker's window. He's actually going to repel in. Ambi's got the diffuser. He's going to try and plant door. Canadian is covering this position. No Nitro Cell available and no positions for Black Dragon to try and deny that plant. It's unbelievable. What it comes down to is Ask, who finds a quick 2. Rexen will shut him down. Another round on the board for Shopify Rebellion.
I love that. Again, I think the experience and the IGL leadership there from Troy and Shopify Rebellion really shows through. Early, we bait the take, they're gonna get antsy, move around, and then actually it was Surf jumping in with the Glass smokes, getting a pick, as you said, straight back out. Then they apply pressure in East stairs, break room door, CCTV, but then a quick flip. Because Canadian started on the roof with the fake Yin Candelas, he could get to that armory window repel super quickly, while Ambi goes into plan on Archive's door. And then the Glass, he gets back on the window on the exterior balcony and can cut off the bombs in half. This way, they're not dependent on the Glass smokes, or the Dokkaebi call, or the Yin Candelas. It's all working together either as bait, as cover, or just as an angle. They're not depending on like a fail-safe where, oh, they have a C4, you know, we can't do this thing. They knew there were no C4. They knew that to walk deep in the bomb site and take a 50-50 gunfight as the best case scenario. And if Surf lost the gunfight, Ambi gets off the plant and starts fighting back.
We've put enough pieces of the puzzle on that the picture's starting to form. Shopify Rebellion, 7-3 on the first map, 5-2 up on the second. This is looking to end up as quite a decisive series.
It's how they win the rounds, right? Remaining. Like the scoreline, that's the easy story. It's how they've gotten these rounds. It's really, really high-level siege. And I will still say 4 of the rounds they've gotten across, you know, Border and Cafe combined was all Surf. By the way, this guy has been the game MVP for me so far.
Yeah. Love to see it if you're a Shopify fan, but for Black Dragons, need more. A little bit scared because, of course, if G2 win their game against FaZe and Black Dragons lose here, they will be gone from the tournament. There's a very real chance that this is the last match Black Dragons play at SI. You've got to give it everything you've got. Push it the distance to bank.
You say very real, but you also said in order for that to happen, G2 had to win against FaZe.
I mean, is that very real? Never count it out. Let's not forget, FaZe, in theory, have nothing to play for. They are locked in first place in the group. And if they just try and throw a curveball by playing a map they don't usually play, there's a very real chance G2 could have an upset.
I would argue that any Brazilian team here will love to send Alamar home. The Judas of the region, the betrayer of their countrymen. We'll see. Happens after this game on the A stream, so maybe not too long from now unless Black Dragons make that comeback happen and can change their own story. But it's the same Shopify Rebellion as last round. They're setting things up, just droning, getting a good idea of what the map layout looks like. Where is that gap going to be? What eyes in the player can we find?
They've droned it up, they've measured it out, they've found the positions, and now they look to strike. Rexen coming in from below East Stairs. He supports, and Ambi has found the killing blow onto Swag. That was the player that for the longest time was taking that position. Aggressive from Outlaw, Spoit finds him. Shopify Rebellion have baited Black Dragons into over-pushing, over-peaking, and now the Americans have control.
BD cannot figure out the pace because something's supposed to happen, right? Okay, let's start moving. Okay, nothing's happening. They're holding our angles. We die again. But what if Shopify Rebellion did push the bomb side? What if they did push away from that break room door? Then we can get back some map control. But the pace is so hard to read. There's no information on the defensive side. It's
what is that?
Another one for free. The drone work is excellent. It's just rare now in customs and Ask by the bomb side. So spread apart, they can't really help each other. And 5 attackers against them.
Black Dragons are starting to become washed downstream. Shopify Rebellion continue to mount up pressure, but look at how carefully they're playing Redroning again and again, double checking, triple checking, make sure that they know exactly where all of these players from BD are. Just Rare left. He's found his second kill of the game, but that is all he is allowed. Shopify Rebellion just one round away from locking in the playoffs.
I don't care if Rex died. That right there is a flawless round. Every single kill that Shopify they got, there was a drone, a yellow ping, or a crossfire. There was literally zero chance that they don't get those kills because BD is standing still in corners, not understanding what's happening, and I don't blame them. It is so hard for them to figure out what is going on. The Bravo has hacked half the default cameras. The only intel they have is a Solis, who's under so much pressure or in a very bad spot on the map because they don't know what is and what isn't clear. The difference is, when Shopify Rebellion defended on border, they controlled the majority of the map, right? Always had an Easters player, always had a CC and break room player. One person solo played the bomb site, the Surf usually, and then an Ambi roaming around. They knew exactly what was their area and what wasn't. For Black Dragons, they lose control of the bigger picture of what they need to worry about and what they have on their side.
And something that we talked about very early on in this map is that Black Dragons, well, they took their tactical timeout and we said they were very passionate. They got pretty well scolded by their coach as well. That passion, it can sometimes light a fire underneath you that helps you to play better, and sometimes it baits you into frustrations, into low percentage plays. That pressure gets to you, and suddenly you're making mistakes that you really shouldn't be, that you would never do on a normal game day. Shopify Rebellion, they've dictated the pace. They've read into the Black Dragons playstyle. They know exactly when these players are going to overpeak. I mean, look at Spoit last round, proning at break door, knowing that eventually someone from Black Dragons won't be able to help themselves with that tasty, tempting little morsel of going for a run out.
Like, the angle Spy was holding was like, not even like the door jiggle peak, it was like the middle of the room at a weird angle.
Yeah.
Like it's some of those
That's
like...
a tilter when you lose to it as well.
That's a desk slammer right there. Why is he there?
Goodbye to your mouse and keyboard.
That's it. Now Canadian, I see this getting active, he's 10 and 4. Okay, he's popping off. He's on Blackbeard for what could be the final round in this game. He wants to be on the entry, wants to lead his boys into battle. He's got the nades, one tossed out to clear that utility. Pop the Goyo Fire, then wait those 20 seconds, pop the wall towards 90, and isolate the crossfires in the rotations in the hole between Fountain and CCTV. And with that wall being opened up, they can now attack like CCTV window or door and completely cut off the rotations. Now, they're going east stairs and doing the same thing here, opening up the map more and more, destroying those important operators. Remember guys, if a castle barricade is in a position, it's because the defenders, they value that being closed off. Therefore, the best thing you do, open it. Annoy them with those things being taken away from them. They've opened everything. All we need now is where's the push gonna come? I said CC window and CC door is gonna be a best bet. Canadian, just walk up that hallway. He's looking for that window.
Outlaw, you've got to have a big impact, but Rexon from behind teams up very nicely, sneaks in the break room and says, Outlaw, why don't you take a break for the next couple of minutes? I want to get this done. 6-2 is the score. It's still match point. Canadian marches his way forward. Shopify Rebellion, piece by piece, just look to talk up the pressure onto this bomb site as Black Dragons cannot find a way back into the round.
And they got no more Candelas, of course. They can't distract on the balcony, but what they can do is work that armory door and work 90. Again, they've cut the bomb set literally in half. They shouldn't be able to rotate here.
Okay.
They let them go by because they're busy droning.
It's no Ying.
The two people armory side. One archives, one below. Now the round is more difficult.
That's the thing, like they've got the information on where these players are, but they've got a lot of map control. Look at the ability from Swag to play on the main stairs. And Rexon, as he goes for the flash, is caught off guard. They fall apart. Shopify Rebellion. It started with Surf falling, and it looks to finish with just Ambi. 1v4 to a 1v3. No diffuser to speak of as Black Dragons fall back. He can't find the second one, and Black Dragons finally step the bleeding.
Boa. Again, they actually played that proactively from BD. Yes, it's a huge risk to cross from Archives into Armory, and they got a little bit lucky with the timing of Rexon going on a drone and not watching that cross. But they did that knowing, guys, we have a single player in Armory, and they have a BB. If they push me, I'm dead, they plant, we all lose the round. I don't care how risky this is, you need to cross one player from Archives and help me in Armory side. That made all the difference. Then they win a gunfight on the Armory side, they win one by the main stairs side, and the round is now theirs back into their control.
I don't know if you guys at home can hear what's happening on the B stream, but we can certainly hear Ace of Pyrite.
Yeah, they've started casting.
Must be something exciting. Who's going on right now on that stream? It's not the Enterprise game. I think that's last of the day.
I actually have no idea who's on B stream right now.
I know it was, I can't remember if it was Tim or Des. One of them was saying earlier today, I really hope B stream goes quickly and A stream goes really long so that they finish and then can watch the FaZe G2 game. Everyone's gunning for this FaZe G2 game.
Oh, it's a good story. Come on.
I'm stoked for this. I can't lie, but, you know, let's be real. G2 on the verge of elimination and they have to go through the reigning world champions. That's a pretty damn tantalizing storyline for us to be on the edge of our seat for after this finishes.
Mind you, the operator band as well. The Solar here is very smart from Shopify Rebellion. It's the key operator for this ventilation workshop bomb site, and it gives you a new win condition. Planting is actually possible. Normally it isn't. And all Shopify they need one single round, right? They're on match point. They got 3 attempts at it here before overtime. Black Dragons, they banned the Ying in response. It's been so hard to figure out where that push is coming from, the distraction. But you have to respect the Ying. If Candelas are flying, gotta be worried about it. Because mind you, Shopify Rebellion banned the Warden 3 rounds ago. So those Candelas do a lot of hurt in the server, but that's also why Serves has played Glass now for the 2nd or 3rd round, because again, the Warden is not available.
Yeah, no, it's a good move, I like it. Of course, taking down Surf, the Ying player last round, was what really helped Black Dragons confirm that top 4 defense. The rest of the attack really fell apart afterwards. I do wonder how Shopify intend to use that Glaz. I mean, obviously that'll come down in the late round with the execute. They have a lot of smokes to work with, 6 to be precise. Canadian, Rexon, and Surf himself. But now it's just about chewing up a little bit of map control. It's actually going to be a bit challenging. That Selma didn't detonate thanks to Outlaw who shot it. There's also castle barricades all over the place.
But look at these outlines. There's 4 people towards CCTV. Black Dragon's response is, where the pressure is, we rotate. That means the bump set is vulnerable. Exactly.
They're going for it.
They distracted them.
Canadian's in the building. He's snuck in behind enemy lines. He's taken down Ask and straight back out again.
They're going to reset the round?
No way.
Discipline, right? There were 3 people in following Troy, who's also going first for a good reason. He's at Twitch with no gadget left remaining. If he dies, it's completely okay, but everybody else, they got something to contribute. Capital, Dokebi, right? Hard destruction of glass. So Troy goes first, despite having the case. They reset. They've expected BD to over-rotate back towards the bomb side, meaning top 4 should be a bit easier to attack, so they go back upstairs.
Oh, this is so good from Shopify Rebellion.
Great rotate.
But it does mean that time is continuing to tick away. Ambi tries to get a breach on Armory. Shopify Rebellion want to go for a plant in Arcus, but they need to clear a bulk beforehand.
I think the plan here might be Canadian and Surf work together downstairs. That's a glass covering smoke, Canadian planting, while they attack top floor as a distraction. If bomb goes down, you win the post plant. If not, you get some kills top floor and still got man advantage. They're attacking from 2 different angles and Sport backstabbing.
Oh, Sport is the 5th player in this scenario. Canadian the one to go for the plant. Into the smoke he goes. It's up to Surf to cover. Meanwhile, 2 players from Shopify Rebellion upstairs make sure that the vertical play is nullified, and Sport finds his backstab perfectly. Swag and Miracle. The hope for Black Dragons relies on them. The fate is in their hands, but they must come up big on the clutch. They must push this game the distance. Canadian taken low, but he's done his job this round. He got that plant down. He called the strat. That's all that was required from him. Now he can sit outside safely. Shopify Rebellion, they don't need to do a damn thing. Swag will hit it once. Miracle to cover, and they're going to go deep in. Canadian finds it. The old man has still got it. And it just wouldn't be the 6th Invitational without Canadian through to the playoffs. Shopify Rebellion have found redemption and will continue their 6th Invitational campaign.
Take a bow. Appreciate what is happening. A player has been here at every single 6 Invitationals, all 10 of them from Troy. Raising hammers, won a major, won a Pro League final. He's been all around the block, and today, top ranking, entry, rotational call mastermind, planting. He's literally doing so many different things and so many different rounds in the server on both maps. Incredible game from him.
Not only is Troy a champion himself, but he makes champions. He's done it with 3 different teams, and he looks to do it with another. Shopify Rebellion take it over Black Dragons.
going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Shopify Rebellion never faced Black Dragons, but you still were able to do whatever you wanted in the game. What were your expectations about this match, and if they matched what you were expecting from them?
I'd say, yeah, they were kind of what we expected. We watched, just some of their games, and overall they seem to want to play a very split style of the game, which is more common in Brazil and definitely in Europe. It's less common in North America, but we definitely expected that, and they played that kind of style. I think we handled it really well. We communicated well. Honestly, I think I just had a really good read of the game today, and I think it helped with that. But yeah, they kind of played how we expected. They take a lot of gaps, nothing too strict about how they play. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, Shopify is now qualified for the playoffs. Congratulations. But you still lack some consistency, and we need to talk about that. What are the changes that you want to do to change that before the phase 2 games, so that will not be an issue anymore for Shopify Rebellion?
I think we've been aware of these kind of issues, and honestly, we've had these issues since we formed as a team. And honestly, more than anything, it comes down to our mentality, our attitude, and our communication, team play, all that kind of stuff. And just bringing consistency in that level. Because when we play poorly, we start to get frustrated and we communicate less, or we start forcing plays, we start playing as a team less. We don't communicate the right things, so then we have the wrong picture of the round, we're not patient. All these small things that add up, but just the basic fundamentals of the game and what you need to do as a team. I think we obviously have a lot of very big names and star caliber players on our team. And I think it's just, in the past, they've always kind of felt like they need to make a play, they need to do something to win the round. And especially when things aren't going as good as us, I think that's when that starts to come out for us a bit more. So just trust in what we have as a team, and that we can resolve it as a team, and that we can go through the round as a team, and not wavering in that, just sticking to it.
That's so cool to hear from you, because you are also a guy who has a lot of experience in Siege, and you have been doing the iGel role for so long. I need to ask you, how do you keep your energy so high, and how do you come up with ideas every single time? That's such an important role.
So my energy, I definitely have less energy than I used to have. I think that's apparent to anyone that watches me. I used to be screaming at the top of my lungs every round.
It's only because of the energy. What happened?
I think I've matured. I've gotten older. I've also realized that screaming that much, it is good to be that hyped up between rounds, but you need to be able to reset and come back down, because otherwise it carries over into the round, and chaotic comms are a problem. So you want to be careful about that. I think you could get away with it more in the early days of Siege, but nowadays the comms are so important, so you can't slip up whatsoever.
Thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Congratulations again on the qualifying for the playoffs. Now, I'm going to see you after the last game that we have today.
Thank you, Maria, and more importantly, thank you, Canadian. Not just for this game, but by God, the service he does for this roster. We always look at him and we say, experience, big brain. Not very often do we expect top fragging.
To say that he had a good read of the game, those are his words. That is an understatement today for what we have come to expect from Canadian as a player. He's built into an ecosystem where he doesn't have to perform like this. He doesn't have to be throwing up 21 kills to only 12 deaths, but he's also built in a system that allows him the space to do so if and when he has one of those days.
It sure makes things easier when Canadian is dropping that many kills, but I think his brain is the most important aspect of him. It was round 6 where he had amazing in-game calling to be able to rotate downstairs after Black Dragons took the site, and he put the C4 in the position that he thought the diffuser was going to be planted. He tried to pick up his teammate, but good heads-up thinking to be able to tell Surf to pinpoint the player through the floor for him to be able to get the kill and win the round. And the start to finish of this round was amazing eye-gelling from Canadian to understand where Black Dragons was going to be approaching from, where the picks were coming, what was available, what was open, and everything was Canadian from start to finish of that round.
One of the most experienced players that we have in the game, but ultimately this is the result that I think many North American fans would have wanted to see. They want to see Shopify Rebellion go deeper. They want to see what they're capable of, because Ollie, as we've just said, they are capable of so much.
much. Absolutely. And we know this team to be capable. As I said in the pre-show, I think that Fox and I think we come down quite heavily on SR sometimes because we know the quality, we know the caliber of this team. And today it was proven. There's every single player on that roster you could pick out a very, very key moment. Even Spoit, he's hit just under 100 EPS, but there was that huge 3K clutch on Cafe at the start of the series. You look through Rexon. I've always said that Rexon is a very underrated player, often finds himself in the right position at the right time. 16 and 11, it's not the world's most amount of kills. You've got Ambi throwing up 20 and 11. Ambi's going to do that. You can leave him be. But it's the value of those kills coming through.
Yeah, the two most kills from the two 18-year-old rookies, Canadian and Ambi. I mean, it really was Ambi's game in map 1. Canadian really showing the charge, and I think you said it best. I think Canadian said it best. When it comes down to the IGLing, he had a great read. And I think as an IGL, from that perspective, that's when you play the best, is when you understand what the other team is going to be doing, because it makes things so much easier. You can see it like a chessboard in your brain, and you're able to pick apart what you need.
Well, the most important part of this game in particular is that Shopify Rebellion have booked their spot in playoffs. They are through to phase 2. However, now things get spicy. G2 currently setting up on the other side of the booth. They go head-to-head with FAZE. This is an elimination game. It's one you don't want to miss, but I will say the irony of us talking about Canadian is that he has a very big brain, and there's no better way to break this game down than with our masterminds.
Eu faria uma rotação aqui, né, no close, obviamente. Faria uma rotação aqui. Faria pixies aqui. Eu faria pixies verticais de cima para baixo aqui, para marcar luz. Certo. Aquele da bomba da cozinha. E o do troféu, e o do troféu não, do tapete e o do portal. É que fica muito grande, né? Mas eu posso colocar pixel vertical aqui. Aí, meluze, eu colocaria uma meluze aqui no piano. Eu colocaria uma aqui fora. Eu colocaria uma no portal. E eu colocaria outra no solário.
Cara, vai ser um cara no janelão. Vou botar uma Ing na porta do CEO. Vou botar um Black pra embalar solário. Um Blitz pra pular a banheira. E um cara de 4-1 na Bíblia, que vai jogar solo.
Na minha visão, esse cara tá morto, esse cara não consegue fazer nada por causa do vigil, esse cara morre de baixo, esse cara vai avançar aqui, e aí, enfim, não sei, vai ser essa troca aqui, né? Esse cara não consegue avançar.
Aí fodeu pra mim, então.
Aí desenrola, mano.
Aí não tem o que fazer, pai. Tomei pique, tomei marcando de baixo, tomei counter no CEO, aí perdi a rodada.
Mas o que você faria se você soubesse que eu defenderia assim? Tipo, você traria a Ing pra cá, talvez virar uma Ing pra piano.
E aí, no caso também, se eu soubesse, por exemplo, que a Solis ia picar, tiraria o cara do janelão, botaria pra ele somar no rapel Tesla ali junto com o Black pra ele conseguir embalar. Mas acho que seria isso, mas a minha principal ideia era a primeira, né, no caso.
Sim. Cara, sendo sincero, eu acho que é uns 50-50, né? Pra ser um draw, empate.
Porque dependendo também, se eu faço ela muito rápido, eu poderia surpreender vocês. Tipo.
Exato. Se você pula aqui rápido, esse cara entra com dorme posicionado,
sim.
Já esse cara já morre, tá ligado? Ou tipo, você domina o piano rápido, aí não tem como ajudar por aqui, porque esse cara do janelão mata, aí é o cara da moreta, trocação do ataque.
I feel like that's FAZE.
Ok, so, FAZE winner, bro.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the reinforcements first. So the vault hatch,
do the stock hatch. The red hatch is open.
Yeah.
We're gonna be playing a Tubarão, a Goyo,
Elevator.
E1 with the E1 hatch open. Most attackers, they're gonna take the top floor. They're gonna open up the stock hatch, open up the Janny hatch. He can use some Tubarãos to stop at hatch if he wants. Most likely just gonna shoot a couple drones.
The Grim is gonna clear from janitor. Oh, gonna clear from top square with the drone from BB. He's gonna stay outside open and he's gonna drone upstairs. Basically, the BB is gonna jump in first to call the attention of the Tubarão, and the Grim drops after that. And after we kind of wait out the smokes, like we keep baiting. Where are the smokes? Once the guy doesn't have smokes, or maybe on the off timing on one of his smokes. So that's why I'm gonna call a frag execute here, especially with the glass here. We're gonna put the glass going back on garage there. The BB is gonna play alone here. He's gonna dash through and try to make a plant either on the bomb or depending whether if they still goes or even just no plant and just play for kill. And then these guys just gonna hold the cross here, and these guys gonna obviously try to take the 2v1. But I think realistically, it's a solid attack.
If smoke did die, we'd have a BP garage just holding the glass. Hopefully our garage guy didn't get caught playing on the right side. You know, he's more on the ramp and he could just help sight. So it would just mainly come down to the backside trades. Yeah, I mean, if we kill those guys, the bomb's down, it doesn't really matter if they have the back.
Well, I mean, we still have the same positions, but actually focus on the plants, where the guy would be on the side hatch, obviously holding. We have the guy says still, and the guy still goes garage, and maybe this guy just baits sweet things that he held down. He baits everything here, back sides, and we focus on getting the bomb down.
I'm gonna give it to the attack.
Yeah. I mean, when you've got that for his hands, it's a team secret cut.
Hello, I'm Benji Master, and I'm a player from SSG. And this is like finish this sentence. Right now, the best Essex team is probably have to be Furia, since they just beat Falcons. If I win the SI 2026, then I will have 2 SIs. The best map in Essex is probably maybe Chalet, I would say, or Villa for Ranked. The most underrated player is probably, I'm just gonna go with Philippox, even though he's highly rated, but like, he's good.
What's up, it's Ambi, and I'm gonna test if I know the difference between Handy and Nade. This is, looks like Copenhagen from the monitors, so that is Nade. Handy. That's Handy. All right, don't know that. All right, not off to a good start. This is Nade. Yep, that is Nade from W7M when they won invite. Yep, got that one. Oh, brother, this is where it gets tough. I have no idea. I'm Handy. Nade. I mean, like, I don't even like, they look like they're identical. It's just shocked. This is Handy from this is Handy, 100%. Yeah, that's Handy from FAZE and then one SI in Boston. Got that one. I think this is Nade, Furia. Nope, it's freaking Handy from Boston again. This is just shocked. This is just impossible, I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest. They look literally identical. I have no idea.
Oh my God, Rob? Rob, oh my God, I'm a big fan of yours. Can I please get your signature? Oh my God, who is that? Can I please have your signature? Who is this?
This is a very well-dressed, handsome young man. Can I use your forehead real quick?
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that.
Plenty of room there.
Yeah, there is, mate.
So can you tell us a little bit more about this photo?
So I actually went on a trip with my old man to Las Vegas. This is before I turned 21. This is 10 years ago.
That is not you.
That is unfortunately.
Shut up, no way.
Yeah, that's back when I used to have a hairline. I can't believe you've done this to me. Wow. That is fucking shocking.
You were so gorgeous. What happened?
Oh no. This is why it's worth so much.
honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Okay. God damn. That looks like it is going to be one you don't want to miss, Ollie.
We're getting teased again. I got teased by this promo yesterday. I just want to see it. I sat next to Nick all day in the green room, and he still won't tell me what happened.
He is being very secretive about it, to be fair. But I think the irony that we now have G2 playing, and they are honestly in one of the most interesting positions I think we've found, especially for this SI. They are currently in elimination. Now, can that change? That's the big question. Going into today, we saw the players talking about it online. All things considered, close games, yeah, sure, but it's G2. They shouldn't be in close games. I think the thing that maybe Doki isn't really alluding to is the fact that they are in a very strong group. This was a hectic group. We said right from the start, Group C. That is dangerous, but it's said right there, Ollie. They've got to be a different team today.
And I think you can read between the lines a little bit that tweet and recognise that they know that they shouldn't be in that position. They don't want to be in that position, and they know that they can play better, but they need to find that difference on the main stage, because without it, they're going to be going home.
Now, they may be an elimination point now, but it doesn't mean that they will stay there. I'm going to simplify this as best that I can. It's all about G2's map loss today. 0 maps lost means they win 2-0. They will finish third because they have the head-to-head against E+. Then if you look at it again and they lose 1 map, doesn't matter because they will then go into fourth. However, a 0-2 result, a flat-out loss, I mean any loss, sees them adios amigos. It's unfortunate for them. No more G2 at SI26.
We didn't think we'd be here talking about it. And not only do they have the pressure of SI, they have the pressure of going up against FAZE, the elimination pressure, but there's also a little bit of a rivalry. It comes down to G2. People commonly say that Alemão underperforms when it comes to going up against Brazilian teams, and they find themselves up against a Brazilian team.
It's scary. It is really scary. Speaking of the Brazilian team, you know, just a casual team, hammer lifting, current world champions. How does it get any bigger than this?
I feel terrible for FaZe in this matchup, you know, because we're coming in on this desk so focused on G2. The last time G2 got grouped was Manchester, so it's a very big deal that we find them in this position. FaZe, well, all they've done is top the group. All they've done is get 4 7-1 wins. What else can we say about this side? They are so unpredictable. I just don't understand how this team does so well despite the fact that they are terrible on the entry. Terrible on the entry, terrible on that opening kill trade, but it doesn't seem to matter because they have just got that heart, they've got that depth.
They have the fundamentals down. They understand how the end round is going to look. They're very objective focused, so despite their abysmal stats on the entry and the entry trades, they understand that it's not for nothing. They're going to be able to convert it into a round win regardless.
Now, obviously, FaZe, massive team, but G2, this is an unprecedented moment here, especially for SI26. This is not a moment you would want to find yourselves in, but when you look at the names on this roster, it is just crazy that we find ourselves on day 5 of Phase 1 facing elimination.
And especially with the way that this roster's been building, right? You don't look at this team now and worry about them getting grouped typically. Obviously, we're worried about it now because we know what's in front of us. But if you'd have asked people 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, do you think G2 are going to get grouped to SI? There would be a very clear no to that answer. But something isn't clicking on the team at the moment. They've got the talent, they've got the ability, they're just not using it in the right ways.
They're at a boiling point. I mean, we have to talk about G2 as a whole when it comes to their legacy and where they've gotten to. It's all built around Alemão, built around the leader. And G2 right now have not been able to find success. And you look to new players, you look to the new generation. And Stompin has proven this year that he is in capable hands of holding G2. And that's something that we need to see. Everything from start to finish of G2 has just been Alemão's successor, being able to create, adapt. But we've seen the attack style, the defensive style, has not been working. Being too spread out, too many star players left alone that can't get any help from one another. And they need to be able to transition that to specifically helping Stompin. If we can have more of a focus on drones behind him, assistance for this new rookie that could lead G2 to lifting more trophies, we might see a more successful G2, a G2 that's not in an elimination seed.
Now, it's not stomping or nothing, right? Like, they've got phenomenal players on their team. One that stands out that might be, I guess, hidden in the background, maybe not vocally speaking, is Doki. Doki is one of those players that has time and time again been a phenomenal player. What are your thoughts on him at the moment, Fox?
I mean, he's so consistent. He's always been the backbone for G2 as a whole. Even when I was a player, people look at the players like Alamau, like Stompin, but Doki's always been the one constant, the player that you never understand where he's going to be coming from. He's so adaptive, so flexible, and he can do a lot of it on his own, and he has been the biggest reason as to why G2's legacy since he's joined the team has been so frivolous.
Teams need a rock, and we often try and focus and highlight the rock because they're often doing a dirty job. They often don't get the most amount of praise, and in this case, Doki is G2's rock. He is that consistent player right through, all the way back, looking toward Munich now, looking towards where we are at SI. There's not a lot of difference between the stats, so there's the consistency there, but they need to find it elsewhere.
They certainly do, and this is not a rivalry that is new or fresh by any means. This goes back to some time. G2 and FaZe have seen this time and time again.
Yeah, G2 has an edge on FaZe, and hopefully we'll be able, for G2's sake, to be able to continue that run. But that being said, the last time where G2 faced FaZe in an event that mattered was EWC, and they eliminated FaZe from the tournament, and Stompin was the MVP himself. So we find ourselves here in Paris with everything on the line for G2, hoping that they'll be able to make and replicate that win.
Looking at this now, obviously we need a battleground. We need a place to set this, because ultimately FaZe, they've topped their group. They're good, they're chilling. But G2, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for this one. As we head to the vetoes, do you have an idea?
Well, we're going to see some maps that we've not seen yet. That much is for certain. And the reason for that is, why not? There's no point leaving it on the table, is that you need to be playing everything that you've got now. So we're going to see the new map in Fortress. That is a pick for G2. And then Lair comes out for that FaZe clan pick of their own, and a big old decider on Border. I just hope we get to Border at this point. I'm here for the ride.
I hope so too. I mean, we can now eliminate that conversation if G2 loses that they were saving strats for Invite, because we are finally here. They finally have everything on the line to be able to force these new maps out, and we love seeing a brand new Fortress, and it's going to work perfectly well because we have one very aggressive team, very sporadic team against arguably the most consistent, slow-paced team in FaZe. And that being said, Fortress hasn't really found a meta just yet, so it's anybody's game when it comes to it. It's the easiest, even playing ground that we could have for a map pick.
I mean, opening up to Lair as well, I'm going to really be keeping my eyes on that second map. I feel as though at the moment when G2 are in the position that they are, it's all stops.
They can't afford to do anything but to put the foot down, can they? They have to keep going. They have to forget what happened yesterday, reset that mental, and look at this afresh. I think it's a benefit that we're going to Fortress for them, because we've not seen them play that yet. And of course, it's a benefit that we're going to Lair. Lair is a map that both of these two teams like. Usually when you've got a map that both teams like, it leads you into that third.
I'm a big believer that we're going to see a full 3 maps, because Fortress, when we talk about G2 being unpredictable, being very rugged, being able to have players that can lock down positions individually, the sporadic playstyle, that fits into their nature. Going onto a map like Lair, that fits into FaZe's nature, being a lot slower paced, having to use those shields, having to take position by a position. That's where G2 will be tested. That's where the G2 that lost to Black Dragons will be tested on a map like Lair. Can we figure out how to not give individual kills? Can we focus on the trade ability and being able to play defensively for the objective? And we'll have to see if G2 has learned anything from that loss yesterday.
A test that I'm interested in is, can Alamau stand up to the test of playing up against a Brazilian team? It is something that we've spoken about a couple of times. It used to be more of a talking point. It has died off recently. It did seem to try and get a handle of that. And there's some individuals in particular that it seems to be a little bit more prevalent against. But that's, for me, what I'm looking at in this, because there was a bit of a wobble yesterday against Black Dragons, another Brazilian team. Now they're going up against FaZe, one of the best, if not the best current Brazilian team. There's always that little bit of a dynamic, isn't there?
No, absolutely. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because yes, it is a thing amongst the competitive community that Alamau has a little bit more difficulty going up against Brazilian teams, and especially going up against a team like FaZe that is so flexible heavy. And that's something that we'll have to see if Alamau can be able to break every stigma around him to lead G2 to a victory.
This is a monumental match in the context of 2026. This is to conclude your entire year that you have competed for, and G2 are staring right down the barrel of elimination. I couldn't think of two better commentators to bring you all the action than my personal beloved brothers, Jason Oxvenditti and my big boy Michael Guzgari. How we doing, boys?
Doing good, Rob. We've got a big game, obviously. G2 FaZe. Who would have thought it is going to be this predicament, though, Rob? That's the thing. We thought this was going to be a battle for top spot. In the end, it's a battle for survival, and that's the scary thought for G2.
Is it too much to say that this could be the biggest game of 2026 so far? When you think about how stacked this lobby is, how big the stakes are.
Oh, look at that prediction.
This is so close.
So split for FaZe, not a lot to play for, locked into the top spot already for G2. They must win, they must defeat the reigning SI champions to progress to the playoffs. Wow. The moment has arrived, and I'm sure we've all been waiting. FaZe Clan, G2, the final game of group stage, and for G2, it could be their last.
I cannot wait to watch this match simmer away. For FaZe Clan, of course, they are locked in first place. This match does not change that result, but they could enter the playoffs with the scalp of G2, and that is a title that many teams would love to claim. We have to go all the way back to Manchester, the last time G2 were grouped at an S-tier event in the main circuit. They will be eager to escape that fate, but of course, they need a win against the reigning champs.
We head to Fortress for this first map. The Bands, Kaid, and Bandit, along with the Monty and Grim. FaZe Clan played Fortress yesterday against D+. They won at 7-5, so that was actually rather close. G2, they've never played it, but they've also never banned it. If you want to add the little asterisk there, it's an important comment to make because it does suggest that they're more than comfortable, fine to go to Fortress. We'll put that to the test now. This is the map pick of FaZe. And again, to reiterate, G2 don't have to win 2-0. A 2-1 is more than fine.
Yeah. They'll be looking to play themselves into this series as best as possibly can.
They do have to win,
10
though.
seconds to go.
Yes. One map's not going to do it. Not going to cut it. Begin defense, Fortress.
5 seconds left before
It is
insertion.
by far and away the most defender-sided map so far at Six Invitational. Surprisingly, it's actually started to rise up the ranks in maps played as well. I believe this will be the 8th time now that we've seen Fortress. They're starting to just slowly make its way into the map pools of teams. As we begin FaZe on the attack, Cyber on the Deimos is going to be so critical. Finding information with those death marks. Later on, Souls on the Ying as well with those Candelas for the eventual execute alongside Vidiking on the Blackbeard. Let's not get it twisted. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Full-blown, best of 3, win and you're in for G2. It starts now in the opening round, but it's all not won and lost in this opening round.
Command Office Bathroom, first side of choice for G2. It's had the highest pick rate of all 4 objectives on Fortress across the 7 times it's been played so far here in Paris. In those 32 rounds, the attacking win rate has been 37.5%. FaZe, of course, with a reputation, and numbers reflect that, of being a slow build-up team.
14th for entry time, FaZe. In contrast, G2, when they're on the attack, 4th fastest, and we saw a lot of that yesterday. Here we go at the window. Cyber, can he make first contact? And Dallas in early as well from Souls. And it's causing movement on the defense, but Moira is the one to find the early kill onto KDS. Souls straight in through top stairs. And it's a trade back and forth between both teams, evenly now matched at 3 versus 3. 1 gas babe left for Alamau.
Clean from Stompin, stalled out that push a little bit. Netted a kill.
What a swing though from Blaz. And all 3 do connect for 1 apiece as G2 will get the opening round. Slow-paced, steady attack from FaZe doesn't quite work. G2 were ready for the push. They were able to counterpunch perfectly. In the end, the trio for G2 get it done. There's your opening round on defense. Good way to shake off the cobwebs.
Absolutely. FaZe are the #1 attacking team at the event so far. #3 on defense. That's relevant for the second half. And backtracking a little bit in terms of the opening kill discussion, yes, one of the slower teams, but also one of the most unsuccessful in netting opening kills. Again, despite being 1 on attack, 3 on defense, they are number 18 out of 20 in the opening kill department. Funnily enough, though, when they get that opening kill, when they get that opportunity, they are the best team at the event for conversion. So if they can just uptick the opening kill stat a little bit, find a little more success in the early round, that could be a telling metric in this match.
Yeah, but that opening kill metric is the strength of G2. They're first in that, right? So like that's hard to overcome that. So for FaZe, it's just going to be a matter of can they get the trades, can they bring it back to these 3v3s, etc., like they kind of did in that last round.
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
We're head to waiting in Cafe, which, by the way, this is actually the site that you want to be on for defense. 71% defensive win rate on this first floor site of Fortress at Six Invitational. 3 nitros for G2. Toki will go on the Thorn, and as we've also progressed through this tournament, Thorn just continues to rise in pick rate. Those Razor Blooms continue to make a big impact.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of chatter on this particular site. Is it favored to be extending up above and playing for below, or instead playing for area denial instead? Because playing top floor, it's quite challenging to peel back towards the objective, tricky to hold, and a little bit easier for the attack to maybe cut off those rotations. So it looks like G2 opting for that ladder strategy with the Tachanka and the smoke. They can stall out space. They have traps for Doki as well. Blue can gather info, and Stompin can look to anchor on that Warden. As expected, FaZe do take that space again, vacated by G2, focusing their efforts directly on that objective. I mean, I say that horizontal spread actually quite wide from G2 currently. And FaZe, I'm sure, will be eager to try and maybe cut 1 or 2 of these players off. In the meantime, Doki, he snuck over towards Museum as well, so there is some second floor pressure. But speaking of pressure, Cyber, what a shot.
What a shot from Cyber, pushing down main stairs. Clean headshot, got them the opening kill. Recall back to the stat you brought up, 82% conversion first. When FaZe get the opening pick, oh, another one from Cyber. Shuts down Stompin. 3 for him so far in this game already. With Souls getting rid of Doki, it's only Alamau and Blaz in a 2v4. Deathmark activated from Cyber onto Alamau. 1 HP towards Infirmary. Gets the elimination onto Handy, so converts that kill. Here comes the dinner plate though from Blaz. Up close, can he get the swing kill? No, KDS. Quick reaction. Away from the Razor Bloom as well after finding that pick onto Blaz. And only Alamau, low health, against some old friends from Brazil. Push in. Gets rid of Cyber. Shoots him in the back. And it is a split for KDS and Souls. Souls just outside the bomb site in the main hallway, and KDS is the one that finds the angle. FaZe on the board, and they take the best defensive site on the attack. Big statement from FaZe.
And a really good highlight of this team's ability to snowball advantage. Cyber, great work on that front line. Lands his shots, pushing forward, creating space. Doki's impact on the flank was nullified. There's a replay of that initial shot. Laura gets sent to the Shadow Realm. Stompin tries to make a play back, understandably so, but also shut down. FaZe were patient. They're such a suffocating team to play against. You always feel like you're having to second guess making plays. It's
got to
one of
stay
their
disciplined.
big strengths. Exactly.
You've just got to trust the process. You know that FaZe are going to creep, slow push. They're not going to go for rushes all that often. It's rare. Back in the process, you've done the prep work. You know that how FaZe like to play. No matter how much you know how FaZe like to play, it's another thing in dealing with it. The reigning champions for a reason.
This entire match is about G2. Can they hold their nerve? Can they turn pressure into diamonds? That is the key storyline in this matchup, and it has been a talking point for years. Can this roster withstand pressure?
Yeah, and the pressure's at the highest point right now, facing elimination, and not just elimination, but getting grouped. All things considered, it's one thing to go out maybe early in playoffs. It's a whole nother thing for such a top roster to get grouped. Long ways to go, but a good start now for FaZe, finding that early attacking round on a very difficult bomb site. We now go games dorms.
Reloading.
As we'll bring the Tachanka once again. Similar lineup across the 3 sites here from G2, so keeping it rather compact with their operator selections, not messing around too much, wanting to keep it pretty default, clinical. See the IQ for the first time now from Handy. And drone work on Fortress is going to be so important as teams become accustomed to the map and where positions are and what gets played. Doki's made first contact at the window. Good early contact from Doki. Wanted the pressure, went towards it, and found the kill onto the Deimos. That's a big pick for G2. Doki is the standout for this roster so far. He's in the top 10 for EPS performers. They're going to win this series. They need Doki to play well. He does get traded by Handy eventually. We end up in that 3v3 situation again, like we were in that opening round. This is fine if you're G2.
And this is Stompman's time to shine. Being pinched. Dodges the frag grenade, unable to escape unscathed.
But that's good clear now for FaZe, because they can take the space. Left behind by Stompin. Andy's just maintained over towards Museum, holding his position. Souls will probably have to go back out and get that diffuser on the floor at the moment. Still loads of time remaining, despite the fact that FaZe might not be the fastest of teams.
The diffuser.
They use their time well. They are a very good time management roster.
And their drone economy management this round as well. Rather strong. They still have information available to flick around in the last minute of the round to try and identify where these defenders may be anchoring down.
LML slips from tower back into games, but KDS is making his way towards this exact location. Now, LML still has a gas bait in pocket. KDS opening up more entry positions. Stompin' gets tagged up. I think that might have been from Handy, who has now rotated off of that position. They want to try and play through KDS's entry. He is hesitant. Can Loira find a way to get involved here? He's just rotated back towards site. He's full health. And with that DMR, he can make a big impact and does do just that. Here comes the Demon. KDS caught towards Storms. Soul still outside. Does get the kill onto Stompin', but the Demon will activate, comes in clutch towards the end of the round to find 2 crucial kills with that DMR.
Yeah, the first one, massive onto Handy. He had a key position, cutting that site in half and making it so challenging to deny the plant. There was a lack of plant denial utility available there for G2 late round. Gunfights, one of their better win conditions. They back themselves in, land their shots, keeping FaZe on their toes, and they lead at the conclusion of that first rotation. The additional bans in play, or I suppose taken out of play, Warden, Ying, they'll nullify.
Just nullifying each other. The Warden was played once back in the second round, and the Ying played once back in the first round as we go to the highlights.
But you look at G2. No smokes, no nitros. If KDS can creep forward, try and plant, he has that coverage. G2 would have had to charge forward, try and deny plant. They're also contesting outside breach. But by winning that first fight and applying the pressure to FaZe, it broke down.
Loira with a 3K multi-kill round as G2 retake the lead. 1 round at a time mentality for G2 in this series. 2 of the 3 opening kills, all 3 have now been converted. And the difference in that particular round compared to the first 2 was actually Doki getting that early kill at the window. He creates the opportunity for G2 being a bit more active on the defense, denying that window position for FaZe. Also wanted to get more into the face of FaZe rather than allowing them to slowly enter the map, slowly set themselves up. He disrupts that attack by finding that early kill onto Cyber. And that also then eliminated the Deimos from the picture.
Back to bathroom we go. And the Ying ban likely prompting the pivot here from FaZe. They'll bring the Blitz into play. That's comparable to the Blackbeard that they did pick previously, but the Glaz, for me, very intriguing. Can be used to try and gain space in some of these exit fights, especially. Again, as well, Warden banned out, but is also prompting this particular selection, and it makes those contesting the fringe of the map potentially in awkward positions. You think about maybe Stomp and Horse again, for example. If you post up the Glaz there and he's able to push forward, self-sufficient with his smokes, that could be an intriguing battle, but there's a couple of other particular positions as well that G2 may find increasingly challenging to contest.
Ying is, by the way, one of the more played operators for FaZe. It's in their top 3 operator selectors. And so that ban takes that away from them. They shift over to the shield op now with the blitz. Not quite as much their forte. Really want to see G2, though, feel confident enough to keep wanting to take these fights against FaZe. We've gone back to command bathroom, by the way, as we see it for the second time. Back in the first round, was won by G2 rather comfortably. The roll tower now for Vidiking, clearing on out with this blitz. But no one close by from G2.
Yeah, pretty aggressive peel back closer towards site for the defense. Cyber to lead the charge. So he'll go games on this particular occasion, then look to maybe push the likes of Doki out of his position courtyard. Alamau as well playing a trade from that particular portion of the map. And then KDS will post up. So he'll be the one to likely contest. Pause through to cannon, etc. Under fire.
Doki's going to be one to watch here over towards courtyard. He just got tagged up as well. So he's going to be, again, the one that wants to try and make the early contact for G2 on the defense. Try and draw some of the attention away of these attackers from sight to him. Especially playing that Thorn, bait them into the Razor Blooms. And this Thomper, that gets rid of Handy. Pushing back into bathroom. He's now safe. Oh, never mind. FaZe have got the angle. Creating pressure around the site now for FaZe. Trying to get Cyber into a position with this Glaz where he can have the most impact. The blitz, a nuisance there for Doki, but they've got the numbers. They got rid of Cyber, so they've dealt with this Glaz. A big piece of attacking power off the board now for FaZe is G2 starting to really shred this attack of FaZe. Pistol out doesn't matter because Blaz is just hitting headshot after headshot. 2 for him in the round. It's only Souls that's left. This should be a third for G2. Don't forget, this is the map pick of FaZe. So far, a perfect start for G2. It's a red time for Souls. 3 players left standing. No time as Laura pops back up. He gets the kill. It's a 3-1 lead for G2.
That's exactly right. Doki stealing the words out of my mouth. FaZe go for the wave push. They go for the map clear. Nothing wrong with that. A rather simplified attack, especially on a newer map of the pool. But they don't extract value from the utility. The Glaz was key in that round, the smokes. They had to try and find some more value. G2 did a phenomenal job in not feeding into the win conditions that FaZe were trying to force. And it's a discussion point that got brought up earlier, right? Discipline, discipline, discipline. Don't give FaZe any opportunities. You have to essentially give them 0 chances to find kills back, especially through the mid-round. And they've done that phenomenally there in round number 4.
They'll be pretty happy with their start so far, but again, it is defend-decided, this map. But G2 is also an incredibly potent attacking team themselves, but no better than FaZe. FaZe, the best team at SI so far, with a 63% attacker win rate. Sometimes, though, it's just mapped in.
10 seconds left.
We go back to waiting in Cafe. This is a site that should be strong for G2. Couldn't quite win it last time. That was the one round that FaZe was successful.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb
4 straight
and
open and
defuse
kill conversions is setting the tone here on Fortress. You get that pick, such a big advantage.
Loira.
Oh my god! Oh, KDS, that's a sharp shot. I thought Loira was the one in maybe the better position to find that kill through the window, but KDS was ready.
Setting up a sequential breach.
And on LAN as well. Great start for FaZe. We'll see if that open and kill conversion continues. It's a strength of theirs as well. But this will really put G2 to the test.
Golden opportunity for FaZe to find 2 attacking rounds on Fortress. Newest map in the pool, naturally tilting very hard towards defense here at SI so far. They've afforded themselves control up above. They have the ramp convert, and they'll now be able to pressure down in towards the objective. Flush G2 out, force the scatter effect down below in towards site, weakening this defense.
No one above either for G2, so full top floor control for FaZe. They've brought the ramps with the Boogie Auto Breach. It can open up some sight lines, play the vert. In fairness though, where a lot of that vertical is being opened up, for G2 there's no one really directly below it. but it still creates that presence later on in the round as G2 members are forced out of those more safe positions and FaZe then still keeps someone above. That's when the threat will really come.
King finding a couple of key pieces of information here. Spotted Dorm, spotted Soda. He's relaying that to the rest of the team. And FaZe will be eager to action. Hard breach now in towards site. So the pressure is mounting bit by bit against G2.
I mean, they're just waiting really into the final minute and saying, okay, well, we've got our set positions, got to win your ones. And then create maybe a 2v1 here against Handy. He's just kind of sitting back though towards Music. We'll look to push forward. Big pick from Cyber. Doki. And they get the guard break here onto King. This is just bullying though from King. Nowhere to go for Doki. Shot in the back in the end by the pistol of the Blitz. Alamount stomping. Need to play the time. There's 30 seconds left. Can they delay? Win their fight. Desperately needed. The Stompin wins the battle over towards Gun. King is low health on that Blitz with the case in pocket. Making his way now in towards waiting. Side control is there for FaZe. But Alamount close by can still look to try and deny this plant. Needs to get help from Stompin. Plant to go down from King. Need to deny this so there's no vert play later in this round. All three members of FaZe though are on this first floor. Vault over from Stompin, but right in your face is that Blitz of King. But he keeps the shield up, doesn't go for the pistol, and in the end will get punished. Stompin's found 2 in the round. As we enter the post play now, it's shotgun time for Stompin, but it's Handy with the headshot, and Alamount now has this 1v1 opportunity. The flashes to ring out, Alamount's full white, Handy stays alive, shotgun out from Alamount, and he can't land it. Handy's so good! Wins the clutch for FaZe against Alamount.
2-3, the scoreline. FaZe just convert. Alamount given an opportunity, but unable to convert.
What was that, 2v4 at one point, I believe, towards the end of the round? This was the start, by the way. Just what a shot from KDS.
The drive-by. Love this push forward from King. Got a lot of value from the Blitz in the last minute of the round. FaZe then poised themselves. A great flame from Souls as well. Really constricting Alamount and Stompin. Prevented them from denying the plant. The retake attempt was phenomenal.
Just needed to land one shot onto Handy.
Oh, he just holds his nerve.
He's so good.
One of his massive strengths.
One of the best players in the world is Handy. Back-to-back SI Grand Finals for a reason.
Attackers have
Final
discovered
round
the
of the
location
half.
of a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion.
While it's not must-win for G2, it goes a long way on a very defender-sided map. You want 4. They need 4.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
FaZe are more than happy with how things are working out in regards to the Blitz usage. They'll bring it again through King and the Glaz. This time, though, played by Souls rather than Cyber. So a switch-up in personnel. The operator pool, though, for G2, by the way, has been very similar across all sides. Thorn 5 times, Smoke 6 times, Azami 4 times. Aruni's been played every round but 1. Tachanka's been a couple. It's very similar operators here from G2. Doesn't matter the site.
4 Deathmark targets available here for Cyber, who's been looking to get very active as a frontline Deimos. Handy to resume the role of Twitch in this particular round. Seeking out information, and he can deal with that if required. Also just leading the way to allow Cyber to take this space and can then be a threat on the first floor. All eyes on Glaz though. We didn't see it be particularly impactful last time out from FaZe. Once the Warden was banned out, G2 didn't play into its hands positionally. They were great and were disciplined. Maybe FaZe can force a little bit more pressure here.
Oh, pressure on Blaz towards Old Tower. Alamount also getting targeted by the Deimos, so they're trying to go for this push through tower. King as well with the push through, gets the kill onto Alamount. Wonderful aggression from FaZe. They switch the tempo, catching Alamount off guard. And there wasn't a lot that Blaz could do because he got U-killed off. He was in a position to try and help Alamount. Once he got forced back, Alamount's on an island. And they just keep on pushing. This is the strength of FaZe when they're at their best. Not a lot that G2 could do in that round. Perfect utility usage from FaZe. Round's not done yet. Oh, never mind, it is. There was a frag grenade kill as well, actually, involved at the end. 3-3 at the half. FaZe will be very happy with that first half.
Yeah, we saw Blitz 3 rounds in a row from 4 through 6. And as we could see there on the last 2 occasions, it was highly influential. A good work from Vidaking. A 3-3 scoreline. It pitches FaZe as being in a very, very formidable position now.
Not a guarantee by any means. So we go through the bans as we head into the second half. Monty Blitz and Kaid Bandit.
It's a double shield, double electrification. We free up hard breach, but of course strip away that shield usage a little bit. As we look back at that previous round, as Vidaking charged forward, and G2 unfortunately couldn't produce much to stop it.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for
They got
Flyers.
absolutely crunched. Really nice attack.
Cool, calm, and collected for FaZe. Again, nothing to gain from this match other than the satisfaction of sending G2 home. And also continuing to build form heading into playoffs.
They're playing to win.
As a top seed, and I guess you could even argue now maybe the favorite for the Hammer, considering who's topped the respective groups thus far, the
5 seconds remaining.
historic nature of this roster. Could they make it 3 straight SI appearances?
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Grand final appearances.
Well, the emphasis on the grand final, I would have thought is, yeah, I should have mentioned that.
You're right, again. Number 1 attack, number 3 defense. Going to top their group. On paper, I think objectively they are the favorite at this point in time. But a long way to go, and I'm sure the playoffs are going to throw up potentially more curveballs than even the group stage did.
As they always do.
This round though, faster we go. Round 7, we saw Vidaking hide the clash. So we'll see how G2 adjust to deal with that. A shield of their own in play, the only one left, Blackbeard. If you discount the fuse. Deimos also to be selected. 5 death marks available, so reflecting some good prep / early round drone work from G2.
Tracker on the prowl. Got eyes on him.
Don't keep pushing in through lobby. Now, it's got no horizontal pressure, so Doki can kind of play for free. I mean, yeah, there is the clash towards town stairs. KDS has got rid of Lawyer, but also himself. Oh, wow, the clash. It's almost like it just sucked in Doki pressure-wise and said, come to me. And he's got some friends. An easy kill onto the Deimos. And suddenly this attack for G2, who have wanted to bring pace to begin this second half, is just non-existent. FaZe with the trump card, the clash having an impact. KDS found a kill early on, including himself. Just so much firepower from the defense that G2 were not ready for. FaZe will take the lead for the first time on this map, unless Stompen pulls off a 1v4, which he cannot. Easy kill in the end for Souls.
A lockdown defense from FaZe to kick-start the half and perhaps setting the stage for what could be quite a dominant second half. They've looked really strong here on Fortress. They've looked confident. They have a pretty direct game plan. G2 need to find another gear, and still not convinced they can find that here on the opening map.
Yeah, unfortunately for Doki, just overextended. Difficult to push up there, left side hallway, but then also the close right side. You got the clash in your face. FaZe looking very comfortable here on Fortress. Not to remember, this is the very first time that we've seen G2 play this map. In fairness, FaZe have also only played it once prior to this, which was yesterday against D+, a 7-5 result.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Switch up from G2 onto double primary hard breach for the following round.
The mighty Deimos brought to his knees.
Game Storms for the 8th round. FaZe in the lead for the first time on their map pick. Clash once again. I know that GT like to play fast on their attack, but maybe a map like Fortress is just naturally going to have to slow them down, take their time, play more into the drone game, gain more information, communicate. Not really the kind of map where you're just going to be able to run around and try and take isolated fights. It's all very horizontal, spread, compact defense around the site. Not really too many vert battles either, where you can kind of split, you know, where you have a 2-3 split, two below, 3 above. Fiber on the Mozzie is the only one that is offering something on the first floor for FaZe.
Nitro.
Dressel pre-placed.
So Vidikid can play that from the safety of Clash and then relay that information back. Could be quite a spicy way to open up the account for FaZe. Some Grim utility to create a little bit of space, and Hardbreach getting to work now from G2.
As Doki makes his way to second floor, by the way, it means that Cyber's presence is probably not noticed.
Nitro doesn't land, mind you, was used.
That obstacle clear for G2. Push forward, Doki. Again, it's the Clash. Throws the frag grenade. Wants to just keep on moving. Take some space here for the attack. But he's going to go down. Cyber has lost his life to Stompin. Is there a world in which they can safely retrieve Doki, protect the President, get him back alive? Needs to keep on crawling to safety. You have Stompin on the Blackbeard that can keep that shield up, and they will get the revive onto Doki. They've got the player advantage. But how are they going to get past this Clash?
Yeah, Vidiking holding strong, doesn't want to back down too quickly. Sensing that time is now potentially slowly becoming a problem for G2. 45 seconds on the clock.
Slowly but surely, FaZe are getting pushed back to Dawn's games. They're now basically playing sight, all 4 of them. They're slipping in and out of positions, keeping G2 on their toes. Stompin with a big responsibility here on the Blackbeard to try and push in, take space. Others then must follow in behind. Needs to be careful to not get that shield guard broken. Nicely done. Stompin got the close angle fight one against Handy. Pistol shot for KDS from the floor. No go. Souls goes down. G2, that's far more clinical. Solid team play from G2. Didn't panic when Doki went down. Took their time, got the revive. Hit some good shots. Tied once again. 4-4.
Yeah, great flood. Able to exploit one of the weaknesses of Dorm's games being that for actual on-site play, limited areas for the defense to really post up and anchor. We could see as the push came through how open that defense was, so little position to play.
You feel very hemmed in.
Once you lose that utility when you're fighting the early chokes, which we saw, it leaves you so vulnerable to trades late round. And so G2, with a really good flood, were able to exploit that.
They needed that one because FaZe had rattled off 3 straight rounds. 2 to close the first half, 1 to start the third. And it also gives G2 a confidence booster because they've now got an attacking round on the board already. So now at least they know they can successfully do well on the attack. Waiting in Cafe for the 9th round. Now this site in particular was not won at all by G2 on the defense. Tried it twice, FaZe were able to take it twice. But coming into this game,
reloading.
Well, that was the site in which teams did struggle with on the attack. Ooh, oh, and Souls though. At the 2-minute 45 mark, he's just found 2. The round is over. Within 30 seconds, 4 players of G2 are dead already. Blaz is the only one left. And the smartest option right now is maybe to just soak up the clock. An impromptu tactical timeout. Well, he takes the free kill against Vidiking sitting at the window. Does have 2 adrenal surges, make that 1, but it's not really going to get his health fully all the way back up. Just maybe above half. Dynamic start to the round though for FaZe as G2 just get completely caught off guard.
Yeah, Souls over towards Tamam, seemingly unaccounted for. They had a preset line of sight. First kill was pretty straightforward. The second was a nice flick.
A nothing round, though, for G2, which is what you can't afford.
Yeah.
Just kind of giving one back for free. Didn't even get to test the site. Didn't even get to test FaZe's defense. As we head into the 10th round, though, we do require more bans.
We've also had word that there will be a timeout called after the ban phase. I can only assume that it has been prompted by G2, given what took place in the previous round. Deimos out, Clash also on the bench.
Clash makes a lot of sense here for this ban. G2, timeout.
For Master now, guys, like Escal said, like they don't not the whole thing there. So like I think like we start like with the Astro, like ace the cap, like but be aware we can also like if you saw like they change and they extend to there.
Can jump Zulu and
can jump Zulu window, okay? And Laura Deimos is below. I think we already go straight on to blue. Okay, so we already like we're playing like already split positions, okay? I think.
Wait, you don't want me to do the Deimos below?
No, it's ban. They ban. So you just go straight to blue, okay? And then like I think like for Kitchen and Bunks guys, I think for Bunks like was very good. Like we play for the home clear is what's working for us against them. Like we chase the kills. Like I just think like maybe like we can flip for a tower, like someone like to do like 4-1 next round, okay? If you do repeat the same, okay? And for Kitchen, the Dynasty is low, okay? Dynasty is low to open.
Yeah, it's fine, Go guys.
Let's go, guys.
So 4 of the last 5 rounds now to FaZe. G2 is just kind of clinging on right now here on Fortress. It is FaZe's map pick, but this is a good free shot. Fortunately, in this round, though, well, I mean, they were just target practice, really, for Sol.
Cover the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, Sol's perfect line of sight, lands his shot, UMP, landing the required shots. And then Blaz was still running towards the building, and the round was essentially over at that point. FaZe untested on that site. Round 10, we go. And the Cav in play.
Wow. Well, I mean, FaZe can do these kind of shenanigans, can't they? That's the thing. They're locked in, top spot in the group.
There's nothing to lose.
Have some fun with it. Go for alert Cav play. G2 might not be expecting that. From G2's mindset, again, like because they're fighting for survival and so much importance from their side of things, they're going to keep things safer. Rather than going for that high risk, high reward. Well, FaZe can do whatever they want right now, and that's going to be Cyber on a Cav. Over towards Haman.
Yeah, we have seen G2 typically have at least one lurk on first floor. Now, typically that was with Deimos. FaZe did ban that out. But there's still potential for likes of maybe Blaz or a Lawyer, for instance, to find a position down below, post up. And that's where they could be vulnerable to the Cav, especially if it has been unsighted by the attack. Again, Hyber was hiding inside of bathroom to try and prevent G2 from spotting him out.
Obviously, Cyber, but goes without saying, is going to be one to watch as he sneaks his way through on that first floor. It is command bathroom. G2 will have more of their focus on this top floor.
So a foothold old tower and yellow pings available, ground now to be taken subsequently by Alamau. Ranged hard breach on the ace, and that will be useful for the transition as they start to try and accumulate pressure. And lines of sight in towards bathroom. But there is Vidaking onto Loira. Dokubi on the ground and no more logic bombs in play.
Just can't afford that if you G2. FaZe convert more often than not on their opening kills. And without the Dokubi, only used the one call, won't get the second one. Doki's importance here in clearing out some space. The Cyber, by the way, is now pushed up into Old Tower.
Here we
Cyber
go.
is right behind them on the Cav. He sees one, could go for more. Trigger discipline, but he's not even needed right now. Sol's already got the kill onto Doki. Bye-bye. One tap Alamau. Blaz responds quickly. But it's already the damage done on the flanking Cav as Alamau sits bleeding on the floor. Blaz needs to get him back up, and he gets tagged. Very low on health. Up close, what a swing from Stompin', but Sol's with an incredibly quick reactional kill. 3v2, Blaz and Alamau, very low on health.
So low, grinding their way towards the objective. Feels impossible, but maybe not.
Can they find a miracle? They need the miracle. Something just to rev this team up. Light a fire within them. Souls and Handy, so much experience. So much better health. A gas bait for Handy, So crucial in a match like this.
Souls at the line.
And Souls hasn't peeked to the doorway just yet, and he knows that Alamau wants to be pushing down that hallway. Slips in. Handy still does that gas bait. Watching and covering will be Blaz. Souls swings. He's played his position perfectly. The gas bait was thrown out, no longer there, and available for Handy. Blaz, you got 10 seconds. Souls' positioning is exquisite as FaZe have got map point.
Souls makes the DMR count. Perfectly played. He did his job. G2 actually had a drone inside of Bathroom, and if that role was not fulfilled, it could have been a far more intriguing round, and G2 could have found a win con, but not to be. 6-4 lead FaZe, and a technical pause, I believe, has been called.
Look back at this round, a swinging Vidiking, and in a lot of those battles, they've gone the way of FaZe. It feels like every time it's a 1v1 direct fight, FaZe just continue to win those. G2 have maybe done a little bit better in their pushes and team fighting. The Cav did have an impact in the end with the rotate up old tower in behind. Alamau had no idea, caught the bullet to the back of the head. Blaz with a very quick trade though. G2 need 2 rounds straight now to force overtime. And the maps after this are Lair and Border. Need to remind everyone that G2 can still get out of groups with a 2-1 result. It does not need to be 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be looking to play the long con in this particular veto. Fortress, at least from my perspective, was always a nice to win, but not a must-have for G2. They have depth elsewhere than, as you said, Lair, Border. They've tapped into their strengths elsewhere. As the admins look to resolve the technical gremlins that have taken hold.
Just at the tension, it's just there. I swear they do it on purpose sometimes, just to extend. Dawn Games coming up for the next round, and
hello.
Get a nice little wave from Handy. Oh, still going. Not quite Harambe-esque.
Not the double wave. Maybe some kind of issue related to coach comms, if I had to guess, but...
Well, this being map 1, the tension's still not really at fever pitch level, right? Like, there's the second map for G2, their map pick of Lair. Border itself as the decider is a very, very good opportunity for G2 because it's the permaban map for FaZe.
There's really no reason for G2 to start stressing until
we're like halfway through Lair and things aren't going well.
Exactly.
Then yeah, that's when you start stressing.
At the moment, this is just warming into the series. Little expectation to win this map. Of course, they'll be fighting hard. There's still an opportunity to push this overtime.
They started really well. There are 3-1 up to begin for G2, and then FaZe have won the last 5 out of 6 rounds. That's a statement. We're back into the game, by the way, as the technical pause is coming to an end. Game Storms for this 11th round.
And this is the site that G2, on their second attack, were successful. Opening kill went to Stompin. They closed out the round with 4 players alive with a really nice flood into sight.
And look at the conversions as well, guys. We're heading into the 11th round. So far, only 1 round has the opening kill not resulted into a round win for that team. Unfortunately, it was Laura and G2 back in the 7th round, command bathroom. They got the pick, didn't convert the round. That's the only time that's been the case so far here on Fortress. Big attacker repick for G2.
Last time out, we saw the Clash offer a lot of stall out. Again, it didn't translate to a round win necessarily for FaZe, but it gave them a really good opportunity to lean into the clock as a win con. So I do wonder now for FaZe, how do they try and stall out G2 on this occasion? They do bring some trap, a bit of catches intriguing as well. That could facilitate a couple more anchor positions where, again, the safety of the Clash may have offered that previously, for example.
Here we go. What have you got, G2? Can you extend Fortress a little longer? Keep giving yourself every opportunity to take this opening map. Otherwise, if you lose this from here on out, it's must-win territory. There will be no more slip-up opportunities. Souls 13-5 has been the MVP for FaZe here on Fortress. All about gaining as much information as possible. FaZe, though, to be fair, already largely playing around games anyway. It's not the biggest extension defensively. Line scan from Doki isn't really going to net anything.
G2 shaping up for far more control over towards Old Tower. As you can see, Loira cooking a Candela. Maybe less of a wave cross map like we saw previously.
Cyber's just lurking down below in waiting.
Is
Doki even aware of this? Cyber could go for the swing. Doki's moved away. They're trying to push up Old Tower. Cyber does push in, shoots him in the back. Doki has been shut down here on Fortress. 3-9 for the start of G2. He has been their best player at SI so far, but not here on Fortress. Really solid play from Cyber, and he's not done yet. Never mind, Stompin will save the day. Do eventually get the trading clear, and Blaz then getting rid of Vidiking. That's no more smoke, no gas babes remaining. Loira, Candela straight in through Old Tower. They can start to now put pressure into the site, forcing the 3 members of FaZe to now spread across this site. They are big horizontal spread. No one close by for FaZe. And Loira just continues to push forward. Can Handy swing the doorway and get the trade? He can, finally, because there's no contest on his position. Alamau will now backfill in through games as KDS won his battle towards Courtyard, gets rid of Stompin, 2v2. Alamau at full health on the Blackbeard will go for the plant, now inside of Dorms, fakes it. Gets tagged up quite heavily. He needs Blaz to get involved, but Blaz is low himself. He can't just throw his life away.
Can Blaz cover the plant for G2? They have a little bit of time to work around.
Handy thinking about pushing that doorway.
Oh, Alamau got off.
Gets off the plant, 15 seconds. Now Alamau gives himself less opportunity to get off this plant. Will need to commit as Blaz finds the kill. Here comes KDS, but too little, too late. That plant is now successful. Shield up for Alamau. And Blaz can just hold the angle and play off the Blackbeard information. KDS will make his move, but here comes Blaz on the swing. All rounds of regulation needed on Fortress as G2 will not give in.
Not backing down without a fight here on Fortress. They are eager for overtime. What a round, a far more direct approach towards site. We saw great play from the Ying. It started to look a little dire. Alamau desperately trying to get that plant down. Blaz was low on HP, out of position initially on the first attempt, and then Alamau in the meantime also chunked to critical HP. But they're able to isolate KDS by himself, and a great swing from Blaz confirmed the round.
They stay alive. They stay alive. Fighting tooth and nail here on Fortress. The map pick of FaZe is competitive from G2, gives them a decent sign of life in the series to come. Win or lose here on this opening map for FaZe. Well, no problem for them. No stress for them.
5 seconds to
But in all honesty, they'd probably like the idea of an early finish and an early bedtime. Or celebration, depending on what the boys want to get up to. Waiting Cafe, by the way, to come next. And if you recall back to the 9th round, guys, that was the Soul Cyber demolition job, where G2 didn't even get to show their trump card on this site. Never even got to see them attack the site.
Castle Mozzie horizontal extension from FaZe, looking to extend their footprint across the map and a little bit more utility to help cover that.
It's the exact same lineup for FaZe. They just never really got to actually play into it.
The round was over in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, they'd won the round. Big change up this time, though. More caution from G2 this time.
Drone work from Alamau.
No one on the second floor, so no for FaZe. Doki straight into lobby. Oh, what a headshot from Doki. Hasn't quite been his best performance. No doubt about that, but maybe you saved your best till last when needed most. Advantage G2.
Doki rated number 9 at the event so far. 3 years since he lifted the hammer. Will be very, very eager to do well at this event. And a big kill from him in a very critical round.
What's on offer here for FaZe? They keep themselves now really close to sight. In and around cafeteria and waiting room. Souls answers back. Finds the pick onto Blaz. Andy will sit infirmary by himself, but KDS can offer help if needed, but it's going to be on a western side push here from G2. Lyra has cleared out Hammam. And then again, FaZe are not offering anything. Oh, Lyra just gets, he just pushes straight back. Wow. Ballsy play from Lyra. To swing back immediately after getting jump scared and through kitchen. Doki's now cooking. Couldn't hit the soft wall shot though. He does need to be mindful that he's half HP. He's vulnerable. Lyra is as well. One gas bait for Handy, 2 impacts for KDS.
Souls backed into a corner. 14 kills so far. What can he do with the UMP in hand?
Handy has a Vulcan canister too that he can pop, fall back, deny that position through infirmary. Doki finds it, neat little angle, and overtime is brewing. Down to Handy, but he's more than capable in the clutch. A superstar of this game. Throws out his final gas bait. Now electing to push forward, take the fight against Alamau, who has the kit. Shotgun up, Handy will push, tucks into the bomb chassis. All 3 members of G2 are low. Crosses, but Alamau will now get this plant down safely. Handy doesn't shoot initially. I think he instead wanted to try and deny the plant. Pistol on the tight angle from Alamau as we go to overtime on Fortress. G2 showing their nerve and fighting back 2 rounds straight to force OT.
And Alamau saying, let's refocus, and rightly so. They've done phenomenal to get to this point, but they have attack in OT.
Seguinte, provavelmente agora os caras no bando do banheiro, eles vão querer fazer aquela foco que não deu certo por causa da Clash lá, tá ligado? Então vamos encher de recursos aí pra quebrar Exec, tipo... de jogar um pouco mais pra ele lá pro cara não entrar quadros, e o Rand manter o Smoke e o Tu joga pra recuar ali. Fechou? Só que eu volto pra recuar mais cedo e reforçar. Isso.
Então eu nem vou fazer o pixel vertical dessa bola.
O próximo bomb de defesa que a gente vai fazer vai ser beliche, tá? A gente faz aquela parada que a gente combinou do Smoke jogar aéreo, tipo, faz essas paradas tudo bonitinho.
Quer que eu jogue de
Porque agora pode ser que seja outra play.
Qual que vai ser a primeira defesa aqui?
Do bomb do banheiro sim, você tem que fechar já lá 4 e poder jogar lá pra entrar no
mesma coisa?
A banheiro recuando, né? Agora ataque do banheiro, a gente escolhe fazer a comida pro lado do cavalo, deixa o Ace solo lá no Marrocos, só tipo, fazer aquela pessoazinha no banheiro, fechou?
Tá, bora.
No cavalo, de Blackbeard.
Again, not a lot of stress there for FaZe Clan. But it goes to overtime, and they themselves know, of course, that they want to work on this map, have it in their map pool moving forward through playoffs. But Doki rises to the occasion. Yeah, he would know he hasn't quite been at his utter best here on Fortress. But all it takes is to rise to that moment. He finds 2 crucial kills. Alamau was able to get the plant down, avoided Handy, and then he gets the pistol shot kill to send it to overtime. Now, you said it is double attack for G2. Indeed it is. They just won the last 2 attacking rounds. They're more than capable.
Let's see if they can actually do it though. Bathroom, first sight of choice. FaZe eager to bite back in what has been a real tug of war between these two. And it's only map 1. We could well have another 2 to follow to determine the fate of G2. Will they survive in Paris?
It's a great start for their confidence. I will add, though, guys, yesterday, of course, those that watched against Black Dragons, overtime loss, overtime loss. Is it about to be overtime loss again? Seems to have been the theme at this Six Invitational for G2. This would be the best time to change that tune. For FaZe, it's all about now just regathering themselves here on the defense. Out of the tactical timeout, they go back top floor, command bathroom. They won this in the 10th round, and they won it in the 7th round. G2 have not won this site on the attack. FaZe have been strong here.
Sequential breaching activated.
So again, a double shield ban from FaZe as they restore. And so there is a big emphasis on Loira being able to create space with Candelas.
Reloading.
Stomp it as well, create space with the Grim, because these choke points that G2 are about to contest can be really, really tough. Good hard bridge though initially. KDS pinned in the corner.
Well, he's got a little bit of help at least. Cyber is there and can throw out a keeper barrier, provide a little blockage.
LML may have droned him just then as well. KDS could be a quote-unquote easier pick for G2 on the entry, maybe.
Smokes are going out right now.
Oh, Souls, he hit
that has found the headshot onto Loira. And then the follow-up comes though from Stompin and Doki. One apiece now gives G2 the lead.
KDS is still trapped in this corner.
Still trapped, and the drone from Alamau as well can confirm his location if not already known. Can Doki find a way to get over to that doorway and swing? Handy is trying to maybe provide some cover as well, but his main stairs needs to be mindful of watching Blaz. So he's got to watch something entirely different. So now Vidiking has to come over. Doki and Alamau together.
Do they know?
Stompin all the way over, out in courtyard. And they've got 50 seconds. They've got so much time to play with.
I'm almost convinced that they still don't know. KDS is hard left of the wall.
Oh no, they actually do not know. I thought it was droned, it wasn't. Good response from Stompin. 2v2. Stompin Blaz against Handy and Vidiking. With 30 seconds remaining. You win this, you go defense, but Stompin will fall. Handy and Vidiking standing tall on the defense. Blaz, he will go down as well to Handy. FaZe have got map point once again.
Can't help but feel that G2 had that opportunity.
I saw the drone at the wall. I thought it was checked.
No, they had a player on an island, and it could have played out differently from that point onwards. Shout out to KDS. Taking one with him to the grave did damage from that position. And then the ankle work super late as well. Up to par. Midpoint of the round, there were good moments for G2. But here, 3-4, advantage G2, KDS able to lurk, finds one, short traded by Stompin, but the damage already done. He eventually falls, Blaz left in a 1v2, and FaZe now one away from taking the map.
For what it's worth, the tactical timeout, courtesy of Maria, we had the translation. They actually played it pretty much to a T. They wanted to play around bathroom, put Handy over towards Al, which was that sort of 90 corridor position, denying entry through hallway. He was able to do a good job of that. Blaz couldn't quite get through. And in the end, then Handy, by staying alive, was able to help clutch up towards the end. So that tactical timeout that we heard in Portuguese was very much strategic based.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Which I think is typically the FaZe mantra.
5 seconds remaining.
So back to bathroom, but now G2,
Attacker's objective is to
the ones looking to
bomb.
lock it down defensively. Quite a different shape up in terms of the operator bans as we restore what was back in regulation, of course. It's just the one shield ban that G2 have taken off. That's the Monty, so it frees up the Blitz, and Vidiking will lean into that. Blaz also available. And again, with the Warden banned out, that was the final ban from FaZe. There's an onus on Cyber here to find value. It's been a little mixed. There's been good moments and some not so good. And so G2 will look to posture around that appropriately.
And won 2 of the 3 rounds that they brought the Blitz in the first half, did FaZe. 15 kills for Sol. Still the only one double digits for FaZe. On the flip side for G2, they got 3 players double digits. More of an even spread. Souls has just been at another level though for FaZe Clan this particular match of Fortress. Keen to see what the contrast will be here for Man Bathroom. Back-to-back site choices from both teams. Drop from Vidiking into Old Tower. Doki will want to make contact and then gets out. The smoke actually kind of helping his little escape, but he runs into the arms of Souls.
Wow.
Wonderful pin from FaZe.
Yeah, outside at Shisha. Great angle there from Souls. Really great teamwork from FaZe. Midpoint of the round, they have the advantage. G2 will look to play make now in response.
Cyber just poking and prodding. The Glaz is now wanting to get involved and have some fun.
And mind you, 4 smokes still up, stomping. Very aggressive.
Oh, wow, I mean, but it's decent aggression because it's just kind of keeping FaZe back a little bit longer. You can see that Vidiking just wants to push through, but Stompin's going to be careful. Here comes that push. Cyber as well. The smoke is up for the Glaz. And Stompin's played this well to get back over towards Commanders. Look at the push now from Cyber. trying to gain some vision here with the smoke. Andy's gone down, but the trade, it's the blitz. Vidiking has been able to get rid of Loira. Stolpen just overwhelmed. Need to get Blaz and that DMR involved, and he gets rid of Cypher. No more Glaz. Vidiking choked by that gas of Alamau. He'll send one more in, keeps Vidiking on his toes. Blaz has got to get this kill, and he does under the vaulting KDS. Another 2v2 with the map on the line. It's Blaz and Alamau.
They're trying to find this pitch. There we go.
It's only Alamau in the 1v1 against the ever-rampaging Souls, up to 17 kills. Alamau had his chance earlier in a 1v1. He gets it again here. But this time, the time is against Souls. We push deeper and closer to red time. Hold your nerve, Alamau, and we can go to all 15 rounds. He swings, and he cannot. It's Souls, who has been the standout star of Fortress. He goes to 18 kills and puts G2 on that canvas, and that referee is starting to count. One more map, and G2 will be out of Six Invitational. They must now win 2 maps straight. This is not looking good for G2.
Left, Shark, left. Yeah, what are we doing?
I don't know, bro. I think I understand. This is the F2. F4C. So 418. You see, I'm not that dumb.
Hey.
2.
All right, so that's the first number.
So 2.
So we gotta go to the next one.
Oh, bro, I'm the worst guy for the map.
All right. Each proxy is 2. Each claymore is 17. Each flashbang is 8.
So 2, 17.
Minus 8. Multiplied by 2, so 18.
So what was the number?
I'll remember. I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember. 9. Okay, it was 18.
Oh, we have to find the nationality, no?
This guy's French. Cav's Brazilian.
Canadian.
US. Okay, hold on. Put in 7, and then 6, and then 9, and 1.
There is no way, bro. I didn't understand anything, bro.
6.
Okay.
So
6, and that one is the last one.
Yeah, that's the last one. We have to look really hard at the pictures. That's what he said.
Oh, I found, bro, on the hammer. There is a 9, 0. No, that's never mind. That's just the
That's
pants.
the pants, bro. The last one's a 4.
9, 8, 3.
4. Nice, bro. Bro, open the thing, bro.
My bad. 7. 6, 7. My bad.
Bro.
2, 6, 7. What was the code of that one?
I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember.
Well, at least try all the 9 codes, huh? That we're gonna cheat, but I mean.
Oh,
2.
I understand what you mean
So
now.
2, 6, 7 on the last one, and you try all the others.
I'm down to be corny. Oh wow.
Yo.
We did it.
I told you we were gonna leave the hammer.
Go! Good job, Shark. We did it.
Got it, bro.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it for him.
Bro, do you realize how many people's hands have been on that?
Yeah, I
bro?
know. My bad.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipok's round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Fate may be in its own hands, but I tell you what, FaZe are out for blood right now. G2, they're looking good, but FaZe are just looking ever so slightly better. It's hard to say that though, isn't it?
It is. I mean, there really is no negative takeaways from this match. It was a beautiful back and forth, a good display of Fortress from an aggressive side of team and a very defensive side of team in FaZe. I mean, G2 did a really good job at using the shield, specifically stomping on the Blackbeard, being able to take position, Alamau on the Blackbeard as well, taking position, being able to go for those trades. And it's a new side to G2 that we haven't really seen, is the shield play too much. And it really went down to the wire, and that first round in overtime was where we saw G2 lose a little bit of speed, but even then it came down to an unfortunate 1v1 to close it out for FaZe to be able to grab that final round and claim the map. So unfortunately for G2, if they played like this yesterday throughout the whole tournament, we would not have seen them in this situation with the pressure on the line.
A very, very close game in what we knew was going to be a very highly contested series, and I think it sets us up beautifully already going into map number 2. And honestly, I'm a believer. I am looking forward to that map number 3 because I genuinely believe G2 have got a little bit more fight in them. You can't have a game that close and for them to come out so flat in the next map.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, Souls from the side of FaZe just put on an absolute masterclass. And it's always nice to see strong players on a new map like Fortress be able to solidify themselves at what to do in a situation like this. And Souls had no wrong plays, specifically in those overtime rounds. He understood exactly where G2 was going to come from. And there was explosive rounds where he'd get multi-kill after multi-kill to be able to set FaZe up for success. And I mean, you can see the stats across the board is very evenly splayed out, open kills across the board. So again, no negative takeaways. Both teams put up their best show, and I'm excited for the series to continue.
I'm glad that you made your comment about entries there, because that ultimately, if you looked at it from just a statistical point of view, actually helped really push this game the way it did. 12 of the 14 opening kills were converted into round wins. Round wins, there we go. But that now puts G2 on the back foot heading into map number 2, Lair. That's a little bit up in the air now, right? We've got to try to find our way to dig our heels in to find those opening picks, but more than that, how to capitalize in the late rounds.
Yeah, I think it shows how much focus FaZe have been putting into that opening pick, because it's a stat coming into this that we knew that they were struggling on. And I love how they've already confirmed playoffs, they've already confirmed top seed, and they're still coming out here and putting the work in against FaZe in a game that they don't need to win.
Yeah, completely agree.
One player individually, you mentioned him before, how about we mention him again? What a ridiculous performance here on map 1.
I mean, we were saying exceptional play from him. I mean, you can see he's usually on that support flex role, so he's not necessarily in the position to be getting kills, but the way that FaZe is comprised, they're slowly taking position, slowly losing those opening kills so that Souls can be in a position to be able to clutch up, and man, was he good. Always holding those angles. And some of these rounds on defense is where he was really showing the masterclass, just individually being able to lock down areas, get a kill after another kill, and it's not necessarily about the nicest shots that we're seeing, no flicks here and there, but it's his positioning, and that's something from the LATAM region that we always see, is the positioning is always perfect, and Souls had no missteps. Constantly, every decision was for a reason, and he'd always get a kill to be able to impact off of it.
I've been fortunate enough to watch Souls for years now, and he always delivers in those big moments. 93% cost. Huge. As you said, Fox, from a backline player, he's not necessarily the archetypal support role, but he does fill that flex support role. He isn't the entry, he isn't the guy that you're looking towards to get a ruck of kills, but you know that if he's pulling them off, it's because he's very often left in the clutch, and that's exactly how that first map ended.
G2 are well and truly on the ropes right now, but the best part about this match, it is the jewel of G2's fate. It's in their own hands. Only they can progress through to phase 2, and only we can leave you in the capable hands of your Australian, that's right, commentators.
Unfortunately for G2, it's been 8-7, 8-6, 8-6 losses, 3 straight, and it puts them now in a dire predicament. They have to, they must win Lair and win Border, or they are out of the Six Invitational.
Can G2 rebound?
Well, we head to Lair. No more messing around for G2. This is it. It's must win from here on out, or they are going home. For FaZe, what a performance on Fortress. Now, it went all the way, went to overtime, it was back and forth. Souls was the difference. It was highlighted on the desk for a reason. 18-8, 3-0 on entry as well, with an 86% cost, a 153 EPS. MVP. I mean, a match where you lose 8-6, yeah, there's not much you can do about it when the guy on the other side is having an all-timer. The bans, Monty and Blitz, Kaid and Bandit. He kind of followed the same bans as what we saw on Fortress.
Yeah, in terms of the history of this map, I suppose focusing especially on G2, given they're the ones on the ropes and it is their map selection. Since August, it's fourth preference. They have a 4-2 record across 6 plays, positive attack and defensive win rate. They last took on Falcons. That was 61 days ago. They lost that out narrowly in regulation, 5-7.
But their last win.
Their last win also against Falcons, but that was a 15-rounder. So let's see if this one is another close matchup.
On the flip side for FaZe, 6-3 over the last 6 months, but they did lose it yesterday to D+, 3-7, and it is actually a high preference map for them, so it's not going to be easy for G2. But if they are to navigate this map and get to border, then that's a permaban map for FaZe. They'll be looking to, I guess, allow that through, potentially test it in a match for FaZe. That doesn't mean a lot going then into playoffs.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
None of that matters. For G2, you just got to win. Throw all the stats, throw all the history out the window. Each round now critically important. Doki has been their best player so far at SI. He will know Fortress wasn't really his best. Plus 13 KD, plus 4 opening kills, 6 multi-kills, 2 1vx's for Doki, top 10 rated player. A map like Lair is where I expect him to really shine. Playing this Deimos, he will be a big threat.
Yep, absolutely. Certainly one of his favorite operators historically and at this event, and it's been critically impactful, especially when you think about first 4 lurks, gaining information, being a threat, cutting rotations, etc. Doki can be such an X factor for G2, and he'll be looking to tap into that here on Lair. FaZe tried to disrupt some of the map clear potential of this attack by going for double shield bans. G2 on the flip side, wanting to enable a little bit more hard breach. So Kaid and Ben dealt with, and that allows a little bit faster in terms of the exterior hard breach being exposed. And we see that already take place.
Master R6, the best defensive side on Lair, around a 63% win rate for defense. So this will be a tall order for G2. But it would be an amazing start if they could steal this top floor. Alamau through mezzanine to clear the barbed wire. The flame open to Alamau is just going to set him back. That's Vidiking with the Shamika launcher from R6. And then the barbed wire has been dealt with. Handy low. And he's got the death mark on him as well from Doki. Flashes and uses it. And Doki, the aggression with the Vendetta, will find the opening kill, highlighting his strength on a map like this. But Souls, he is just doing different things tonight. The MVP from Fortress finds a big kill back onto Loira. Still, G2 was pretty content with the start to this round. Breach opened up, Alamau with mezzanine control, same with Doki. So they can really start to put the pressure into sight. FaZe kind of hemmed in. Doki again. He puts the Vendetta away, but he still finds the kill. Souls will fall. No more Kiva barriers. The Azami no longer an obstacle. And Vidiking starting to run low on that Shamika launcher.
And Cyber out of util. G2 pathing towards a default plant position. If Stompin can get that route towards site. 30 seconds.
KDS is his position. No, well, he did just tap fire. Doki's going to go with the death mark onto Vidiking. Deep inside of R6. Playing the tucked-in angle. He now goes prone. Deep into Master. The trade comes through from Stompin. We are getting a little bit low on time. Stompin thought about the plant inside of Mask and now will opt to stick it. Blaz covering from mezzanine. Alamau putting good pressure from behind. So G2 have got a wonderful pinch here. Vidiking could not push to deny that plant. But a swing from KDS. And Stompin then, though, the response onto Vidiking. And KDS must now win the 1v2 or G2 will take this map, take this round to start this map.
They've got the cross. Alamau and Stompin remain disciplined. There we go.
Good discipline from the duo. Alamau with the Blackbeard shield made it difficult to clear him. Stompin then gun up. They take top floor on the attack. The perfect start for G2.
Love that intensity. And if you're a G2 fan, it has to be exciting to see Doki activate so early already here on map 2. The influence of the Deimos for that lobby clear was huge. Catch is handy. What a kill. And he followed that up later as well into the round with a kill on Souls, who immediately looked a little bit dangerous. So keep that in mind for the remainder of this map as well. And then from there, good attacking pattern. Vidiking stalled out default for a long, long period of time. G2 threw everything they had at him to try and stall him out, distract him, force him off that plant denial. It was successful. Plant goes down. Good rotation from Alamau, and the 2v1 was clean.
And that's the thing. Alamau helps to clear mezzanine, deals with the barbed wire, soaks up a few Jamaica launches. They get mezzanine control, and then goes for the big wrap rotate, and then puts pressure from the other side of site. Big reason why they were able to win that round. And it's not going to be the repeat from FaZe, despite the strength of that site defensively. Instead, now opting to go basement, we go to lab. That might just bring the roam game now out of FaZe. Very well should. Cyber on the Vigil, Souls on the Solus, and well, you kind of get the picture. We should get some fights here around the map.
G2 eager will be eager rather to contest for that map control, activate the RAM, get Verd in towards site, start pressuring and spacing out the defense.
Oh, patient for Cyber. He was a little early. We were able to survive.
Would have been a hell of a scalp if he got it.
Yeah, and the logic bombs are crucial here on a site like basement with the roamers of the defenders around the map. Just getting as much auditory information along with the drone information. There could be a big map on the roam. There is that logic bomb to help facilitate some of these positions for G2 to push through, take these fights over towards green. Doki, by the way, very close to Cyber. He gets taken to half health. He might just run, though, towards Alamau. Over around blue stairs, but KDS and Vidiking there as well. A lot of numbers here for FaZe. Alamau has to be careful. He goes shield back up, good yellow ping. Impact does nothing, and Alamau plays really disciplined there to just fall back. And then just face them all in. Good push from Doki and Loira off of that intel.
That's great.
Safe play from Alamau. The team then comes to help, and they get rewarded. This is much better from G2 to start on Lair. Nothing that Vidiking can do with that Blackbeard. He does get the kill onto Doki, but then that allows the trade for Alamau. You can get one, but maybe then not the second. And Handy by himself means that for G2, it's looking like a 2-0 start on their map of Lair.
And Alamau continues to probe. Wow.
He wants to make amends. Let's be honest, he wants to make amends for that 1v1 at the end of Fortress. Been a great start from Alamau on the Blackbeard. Good follow-up from the rest of the team. 2 attacking rounds to begin on Lair. Most importantly, on the top floor, it seems like we've got a crash. Blaz has left the server. This will result in a technical timeout. Dare I say, though, similar start to Fortress where G2 went 3-1 up. The difference being, though, that on Fortress, they were on defense.
Exactly. And they're looking clean here on Lair. Again, the tempo over the course of the last 2 rounds has been really nice. Good flow through the rounds. They're playing off their roles, opening kills, displacing defense, utilizing utility correctly. The Blackbeard in that last round from Alamau was really, really nice. So much pressure laid onto the defense. Vidiking was never given an opportunity to maybe progress forward and then find trades, for example, and then well, obviously Andy gets traded on site. Good clear from G2.
And it's not just Alamau, but also playing off of him is an important role for the rest of the team when you're going to have that Blackbeard that is more than comfortable to push forward, get in the face of the opposition. You need to then follow behind him. Technical pause just now rises the tension. If the tension wasn't already starting to boil, well, this just adds fuel to the fire. Of course, not allowed to communicate during a technical pause. I think we're going to get a rehost. All 5 members now of G2 have left the lobby. We talk about tech pauses and how it kind of either resets momentum or does it help a team. It's too early on, 2-0, but I think what it could do actually for G2 is like, you've won 2 rounds, let's not get overexcited, calm down. And for FaZe on the other side, also a chance to just kind of, okay, they're here to play, it's their map pick, I'm just going to breathe, relax, taking words from Fabian.
Well, it seems like the players are cycling pretty quickly back into the lobby, 9 out of 10. So hopefully a positive sign that we will be able to resume action in a moment's time. FaZe, as it stands right now, of course subject to change, have selected second floor as their site of choice. And if we cast our minds back to the last clear from G2, really nice. The utilization of the Deimos was absolutely key for the lobby clear. And then they were patient in drawing out the utility from the Tachanka. And so I do wonder if FaZe are to reattempt, if they do lock it in, now 10 players in the lobby, what do they do to try and counteract that? Maybe a bit more support for Handy, because he was the first to drop.
It creates a dynamic too with the, obviously we're into round 3, so after this we get the next band. You go the Blackbeard, you go the Deimos. Which one do you pick?
Flip a coin.
I mean, if you committed to Monty and Blitz, you might have to then commit to the Blackbeard.
A triple shield would typically be the most...
And then Doki just gets to play Deimos the whole half.
Yeah.
Mike down. We're getting potentially attack out of the tech. Hasn't been communicated. All 10 players, by the way, back into the server, so I can't imagine we're too far away from continuing. Do apologize for the slight delay. It seems as if it will be a tactical timeout.
Não. Vamos só fazer a parada de queimar a caveira com aquela parada de biriba, Randy. Fechou? Só que aí eu preciso de um pouco mais de segurança naquela... Na parte da escada. Então a gente precisa sim de peitar a parte da escada. Fechou? A gente vai ter que ficar queimando lá para o Termite e o Souls também com a mira.
Quer fazer comigo embaixo? Quem vai tentar a escada?
No mão de baixo, em vez de tu pegar a Kesa pra renovar lá, pega a Zami, fecha, fica fechando a janela e a gente mantém a parada dos piques, fechou?
Tá bom? Fechou.
Vamos do quarto a gente fala da Clash.
Quer começar tá embaixo? Mas vai mostrar da Clash? Se for pra não mostrar?
Ué, pode começar a pegar dentro, depois você volta lá pro bomb, mas joga em cima.
Se você for pra não mostrar da Clash, vai ter.
Don't speak Portuguese, but I thought I heard Caveira at the start, then I heard Azami, I thought I heard Ella.
Yeah.
We're not going to get any of those except the Azami. Again, I imagine it's probably just strategic calling. FaZe aren't in a position where they need to rev up or they need to be told to get going. It's just all about strats right now for them, from FaZe's perspective. This is the best kind of, let's be honest, scrim opponent you could ask for, who's fighting for their tournament life at the Six Invitational, where FaZe have got nothing to lose. This is as best practice as you will get.
Yeah, absolutely. You have one team throwing everything they have,
holding nothing back.
And FaZe are trying to withstand the storm. So far, it's been a little bit of a struggle. G2 have looked clean, their attacks are succinct, and FaZe will be looking to disrupt. They do, in fact, stick top floor. That's where we head for round 3. The mirror in play is intriguing, just offers a different element in terms of hard breach denial. Last time out, G2 pretty freely able to open exterior, and then once they got ops interior for default, G2 lent really nicely into the Kaid and the Bandit duo ban. But with that mirror now on the board and the disruption that can often offer, we'll see if it's as easy going for them this time around. Deimos is back, but not for Doki. Lawyer this time out and the shotgun in hand.
More than capable, it's not really an issue. G2 never won 3 rounds in a row on Fortress. Can they do so here to begin on Lair? Early E1D from Blaz. Oh my god! Talk about the quick entry from Loira. Shotgun now into the Vendetta. Was playing off old ping information. Good little movement. Loira half held, but has found the early entry kill for G2. And has then therefore created space for the rest to follow.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for Handy in that position. Caught out last time. Got dumped with utility, and this time, Loira able to march forward. Catches a good timing. 4 targets available. He selects Cyber. Over towards Mez. G2.
Nitro Sal almost found the kill. That was a long-range Nitro from Cyber. He was in Master, threw that across Mezzanine, and somehow Loira stays alive.
Great survivability. And so 5 players still up for G2. Now Doki. Will he be the next to Pepper Site? Still a full belt of utility on the Capitale, and that can be massively influential as G2, again, looking like they're shaping up for a default plan.
And it's a very similar position for G2 as it was back in the opening round. Full mezzanine control.
Soul's targeted. This is a big moment for G2.
Souls will go down. Vidiking was right next to him. Can't do anything to help out. Still has 2. Make it 3 gas babes. He thought about throwing 1, puts it back into the pocket. Now will indeed throw it out. Just looking to block off Mask in an entry position into there. Huge
Attackers
advantage
drop
for
the
G2 to
diffuser.
try and take another
Attackers
attacking round on this
recovered the
top
bomb
floor.
Stompin will drop that diffuser. Maybe we'll rotate around for split pressure.
Alamau's the one that's got it now, and indeed Stompin on the move. He'll go try and take that position that we saw Alamau play last time out, but Doki just wants to go straight in. Got one. Quick trade, though, by Cyber. Keeps still a two-player advantage for G2, and Alamau will now go for the plant inside of Mask. It doesn't even go down because G2 will shred the defense of FaZe. They make it 3 straight.
A slight variation, similar end goal with the default plant, not even required. Great clear. Loira absolutely phenomenal on the Deimos early round. He followed that up with utility by staying alive and avoiding the Nitro, which then aided the clear of Souls. With that, so much pressure on site. FaZe left discombobulated. It's a perfect start for G2.
It is indeed perfect as we get the bans. Bye-bye to the Clash, bye-bye to the Grim. We were off. Grim played twice, once by Blaz and once by Alamau in that previous round. It means, though, Blackbeard Deimos will stay. It also means another technical pause. And to add the added note, FaZe losing top floor of Lair after a tactical timeout. That is a big round loss for FaZe. G2 all over them to begin on the second map.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 players from the side of G2 have departed from the server. Not sure if it's related to any of the technical issues that led to the tech pause previously, but we'll have to wait as we cycle the players back and returning into the server. FaZe have initially picked Bunk's briefing here, so they're going to dip into the tertiary more than likely here for this next round.
I swear the scriptwriters are like, how many tech pauses can we throw into this just to really blow this one out? Apparently it was a PC crash, and when one kind of crashes, the rest might just leave the lobby, reset, come back in. It's pretty normal. But yeah, intriguing. The Grim ban. I mean, there's nothing wrong with banning Grim, but when you've gone Monty Blitz, I would say statistically the Grim is usually unlikely to follow. You either just commit down, get rid of the Blackbeard, or the Deimos is a big factor, and it was and has been a big factor in all 3 rounds played. Loira was the one that opened up that round. He's actually got the last 2 opening kills. Doki got 1 in the opening round. So again, the opening kills for G2 have been very, very dominant. They're the best team at SI for finding those early advantages, just not always the greatest at converting, but they have been able to do a good job so far to start Lair and back on Fortress. There were only 2 rounds that weren't converted, 1 from G2 and 1 from FaZe. So it's been high conversion rates.
Everybody inside of the server. Round 4 will resume as we look back at round number 3. Big, confident play from Loira to
I reckon that drone from Doki just does enough to just grab Handy's attention.
Maybe for a split second.
Just a minuscule of a second.
Let's go, Zach. You're the best boy.
Vibes are good.
Vibes are good, yeah.
All right. Briefing it is. I love this side. There's so many options for the attack. The meta's kind of evolved to the point where Sense is favored by many teams. They'll use that as a tool to sometimes entirely, or at least for the most part, bypass the top floor hold from the defense. They can try and tuck into a corner, find an off-meta plan position, or even directly under the bunk itself. And it's very challenging then from a vert position up above sometimes to locate and shut down that planter. You can throw in a bit of split pressure, try to throw off FaZe. There's also the fuse available here, so shield still on offer. Let's see what G2 can cook up.
I don't envy those with shields.
Very curious to see what this impact is going to be from the fuse. It's one of the lowest pick rates at SI so far, 0.5%. He played in 5 rounds, but it's won 3 of those 5 rounds. Niche selection here for Doki.
Presumably the planter in this round, he can use the shield on his back for added protection. That's one possibility.
Loira, another open kill. He's gotten 3 straight here on Lair. And it's on to Souls. Stomping over towards Bridge. Also connects. There is that shield in play. And G2's attacking prowess right at the foray of this match. 3 very quick kills has already obliterated the defense of FaZe.
G2 are on a rampage, and FaZe are finding it difficult to slow this down. A 2 versus 5, minute 30 on the clock. May well be one left standing for FaZe if KDS can't win this fight, but he does.
That's a start for FaZe. They need to start trying to get some trades back. Try and just at least keep G2 honest if they're just going to be pushing aggressively. Stomping through briefing. He's 6-0. Yellow ping info through the wall. He hits the headshot as KDS started firing back. That gave Stompin the information needed. Handy from above in R6 will at least kill Blaz. But then traded back by Alamau. It's 4-0 to G2. They take Bunk's briefing. Where has this come from?
Lovely stuff from G2 so far. Difficult to fault them on these 4 successful attacks. And FaZe being overrun at the moment, and it's not often you say that sentence against any team.
When the Assaulteds kind of get caught over towards green. Cyber lost his battle towards Skybridge. And it just all starts to fall apart, especially on Bunk's briefing, where you're not going to be playing on site. You have to take these contest fights. G2 are aware of that. They force the issue. Stompin doesn't give up on that spray through the wall. KDS started to fire back, made it a little easier. Stompin 7-0. Of course, players have left the lobby. Doki 6-3, Loira 4-2. Every single one of his kills has been an opening kill.
And it's a straight set for G2 in the opening kill department as well. 4 from 4.
5 seconds left.
Early, the mid round, the late, every phase at the moment is good.
Let's try top floor again, shall we? For the 3rd time phase. Let's see if this time, 3rd time's the charm.
Well, can they win the fight lobby stairs? That's been the Achilles heel for this defense.
Start trying to be able to fight lobby stairs, deny that mezzanine control. Stop giving G2 so much easy space to then just absolutely harass those that are actually on site. Andy will play main stairs.
Deploying drone.
FaZe to bring the Tachanka back into play. We saw it dropped for the reattempt, but it's back for the 3rd try. Again, looking to stall out default. The G2 shape up for the default once more. Maybe R6 room gets a little more attention to mix things up.
They drop the Capital, they bring the Ying. One thing that G2 have done well, fighting into this top floor, small variations in their operator lineup. So they're not necessarily always doing exactly the same thing. They've got different tools that they bring. Stompin not worried too much about that mirror window.
Although it does get popped.
It does.
So Stompin will forfeit. Exothermic remains intact. Still 3 pockets. May not be a position that necessarily gets opened up as an entry point, but as we kind of saw last time, it was actually Stompin himself. Still somewhere you can post up for the plant coverage, for the post.
Andy's actually given up main stairs, by the way, so Doki's just walked straight up.
Oh no,
not
again,
FaZe. He's just walking mezzanine for free.
Don't let them get this control for free again.
Fell back into server. Andy was sitting main stairs for a while. Now Loira gets to also push up the other side of mezzanine. Again, FaZe has given G2 this mezzanine control.
What can Souls do? Master Office.
Where's the adaptation here for FaZe? This is so far looking like it's going to be the 3rd straight attempt for G2 where they've got Mez control. They'll look for picks. They're going to open up Mask, which has been now opened up. Mika launcher from Vidaking. 60 seconds remaining. The good news for FaZe, though, is they do still have 5 players intact. Handy's still got that Nitrocell over towards server. Soul's playing a very important position on that Azami with the Kiba barriers. He has just kind of tucked back closer towards Vidaking with that deployable shield.
This is an all-in from FaZe. Denied default with the Shamika launcher and the gas canister.
But they're sitting back, though, to not get picked. They want G2 to have to push into site this time. Rather than getting the free picks, having then the numbers, and there's not a lot of pinch pressure here from G2 either. It's all rather forward. Despite that, it's Doki that finds yet another opening kill, 2 for 2. Doki now on the rotate up green stairs. And Stompin just cannot die. He's 9-0, but it's a 2v2 and he gets tagged quite low. Doki needs to get involved and do so quickly.
They're so split.
Deathmark activated onto Souls. The Vendetta, one bullet left, and he does get the down onto Souls. 5 seconds left as Stompin goes for the plant. He's actually behind the Kiba barrier that was placed by Souls, and Doki comes back with the Vendetta! It's 5 straight for G2, 2 rounds away from getting us to border. What a round from Stompen and Doki.
Big moments there from the big hitters of G2. Stompen on fire, and Doki, despite being so far away, massively influential in that round. FaZe did a good job in terms of denying default. They forced the flood from G2. It almost worked, but Stompen hit some sharp shots, and then Doki. What a wallbang. KDS stranded, the key barrier used against FaZe. 5 straight.
3 kills for Doki, 2 kills for Stompen. They do it themselves. Obviously help from others, but they connect the shots. 3 times FaZe have fallen on the top floor of Lair.
You do not see that every day of the week. Well, now they're starting to get a little active in the old chat, which has been remarkably quiet over the course of this series so far.
5 seconds remaining.
So Cyber will bring out the Cav.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
He
it.
hit one successful flank on Fortress, to be fair.
He did. So not the first time that Cyber's opted to go a little cheeky here in this series.
Ah, but G2 have spotted the Cav. You can see the death mark available.
Now aware of the fact there is a Cav, but as is the nature of the Cav, well, now you got to kind of find him as he's running around the map.
I suppose even if Cyber isn't able to have massive influence in terms of like an interrogation or anything spectacular like that, he may be able to soak up some of that death mark utility and lock him down. And that's exactly the case. Doki will invest it onto Cyber.
But that also soaks up those death marks from everyone else. So that's also still kind of a win, I guess, for FaZe. Cyber's like, I know I'm going to get death marked. That's not the end of the world. I'll just keep running around the map. Although right now he's actually just in basement.
We'll just pitch a tent and stay inside, probably.
So the final round of the half. Can G2 go the clean sweep and get 6 straight?
No contest on the first floor from FaZe this time around. They will eagerly sit side, lean into the denial of the Goyo and the smoke. Echo can feed info. And the Banshees from KDS can maybe stall out this push. Loira active.
6 straight opening kills. 4 to Loira, 2 to Doki for G2. They had the streak yesterday, if you recall, guys. 14 opening kills straight.
They lost the map, of course.
Okay, sorry. Asterisks is they did lose the map.
That was the even more crazy part of that result. Midpoint of the round, though, and they're looking good here on Lair. 5-0, the scoreline. 5-4, the man count. Alamau to soak up utility. Souls trying to stall out the Blackbeard.
He's death marked.
Is on Echo. Is on Echo. So FaZe have pretty good live intel.
Cam's a hack, though.
Indeed they are.
And again, the time management from G2 has been really, really solid here on LED.
They've been getting so active.
Final gas bait from Souls. Alamau will go down, and he will stay down courtesy of the gas bait. Really nicely done from Souls. They deal with the Blackbeard. That's going to hinder G2 pushing in towards the site. Curious to see if there's some kind of twist in the tail here for Cyber on the Cav, if he's going to be able to do something. He's just sitting in basement. Loira taken very, very low. Can FaZe deny the clean sweep? Yokai shot out. And cams have been hacked. Oki over towards Stock. It's Souls that is able to finish off Loira, who was low. Pop in, push in from Doki. You can tell he's feeling it now. Oh, running behind you. What a reaction headshot from Doki. He literally just pushed in from there. But then Stompen loses his life for the first time of the map, and Vidiking's down, and it's only KDS. G2, can they make it 6 straight as Blaz will get the kit down? Doki has been so good, but he can't win that battle. Has KDS got the time to go for the revive? The answer to that question is indeed yes, and Blaz now in a 1v2 post-plant from above.
Will back himself on the vert, has a flash to play off. Can G2 have the perfect half?
Vidiking and KDS are both very low. Blaz doesn't need to do a lot of damage. He just needs to watch the kit. Vidiking to sacrifice himself and go up above. Yellow ping intel. Blaz knows he's getting pushed on. He too also has the information. He's sitting very well positioned. Now turns his attention back to the kit. It indeed will be 6 straight from G2 on Lair. They've got 6 map points. Flawless and clinical. Oh, they're so back.
Wow.
What's that meme? It's never been so over, and then there's the arrow, and then we're so back, and then it's, well, never been. We're going around in circles. Surely border now is all but a certainty.
You've perfectly depicted the life cycle of a G2 fan. What makes that third map so tantalizing? G2 are on a roll. Their key players firing, and their lair looking clean.
Well, this just feels like the formalities as we head into the second half, going through this ban phase. G2, 6 straight rounds, 6 straight opening kills, of course, all converted. And the heroes of the half, 10-4 from Doki, the highest EPS rated player, 2-0 on the entry, a 100% cost. Statistically, the MVP of the half, despite Stompin going 9-1, he actually had a lower EPS than Doki. And what a play as well here for Blaz. To be fair, KDS wasn't even on the kit with 8 seconds to go.
Yeah, probably not the cleanest clutch attempt ever from FaZe, but still Blaz was in a really good position, so...
Played it so well to go take the vert, play it. He knows that even if they get the revive, they're both very low.
Yep.
Play into the win condition of denying them just being able to... They either have to double commit the plant, one has to then watch, but they're so low at that point you have to essentially hit a nutty headshot through the beams. If one goes for the retake, I could just win that battle anyway. Tuck into the corner, he has to then swing me.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
And you would imagine top floor defense again is a very, very strong sight, but maybe if you've just been watching this game, you might not think that's the case.
You may not even see it successfully defended.
3% defensive win rate of Master and R6.
Loading new mag.
FaZe lost it 3 times.
Setting up a sequential breach.
So in a similar vein to FaZe, G2 will elect to bring the Smoke and the Tachanka combination, potentially expecting a default plant attempt from FaZe.
If we can go to Doki here, look at the difference already in the way that he's positioned. So he's playing mezzanine with the Azami, and the way that he is able to just say, hey, we're going to deny at least this left side. Souls has droned that main stairs isn't quite being watched. But it's already showcasing a difference in positional play from G2.
Well, Handy wants revenge. He wants revenge. He's on the Deimos trying to get control of Lobby Live. Joe, but Stompin says
just swings main. Just swings main, gets the free kill. This one is all but done. Can you believe it? Fighting for their tournament life. G2 are about to 7-0 the reigning SI champions after losing the first map in a do-or-die elimination match of Lair. They have come straight on through and just drove by FaZe to set up Border. A straight best of one, their final chance. But boy, are they taking some form into that map of Border. G2 are well and truly back on that bullshit. These guys are here to stay. One more map needed. 7-0.
Very, very difficult to believe. I'm not in a dream. What a victory for G2. And it sets us up for a perfect Border. FaZe will want revenge. They won't like this. And G2 have an opportunity to stay alive.
Absolutely sensational from G2, but the job is not done. Win Border and you will make playoffs. Lose Border and you go home. Never been better to set up a match here between G2 and FaZe. Don't go too far.
I'ma going. I'ma keep it going. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Talk about bouncing back 7-0. I don't think anyone could have seen that coming. No one expected it. Everyone in the green room is kind of like, what, it's 6-0 already? It's done? What is happening? Fox, I struggle to understand how we go from such a tight competitive game on map 1 to such a blowout there on map 2.
I mean, G2 turned on the Jets. I've never seen a 6-0 half on the attacking side of Lair, and a lot of that came off of just the pressure, them playing together. Like we said, that G2 needed to be able to play off of each other, focus on the trades, and they still had the element of individual play, specifically if it was Loira or Doki on the demos, but a lot of the push was behind a Blackbeard, and that's what was getting successful attacks on the first map of Fortress. So I'm glad G2 understood that, brought that into map 2, and surprising that FaZe didn't opt to ban out Blackbeard at no point. They're taking out the Monty and the Blitz, but they're leaving the BB up, which is arguably the worst of the three to be leaving up, specifically because you can have that AR with the shield. You're a lot more flexible, and that's exactly what G2 was using as the spearhead to take position to be able to close out rounds, and FaZe just never had a way to get a trade back.
Yeah, it's a difficult sort of position to be in there because you look at it and you think, in hindsight, if FaZe played this game again, they'd ban the Blackbeard. Yeah. And that would have definitely changed things. But look at the state of this graphic right here. 7-0, so obviously there's not going to be too much to talk about, unfortunately, on the side of FaZe, but it is the right-hand side of your screen. It is that G2 lineup that you want to be focusing on. Something for me in this that stood out head and shoulders above the rest, and it's a problem that FaZe had coming into this game, was the entries.
Yes.
7 entry engagements won by G2, 7 rounds converted, not a single successful entry from FaZe, which has been a theme, but they've usually countered that by clutching up in the late round. On Border, they weren't given that space.
Exactly. That's what we highlighted for FaZe. The only downside for the team that's topping their group currently is the fact that their opening kills, if they lose it, they traded. They're among the worst in the tournament at being able to recover that opening kill, but they're able to clutch out rounds because they are so methodical, because they have a focus on the end game. But that's not something that G2 was letting them have an idea on. They'd get that opening kill with the Blackbeard, push through, and then go successfully for an execute. And that's something that we'd like to hope after 2 maps of the Blackbeard being such a detriment to FaZe's defenses. On a map like Border, you're going to have to figure out how to get around it or ban it out completely.
100%. And talk about like turning a series around. Doki went from bottom fragging in the very first map to all of a sudden top fragging in the second map. We talked about him being the rock of G2 at the start. And I mean, there's no better way to describe this.
Listen, we highlighted him as Mr. Consistent. Sometimes when the tide comes in, the rocks get covered by the sea. And I think that's what happened on Fortress. This time, however, Doki was well and truly back on his game. Again, just doing those hard yards, putting that difficult work in and supporting the rest of the team, whether that be Stomping, whether that be Blaz, whether that be Alamau. Whoever it is, it didn't matter. Right place, right time. There was one particular clip, there was one round on Deimos where that was the nail in the coffin for me. Swings around the corner and picks the kill up at the final second.
And I'm glad to see Doki succeeding, because we talked about how G2 needed to be more team-orientated because they have so many superstars, and if they can just trade off of each other, sky's the limit.
Certainly is. It certainly is. Moving to Border, this is intense for G2. Backs are against the wall. This is their 7th preference, but guess what? It's FaZe's 9th. They've played it once in the last year. If ever there was a chance for G2, it's here, and it's now.
Well, this is it. It comes down to Border, the 3rd map in this series. G2 have all the momentum after a 7-0 on Lair. The permaban, I should say, of FaZe Clan sets us up perfectly. G2 win, and you are in. The last time that FaZe won this map in an official Ubisoft sanctioned tournament, as per our tracking data, was Six Invitational 2024 in the upper bracket quarterfinal against G2. 7-3. That was their last win. Now, this doesn't count third-party tournaments, etc., so bear that in mind. And as the boys on the desk mentioned, permaban, it's their most banned map, 25 times in the last 6 months. They haven't picked it once. They do not play this map. G2, it is all set up for you. They beat D+ on border on day 3.
The pressure is mounting. Quick recap, back on Lair. 7-0 for G2. It marks the 30th 7-0 result in the history of the Six Invitational. And to add just another fun little layer to that fun fact, the only other time that a reigning champion that has lifted the hammer previously has lost 0-7 at a Six Invitational was back in 2020. Team Reciprocity against G2.
Oh, man.
Shout out Fox and Lux. They're on that team.
Well, let's get underway. Third map. Win and you're in for G2. You go to playoffs with a positive result here on border. And you miss playoffs entirely if FaZe are to win. They are stretching their map pool here, FaZe, to see maybe how much their workshopping on border has gone over the many years. G2 will begin on defense. The Bands, Smoke, Warden, Monty, Grim. 7-0 straight on Lair for G2 has set this up perfectly. We know FaZe on the attack do like the slower entries, but a map like border, you can't take too long. Defenders can get into strong positions, block off windows and doorways. They can choose to take contestable fights on their terms.
Patience, the name of the game for FaZe. G2 be disciplined. As FaZe begin to encroach around the map, lurking for opportunities to make plays, to find an opening. Handy utility deployed on the Capitao. Explosives potentially now to be deployed by the Ash. Stompin is able to withstand the fire, push back and stay alive.
Alamau trying to contest Cyber. I'm pretty sure at this window, top waiting. At least Wanting could be a nuisance, opting now for the swing. Every battle, every 1v1 engagement, the pressure's at its highest, and Alamau lost that battle. KDS has been able to win it. That was over on the other side of security, through the window. Vault in now from KDS. Stompin needs to make the contact. They lose Loira as well. Stompin cannot shut down KDS, who's found 3 kills on the entry. Response from Blaz, it was needed at that moment. Advantage for FaZe here in the opening round.
It was amazing. Back on Lair.
Prodding, yellow ping, intel, continuing to go left, and then the Nitro cell, but moving away towards 90. Double stack for Handy and Vidiking. And Handy will make his way through. Oh, what a leap over though from Handy. Gets rid of Blaz. An important moment here for Doki. Pushing in behind. Vidiking inside of Fountain. The spray does not connect. Vidiking hits the headshot. FaZe end the round streak with an opening round win on border.
What a round from KDS to march forward and find those openings. Showing his individual skill, and then the rest of FaZe pounce around the map. They jump into action. Stompin got caught a little bit, I think, of an unfortunate timing there as KDS vaults through. And whilst he was then eventually traded, too much ground lost elsewhere.
Clean flick from Vidiking. Yeah. Little 180.
Wow, okay. We go over to Customs for round 2. G2 throwing a curveball at FaZe.
And Stompin goes on to the Vigil. Now, for those that watched yesterday against Black Dragons, the Vigil play from Stompin was, well, mixed. Certain times he was able to have an impact, but largely wasn't really able to get the Vigil to work.
2 fingers represents 2 rounds played of this side in Paris so far. The attack has not won it out, however, on either occasion.
I like that you had to mention you were holding 2 fingers. I could see it. I was actually curious as to where you were going with that.
Keeping you on your toes.
I've got your 6.
Border, by the way, the most attacker-sided map at the event so far as well, so expecting that, well, FaZe, who are FaZe, best attacking team at the event, will do quite well in this half. So as you said, throw the curveball here then if you're G2. Custom supply in the second round. And see what FaZe have got on this side. Again, and this is actually the best team to do it against because they just don't play this map.
Activating Selma.
The onus heading into this series was for G2 to do their due diligence, do their homework, and prepare for this series. Not on the line for FaZe.
Gets rid of the Selma, actually.
Yeah, I mean, not the absolute worst trade. Still one in the pocket for Cyber.
Yeah, but just one. Stomping towards security with the boss G, but King on the black bid. And then you've got the air jabs from Souls. They start to surround security. Pressure here on Stompin. Here's that final Selma. And Cyber find a way to just swing on in. Doki's going to be actually the first one to go down. Souls, though, is DBNO outside of the balcony. Get revived. And will get revived by Cyber. King, by the way, has just continued to posture towards this break door. He has not wanted to push through. Seemingly aware of the fact that Loira is close right and also cautious of down below. Oh, Loira getting pinched. FaZe have been able to deal with this room setup from G2 up above towards security and break.
Well, they don't look rusty on border, that's for sure.
They certainly don't. Blaz, oh, that's a wonderful shot. Despite the high ground advantage for KDS, Blaz down below, the UMP hits the headshot. But it's 2 rounds now that G2 have been kind of playing from behind.
And it's halfway through the round. I've just got word. G2 have already called a tactical timeout for the conclusion of this round. Very intriguing.
Romello not happy with how things have started here on border. That's very early to call a tactical timeout.
Not only a round count, but also midway through said round.
Exactly, in what is a very important map.
So clearly not happy with how much ground FaZe are taking to the early.
This is still a very winnable round too.
30 seconds.
A lot of pressure around the site here for G2, but now starting to get aggressed upon. And Handy's still up above, so they can play the vert as well here, FaZe. Gun barrel spotted. Next kill, so vital. And it's found from Alamau, but instantly traded by King. Cyber goes down to Stompin though towards Custom. He got 2 from that position to make it a 3rd. Oh, the King wants that crown. 3 crucial kills from Stompin. Despite a 5v3 advantage for FaZe, they do not take the site.
Okay, I think you will go up over again, Cal. Play the Azam first, okay? Like, so if they go for a plant, like, you can close the window. Like,
okay.
I think, like, go above again. Because
I can also play.
Behind the map. So, like, look, like, maybe they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna repeat again. But if they repeat again, they go like maybe they go.
Not better. I played the
remember of the whole stock. Wait, remember the whole stock. Then like okay, if they go below on Zach, okay. So like if they repeat again, like we below, we are prepared for that. And if they do pockets, also let's be prepared for that. Okay. Also, like for the bank, look to me. Like I don't think like maybe don't ban the green ink because they can expect this. I think maybe ban one of the shields, okay? Because like so they don't play the game, okay? Okay. If you ban the ink, they still gonna have like blitz glass or whatever, okay?
Romello was just
the words per minute.
Right, it's like I got 1 timeout. I'm going early. I better get everything I need to say out right now, and the words per minute needs to be studied.
He's got to have the fastest words per minute of any coach at the event by far.
The fact he's going to have to now sit back for the remainder of this map with so much on the line and not be able to have any influence from here. But what play from Stomp, and even that slight reposition at the end, forcing King to have to move over to clear him.
Holy shit, man!
I love that.
So cute. And it was looking a little bit scary, wasn't it, midway through that round? FaZe did a good job clearing top floor security and break and being able to get vert control and then draw their attention towards site. Massive 3K for Stompin.
10 seconds to go.
24-15, by the way. He is now the top fragger in the series. 3-1 on the entry as well.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Remember, we don't need heroes out there.
Jumps on to Tuberal for round number 3. As G2 look to implement some of the tactics discussed in that 60-second tactical timeout.
And straight back to Armory Archives, one of the safer locations on border. Out of the tactical timeout. A little drone spot for King on the fuse. That's going to be super important in this round as well. Vulcan Canister, I think I heard get popped somewhere. Could be wrong. We're atop these stairs.
Vidiking bringing this particular operator, the Fuse, to help aid in this
This is a
utility
very
clearance.
direct hit right now from FaZe.
Beautiful stuff. And the shield then doubles up later on as potential plant protection.
And they've got KDS lurking the other side of the map, so the Dokkaebi can call and then solo push, while FaZe are then going more direct, although they've started to split off a little bit. Maybe more just temporarily. Cyber, the way that Cyber's positioned, it seems as if they still want to go really direct here. Dump those Candelas, get the smokes in, give a good opportunity for Cyber. That's a wonderful keeper barrier.
Oh, Doki went deep, Doki went deep.
Got very deep, right at the window, denies Vidiking. That's kicked down, by the way. Doki makes the ballsy move to go into Archive.
Oh!
Doki's still alive. Oh, shotgun! The smoke criminal from Doki! But the round's not done as Souls finally shuts him down. The logic bomb activated from KDS. He needs to enter the building, but he cannot. He's shut down from Stompin'. It's only Handy in the 1v4 as Doki makes a huge hero play.
Very cheeky from Doki. And FaZe's plan unraveled in real time.
Oh,
Take a bow.
Take a bow. That's your round. Out of the timeout, back to top floor, back to the safe haven of Armory and Archives, and G2 come up and take the lead of the series now, 2-1. Attacker-sided map, and they've got 2 defensive rounds. Doki talking about what they want to ban. He's suggesting the Blitz. I think Romello also was talking about a shield ban as well to close the half, but it's the Ying.
Ying Azami. Doki's body language may be suggesting it was a bit of a toss-up, not entirely sure. Big round for
It would be
G2,
funny
though.
if we see the Blitz immediately. Oh my god.
Well, they better shut it down.
They better shut it down, or Doki's going to be like, guys, I told you, ban the Blitz.
What a play here from Doki. Rushes in through the smoke and then somehow kills the Glaz. What?
Oh, that's not human.
He almost got souls as well.
Just stopping Vidiking more than anything, that's already kind of job done. Then being able to kill Cyber, I mean, that's just the cream on top of the cake.
I mean,
Doki.
it was great disrupt though, right? They had this Thatcher out on Repel, prepped and ready to deny utility for plant denial, and Doki steps up and says, guys, I really don't think that this is a favorable position for the team. Again, disrupt roll, does a great job, nets the second kill. Amazing, big influence.
Well, that's why he's been a top 10 player at the event so far into
5
today.
seconds left.
And the Blitz will be
Attackers are
selected
heading out to
for
defuse the
FaZe.
bomb.
Opting instead for the Ying ban, which was played twice, so there was utilization from FaZe with the Ying. We go Vent Workshop now for the 4th round.
Quad Nitro cell lineup for G2 on this particular occasion. Not leaning into traps necessarily to deal with that Blitz. Explosives may be the backup plan on offer. And with the information that can be gathered from the Valk, we'll see if they can formulate a plan to not just deal with the Blitz, also expecting the Glaz to be highly influential. And maybe if they go rather direct here as well, the ROUs from KDS on the Sense could offer playmaking potential as well. IQ though on offer, so Cyber can counter Blaz. Good preset drones.
Stompin's just found that kill from security. Just picked the window. Free kill onto Handy. That's the Blitz dead.
Yeah.
Don't have to ban the Blitz if you can just find the free kill. Wonderful start to the round for G2. Stompin now is 6-1 here on Border. Is there a response from FaZe? Knowles poking, prodding. Well, Doki kind of just walked into that one. No trade either, and Vidiking will shut down Loira. Advantage FaZe here in the 4th round, and with Soul still alive, this Glaz can continue to have a solid impact. Pushing through Fountain, he'll look to clear the rest of this top floor, and he can start to pressure Blaz. Blaz is going to be careful, ran straight into Souls. Lovely creeping and lurking from Souls on the top floor, but here comes Stompin. He's got 2. Malamouth just needs to stay alive, but he's caught from Vidiking, and Stompin now must do it all. Needs the ace.
Do we see another clutch? 7-1 for Stompin. Can he make it 10?
No, he cannot. Cyber watching the doorway. Response from FaZe as they take Vent Workshop, and we are tied at 2 apiece.
Better there from FaZe. Great job flushing out the map. We saw a couple nice lurks employed as well. And G2 on defense caught out on a couple of occasions. Looks like Bathroom Tellers will be up next. Site choice, of course, of G2. Look back at that previous round. Souls on the glass was phenomenal. Sharp shot onto Doki, and then I don't think he was really necessarily expecting Blaz there. He raised his eyebrows, maybe suggesting that he didn't know he was there, or that perhaps that close. Stompin then found himself isolated over towards security, and despite having a strong start to the round, a 1v3, always low percentage.
And good cover as well. It's not going to be easy, G2. It's not going to be easy. You're not getting another 7-0. And you said it, Guz, as well at the end of Lair. He's got 7-0. They won't like that.
No. They want revenge.
10 seconds remaining.
And they also want to limit test this map, as you've mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't see FaZe on border. This is a rarity.
Attackers are moving to defuse
They win
the
this
bomb.
considering what's at stake. Well, then that's something that they can think about
Add it
moving
to the
into
map
playoff.
pool.
Yeah, add it to the map pool. So Bathroom Tellers for the 5th round. G2 really trying to test the knowledge of FaZe by going to all of the bomb sites.
Yep. Absolutely.
For what it's worth, Cafe is the other perma-ban for FaZe usually.
Deploying shock drone.
Jeez. Big throw, big arms from Vidiking.
Yeah, trying to disrupt the Go utility placed outside on this east stairs position. Well, not outside, just inside, but on the front of the map, of course.
Freebie. Top east stairs now a little bit vulnerable. And a little spot as well onto Loira.
Yeah, getting good insight on this hold. Office presence as well being employed from G2. Long haul as well, now spotted by Handy. FaZe with good info.
And straight through for Handy into break. Off the back of the Lion scan from Cyber, straight towards 90. And Cyber is actually the one that found the opening kill. The Blackbeard has been traded from Doki. Great position though for Handy, but the castle barricade a nuisance. Just blocks off his position to be able to push over to Office. Oh, this is a big fight down below.
Drone going out.
Cyber versus Loira. Souls could look to push in top east stairs while Loira is being well accompanied, but Stompin was watching, and then Loira went back and took the battle against Cyber. Handy's been in a strong position for a lot of this round, but it's only now that he starts to make an impact.
Still over a minute to work with here, though, for FaZe. Vidiking and Handy. Two absolutely insane players. If they can connect, there's every world in which they could wrangle this one back.
Have a drone in Office. You've got death marks available. Also a drone in waiting as well. Ball bang from here. Oh, he just spotted the feet. Ooh. Laura's going to have to run around. Doki gets caught, and then now suddenly the pressure back onto G2.
Blaz all the way over towards main. So quite a distance away. May try to cut off, though, this long angle, and he does exactly that through customs. But he now succumbs to the death mark.
He is targeted. They know where Blaz is. Laura in sight. Handy trying to flush him out from above. There's still 30 seconds. He'll push down metal. Handy has the angle. He'll keep on going. He trusts in that vendetta. He gets